Amid the desolate, uninhabited wasteland, a young man stood before a colossal military base. Two mutated guards saw him, surprised and sneering, thinking a meal had delivered itself. "Hey kid, what are you doing wandering around in the middle of nowhere? Trying to rescue that friend of yours we caught yesterday?" The two of them approached Mirail. They looked at each other, laughing with their mouths wide open. "We have to have a feast tonight with this fine appetizer." Mirail did not bother to reply. His left arm began to swell. In the blink of an eye, two grinning heads flew from their bodies. On the highest floor of the base, the mutated creatures were clinking glasses in an all-night celebration. Finally, after so long fighting, they had human flesh to chew on. The leader dragged a young man forward, who trembled as he looked at the pile of human bones beside him. Mutated creatures howled in ritual before eating the meat, a fire blazing on the high plateau. Suddenly someone walked in, startling the entire floor. Mirail appeared grim-faced, holding something in his hand. Leader Craven recognized him, thinking he would have to cut two guards' pay this month. But that intention failed, as their two heads were rolling to his feet. Craven was so angry that blue veins bulged all over his face. Just then, Mirail held out an incredibly cute drawing and asked, "Excuse me, is Craven here? What the hell is that?" Craven was shocked by his flippant attitude. Not receiving an answer, Mirail looked disappointed. But this attitude made the tied-up young man break out in a cold sweat. Could he have some ulterior motive, daring to charge into the Zep human base alone? Craven guessed he was a friend of the captive, but he said no, that he had never even met him. "What the fuck? Why did you kill my brother?" Craven growled. Mirail answered innocently. "They were too annoying, so he just chopped them. They were blocking his way for no reason." That statement made Craven angrier than ever. He ordered his trusted henchman Zep to deal with him. Today, he wanted to eat mincemeat with tomato sauce. "Understood, boss," Zep said, charging forward with a meat cleaver. He chopped Mirail into sweet, tender pieces. Craven laughed joyfully, thinking he was so tough, but he was just putting on a show. Zep turned around to report that the initial preparation was done, but behind the scattered fragments of Mirail's body, they began to reconnect in an incredibly fantastical way. "That alone is not enough to kill me." After saying that, Mirail had already jumped to Zep's position. One kick sent him flying off the highest floor. "See, I told you not to mess with reckless guys." "Huh, what the hell is this?" Craven's jaw dropped in astonishment, and even the kidnapped young man could not believe it. Craven angrily ordered his henchmen to attack. The whole horde of zombies charged in, blood splattering everywhere. He pointed a finger at his face and demanded, "How dare you enter Zep humans' territory? And you killed my best brother too. Brothers avenge Zep?" Mirail tensed his hands, pulling them behind his back. He shot a pile of bones hard as steel toward them. The zombies had no idea what was happening, but 1 second later, Mirail had already bisected them with the bones. One zombie with long, sleek hair charged forward. He was sliced vertically into two perfectly even halves. The remaining foolish one still charged in. Mirail thrust his hand into his own belly, then pulled out a section of steaming hot intestines. He used it as a weapon, smashing each zombie to pieces. The section of intestines sizzled as it dissolved. Mirail tossed it aside and pulled out a fresh new one. Battle was swift and decisive. The wound on his belly immediately healed as if nothing had happened. Remaining zombies were terrified and dared not charge forward. Suddenly, Mirail took the initiative to attack first. He extracted cerebrospinal fluid from his fingertips. The low-level zombies did not understand what he was doing but still trembled. A second later, the small brain ball shot like a bullet, piercing through a zombie's head and causing it to explode. Not stopping there, Mirail picked up a bone fragment. He used his skillful golfing technique to hit the brain ball into the head of the remaining zombie. And so, using only human entrails and brains, Mirail wiped out all of Craven's minions, making him scream, "You, what kind of monster are you?" Suddenly, Mirail appeared right in front of him, nearly causing Craven's heart to burst. He coldly asked him if he was Craven. Craven's face darkened and sweat poured off him like a shower. "Why do you want to find Craven?" Mirail replied with the most sincere expression he could muster. "Because someone said he could kill me." Craven was furious, swinging his spike mace to strike down. Suddenly, the green veins on Mirail's body coiled tightly around him. They constricted every fiber of his flesh, ultimately crushing Craven's body. The bound man witnessed the whole thing, unable to hide his astonishment. At that moment, Mirail turned to look at him, sending him into a panic. He tried to scream, but his mouth was sealed shut. Mirail ripped the tape off his mouth, and he didn't even have time to feel the pain. Thinking he would be killed, he was surprised when Mirail instead showed the drawing of Craven and asked for his whereabouts. The man broke out in a sweat, thinking he was joking, but it turned out he really didn't know who Craven was. He pointed at the pile of still smoking flesh and spoke. "The one you just killed was Craven." Mirail remained cold, but a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Once again he had failed. He stood up to leave, and the man called out as if to say something, but seeing Mirail's lifeless eyes, he fell silent. Mirail stepped out of Craven's stronghold. He took out a pen, crossed out the drawing of him, and put the notebook away. Years ago, the zombie virus had destroyed the entire world. Some people were lucky enough to survive, but the majority turned into walking walking corpses. Gradually, this species evolved into dehuman monsters, a fusion of human and zombie. That was the outbreak of Zephuman, and also the end of human civilization. Mirail had once tried to live like a normal person, but from that fateful day he became immortal. Mirail stood before his mother's grave, overgrown with grass for a long time. Today was another day he could not die. The captured man was struggling to free himself from the ropes. He saved someone but did not even bother to untie him, just left. Just then, someone called his name Kiho. It was team leader Lee Kyung and Dongho, who were looking for him after losing radio contact. Kiho thought Craven was not there, so he went to scout, only to be captured as a meal. The two newcomers could not believe the scene before their eyes. Kiho recounted the story about Mirail, a young kid, but he single-handedly wiped out all the Zep humans here. It sounded absurd, but he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Somehow Mirail appeared and wiped out Craven's entire gang. Lee Kyung asked about Mirail's whereabouts, but Kiho was too scared at the time to ask. The team leader looked around to survey the area. He saw sneaker prints heading toward the door and asked Kiho about it. Kiho did not remember clearly, but that seemed to be the case. Lee Kyung then led everyone to follow the tracks to find Mirail. The group arrived at his mother's grave. Seeing a small figure like an elementary school student, Dongho still could not believe it. They wondered what Mirail was doing in front of the grave right now. Lee Kyung suddenly lunged out, a knife in hand slashing at her neck. Mirail managed to dodge, which piqued the other's interest. She had intended to finish him off with that strike. Kiho and Dongho outside jumped up in worry. That was just her capricious nature. Even though Mirail dodged, his head fell off immediately after. As Mirail raised his hand, Lee Kyung unleashed a hail of bullets. What do you plan to do now? Mirail could not answer because he had no mouth. He thrust his hand into his neck and pulled out a new head in front of her. He exclaimed in astonishment he truly was immortal. Please stop bothering me and leave, okay? Mirail asked politely, but the reply was her slamming the gun stock. A kick straight to the stomach sent Mirail flying into the air. Not stopping there, she kept firing bullets at him. Mirail raised his hand, releasing green tendons, blocking every bullet. Lee Kyung was once again caught off guard. She had never seen such an ability before. Impressive, but I will kill you for real. Mirail coldly issued a warning. Lee Kyung was about to strike again when she realized Mirail's tendons had surrounded her from who knows when. She conceded defeat and Mirail, disliking harming people, let her go. The other member of Lee Kyung's group lunged forward. He slashed a knife across his neck and then asked a question. How long does it usually take for your wounds to heal? Mirail did not quite understand the question, but the cut on his neck had still not healed. He touched the wound in shock. This had never happened before. Mirail immediately turned to ask, what did you do? Lee Kyung did not answer directly but instead introduced herself. She was the commander of the Lysol squad. Not only that, she also invited him to join their team. The scene of talent scouting made the other two unwilling to admit they knew him. If Mirail joined, he would surely be paid handsomely. Lee Kyung declared she had a way to kill him, thanks to a scientist from Lee Seo. But Mirail could not believe it just yet, and Lee Kyung was not certain either. All he knew was that her knife slowed down his healing process. She was sure this was the first time he had encountered this, so trying once would not hurt. Are you sure you can kill me? Mirail seemed half convinced. Then consider everything settled. Lee Kyung asked for his name and presented a contract. Mirail would join them in destroying the Zep humans and reclaiming the territory. On the day human civilization was restored, he would ascend to heaven. That promise was made. Once again, light returned to Mirail's eyes. Even if it was just a faint hope, he would one day die and be reunited with his mother. A moment later, Lee Kyung contacted the remaining member Garam. The person without a license was riding a vehicle to pick them up. From a distance, the group heard her frantic screams. Garam slammed the brakes, the car nearly flying off from gravity. She opened the door and jumped out, her booming voice full of energy. Sorry, my dear Cream family, am I late? Lee Kyung patted her shoulder and called for Mirail to get in the car. While at it, she introduced the two to each other. From now on, you will operate under Garam. Garam was excited. She finally had a subordinate. Hello, I am Garam. Nice to meet you. The only reply she got was the sound of Mirail's footsteps passing by. Garam reassured herself that maybe Mirail was just introverted. Lee Kyung took the wheel directly to ensure the safety of the whole team. She assigned Mirail and the team to scout Jin He, a place occupied by the resin horde. Mirail had never heard of this place because he lived in isolation, becoming out of touch. Red Sun was one of the rare Zep human groups to have conquered many cities. That was also their top priority. First, they needed to locate the leader. So the Kiho group went to scout the territory of Craven, a member of the Red Sand Guild. Mirail replied indifferently, showing no interest in them at all. Jin Heo, there was a guardian of Red Sand. He would surely have information about the leader. Lee Kyung tasked him and Garam with tracking down that man. They needed to be careful because Craven only led a small group. As for the guardian, he managed an entire large city. Lee Kyung would not go with them because she still had to inspect other places. But who knew what she was thinking? Upon arriving, Lee Kyung made the two get out and walk because the road was full of potholes. Garam would be the one to detail the task for Mirail. She clenched her fist to show determination. This was Garam's first mission. Now the senior, she would try to set an example for the junior. Okay, let's begin. Garam put on her backpack and hopped ahead. After walking a stretch, they reached Jinher. Preparing to enter the center, Garam's face was taut as a bowstring. She hid behind a car, which made Morel feel puzzled. Garam flipped through the documents, explaining that many different species were concentrated here. That meant they could encounter some Zepp animals. Therefore, they needed to be on maximum alert. At that moment, on a distant mountain peak, the remaining trio was observing the two ignorants below. Li Qiang was at ease because having Morel as backup meant no fear of losing their lives. More importantly, she wanted to test if he would follow her orders. They still did not know Morel's true intentions. This was a trust test, so they would just sit back and watch the show. Garam at that moment realized something was wrong. She panicked, pointing at him, telling him to come over and hide quickly. Morel naively asked why, making her helplessly pull him in. Right then, two Zepp animals appeared from behind. Garam crouched down to hide behind the car, her nerves tense. It seemed she had just seen a tiger and something else. The two were discussing Craven when they spotted Morel standing there sightseeing. Li Qiang suddenly remembered she had not told Morel the most basic rule: do not get discovered. This was going to be trouble. The lead tiger spoke up, asking who he was and what he was doing there. Garam sat by anxious. Anyone who met zombies would know to hide. Morel asked Garam for permission, inquiring if just killing them all was enough. Having said that, he charged straight at the enemy. He pulled out a giant brain. He threw it down among the zombies, catching them off guard. The shocking bomb drop made Garam jolt. Only then did she realize he had special abilities, but it seemed they were the most special of all. Morel landed softly before the stunned animal zombies. Before they could recover, he rushed up and used his green sinew to slash them in half. Even the car Garam was hiding behind was cut in half, making her scream in fear. Finally, Morel dropped another brain to eliminate the rest. Everything happened so fast that Li Qiang exclaimed in disbelief. Earthquake-like collision made the surrounding horde curious, and they ran out. The zombies that had just escaped death ran into them while fleeing. In the distance, Morel was tearing up the entire street. This sent the terrified zombies scattering towards Garam. She gritted her teeth. Since Morel had joined the fight, she had to act too. The zombies ran while crying out in grievance, asking why humans were so cruel. Garam flipped through the pages of a book, activating her ability to transmit knowledge of kickboxing. In the blink of an eye, she had cleared every single zombie. Truly, technique breeds strength. Over here, Morel was still fighting fiercely, tirelessly. She landed softly while Garam was exhausted, moving sluggishly. Wait, are you planning to destroy the entire city like this? Doing that will only attract more zombies. Morel did not care, picking up a bone and walking towards a crying zombie child. He wondered why it could not speak normally like the others. Garam gasped for breath and asked, can he still talk like that after just killing them all? That zombie child was only low level, so it could not speak fluently. Morel recalled that his mother, when she turned into a zombie, could only groan like that. That sad memory made Morel feel a pang. He turned around and spared the small zombie. The zombie child did not understand anything but hurriedly ran away. Staying any longer and its head would fall off. Another group of zombies rushed in. Garam was going crazy from exhaustion yet still had to keep fighting. It went on like that until dark. They seemed to have wiped out almost the entire city. Morel calmly looked around for the Guardian. Garam also found it strange. Was this level of destruction still not enough to provoke him? Or was he already dead at some point? How could anyone know? Just hide for now. Garam panted heavily looking for shelter. Morel could not understand why they had to hide. Just keep killing zombies, even though we have not seen any Guardian yet. Garam said they came to scout for information, not to destroy the entire city. But we can do both at the same time. Morel was confused. Garam started having to explain it to him. Even though you are strong, she is not. You are so strong you do not worry about life or death, but she can die. To Morel, her life or death was of no importance. What matters is that they complete the mission. Garam had run out of patience. She glared at him in frustration, her face showing clear disbelief at this guy. Are you serious? You truly do not care about life or death? Garam asked again. Morel truly did not care. He was just looking for a way to die. What nonsense are you talking about? Garam shouted, pointing her finger at Morel. We are doing this to save the remaining lives, including our own. No matter how urgent the mission is, it is not worth sacrificing lives. To be blunt, I want you to use your brain. Stop being so reckless. Morel leaned in to look straight into Garam's eyes, startling her. I'm not like that, he said coldly. Just then, a giant foot stomped the ground and moved towards them. A huge zombie, looking like a boss, appeared and asked, what is going on here? A blade ran down its body, a lion mask hanging on its back. Exactly as described in the documents, Garam trembled and fell. He was the Guardian. She panicked, not knowing what to do, with no strength left to run. If they fought, could they even win? The Guardian was planning to visit Craven when he heard the city was under attack. Zepp behind him recognized Morel and reported to him. After climbing back up to the upper floor, Zepp only saw the brothers and the boss slaughtered, their bodies not intact. The Guardian immediately flew into a rage. He had also heard that humans had some special abilities, but did not expect them to be this strong. But if they touched his family, they would have to pay a heavy price. Li Qiang could no longer sit still. This was beyond expectations, so they had to go and rescue them immediately. Morel stepped forward ready to fight when Garam grabbed his hand and pulled him back. Do not risk your life anymore, hurry up and run away with me. Even if you are stronger, you can still die. Mireille shook her hand off. Death was what he wished for, so there was no need to run. I will chop you into pieces to offer to my family. The guardian charged forward. Before he could reach Mireille, he had already dashed towards him. But he did not fight him, instead jumping behind him. With one slash, he carved that man into many pieces. The guardian was bewildered, then roared as if going mad. You cold-blooded murderer, how dare you slaughter my family right before my eyes. He charged, using 4 sharp blades to continuously slash at him. Flying around him like a fly with wings on his back, he sliced Mireille apart. Her arm covered her mouth in shock, the brutal scene making it impossible for her to breathe. The guardian was watching Hyun when Mireille's arm lunged at him. He doubted his existence, feeling something was wrong because he couldn't land a hit. He knew it, Mireille wasn't dead yet. The fury made his brain unable to process. By instinct, he leaped far away, his legs trembling violently, sweat pouring like rain. Garam rubbed her eyes, unable to understand what had just happened. The guardian suddenly ran circles around Mireille, forming a tornado that engulfed him. You will regret touching my family. I won't let you escape. He took back his words, his tail running away. He knew himself that he couldn't defeat Mireille. Now he had to go report to the leader and gather the other guardians. Mireille shot out of the tornado, stomping straight down on his back from above. He used his arm to pierce through him and spin him like a top. 2 words family he mentioned made Mireille remember the past, sitting and eating meals with his mother, simple but warm dishes. Then came the day his mother turned into a zombie, lunging at him, trying to bite and tear him apart. In fear, Mireille used his power to end his mother with her own bone. The only relative he had was killed by his own hands. Back to the guardian who was having his blood drained, he wailed and cried. Do you think the other guardians will spare you? Mireille said little, directly crushing him on the spot. Blood rained down before Garam's eye. Just then, Lee Kyung arrived and immediately ordered the mission to stop. The mission was to spy on Jin Ho, but Mireille had slaughtered everyone. Doing that yielded no useful information. First, they had to return to a safe base. Lee Kyung led the team away. She sensed something strange about Mireille. Although he defeated the enemy, there was no need to be so brutal. At least he should have some humanity. For the future of mankind, but she saw no humanity in him. She even thought the slaughtered zombies were pitiful. Perhaps Lee Kyung had brought the wrong monster back. Lee Kyung led the way, reminding the whole team not to let their guard down. Not long after, at the scene of the incident, 2 guardians level 5 and 6 were tracking clues. Amidst a sea of blood, but not a single drop belonged to a human. Zuru, level 6, shouted in annoyance, are humans this strong now? Rhea, level 5, was about to call the manager, but he stopped him. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, he said he would track them down and kill all those humans. They had to eliminate Mireille before the council found out about this. So the 2 set off to pursue the trail. Inside a small cave at the base of a cliff, the squad lit a fire to rest, each holding a pouch of food, chewing like cattle. Lee Kyung felt the atmosphere tense as a bowstring because of Mireille. Still, they had to continue the mission after destroying nearly half the city. She also didn't know how the Zep humans would react to their attack. Moreover, currently only Mireille could deal with them. Just then, Lee Kyung decided to talk about the test she had given him. She wanted to know if they could trust Mireille, and they had watched him from beginning to end. The mission was to investigate the city, but he destroyed half of Jin Herc. He also forced Garam to join an unnecessary battle, endangering her life. They were lucky to win, but if Mireille had lost, all of us, even everyone sitting here, could have faced death. So I conclude you are not trustworthy at all, Lee Kyung said seriously. Mireille spoke coldly. Didn't you tell me to clean out the Red Society? I've done exactly as you requested. Lee Kyung agreed that he said that, but the order was to investigate, not to eliminate. And most importantly, their goal is to restore human civilization. If we follow Mireille's extreme methods, humanity will be wiped out. A city built on the foundation of human society would collapse because of those actions. Lee Kyung pointed the knife at him, warning that he came here to help restore society. And you must obey my orders because you need my help to die. Your impulsive actions will endanger everyone. If you want to die, then follow my words. Lee Kyung's threat to a monster like Mireille made the other 3 dare not make a sound. They held their breath, waiting for the decision. Fine, Mireille obediently nodded. Lee Kyung put the knife away, considering things temporarily settled. The problem now is dealing with the aftermath of what Mireille caused. You killing one of the management council members is practically a declaration of war against them. The other managers must have already taken action. At that moment, 2 managers were on the road, scouring the area. They saw a cave with a flickering firelight. Rhea confirmed that he had smelled their scent from inside. Without hesitation, both of them charged straight into the cave. Zuru shouted loudly, "You scum, pay for what you have done." But inside there was only a blazing fire. He held his aching head, tricked again. After they used food to mask the bloody smell, it would be harder for them to sniff them out. Even though he wanted to settle things quietly, he now had to report to the other managers. The next morning, the whole team arrived back in Busan. On the way, Mireille saw large zombies exploiting human labor. Tourism was once beautiful, now it is a place where humans become slaves to survive. That was their only choice. The zombie gatekeeper saw Li Qiang's car was not a cargo truck and spoke up, but the license plate was marked as belonging to a slave, so they thought they were moving goods. Group stopped next to a sewer. A shabby, stinking place, but the only entrance to their secret base. Crossing the sewer, they reached a railway track, the headquarters of the Lysol squad. Just then, Commander Nuri rushed out to criticize Li Qiang. He did not know what she had done to cause the city to suddenly tighten security. "Ah, well, I will tell you later," Li Qiang said, scratching his head. Now she had other things to do with Morale. The two of them stood under the wires, while the rest stood above watching. The commander had no idea what she was planning, but he was already used to it. Li Qiang confirmed that their future would involve confronting the management council. Their numbers and strength were completely unknown to them, but she was certain that the guardian he dealt with was the weakest among them. So Li Qiang needed to know Morale's capabilities clearly. He seriously ordered him to attack her without holding back. Morale tilted his head. If it is an order, he will obey. Kyo did not understand what she wanted to test. In the previous battle, Li Qiang had not used her special ability. Could it be that this time she wanted to see if she could defeat Morale? Li Qiang knew that he was very strong. He would be the trump card, but she needed assurance to make sure he could defeat the management council. Kiho seemed to have guessed correctly, but he was not sure if team leader Li could beat Morale. He possessed the ultra-rare Super V ability, a completely different level. That meant he was stronger than or on par with the management council members. Morale was the only one in the team with Super V. But Li Qiang had also always been the strongest of Li Xiu. She not only had ability, but also combat technique and vast experience, especially her absolute vision ability. It allowed Li Qiang to predict the opponent's movement. Thanks to that, she could dodge all of Morale's careless attacks. This ability helped her analyze and come up with suitable solutions. To her, this ability was worthy of being called supreme. After dodging the attack, Li Qiang countered Morale with two extremely powerful punches, sending him flying uncontrollably. But Morale landed gracefully, and now the real battle began. She tensed her arm and launched shards of her arm bones. Li Qiang realized his attacks were quite diverse. 9 bone fragments flew toward him at an average speed of 70 kilometers per hour. For her, they were still too easy to dodge. Li Qiang used his hands to precisely block each bone fragment. Kiho screamed in astonishment. Only the commander was annoyed that these two freaks were about to destroy her headquarters. The bone fragments suddenly turned to dust, startling Li Qiang. Seizing the opportunity, Morale lunged forward and kicked her directly in the face. Li Qiang used all his strength to dodge the blow. The moment Morale landed, he immediately lunged forward again without resting. He unleashed dozens of punches in an instant. Li Qiang dodged while silently praising his supersonic speed. She used her superpower to block bullets, but Morale's strikes were even more brutal than armor-piercing rounds. A single grazing blow made Li Qiang's skin crawl. The shockwave from Morale's punch blew off her hat. The unexpected power excited her. "Stop, I surrender," Li Qiang spoke up. "That's enough for a test." For the first time, she admitted defeat, leaving all 4 people stunned with their mouths agape. Throughout the fight, Li Qiang could only dodge and never counterattack. The battle lasted only a few minutes but was incredibly spectacular. Morale's strength was seen as their new hope. Perhaps with him, Lysol could overthrow the governing council. Morale was the faith and hope for Lysol to rebuild civilization. As for Morale, it was the first time he saw himself miss every attack. It seemed Li Qiang was strong enough to counter him. After testing Morale, Li Qiang spoke privately with Nuri. Nuri understood the issue even before asking. Tightening the city's security was definitely because of Morale. Li Qiang always felt like bringing people straight into Lysol. This time, she dragged along a brat who nearly destroyed a city. Li Qiang twitched the corner of her mouth. She was truly smart. Setting that aside, now they had to deal with the aftermath caused by Morale. Li Qiang thought they should go to Oryukdo, a city that enslaved humans. A major battle was about to happen there, so they needed more weapons. The scientist Jian was out on fieldwork. Li Qiang would go pick her up immediately. Nuri did not understand her intentions. Li Qiang explained the importance of Jian, who crafted high-quality weapons. Among them was the knife she always carried. This knife had an effect on Morale, allowing her to bring him here and promise him death. Hearing that, Nuri found it hard to understand why people wanted to live while Morale kept seeking death. Suddenly, an idea occurred to her. This kid is immortal, isn't he? Li Qiang nodded. Nuri was envious that he would never pass away. The problem was that this knife only slowed down his recovery process. To control Morale, they needed Jian to return as soon as possible to craft stronger weapons. Nuri understood. No matter what, they had to go to Oryukdo. She used her brain to devise a detailed plan for the whole team. First, they had to escort Jian back safely. Then, recruit new members. Because the Lysol squad currently only had this few people. With a future endeavor like this, having so few people was unacceptable. Although they had sent a few people to scout, it was still severely lacking. The goal this time was to escort Jian back and recruit more forces for Lysol. Kiho raised his hand to comment. Going to Oryukdo requires a large ship, but the port is guarded by humans. Nuri's retort made him break out in a sweat. He just wanted to ask how to deal with it. Nuri did not think the problem lay in numbers, but in the method of handling things. It was not always necessary to wipe out all enemies to achieve one's goal. The group set off for the port, communicating from a distance via radio. Yi Kyung told Morel to hide carefully because there were many zombies around. If he made a move, it would alert all of them. After that, the group split up to look for a boat. Meanwhile, in District L of Busan, the meeting of the 7 members of the Resin Management Council took place. Zuru seriously reported on the Morel faction destroying Jin City. They also killed Guardian number 7, and although they followed the trail, they still could not determine his location. Guardian Nature, rank 4, did not believe humans could do such a thing. Rhea insisted his nose was sharper than a dog's, so he could not be mistaken. Guardian Arrow, rank 3, believed that whoever killed the Guardian definitely had superpowers. Spectre, rank 2, sneered. Why was there any need to panic? They were all just humans after all. Turret, the rank 1 Guardian leader, asked for more details about the incident. He ordered the city to Bihu and security to be tightened in controlled areas. Since there was no concrete evidence, they could not act rashly. Turret warned Rizuru, if he found them, do not lose track of them again. This was the last time he would forgive his incompetence. Rizuru outwardly obeyed the order but was inwardly annoyed, feeling that his superiors always bullied their subordinates. Rhea asked him where he would start. Rizuru decided to check his own area first. That was Oryukdo. Meanwhile, Morel was moving without making a sound. 2 zombies were happily chatting, and immediately their heads flew off. Morel's mission was to stay hidden, so he only took down those who saw him. The mission was too easy. On this side, Garam and Dongho were communicating using lip movements. On Dongho's side there was nothing. On Garam's side there was nothing either. But between the two of them, there were 2 figures holding hands and strolling. Right at that moment, Morel's whirlwind swept through, sending that couple to hell. Dongho and Garam looked at each other and grinned foolishly. Thanks to Morel, they moved faster. As for Kiho, he got lost calling his teammates but no one answered. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, drawing his attention. A woman was cornered by 2 zombies and was about to be eaten. Even killing a slave would not bother anyone. The problem was that they were losing weight because their rations were cut. They were only allowed 1 fresh human per month, but that treatment was reserved for guardians. Today was a good day. They would deliver her from this world. No zombie would sit still when food ran right in front of them. A boy about 5 years old rushed out to protect his mother, shouting for them not to touch his mom. The mother and son scene was touching, but in the eyes of the zombies, it was just a comedy. One of them picked up the boy and sneered, saying they did not eat children because they had to be raised for breeding. So if he wanted to be their meal, he would have to wait until he was a bit bigger. The boy was thrown aside, landing in Kyo's line of sight. He immediately rushed forward and shouted, asking what was going on here. The zombies were annoyed. Another gynecologist-faced bastard. Today's meal was going to be hard to swallow. The boy begged Kiho to save his mother, but Kiho did not know what to do because he was not good at fighting. Zep human a head taller than him, sneered that scum like him could not kill them. Kiho closed his eyes and punched it in the gut. In for a penny, in for a pound. It used one hand to tightly clamp Kiho's mouth. Just as it was about to tear him apart, its head flew off its body. The other one was about to have the mother for dinner when it did not understand what had just happened. It was all thanks to Morel's tiny brain. The other one had just asked what the hell he was when its head exploded like fireworks. The boy ran back to hug his mother, sobbing uncontrollably. Kiho struggled to stand up and thanked Morel. He had almost gone to meet his ancestors. The sight of the mother and son embracing softened Morel's heart. His face was sad and lifeless. Kiho sensed something, about to ask, when the mother and son came over to thank him profusely. As for Morel, he silently walked away. Kiho stared at his lonely, retreating figure. He wondered why a child carried such deep, heartbreaking sorrow. At that moment, Lee Keung summoned the entire team. She spotted a boat that was still usable. A pile of clothes in Dongho's hands caught her attention. He immediately showed off the spoils. It was a port worker's uniform, his favorite orange color, so how could he pass it by? Oh my god, there's a dead person here? The Zep humans were discovered, hurriedly pulled anchor and fled. On the way, Garam read a book while steering the ship. Kiho approached Morel as she was gazing at the sea and struck up a conversation. His superpower was hypnotism. Specifically, he could manipulate the emotions of others. Seeing that he was sad, Kiho used his power to check if he was feeling better. That power could not reach him. Morel asked in confusion what he saw. This was beyond Kiho's expectations. He could not believe Morel's depression was stronger than his own superpower. This made Kiho feel sorry for him. What kind of incident had Morel gone through to be so sad? Well, if life is too hard, you can confide in me. I am a doctor too, Kiho said kindly. Yes, thank you, Morel nodded in reply. Unexpected thanks made Kiho happy. He wanted to improve her mood. But one sentence from Morel made Kiho imagine things further. Dongho saw him dancing after the conversation and was curious why he was not afraid of that guy. Morel seemed to show no emotion. There was something wrong. And why did Morel only want to die? According to Kiho, Morel was currently extremely sad and hopeless, and he wanted to die because there was no reason left to live. Just then, Garam noticed something in the distance. There was a gigantic ship heading towards them. On the large ship, information about the corpses around Busan was being relayed. The captain ordered the deployment of a reconnaissance team and to immediately interrogate their boat. When asked, the captain replied that he had spotted a suspicious boat ahead. A suspicious boat, huh? Rizuru muttered. Ignoring the captain's search, Hen went to watch the remaining top video. The boat ahead stopped. If you do not cooperate, we we will attack. Garam asked Li Qiang what to do. Li Qiang herself did not know whether to fight or flee. Origdo Island was right in front. If only they could just sail past. Boss, a zombie terror ship. Should we tell Morel to deal with them? Dong Ho ran in and said. Li Qiang looked at the clothes in his hands and a plan immediately came to her mind. She told Dong Ho to quickly put on his favorite orange suit. A moment later, Dong Ho and Garam dressed as workers, posing as transporters to Oricdo Island. When the captain interrogated them, both answered in unison, oddly syncing their words perfectly. Captain flipped through the logbook. There was no scheduled trip today. Garam was stumped when Dong Ho spoke up. We are new employees, added on. The captain listened and nodded, appearing understanding as he had encountered many such cases. Dong Ho silently thanked his ancestors. Things seemed fine now. But that was just his thought, the captain sternly asked. Normally zombies handle these tasks. Why are humans doing it now? The question was so tough that Kyo had to whisper to Li Qiang, boss, this time we are really screwed. Li Qiang remained optimistic, confident because I've already planned it all. Dong Ho broke into a sweat, calming himself down. Dealing with this situation was nothing strange, he had acted it out hundreds of times. For those who did not know, Dong Ho's childhood dream was to become a Hollywood actor. An actor that everyone would recognize. Sir Kim Chu-soo ordered us, Dong Ho said smoothly like an AI. Garam saw his friend making up the name Kim Chu-soo and panicked. This bet was all or nothing, fail and you die. Dong Ho was also sweating, surely some zombie in the port was named Kim Chu-soo. It was such a common name. Ki-ho whispered to Li Qiang again with worry, boss, the name Kim Chu-soo is cool as hell, but what if it does not exist? The captain pressed his face close to Dong Ho, his ashen face making him so scared he nearly shit his pants. Kim Chu-soo is still working here, huh? The captain said, startling Dong Ho. It turned out that the name Kim Chu-soo made up was that of a rotten hypocrite who could not even complete a single report. He was cursed to the point of losing all his hair. No matter how badly the captain badmouthed him, Dong Ho silently felt grateful to that unknown scapegoat. Morel stood beside him quietly observing, thinking that killing everyone and leaving would be the simplest solution. Humans really like to complicate everything. After a long while, at that moment Rizuru came down from the ship to inspect. Captain Lane explained the situation to him. Li Qiang looked at him with curiosity, feeling that Rizuru was different from ordinary zombies. Greetings from the old days. This is the leader Rizuru. The captain commanded them. He narrowed his eyes to observe everyone, and then stopped in front of Morel. Have we ever met before? The question startled Li Qiang, but Rizuru had already left beforehand. All remaining matters were left to the captain, because he did not like to think too much. Watching his back as he walked away, revealing the mask on the back of his neck, Li Qiang told Morel to remember him well, because sooner or later they would have to face off in a life-or-death battle. At the human breeding farm on Oricdo Island, the group along with Rizuru entered inside. The captain ordered the staff to arrange rooms for the three of them. After that, he sent Dong Ho and Garam away, not forgetting to tell them to send regards to Kim Chu-soo, even though they had no idea what that person looked like. Li Qiang told them to search for more boats while she went to find Jian. After entering the farm, Li Qiang was separated from the other two. True to its name, this place was only for breeding humans to raise tears. Few exploiters drained human labor. A few were bred for more distant purposes. Some others were raised as entertainment for them. These people were selected, sorted, and sold off to various places. They all shared the common fate of becoming slaves, treated as food and killed in the morgue. To be chosen as a slave, one had to prove oneself more outstanding than others. Therefore, competition among humans arose here. It could be called a survival battlefield. Before being separated, Li Qiang had told Morel to keep an eye on Kiho. This time they needed to be wary of humans more than zombies. Morel and Kyo's room was room number 7. Li Qiang silently hoped everything would be fine. As for her mission now, it was to find Jun as quickly as possible. The two stepped into the room, and the atmosphere became tense. A bald man with tattoos looked at them with wide white eyes. Who are you? This is room 7, get lost. We came to save everyone, I will explain later. Kiho spoke in a friendly tone but noticed that the man was pulling a girl's hair despite her cries for help. What the hell are you doing? Kiho shouted indignantly. At that moment, he saw that everyone in the room did not resist the man at all. The bald man tossed the girl aside. He shifted his target to them, cracking his knuckles. Newcomers probably do not know the rules, let me teach you. As he spoke, he threw a punch straight at Kiho's face, sending him flying to hit the door. He grabbed Kiho's head and ordered, from now on, you are my dog. You must ask for permission for everything. No making your own decisions, understood? What are you talking about? We came to save people, Kiho insisted. Seeing that, the bold man prepared to slap him again. A small foot blocked his hand, making him even angrier. What the hell is this? Morel coldly asked Kiho, can I kill this bald bastard? Kiho quickly stopped Morel before another fresh grave appeared. Zombies can do anything, but killing people means prison. The bald man pursed his lips and glared, rushing forward. Do not think I will not hit a kid. Punched the boy in the face with a thud, suddenly feeling confused. Why is this kid's face as hard as stone? My hand hurts from punching. Is this kid made of concrete or something? Morel raised a hand, and for some reason the bald man saw a horizontal line. Kiho told him to just use a force as light as a finger flick, gently. Mirel gently placed her finger on the middle of his forehead. A single hit sent him flying backwards straight into the wall. Not only him, but the whole room had their mouths agape in shock. Kiho was only worried that the noise just now would attract the zombies. Sure enough, a tall guard rushed in and shouted, "Do you bastards not want anyone to sleep?" Kiho screamed internally. Damn it, they hadn't found Jian or come up with a rescue plan yet. "It's you again," the guard said, stepping before the bald man. Still dazed and confused, he was grabbed by the neck by the staff and punched repeatedly. "You dog, how many times have I told you to keep it light?" So he was dragged away like a slab of pork. Seeing everyone so indifferent, Kiho knew this wasn't the first time. "Lucky they're not on today's menu. Don't be sad, Mirel, it's that guy's fault." Kiho turned to comfort him even though he didn't care whose fault it was. Only then did Kiho notice the looks in the eyes of the people in the room. He was about to explain when the old man knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Please help me get out of here." The old man cried as he spoke, "It's been a while since I got a job. If this keeps up, I'll be sent to the morgue." A woman ran over to help him up. "The kids are watching, uncle. Aren't you embarrassed?" Watching the two argue, Kiho finally understood the situation. It turned out they were selecting a new boss, and they had been living like this all this time. Better to be a selfish master than to turn into a pile of rotten meat. "Don't worry, you won't die here." Kiho affirmed that their goal was to rescue everyone. "Listen up, newbie, this is your initiation," a tattooed man said, acting like a boss. Li Qiang flatly nodded and then handed all the work over to him. "I only like to sit and rest." The tattooed man, though he didn't understand, ignored it and danced a victory dance. Li Qiang thought about the plan to find Jian and escape, but she didn't know where she was. The loudspeaker blared, "Time to work, you food supplies. Report to your supervisor when you reach your work area." Leaving the room made Li Qiang breathe easier, but she found that voice familiar. At the construction site, Kiho was moving lumber manually with everyone else. He wondered what task Mirel was given, hoping he wouldn't throw a tantrum and slaughter the whole area. Meanwhile, Mirel was assigned to a sewing machine. Someone guided him on the basics. When Mirel sat down, the sewing needle shredded his hand. Blood splattered everywhere, panicking the man who chased him outside. At that moment, the little girl from his room crept closer. She had stolen a pink box of band-aids and plastered them all over his wounds. Mirel coldly looked at his hand. "I don't need this." The girl quickly said that if he didn't take care of it, it would get infected, then shyly asked his name. After hearing the name Mirel, the girl awkwardly thanked him for keeping the room peaceful. The bald guy Azushi took all our work, so everyone was scared of being sent to the morgue. The girl hesitated as she spoke. Her roommate saw them talking and came closer. "Where did Haejong go?" Haejong introduced the girl named Jizun, the only one who took care of her and dared to stand up to the baldy. Jizun wondered why Haejong was so excited as she chattered away to Mirel. Finally, the girl handed him a notebook with a line written in it, "You're so handsome." Mirel remained cold because he didn't understand anything. As for Haejong, she turned and ran away. Jizun sat down to talk, and the atmosphere in their room was more harmonious than in others. Even though that guy Izushi used to be in charge before, it was still better. Now, thanks to Mirel dealing with the baldy, everything was better. Jizun sincerely thanked him for his effort. Looking closely, Mirel saw that Jizun's face looked very much like his mother's. Sadness welled up again, making him not want to see that face anymore. He stood up and left under her admiring gaze. Afterwards, he sat at the sewing machine again and dyed it red with his blood once more. In the evening, Li Qiang sat in a daze in one spot. He had torn the entire camp apart but couldn't find Jian. Maybe I missed a spot? Suddenly she thought of the worst-case scenario, that Jian had already left on his own. It was all over, teacher. Stop working, you pigs. When work hours were over, the town speaker announced again. Li Qiu listened a second time and still found Jian's voice familiar. Li Qiang asked the tattooed man where the sound was coming from. He said it was from the surveillance office, and that they were cleaning there. To do Li Qiang's work, he needed an ID card, so he was demanding one. Li Qiang asked in surprise if such a thing as an ID card existed. "Here is mine," she said, then punched him with a devastating blow that sent him sprawling to the floor. Li Qiang took the ID card and went to find the surveillance room. The guard sitting outside was dozing off, unconcerned with who came or went. She walked straight in, saw Ji-hoon sitting dejectedly on a chair, and called his name. Jun looked up, saw Li Qiang coming to rescue him, and burst into tears streaming down his face. "Captain, is this not a dream?" One day, Jin went scouting, got caught, and was locked up in here. He had to work like a dog to survive while he was promoted to be a supervisor. Li Qiang smirked and said that today, they would all leave this place together. Jun cried even louder because he did not know how to escape. Back in cell number 7, Dixon thought of an idea to shorten everyone's distance. He then gave each person a piece of paper to write down their wish. Haejong clapped excitedly, while Kiho found it strange that they were getting along so well. But that was also an opportunity for him to understand Mirel better. "I want to join too," Mirel said as she sat down. All 5 of them sat hunched over, writing. Mirel asked Kiho what she should write, and he suggested she just write what she wished for. "Another order?" you asked innocently, then scribbled away, making Kiho curious. A moment later, everyone began sharing, starting with the oldest man. He wished to see his grandchildren again. Since the times had changed, he had not seen them even once. More importantly, he hoped his family was still safe. The old man holding a walking stick nodded in understanding. Next was her wish. Jizian's wish was to cook. Whether as a human or a zombie, she had never found anyone she could trust. So she wished to cook a delicious meal for someone worthy. My god, you guys are truly angels. I will help at all costs. Kiho thought and cried, making Morel look at him with a judging gaze. Then it was Heijang's turn. She wanted to be close to someone and then blushed while looking at Morel. The situation was clearly written on her face, making Kiho feel embarrassed for her. Next was Kiho, but he had not thought of anything yet, so he let Morel speak first. He glanced and saw the notebook where he had scribbled all over the place. Must be a big wish. I want to die, Morel said. You want to die because of your mother. Many years ago, when Morel was small and his mother was still alive, you were a child who always had a happy smile on your face. After school, his mother would pick him up and listen to him tell trivial stories. She would often tease him, making him pout in anger, which looked very cute. That day, there were abnormal signs regarding his mother's health. That day, many people coughed abnormally, making Morel worried. His intuition told him he would never see his mother again. When his mother was about to leave for work, Morel immediately followed her. He kept his eyes glued to his mother, which made her find him even cuter. Afraid he would get bored, his mother tried to finish early. That day, Morel felt tired from the strange customers and the noise that lulled him to sleep. Though tired, being by his mother's side made him feel happy and peaceful. He wished that moment would last forever, until his mother coughed heavily and collapsed. Morel was worried and quickly ran over to support his mother. His mother felt something was wrong and decided to close the shop early. No need to call an ambulance. That evening when he got home, his mother was still cooking and humming a familiar tune. Seeing his mother normal, Morel breathed a sigh of relief. Today he got to enjoy the delicious food his mother cooked again. Even without his father, he still felt he was the happiest child. Just then, his mother said she had a gift for Morel, which was a brand new uniform. Seeing his clothes were old, she wanted to surprise him. Morel eagerly tried it on, but the outfit seemed a bit loose on him. He even wore the new outfit to bed. Because it was a gift from his mother, he treasured it immensely. At 1 in the morning that day, the news broadcast an urgent report about a rapidly spreading virus. The TV sound woke Morel, and he sat up to look for his mother. His mother was standing in the kitchen, coughing violently, with blood all over the mattress. Morel rushed over quickly, and his mother slowly turned her face around. Her dried, distorted face shocked Morel into stillness. His mother lunged at him, grabbed him, and bit his shoulder. He screamed in pain, asking her what she was doing. 5 minutes later, Morel woke with a start, drenched in sweat. Seeing his body unharmed, he thought it was just a dream. Thank goodness, that was terrifying. Oh, it's just rain. No way his mother turned into a monster. She must be outside. Just as he thought that, the door swung wide open and his mother rushed in, making Morel's face drain of all color. He raised his hands to defend himself, tears streaming from sheer terror. This was not a dream. Mom, wait a moment. Suddenly, Morel pushed his mother off him. Even Morel himself did not understand why he had become so strong. Seeing his mother unconscious, Morel ran outside to call for help. If this was not a dream, how was he supposed to survive? At this moment, the scene before him made him even more horrified. The town was now nothing but desolate ruins. From the alley, a horde of zombies stumbled out. Morel quickly crawled under a car to hide. The two lucky young men who weren't infected were searching Google to see what they were. It seemed a bite would turn you into a zombie, but he was bitten and still safe. Starving, at that moment 2 zombies rushed at them like hungry tigers. Morel covered his mouth to keep from making a sound, but one of them had spotted him. Morel turned and ran, but the zombie behind him leaped and caught him in one step. Bit into his bicep, causing Morel intense pain. Let go of me, Morel screamed and ran with all his might. His arm was torn clean off from his body. He ran home, his arm slowly regrowing, but he was still in pain. Seeing his mother had become a zombie sitting in the corner, he cried out, "Mom, it hurts so much." Hearing his voice, his mother sluggishly stood up and lunged at him. Morel was terrified and pushed his hand out. "Don't come here, Mom." His mother groaned as she approached, and Morel screamed in fear. "Get away," as shards of bone shot out and pierced through her body. Morel didn't realize it. He was still covering his face and trembling, telling her to stop. Morel, his mother's voice called out weakly. Using her last breath, she hugged him and apologized. Morel burst into tears again, calling out for his mother, but she had collapsed, her body twisted and full of holes. Morel stumbled back in shock. Impossible. He remembered his mother's voice fading then, and he had killed his own mother with his own hands. Just then, the young Rizuru kicked the door open and stepped in after hearing the screams. Seeing him, that man dragged him outside to the 2 young men with him. "Guess what's for dinner tonight?" The dark-skinned man wanted to see his face before eating, but Morel's face was pale. He was still in shock from the horror. "Hey, he must be scared of us." "Haha," the 3 of them laughed together. Morel muttered, telling them to kill him for his unforgivable sin. "Okay, whatever you want, kid, just seconds ago they were mindless zombies." Suddenly, the memories came flooding back and a maddening power filled his body. How could a few ordinary zombies say a single decent sentence? But when excited, he would send Morel to the next life. He directly ripped out his still beating warm heart. "Patient, my friend, you look like a murderer from an Italian movie." They were thrilled by that savage feeling. Suddenly, Morel spoke, his face full of rage. "I told you to kill me. What are you standing there for? What the hell is this?" The black-clad black-clad man had no idea what was happening. Seeing that he was not dead, he continued tormenting Morel. He kicked him like he was kicking a balloon far away. About to leave, Morel slowly stood up, terrifying them all. Morel's small frame radiated terrifying power as he slowly walked towards them. With tear-filled eyes, he said, "I told you to kill me." In an instant, Morel lunged at the black-clad man, grabbing his head and yanking it off, striking like this. "Kill me, do it like this." As he spoke, Morel's tears streamed down heavily. In just a moment, he ruthlessly slaughtered the black-clad man. The other two hurriedly fled before becoming the next victims. Left alone, Morel felt pain even though he himself had struck. If that were the case, his mother must have felt 1,000 times more pain. From then on, Morel began to wander, carrying a heavy guilt. He wandered only to seek death. After hearing his story, the whole room fell into silence, not out of fear or pity, but because they did not know what to say to comfort him. "How pathetic you are," Jijin suddenly spoke up. "Why do you want to die? Do you truly not understand what your mother wanted?" It was the first time someone had said that to him, so Morel was bewildered. He had killed his mother with his own hands, so wanting to die was only natural. What was wrong with that? "You are wrong. If I were your mother, I would not want to see you like this." Morel stood up in annoyance, his voice harsh to Jizyan. "Do not act like you know everything." Jizyan remained resolute. Did Morel understand why his mother had apologized back then? Why did she have to do that? Was it just because the uniform did not fit or the food was not tasty? "Shut up," Morel frowned, and suddenly the whole room shook like an earthquake, terrifying everyone. At this moment, Kiho only thought to stop Morel before things got worse. Though Jizyan saw the seriousness, she remained determined. "I still thought you were a heartless person, but I was wrong. Because of the things you just said about your mother. You are just an ordinary person who can be angry. You are someone who loved his mother immensely. Why must you stubbornly want to die? Do you think your mother would be happy if you died? Then she would say, 'My son died so well, right?'" Morel warned her not to lecture him. Jizyan continued, "If your mother knew you had come to this, then she would be the one apologizing to you. Because from now on, you have to live without a father or mother." Morel, let go of the image of your mother that you have kept in your heart. That is the only apology you can give to your mother. Words no one had ever said, combined with a face resembling his mother, left Morel silent. At that moment, their figures seemed to merge, as if his mother was standing there talking to him. Suddenly, the earthquake stopped and Morel quietly returned to his seat. The old man still did not understand what was happening. So after all, was the earthquake caused by him? Back to Ji-yun and the hopeless escape plan. To leave this place, they had to take down the leader, Rizuru. They did not know the rules here, but outside the farm, there were fences. Could enter freely but could not leave. That Rizuru must have pulled a dirty trick. In short, they had no choice but to fight Rizuru, not knowing who would win or how much damage there would be. The unfamiliar terrain made it hard to plan. "I know," Li Kang nodded, surprising Ji-yun. Before coming here, Nuri had already warned that they could not escape, because the farm was very likely under the leader's control. So entering and leaving freely would not be easy. Moreover, June might not even know the layout of the floors. They could not even think of a way to escape, and might as well share the hardships together. Ji-yun admired Nuri as she listened to Li Kang relay his words. Just then Jun's alarm went off. The Baleli sticko he had created could temporarily erase memories and trigger an alarm. It was time for the shift change, so Trung had set the alarm. Suddenly the door opened and someone walked in. When in Busan, Li Kang asked Nuri about the escape plan, and she said not to worry. This vast, chaotic world must have other desperate people out there. The person who entered was an ordinary man named Jong Ho. He placed a stack of A4 draft papers on the table, then sighed. What to do? Was escaping really that hard? Li Kang walked over to look at his farm draft. She suggested that Jong Ho leave this place with them. Before Jong Ho could react, Li Kyung picked up the blueprint to look at it, and he immediately raised his voice. "If you have decided, then get lost, do not joke around." "I'm not joking," Li Kyung replied seriously. Jong Ho was speechless, not understanding what was wrong with this woman. "Give it back. What if you get caught by a zombie?" He snatched the draft back. Li Kyung immediately grabbed that guard and demonstrated on him, throwing him to the ground. The two supervisors panicked and shouted, "What are you doing?" The guard got up holding his back and cursed. "What did that dog do?" "Late dinner is coming," Li Kyung said, and then punched him, sending several of his teeth flying. The 2-meter-tall zombie lay sprawled on the floor. Jong Ho's mouth fell open, thinking to himself how she handled that zombie as easily as eating a meal. After that, Li Kang used Belle Li to erase his memories. She could handle 100 of these weaklings, and Morel was also in the group. "Do you believe me now?" Li Kang asked Jong Ho. Thinking he would not believe it, who would have guessed that Jong Ho nodded. Even though she was a stranger, the escape plan was already complete. Having an extra ally was not a bad thing. Li Kang got straight to the point. They would free everyone. Hozong did not agree. They did not even know how many people were here. But this time they absolutely had to take everyone away. If not, everything would become meaningless. Jong Ho was confused, but seeing Li Kang handle the zombie, he believed it 70%. His plan was to go out the front gate. Because they thought they were the inferior ones, the security was loose. Escaping was not hard, the problem was the people here were afraid of zombies. They might not have even thought about this. It was obvious they would lose a fight against zombies. The main reason was that man Rizuru. If he was the problem, Li Qiang would just kidnap him, consider him as a free pass to get out of here. At this point, Zhang Ho genuinely thought Li Qiang was crazy. Where would his future lead? The next morning, everyone was summoned to go to school again. Last night, there was an official announcement about the one who killed the Guardian. So both humans and zombies had to gather. Even Rizuru would be there, even though he hated working. A meeting with both humans and zombies. If they wanted to erase the fear in humans, there was no better place. Everyone was waiting for this moment. Now was the real time to raise hell. Li Qiang suddenly stopped. Everyone was confused, and a man signaled to her. Just then, Li Qiang took a deep breath. Aram, can you hear me? The train is at the front gate. The place we just arrived at. We will escape right there. Aram and Dong Ho were eating noodles and were shocked when they heard her voice. They hurriedly moved the train to prepare before Li Qiang's vocal cords snapped. What is she doing? Everyone murmured. My eardrums almost blew out. The zombie guard blocked her path, but stupid people die. He got his head smashed into the wall by Li Qiang and died on the spot. Rizuru saw this scene and had no idea what was happening. Ikyong spoke up, saying that escaping through the main gate was the easiest way out of here. From the very moment everything happened, that was the consequence of arrogance. From today onward, your era will come to an end. Rizuru found it irritating to eyes and ears, so he leaped down from above. He was certain that Li Qiang was the one who killed the seventh guardian. Li Qiang thought his imagination was quite vivid. Today she came here to reclaim for humanity, though not entirely convinced yet. Seeing her take down a zombie with one hand gave them a bit of hope. Shut up, you're just like a few barking dogs. Rizuru not only spoke crazily but also acted on it. He emitted a strong magnetic field, terrifying everyone, and walked up to Li Qiang, saying that just because she killed the weakest guardian, she thought she was a hero. There was a reason for the hierarchy among the guardians in the council. I'm curious too, but you picked the wrong person to punish. I am not the one who killed that guardian, Li Qiang replied curtly. Behind her, Morel charged forward like a gust of wind. He punched Rizuru square in the face, shoving him elsewhere for a one-on-one fight. Li Qiang stayed behind and signaled everyone to escape quickly. As everyone was still haunted by the fear of Rizuru, Kiho shouted, "Brothers, run fast, or I'll run alone." With that, everyone followed him and fled the prison camp. Guardian zombies ordered all doors closed to block them. Doors were shut, but Li Qiang would stay behind. Zhang Ho followed her orders but was worried about her facing them alone. Li Qiang told him to go ahead, that she could handle it. Zhang Ho and another supervisor also hurriedly escaped. He doubted this boldness, still unable to fully believe it. But Li Qiang's firm voice and confident attitude strangely persuaded him. Would a new era truly begin? Either way, they had to flee, treating it as the plan being executed early. Are you hallucinating? A mere human dares to fight over a dozen of us. Li Qiang activated her ability. He had numbers on his side, but behind her were many more lives. She was determined not to let anyone get past her. Meanwhile, Rizuru was having a light conversation with Morel. He recognized that the other was the new soldier on the suspect ship. Being assigned to fight him must mean you are the commander. No, Morel replied briefly. Rizuru didn't understand a thing. Suddenly, a few people jumped out talking about a new era, speaking well but not necessarily acting on it. I don't care, so I'm not sure either. Morel replied again, looking arrogant. Rizuru got angry. Why are you so slow? If you're not sure, then get lost. Can't do that. The answer drove him mad. He hated being talked back to the most, let out a roar, and charged forward spectacularly. Unexpectedly, Morel sent him flying with a single strike. Then Morel lunged forward, using a green vein to slash horizontally. Rizuru hurriedly dodged by leaning back, but one of his eyes was cut in half. He sat down, clutching his left eye in pain. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Clearly, he was the villain, so why did he feel oppressed? Like this, he would definitely lose. He had experienced this feeling before. Back then, he felt something about Morel looked very familiar. Then he recalled the past, back when he was a brash youth. He once carried Morel by the scruff like an object. After that, the boy went mad and slaughtered someone right in front of him. So his intuition was not wrong. The two had met before. Moreover, he had to flee because he was terrified of Morel. Ahaha, suddenly Rizuru laughed like he was going mad with excitement. At last you have come, my master. Morel had no idea what was happening to him. To tell the story of Rizuru's life in short, it was too tiresome to mention. Only the current life mattered. On the day the apocalypse erupted, the first time he faced fear, he knew he had to become stronger to survive. To keep himself alive, he dared to do anything. He was so strong that he got promoted to Guardian without even realizing when. He felt he had become too strong, no longer knowing fear or terror. Life became dull, and he squandered his money on expensive luxuries. He thought life would just pass by like that, until the day Mireille suddenly appeared before him. He was the reason he wanted to become stronger, and also the only one who made him afraid. Please teach me again. Make my life as interesting as it used to be. Rizuru jumped to hug Mireille, but his small intestine whipped straight into his face. Was flung far away, then enthusiastically charged back in as if he had never been hit. Wonderful. A huge lump of brain rushed over and slammed into his stomach. Mireille jumped up, continuously whipping his intestine whip at Rizuru, leaving him no time to react. Rizuru realized he was on a completely different level. This way he would really die, but he liked this feeling the most. He shot up into the air, escaping the encirclement. Just as some humans possess superpowers, so do some ghouls. Those zombies are called Freudian. Rizuru activated his power, spreading his wings. He shot feathers towards Mirail, piercing through his body like cheese. Oh, is that so? Mirail said, then shot bones towards him. Rizuru laughed, leaping and dodging the attack. Master, this is nothing. I can fly, you look like a clown, Master. Mirail thought for a moment, then planted his hands on the ground. Concentrating blood pressure in his legs, John shot into the sky. He kicked straight into Rizuru, smiling face, then grabbed him by the head. Master can fly. Mirail did not reply, throwing him down to the ground. Then he dove down, using his green tendons to thrash him repeatedly. Rizuru spread his wings and flew up again. You truly surpass my imagination. While praising Mirail, he was already behind him from who knows when. He used his tendon whip to send him flying to the ground. An outsider would think Mirail could fly, but according to Li Kang's analysis, the blood pressure in his legs was so high it splattered, creating the sensation of flying in the sky. Jun was surprised to see Li Qiang, as she had come out faster than they expected. Actually, Li Qiang might lose in numbers, but her skills were second to none. While Mirail was fighting Rizuru, she ordered Jun to evacuate everyone onto the boat. They forgot there were still 2 guards outside the gate. They charged in with machetes, blocking the path. Suddenly, Garam appeared behind them, using taekwondo to kick each one in the head. Captain, is everyone okay? Why are there so many people? Zhang Ho found this world weird. How could someone deal with zombies as easily as eating cake? Everyone boarded the boat as ordered. Dai Sin called the old man but did not see He-yang. Jizian immediately rushed off to find the girl. Meanwhile, Mirail was still fighting Rizuru, and he severed his arm. Mirail's face did not change, and a pile of bones shot out from the severed arm. The pile of bones shot straight into his face, then threw him to the ground like a sack. Just as Jizian ran over, Mirail did not understand why she was there. Seeing the danger, he told her to leave quickly. What is this, Master? Rizuru grimaced, shooting a feather towards Jizian. What is that weak demeanor about? Jizian was about to die right before Mirail's eyes. Coincidentally, her face resembled his mother's. It felt like his mother was about to die again before Mirail's eyes. Mirail blocked in front of Jizian, using his hand to parry Rizuru's feather, leaving him astonished. He questioned him as if jealous. Master, who is that woman? Mirail carried him somewhere else to talk privately. Right then, Heijong came leading the bold Aizushi. The girl had run to find him because he had not been evacuated. Jizian froze. They said to let Aizushi into the special case, but looking at the clothes on him, he did not know what he had been through all this time. Back to Rizuru, he realized Mirail was attacking even more fiercely than before. Had he done something to anger him? Mirail kept attacking from front to back, leaving him no chance to dodge. His life turned from a guardian into a punching bag for Mirail. Finally, Mirail severed his limbs. She tore his throat until his eyes rolled white as he looked at Genji. Rizuru's entire body fell freely downward. It was ridiculous, but today he would die at the hands of the one he loved. Rizuru laughed like a madman, saying it was an honor to fight you to the end. He said he never thought this day would come. Dying was not in vain. Please adorn the final moment of my dull life. Mirail replied that she would not kill him, disappointing him. Then Li Qiang called Mirail to leave quickly because everything was prepared. Mirail delivered the final blow, a bone slashing the water's surface in two. She said she always beat people half dead to unconsciousness. Rizuru spat blood, thinking if it went this far they would die. Garam reported that the barrier had disappeared, probably because Rizuru was unconscious. Iho controlled the crowd, while Garam and she went to deal with the remaining zombies. The sun set and everything was cleaned up. Everyone never thought they would one day be freed. At that moment, Mirail dragged Rizuru past and handed him over to Li Qiang. He saw Jizian but had no intention of speaking. She spoke up to thank him for saving her life. Mirail remembered the words she advised him to let go of the shadow of his mother. If that were the case, how was he supposed to live? Jizian said, find it, of course. After the zombies took over, no one could live properly. They exist to find their loved ones, whether alive or dead. They stubbornly survive to pray for a better tomorrow. They do not live for hope that already exists, but to find hope. Mirail could be like that too. Li Qiang only now learned Mirail's story. He then wanted to tell him a truth. All this time he was merely a tool for them to achieve their goals. But if Mirail wanted, they would consider him a member of Lysol. First, they needed to know if he still wanted to die. Mirail nodded and Li Qiang lowered her head to show she understood. That was enough for today. Now it was time to go home together. On the boat, Rizuru slowly opened his eyes. He thought he was done for, but then saw Li Qiang's face pop up. Hey, let's talk a bit. Li Qiang demanded he reveal all the information he knew. Rizuru realized he was kept alive only as a useful source of information. He glanced at Mirail, the woman of his dreams. Even if he gave information, he would gain nothing, with no guarantee of a deal. There seemed to be a misunderstanding. We have no intention of negotiating with you, Li Qiang said, then signaled Kyo to use the hypnotic spell. Kiho ordered him to laugh. Rizuru laughed uncontrollably, his face looking grotesque. Li Qiang held his life in her hands. After squeezing out all the information, she would send him to meet his ancestors. Rizuru laughed while saying let me go, making Jian unable to hold back her laughter. She quickly regained her composure. She had to be serious in front of the enemy. He continued, just let me go. His words after the spell made Li Qiang startled and ask again. It turned out Rizuru did not speak because he was protecting the zombies. He also wanted something from them. The zombie horde did not help him at all. Importantly, they did not have the woman of his dreams, so he did not care. Remembering the intense battle with Morel got him higher than any drug. Li Qiang was annoyed and told him to stop beating around the bush and say what he wanted. He laughed and said something unbelievable, let me join your side. He begged Li Qiang, saying he would do anything just to be by Morel's side. What the hell are you talking about? Anyone would say anything to save their life. Kiho wanted to splash acid on Rizuru's face to keep him away from Samir, but Li Qiang thought differently. She wanted to extract information, but his offer was meaningless. Rizuru sneered, looking dumb, but he had a brain. He knew that after evacuating the people, they had no plan. If he kept drifting on the sea with this boat, sooner or later he would be caught due to running out of energy. Even if the suicide squad could survive, the civilians stood no chance. Li Qiang was at a loss for words because he was too correct. Could it be that she had underestimated him? Rizuru revealed there was an island nearby to hide people, but only he knew about it. Iho was still harsh with Xiao San. Even if he spoke the truth, he would still oppose it. He would most certainly kill many more people. Li Qiang agreed to the exchange. In return, Rizuru could not eat human flesh and would be under 24-hour surveillance. Rizuru was satisfied since a high-level undead had no need for food or drink. Li Qiang ordered him to take them to the shelter island. She also apologized to the nine-tailed fox, but this was the only and best choice. From now on, he would have to bear living with Morel and Rizuru under one roof. Kiho silently agreed because her decisions had never been wrong, but he wondered what Li Qiang was looking for. After Li Qiang left, Jian asked Rizuru about the defensive barrier at the breeding camp. Rizuru said the answer lay on the island they were about to reach. It was a tiny island with a single coconut tree on it. This place could not hide a mouse, let alone 100 people. Everyone was skeptical, unsure if Rizuru was pulling some trick. Li Qiang spoke first, are you trying to fool us? Rizuru suddenly felt intimidated, as if standing before Morel. Could it be that she had been hiding her power all this time? First, he had to clear his name. What a person with a temper like ice cream. He told her to quickly press the stone on the island. As soon as Li Qiang pressed it, the island suddenly sank to the bottom of the ocean. A secret base appeared. Rizuru smirked. See? He had not lied. This place was more than enough to hold all her people. This was a place he had stumbled upon a long time ago, used to hide from work whenever he wanted. Li Qiang nodded. This place was more than enough to hold them. Rizuru asked why she had to hide her power. With that ability, she could easily fight the other guardians. Li Qiang had her own reasons, and she was not as strong as he thought. Rizuru was suspicious, feeling she was on par with Morel, but more importantly, where did these terrorists come from to be so strong? After pressing the button, they rose back to the water's surface. Then he brought everyone down below to their amazement and admiration. Li Qiang asked Zhang Ho to help everyone move their luggage down. Her proper attitude made him question his own existence, but he still complied. Li Qiang gathered the suicide squad and pulled Rizuru to a house. Nuri crawled out to comment, not knowing where this was, but it would not be bad as a new headquarters. It turned out Morel had transformed into an airplane to bring her here. Mentioning that, Nuri immediately tapped Li Qiang on the head a few times. Nuri nibbled on her head, scolding her for knowing someone was afraid of heights yet still sending them on a single pilot plane. Anyway, the plan was successful. Nuri temporarily spared her for capturing Rizuru and safely escorting Jian. Jian was moved to tears upon seeing the commander worried. Little did anyone know, Nuri was internally thanking his ancestors for finding such a huge base. Li Qiang thanked Morel, and mentioning the giant yacht, she had already thrown it away. Before the assembly, Li Qiang let everyone rest and tour the new home. Afterwards, Nuri would gather everyone with a new combat plan. They had just achieved an unexpected victory. From now on, this undersea base would be their new headquarters. Even if he wanted to enjoy more work could not be delayed. According to Rizuru, the shelter of Red Sand's leader was still unknown. That man had never shown himself before the Guardians. Nuri decided they could only destroy Red Sand's structure based on information from Rizuru. Rank 5 Rhea, Rank 4 Naturf, Rank 3 Arrow, Rank 2 Spectre, and Rank 1 Turret. The hunt for the leaders of the Suicide Squad officially began. The first targets were Rank 5 Rhea and Rank 4 Naturf in Changwon, the undead training farm with strict defenses and military weapons. The mission was not easy, but if they won, they would have a grand military base. The first major objective was to infiltrate the farm. More importantly, they had to expand their forces. They could not keep relying on Morel. As for Morel, she was ready to throw herself into death's embrace whenever she got the chance. Jian raised her hand to speak, asking how they would handle the aftermath if the Sentry's operation succeeded. If their infiltration was discovered, the horde of zombies would swarm their entire floor. Nuri adjusted her glasses with a dangerous look, declaring that is why I chose Changwon. She was aiming for the city's overpowered defensive weapons. There were also high barriers and sturdy gates, with extremely tight security making it hard to infiltrate. Rizuru nodded, acknowledging this was a heavily defended area created by a Rank 1 named Turret. Even zombies could not get in, so what more could they hope for? Nuri did not have a solution yet, but she was not too worried about this matter. In short, just thinking about seizing the military base as human territory was satisfying. What if that man was lying? Kyo still doubted Rizuru. He feared that if they marched to the military base and the zombies were waiting for them, they would all end up as fresh graves. Maybe there would not even be graves. Rizuru provided information but only asked to stay near Mirail. It was hard to believe. What was so hard to believe? Do you think I would dare to betray the zombies? Why do you keep denying the sincere admiration I have for my master? Rizuru defended himself, but upon reflection he thought Kiho had a point. He did not just want to stay near Mirail, he also wanted to lay his hands on him. But now he had no limbs left, so there was nothing left to move. It was also because he was so overjoyed when he met Mirail again that he forgot to plan for the long term. Li Qiang told Kiho not to worry, saying they would scout ahead first to check if he was telling the truth or lying. She was not forcing them to act blindly, but merely considering the most suitable plan. Yuri cleared her throat to cut the tense atmosphere, explaining this operation would take several months, so she wanted to ask them for a favor first. Select from those who returned from Oryugdo Island those with potential to expand their forces. This was the initial reason she ordered the rescue of everyone. The meeting ended, and Jun ran to the surveillance room. The advanced technologies there fascinated her so much she could not look away. Clearly they were underwater, yet the computers still worked, and there was even electricity. The important thing was how the city existed at the bottom of the ocean, and where this invention came from. It seemed they used technology similar to the barrier on Oryugdo Island, possibly developed 100 times further before the disaster. A world no one discovered yet possessed this peak technology. Who exactly created it? Just then Li Qiang brought Mirail over to talk to Jun. She handed Jun a knife that Ji-Yoon had invented back in the day. Its effect was to delay Mirail's recovery process. Li Qiang asked Jun to use this technology to create a weapon to end Mirail's life. You are asking me to make a murder weapon? Jun asked in confusion. Li Qiang knew this sounded cruel, but that was the reason Mirail came to them and also his wish. Jun was not to create a murder weapon, but to fulfill a wish and grant Mirail release. That is right, Li Qiang nodded. After examining the knife, Jun suddenly recalled something. The material she used to make it was found by chance, so she did not know its name. Just now, Jun had glimpsed an image in the computer. It was the Renji flower, a species discovered after the disaster. If the resin extracted from the flower was combined with metal, it would become several dozen times stronger than ordinary metal and create an alloy with special power. That meant, as long as they had the Renji flower, they could forge a weapon to kill Mirail and many other things. Fortunately, the computer already contained the location of this flower. The problem now was who would go find and retrieve it. After some thought, Li Qiang made her decision. The next morning, a pilot departed on a plane using Mirail's fresh blood as fuel. Garam and Dong Ho were escorted to search for the Renji flower. Garam strained his eyes to find the location on the map, while Dong Ho collapsed in pain from his fear of heights. The group reached the mountain at the designated coordinates. As soon as they landed, Dong Ho called for Hui, nauseous from the altitude. Garam asked Han while also wondering why Li Qiang sent the three of them, when Mirail alone could have done it. After Dong Ho recovered, Garam led the team to scout. Not knowing where the flower was, they had to search every nook and cranny. Just then, Dong Ho got another stomach ache and rushed to a secluded spot to relieve himself. Zombie face suddenly smacked into Dong Ho's eyes, freezing him in place. Then he screamed out in panic, "Help! A zombie ate a lady!" Garam rushed over in alarm, but it turned out to be just a long-dried corpse. The corpse was covered in splattered paint stains. Dong Ho boldly guessed that a superpowered person lived nearby and had dealt with the zombies, so they should search around. They might as well persuade that person to join their suicide squad in search of death. Just then, Mirail spotted another corpse, this time a child's. A thought suddenly flashed through Garam's mind. The nameless paint streaks on the two bodies showed the culprit had caused them. Just kidding. If there really was a superpowered person here, that man would certainly be very dangerous. Just then, Dong Ho suddenly remembered a rumor of unknown origin. There was a mad scientist who wanted to merge humans with zombies. Recently, human and zombie corpses have been appearing. Could they have been taken for experiments? It seems your imagination is a bit wild. I think it is unrelated. Garam said that, but she was also a little scared, so she decided to go back to headquarters to report. Reason in her head immediately ordered her not to go back, because she was the commander of this mission. Hearing this news, Garam was just as moved as the readers. Li Qiang persuaded her with sweet words that Garam could not refuse, especially the phrase, "I trust you," which made Garam decide to continue exploring the mountain. Everyone is waiting at home. Let us hurry and find the Renji flower and then return, Garam declared like a true commander. No one expected that by late night, they still had not found anything, not even one petal. Could the Renji flower be extinct already? Garam could not accept the truth. Was her ability only to eat and sleep? Tomorrow I will definitely ransack this mountain to find one flower. After complaining, Garam crawled into her sleeping bag to get some sleep and clear her head. Muriel volunteered for night watch duty. Garam suddenly remembered she had never seen Muriel sleep. He was never tired or sleepy, so Dongho got to sleep through the entire night. Garam sighed, why was the world so unfair? Muriel was already strong enough to dominate the world, yet he also did not know fatigue or sleepiness. When she met that guardian number 7 before, she was scared out of her mind, just sitting there waiting to die. On Oryukdo Island, she only ran errands and made no contribution. Today, as a commander, she even got lost incredibly clumsy. In the past, Garam once dreamed of becoming a hero. It all started one night when she was trapped inside a burning school. Even though that was the dream of many students, Garam was in danger of dying there. At that time, the door opened and a super cool firefighter saved Garam. Even without superpowers, to Garam he was a hero. From that day on, her dream of becoming a hero who saves the world was formed. Reality was a slap in her face. Garam was not as strong and resolute as Li Kaung. She also did not have an enormous brain like Nuri. She was no genius inventor like Jian. In short, she was truly pathetic. Just then, a desperate scream rang out. A little girl was crying for help in front of a zombie. He had been starving for a month now. He needed to intake some protein to go to the gym. Garam jumped out and smacked him on the head to snap him out of it. He rubbed his face while muttering, "Knew it. There is no way a little brat would be wandering around alone. Lucky it was a fatal trap, right?" Garam had no idea what a fatal trap was. On the cliff face, a figure was watching the battle. The zombie leaped to attack, so Garam opened a book to read. Whenever she read a book, she gained a corresponding ability. This time it was dicing, hitting him continuously to show him. But Garam was quite slow, so he managed to block the strike. She immediately took the chance to elbow him in the stomach. He still stood firm. "Indeed, you are not an ordinary person, as those guys said." Just then, Dongho and Muriel found them. "Why are you earning merits alone like this?" Garam told the little girl to go over to those two. The zombie would not let his meal get away, so he threw a boulder towards the little girl. Garam shouted for Muriel to save the girl, but Muriel stood still like a statue, playing deaf. Garam gritted her teeth, using all her speed to rush over and hug the little girl. He sneered, "Throwing yourself into the breach, huh? But you are not that strong, are you?" He turned to Dongho. "If there are accomplices, I have to kill every single one." Dongho urged Muriel to help Garam, but he could not because he had orders. The zombie demanded Garam take him to the shelter, but she did not know such a place existed. A golden flash streaked across, slicing through the zombie's neck and sending its head tumbling from its body. Garam collapsed to the ground, sitting down heavily, wondering which saint had descended to save her. The little girl saw him and rejoiced, shouting that Brother Hung had come to rescue them. Painter, even more handsome than Garam, stepped forward holding a palette like a weapon. The little girl ran over and hugged him tightly, saying that Garam had saved her. The painter beamed a radiant smile and said, "Thank you for saving the kid. I'm Kim Min-sung, a hero." Garam was a bit skeptical at the introduction. Who usually called themselves a hero? Seeing she was injured, Min-sung suggested they return to the village for treatment. Dongho heard this and told Garam to come with him to find a place to rest. But Garam's face stiffened as she refused, saying they still had other matters to deal with. Min-sung did not force the issue, wished them luck, and led the little girl back. Dongho watched but dared not follow, wondering why Garam wouldn't get bandaged. Garam did not go because she noticed a strange colored mark on the zombie's neck earlier. It was identical to the mark on the corpse they had seen that morning. According to the brilliant detective Garam's deduction, Min-sung was the prime suspect. Turning back to Muriel, Garam did not understand why he refused to help her. Muriel only said he was following Li Qiang's orders. Garam was furious, thinking that watching someone about to die was no way for a teammate to act. Suddenly, the image of an enraged Muriel flashed in her mind, looking truly terrifying, so she said nothing more, turned around, and walked away. Garam told herself that even without Muriel, she could do everything on her own. When Min-sung returned to the village with the little girl, the villagers cheered and praised him again. The child's parents were overjoyed to see their daughter return safely with Min-sung. They repeatedly called him a hero. Garam, sitting in a tree observing everything, felt something was strange. The whole village treated him like a real hero, but why was there a human village here at all? Garam immediately contacted Dongho to see if he had found anything else, but Garam had already taken the group's only pair of binoculars, so there were none left. Just then, seeing Min-sung alone, she seized the opportunity and tailed him. He just wandered around the village like a guardian. Suddenly, Min-sung stopped, muttering, "Merge A." At that moment, he was watching the little girl and her pet dog playing. Through Garam's eyes, Min-sung's image suddenly changed, as if he was hesitating whether to merge them. Garam quickly held her breath, hiding behind a wall as he left. She recalled Dongho's story about merging humans and zombies, which only fueled her curiosity. She was determined to tail him to the end. If he was a mad scientist, she had to stop him. Inside Min-sung's house, he was talking to a blue bird named Freddy. It uttered words in broken intervals. "Do it, you won't lose anything." Garam stood outside the door, straining her ears to eavesdrop, only knowing Min-sung was with someone. "Almost got caught, but I'll try merging them anyway." Min-sung burst out laughing. Garam heard the word merge again, and immediately confirmed he was the mad scientist. She immediately smashed the door in with a flying kick. "You madman, I won't let you have your way." Min-sung laughed in delight, bowing his head to thank the heavens and earth. This way, he dodged Garam's attack. "Found you, someone strong and good too. His words baffled Garam. After some explanation, it turned out the villagers had mistakenly thought he was a hero. Despite having superpowers, Min-sung was not the strong type. One fine day, while looking for a scenic view to paint, he accidentally took down a zombie. Afterwards, the villagers started hailing him as a hero. At first, Min-sung was a bit embarrassed because that victory was just a fluke. Then, the praise kept coming, making him complacent before he knew it. His whole life he had just stayed in his painting room. Now praised for the first time, he wanted the spotlight. He didn't want to pretend to be a hero, but he couldn't bring himself to stop since everyone trusted him. Liar! Garam yelled. She had clearly heard him say merge. Min-sung explained he used the wrong word. Garam asked about him wandering around the village. He said he was afraid she would refuse. As for the sinister smile, it was a habit of laughing when scared. Garam couldn't believe it, but what was indefensible were the zombie bodies scattered everywhere in the mountains, including a child's. Min-sung lowered his head, grieving as he mentioned the child he couldn't protect. This place was secluded, zombies rarely passed by, and the few times they were detected, Min-sung had set traps all around. Any zombie that came close was killed, rumors spread, making them fewer, but humans were also caught in the crossfire. Min-sung wanted to get the villagers out of there, but the zombies everywhere left him helpless. He then made a request to Garam. Earlier, a few zombies had said they were coming to the farm to get him, but he could not face them. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, accompanied by the voice of a zombie. Where are you? Come out now, you trap setter. I am here, come right here. Red-haired zombie led its 3 triplet sisters to cause a stir. Seeing it, the villagers panicked and shouted for each other to flee. Before Garam could finish her sentence, Min-sung rushed outside. A half-zombie appeared in the village. How could he sit there calmly confiding in her? The hell, just seconds ago he was scared stiff. Garam was puzzled but immediately chased after Min-sung, not forgetting to call Dong-ho, Senior, get here quickly. Beep. Dong-ho was annoyed, get here where? To heaven perhaps? At that moment, the red-haired half-zombie was slaughtering villagers to find Min-sung. Not seeing him, it was a little disappointed, but having a chance to strike at weak humans made it excited again. Haha, this is so much fun. I never thought Rhea would let an ordinary half-zombie like me handle this interesting matter, it said while dancing amidst the spurts of fresh blood from the villagers. A blue streak flashed past its face. Min-sung ran over, but the villagers were almost all dead. He knelt down. I am sorry for not arriving in time. You are the bait trap, right? You are too late, I have almost finished killing everyone. Blood in Min-sung boiled. He immediately opened the palette. As many traps as there were, as many colors there were, he used them all at once. Bastard, you will pay for this, he roared. Just then, a foot landed on Min-sung's head. The half-zombie had somehow jumped over, startling Min-sung. All the traps he had set over many months vanished, without hitting the target. The half-zombie leaped up and launched 4 meteor swords at Min-sung. He stood like a statue, apologizing to the villagers in his heart as he braced for the blow. Huh, what the hell? Do not tell me that is all you have. It grumbled angrily. If so, then there is nothing fun left. Let us end it here. Just then, Garam rushed out and kicked it straight in the spine, making a cracking sound. Seeing Min-sung injured and the villagers' corpses scattered everywhere, Garam paled. Luckily, there were still a few survivors, but only a handful. Garam quickly turned around. Can you explain? Now hurry up and use that thing. Cheesy suddenly appeared behind her, asking excitedly, which big sister is this? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung a horizontal slash. Luckily, Garam managed to duck her head and dodge. She crossed her arms and threw a punch. But the very next second, Garam suddenly froze. Next, she retreated backward. Garam was panting. That was a close call. She was terrified. If she had stretched her arm out just a little more, her hand would have been cut off. Cheesy clasped his hands in praise. Oh, you are pretty fast. Do not tell me you are the real bait trap. Garam realized at that moment, this is bad, I cannot win. Running away is the best option. She turned her head and told Jong-ho, take everyone and run now. I will follow. Jong-ho nodded, okay. Cheesy narrowed his eyes, immensely excited. Dong-ho shouted loudly, is there anyone else here who can move? Support the unconscious and get them out of here quickly. Suddenly, something flew toward him along with Cheesy's voice. Wait up. That thing swept past Muriel and the others, finally circling around the stunned Garam. Cheesy caught it. No one move. Anyone moves dies. He put his hands on his hips and introduced himself. Captain of the Changwon Defense Team 3, Cheesy. I and my beloved sisters move within one body. The others chimed in unison, one body. Our thoughts and actions are all the same. We gain a 4-fold advantage with a single attack. He leaned close to Garam's face. We will have fun together, slaughtering each other until death. Garam stared blankly at her, not understanding what she just said. Cheesy smiled eerily, saying silence meant agreement. Muriel stood as still as a statue. He remembered asking Li Kyung what he needed to do. Li Kyung nodded, saying to just let Garam handle it alone. Muriel asked what if she was about to die, and she replied that such a thing would block Garam's path. Cheesy declared to stop here and let us begin. She was certain that this journey of Garam's was not yet the end. Returning to the battle, Cheesy wore a contemptuous smile, praising Garam for dodging her attack for the first time. She moved as fast as lightning, each step leaving a blurred afterimage. She surrounded him from all sides, trapping Garam in the center with a tight encirclement. The simultaneous attacks came crashing down. Garam squinted, then leaped into the air. Though she remained calm, sweat kept flowing, and she wondered why she only targeted him. She looked at Chiji's bright smile, her eyes narrowed like a predator's, wondering if she could win. Chiji was like a furious whirlwind, continuously unleashing strikes without rest. In just a few seconds, Garam was covered in injuries, gasping, nearly losing the strength to resist. Realizing each strike was swift, but she saw Chiji attacking relentlessly, every blow aimed at her. She raised a hand to shield her chest, standing still with a bewildered expression, not knowing how to counter. A person witnessed this, trembling all over, face pale as death. Dongho gasped in surprise and shouted. He was terrified, tears streaming down his face before he quickly fled. Chiji's eyes were cold and sharp, her killing intent unconcealed. She launched an attack, the other's body split in half, horrifying Dongho. She said she had told him to stay still. Garam was dumbfounded in disbelief while Chiji prepared her next move, sneering at foolish humans. Garam's eyes sharpened, her gaze resolute. This was not the time to be careless. If she wanted to save people, she had to fight. She remembered the 3 martial arts books she had to make use of them. Nervously, she flipped through each page, searching for a way to defeat her. Chiji laughed mockingly, asking if she intended to show off her skills. She stood there confidently, swaying, while Garam tried to charge forward and attack. She rushed forward at high speed, punching straight at her face. In the blink of an eye, the distance between Garam and her was extremely close. Her eyes blazed with determination. Nothing could stop this chance to turn the tide. Chiji clenched her fist, suddenly throwing a right hook to Garam's chin, shouting that it was his fault she lost her sword. Garam leaned back from the momentum, still thinking of ways to surround and distract her. Her eyes turned strange, determined that this strike would succeed. She tapped hard on her backpack, realizing she absorbed knowledge through her entire body. The more she read, the more she understood. He was certain that a single touch was enough to absorb knowledge. Applying the newly gained knowledge, Garam delivered a swift, precise knee strike to Chiji like a martial artist. Seizing the opening, she rotated her hips, channeling force, and delivered a powerful punch that made her howl in pain. She unleashed a flurry of blows like waves, from straight punches to hooks, leaving her no time to counterattack. Chiji's eyes lit up with confidence, admitting that this attack was unpleasant. Garam gritted her teeth, realizing that she was letting her guard down. Chiji stepped back. Garam's will reached its peak. Now was the time to act. She sprang up from her feet, exploiting the moment of her opponent's lapse. Her body spun perfectly, the movement decisive and fluid. She believed that if she could seize the moment, she would defeat her. Chiji lightly threw a punch so powerful it seemed to pierce through Garam, mocking her dreams. The blow was so strong it made her spit blood, her face turning pale. Chiji sneered, saying she really looked weak. She stood with hands on her hips, at ease, saying that to play with her, she had to use all her power. Her experiment was rather pretty. Garam collapsed in pain to her knees, clutching her wound and groaning. Her hands were stained with blood, red droplets streaming down to the ground. Fear was evident in her eyes as Chiji stepped closer. She grinned, asking what game they would play this time. Garam's face turned pale with terror. She propped herself up with her hands and retreated inch by inch, yelling for her to stay back. Seeing she approaching with a weapon, Garam panicked, not knowing what to do. She urged herself to think, saying she would save everyone and had to get up and fight. She sat slumped on the ground, eyes filled with tears, wanting to say those words but too afraid. Suddenly, Garam backed into a pair of steady legs. Muriel's gentle voice sounded, asking if she needed a hand. No matter the circumstances, his face remained calm, saying he could help her at the crucial moment. Garam lowered her head silent. Many thoughts surged in her mind. This matter was easy for Muriel. Everyone would be saved. In Muriel's eyes, Garam was cowering, realizing this alone was enough. She did not need to be a hero. In Garam's memory, the image of a firefighter carrying a little girl out of a fire suddenly resurfaced, urging the dream of becoming a hero. Tears of happiness streamed down her face then, and she told herself that one day she would become a hero like him. Garam clawed hard at the ground, trying to suppress her emotions. She sat dejectedly in a corner, her gaze heavy as if carrying many thoughts, and quietly whispered her thanks. Her expression darkened as she suddenly realized she had grown up. The image of the firefighter appeared again, making her understand that the thoughts of children and adults were no different. Garam froze, realizing that her earlier terror was just like that firefighter's back then. Pushing her hands against the ground, she thought about high-risk jobs. The possibility of not being saved was real. Lost in thought, Chiji cut in. Saving people is just like that. Garam screamed, her power exploded, green eyes blazing, releasing a fierce wave of energy from her hands, determined to act instead of think. She charged forward, her surging strength erupting. Chiji asked calmly, a new skill? You planning to make us fall again? Dongho yelled Garam. Garam's gaze was firm, a thought flashed through her mind. She suddenly remembered the books about her ability to absorb knowledge. She wondered if she absorbed knowledge far beyond logic, what would happen. Garam moved like lightning, channeling knowledge into her attack. She unleashed a violent shockwave. Strike left Chiji gaping in astonishment. Suddenly, Chiji leaped high into the air, the energy stream redirecting 90 degrees to fly elsewhere. A deafening explosion rang out. Chiji crashed down, his entire body stiff as if paralyzed. He gaped, his heart panicking. What the hell is this? Hit by that, I'm dead for sure. Where did she suddenly get that power? Gotta scram before trouble comes. After the strike, Garam suddenly felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. She gritted her teeth, her body feeling like it would explode. This power could only be used for about a minute or two. Garam glanced at the opponent sitting on the ground, calculating silently must finish them quickly. Sensing killing intent, Chi immediately stood up, shouting loudly, "It's a good time now, I'm heading home. I'll let you guys off today, see you later, beautiful girl." Garam quickly struck out a palm, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" The palm energy hit Chizi in the back, sending her sprawling face first to the ground with a thud. He said coldly, "This game should end now." Chizi roared, "My beautiful face." She jumped up and cursed, "You think I'm leaving because I'm scared?" Suddenly getting all cocky. "It's because I'm generous," Chizi said as she rushed towards Garam. But as she closed in, she heard a strange sound and saw a large five-pointed star appear. Chi wondered silently, "What's that sound?" Before she could react, she was sent flying backward. From Garam's body erupted a terrifying force as she shouted, "Who needs your generosity?" Chi staggered to her feet, roaring, "You've pissed me off now." He reached into the pouch hanging at his side. He pulled out a handful of hidden weapons and threatened, "This time I'm serious." The hidden weapons flew toward the opponent in unpredictable trajectories. They emitted a dazzling light, just like a meteor shower. Garam was not afraid. She concentrated her thoughts to find a countermeasure. The Wave-Striking Mountain is a detective novel based on a real person, Major General Yi Sunshine. In the original work, Major General Yi Sunshine used waves to fight, and that was the tactic he used his entire life. All three tactics were incorporated into the novel. One of them was the first strategy, Jang Sajin. Garam immediately unleashed an extremely powerful blow. A terrifying wave of energy knocked away Qiji's hidden weapons, sending them falling down to create a very beautiful scene. Several clones imitating Qiji's scale snakes shouted, "Everyone, how beautiful. Pick them up," and then rushed forward in a flurry. Just as Garam finished her attack, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She covered her mouth with her hand, thinking to herself, "I can feel it closing up inside. I have to make a decisive move." Qiji had not yet finished picking up his hidden weapons when he suddenly widened his eyes and stammered, "Oh my god!" Garam had already executed the second strategy. Two incredibly massive surges of energy were released. But Qiji quickly noticed the abnormality and laughed gleefully. "I get it now, so you're overexerting yourself." Even though that was indeed the truth, Garam did not give up. She shouted, "Hong Yeonjin," and charged toward her opponent. Chizi dodged easily and sneered, "Guess I was right, huh? Her attack is that obvious, so who's going to get hit by it?" Leaped out behind his opponent's back. Chizi smiled sinisterly and shouted, "Wasting a good move. You're leaving your back wide open." At that moment, Garam had her back turned to him. But a voice rang out, "Don't." Chizi just realized something was wrong. Garam turned around glaring at Chizi and said coldly, "I did that on purpose for you to see." Saying that, Garam spread her arms wide and her power surged if to tear itself apart. Hong Yeonjin was a tactic that used retreat as a disguise. In truth, Major General Yi Sunshine had used Hong Yeonjin to feign a retreat and deceive the enemy troops. Then he immediately turned around to attack. That was the essence of that tactic. Once the opponent had taken the bait, Garam unleashed the third strategy. Two streams of energy suddenly struck at Qiji in a pincer formation. That was Haki Jin. Qiji did not expect to fall into the trap and could not react in that situation. Hero, what lies behind that word? Garam's power this time struck Qiji, sending him flying far away. Morel stood there, quietly observing with an expressionless face. Overwhelming power. A renowned reputation could be a characteristic of a hero, but it was absolutely not their identity. A hero was sometimes a very simple conclusion, even a somewhat foolish one, and sometimes that conclusion meant knowing when to risk oneself. After executing her technique, Garam just stood there silently, breathing heavily. Hit by such a powerful blow, Qiji had no strength left to resist, only letting out a panicked scream. That power was too great, blasting away everything he had, his entire body trembling. A long, sunken groove appeared on the ground following Garam's final attack. In that moment, Garam made everyone who witnessed it gape in astonishment. In the eyes of one little girl, there was even a hint of admiration mixed in. At that moment, Garam had truly become someone's hero. Dong Ho, standing behind, saw this and called out loudly, "Garam, are you okay?" Seeing her stagger, his voice carried a hint of panic. Her legs could no longer support her. Her whole body felt as light as a flower petal. Garam muttered softly, "It's fun, isn't it? If it were you, you wouldn't have gotten this far." Having said that, she collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength. Seeing this, everyone called out worriedly, "Garam!" From the ground, a single rose sprouted. Then, countless other flowers bloomed simultaneously, surprising everyone. Someone exclaimed, "Flowers!" Garam lay on the carpet of flowers, her consciousness sinking into an indefinite space. In that hazy moment, she saw Morel standing before her and asked, "I'm pretty pathetic, aren't I?" He pondered for a moment in silence. Then he gently replied, "No." Still lying on the flower bed, Garam suddenly made a request. "Just this once, can you help me out?" Morel asked, "With what?" The sky was brightening now, and the sunlight gradually emerged, bringing warmth. She said, "Help me stand up." Morel stood there, his face completely devoid of emotion. He held out his hand and replied, "Okay." Garam grasped his hand tightly. A faint smile bloomed on her lips as she said, "Thank you." In that instant, the rose growing on the ground finally blossomed fully in the new sunlight. Muriel helped Garam rise from the flower bed. Unable to move on her own, Garam said with difficulty, "Hey, slow down, you're really going to kill me." Muriel only replied, "Okay." At this moment, Min Sung, having narrowly escaped death and aching all over, hurriedly ran over to the two of them, asking worriedly, "Are you alright?" Seeing him run so fast, Garam said, "What's this? You seem healthier than I thought, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, Min Sung coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his face a mess of tears and snot. He cried and said, "Please lie down." Seeing his pitiful state, Garam was also startled. "The one who should lie down is you." But Min Sung, acting completely normal, cried as he moved toward Garam, saying, "If it weren't for you all, I don't know what would have happened." Seeing him coughing up blood nonstop, Garam backed away in disgust. "Stay back, will you?" But Min Sung seemed unbothered, persistently thanking her. Thank you for saving us." Garam kept dodging. "Get back, I told you." Dong Ho stood from a distance witnessing the scene, only quietly observing without saying anything. He lowered his head in silence, thinking to himself that Garam had been through so much. What was he even doing, so useless? Scene change, a place with glowing flowers appeared, beneath them countless flowers astonishing everyone. Someone asked if she was looking for this type of flower. Muriel's group was in a cave with many light flowers. Garam could not help but say more than I thought. Dong Ho turned to ask the girl if giving us all of them was okay. The guide girl upon hearing this asked if this flower was that valuable. Its smell was nothing like it. Garam supported by Muriel, her body trembling with tears of joy. She had tears and mucus flowing endlessly. In Garam's mind, she only thought, "Captain, I did it. Commander Garam did it." They quickly entered the field of flowers. Garam said, "Senior, what are you standing there for? Hurry and put them in the bag." Dong Ho obeyed and quickly knelt to pick them. Seeing this, the girl murmured, "Luckily it helped." Scene change. At this time outside the sky was still bright, clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Shovelfuls of dirt were scooped up. Quickly the dead were buried by the villagers on the same plot of land. Maizung along with Muriel and Garam stood behind, silently mourning the deceased. Looking at the graves piled next to each other, Min Sung could not hide the sadness on his face. In his mind he recalled being cheered by the children as a child, thinking in his heart, Brother Hung has appeared." Remembering that moment, Min Sung's tears nearly burst forth. But in the end he only held them back and sighed. Garam seemed to notice his difference. At this time among the villagers a person stepped forward and said to everyone, "Come on, let us clean up the village." Garam actively stepped forward and spoke, "Excuse me, can you and everyone find some shelter?" Garam accidentally blurted it out, thinking to herself it was even harder to go alone. Min Sung suddenly turned to look and ask, "Find shelter?" Garam spoke with difficulty, still panting as she said, "There is a place not far from here that is very safe. We will rescue everyone as soon as possible. So for the time being everyone stay at that place." All the people hearing this stopped and turned to look at her. Dong Ho, confused, actively stepped forward to ask, "But why? That would take extra time." Garam upon hearing this turned to reply, "That idea is not very good." Having said that, Garam explained, "If we moved everyone at once there would be many risks. If we were unfortunately discovered by those, it would be very troublesome. Let us return to the base first, then find a way to bring the people back. We must report to the captain." Dong Ho, after listening, nodded and said, "Right." Garam saw Dong Ho standing in front of her, trying to act unnatural, wondering in her head why he was suddenly so timid. Before she could think much, a villager asked Garam if there was really a safe place. She would come back to pick us up, right? Garam was startled, not knowing how to respond. Garam quickly regained her composure, clenched her fist, and promised, "Do not worry, we will definitely come back." Having said that, Garam actively walked over to Min Sung and said, "Min Sung, take this." Garam took out a walkie-talkie and handed it to Min Sung, then said, "We will keep in touch. Now take care of everyone." Seeing Garam wanted to place responsibility on his shoulders, Min Sung quickly waved his hand and said, "I cannot do it." Garam's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "What?" Min Sung, with a sad expression, sweat constantly pouring from stress, said, "I do not know why so many people died like that, because I am not a hero. I only continued with that lie because of fear. Actually, I am also just an ordinary person thinking about running away." Garam, upon hearing this, just remained silent. Min Sung, seeing she said nothing, wanted to run away. Garam at this time spoke up, saying, "Who was it who ran to that place immediately?" Hearing the shout, he immediately ran out. Min Sung, hearing this, stopped and said that. Garam continued, saying, "You probably said that because of fear, but you did not run away." Garam approached and placed the walkie-talkie in Min Sung's hand, not allowing him to refuse, saying, "Protect everyone until I return. You are still the hero of this village." Taking the walkie-talkie, hearing those words, Min Sung's eyes flashed with countless complex emotions. The villagers also spoke up to encourage, "Write every day before you protected the village. Thanks to you we survived until today." Min Sung, hearing the villagers say that, his voice lowered as he said, "Everyone, please wait a moment." As he spoke, Min Sung turned and walked away. Garam, seeing this, asked, "Where are you going, still sad?" After a while the sky had fully brightened, the sky becoming clear blue. Zung at this time had also returned. Garam seeing him asked, returned huh? Where did you go? Sung approached and suddenly grabbed Garam's hand, his eyes bright as he said, I Kim Sung. Ah no, the hero of the village will protect the people. Garam stunned exclaimed, what? Sung happily ran towards the cheering villagers, loudly saying, everyone think of a place we can live. Garam seeing him change so quickly only thought in her head, what is this multiple personality disorder? Sung's eyes at this time sparkled with anticipation for a bright future. Someone said that is better than seeing him in pain and despair. At this time Garam had also left. Sung and the villagers happily waved goodbye to their group. Before leaving, Garam turned back and smiled at the people there. Sung also smiled at her as a farewell. Warm sunlight shone down, illuminating the hair of the person standing below. Under the tree beside the blooming flowers, a child missing one arm and one leg was quietly sitting. Scene change. In the sky at this time a signal was transmitted. Li Kang stood there, arms crossed in front of his chest, looking somewhat surprised at the scene before him. Mirel and Zhang Ho had brought Garam back safely. In her hand she still held the glowing flower and smiled at Li Kyung. When he saw them return safely, he also put down the burden and breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. When he looked at the three people walking over, he thought to himself, since they found the Renzi flower, the suicide squad had undergone many new changes. Basic necessities such as clothing in the village, they discovered many resources. Among the people rescued from the farm, they also received help from professors at the institute in production construction and making improvements. As for defensive weapons, everyone had started training to use combat weapons. The people also trained in military exercises. Utilize the remaining resources effectively, dividing labor and economic activities. They also established a department for making important decisions. Then soon time passed very quickly. Scene change. At this time a person with a hat bowed his head and said, over the past time everyone did very well. In front of the yard, countless people gathered, and Morale, Laram Jong-ho, and Kyuho were called forward. Li Kang spoke, stating that the efforts of the past months would surely not disappoint everyone. From today onward, and for the next 7 days, we will occupy the source moon. The sky that day was clear blue but covered with many clouds. Scene change. At that moment on Oryopdo Island, a ship was stuck on a large rock in the middle of the sea. Below, Zero was squatting, picking up half a broken mask from the ground and muttering, time to catch slaves. Oryokdo Island is slowly disappearing now. What in the world happened there? Scene change. The radio broadcast a notification. Oryokdo Island had been destroyed. Someone's voice rang out, what? What about Rizuru then? I am the fourth guardian Naturf. The radio echoed a reply, heaven knows. It was Jerry. She on the other side sent a message through the radio. While picking up the half-mast to examine, she said, the island ended up like this. He didn't die with it, did he? Nadov heard this and replied, this is going to be troublesome. Nader was in the laboratory, looking at the bodies in the chambers and said, do we need to attend the leader meeting? I still want to continue the experiments anyway. Jerry immediately replied with one word, no. Jerry then told Naterf not to report to Turret. She heard this and exclaimed in shock, what? Turret will go berserk. If he finds out, can you handle the consequences? Jerry stood up, threw the half-mask away, and replied, that's how it is. If we kill the humans, it will be a big problem, she said while throwing out red rectangular shapes. Looking at the rectangular shapes marked with X falling to the ground, Jerry let out an excited shout. She stuck her blade into the ground and said, it has been 4 years since the world of extreme joy saw its first Eastern anomaly, and it has been a long time since I awakened in this state. This is a perfect opportunity for me to showcase my artistic talent. As soon as she finished speaking, large pillars immediately appeared around her, piercing through the ground and rising up. Naderf said, I have no objections, but don't make me a target for that firework. Aji Sochi also returned. She was attacked by humans. Hearing this, Jerry was somewhat surprised mixed with sarcasm. Oh, is that the anti-guard captain for you? Where is that woman? Jerry said while stepping onto the boat. Nadov replied, I heard she is at Tronsongsan Mountain in Yangsan. Jerry blew up the rock formation, surrounded by a sea of fire. She sat on the drifting boat and said, Yangsan, which direction? God, I hope it's not disappointing. Scene change. Elsewhere, the sky was dark and hazy. Inside the city's protective barrier, someone's voice rang out, alright, let's go. It was Hayoung, the girl with big round eyes holding a microphone and cheerfully saying, let's begin the third combined training session. The flag capture battle starts now. The rules are still the same. There are 2 teams, Sky Blue and Red, respectively. Team Mirel and Team Rizuru. The team that captures the flag first wins. Mirel and another person are leading their team. The other side is Rizuru. He blushed and thought excitedly, I get to fight Master this time. Hayoung's voice still rang out, who will win? The prize for the winner is a bag of shrimp crackers from Oryukdo Island, and this is also the last box. And now, introducing the honorable team captain of Team Mirel, Kyu Ho. Captain of Team Rizuru, Park Hujang. Let us know when you are ready. Hojang stepped forward, his glasses hiding sharp eyes. He assessed his opponent in his mind. Park Hojang, was once a certified elementary school teacher. Unable to fulfill his wish back then, he will pursue his new dream here. After hours of analysis, he holds the best strategies and tactics in his hands. Hojang is holding a file. Looking at his team members, Hojang told himself the final task is to make their confidence surge strongly, including Muriel. Thinking this, Hojang was filled with confidence, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, "We can do it because we are all talents shining brightly. Let's go, the shrimp crackers will be ours." The members heard this and responded, "The captain is the best." Kyuho witnessed this and immediately turned to encourage his team. "We will win because we shine much brighter than them." Everyone responded, except Muriel, whose face remained expressionless. Hojang saw him say that and stepped forward shouting loudly, "Hey." He competed with Kyuho. "Hey Kyuho, are you just imitating me like a coward? You guys always win only because of Muriel." Kyuho retorted, "There is no cowardice in competition. Stop obsessing over the shrimp crackers, they are ours." A young then cheerfully raised one hand and declared, "All right, everyone seems ready. So let's begin the battle." As soon as she finished speaking, Team Rizuru grabbed their weapons and charged towards Team Muriel, shouting loudly, "Go." Hemi beside them asked Muriel, "Master, what should we do?" Muriel heard this and only replied with 2 words, "Who?" This red-eyed girl is Kim Hemi, a hardcore fan of Muriel. The girl coldly said, "I understand. Then I will handle this myself." Saying this, the girl gripped her sword and charged forward like an arrow. Muriel just stood there, a large question mark appearing in her head. Who is that? Hemi quickly passed many people in Team Rizuru. Her attacks all hit vital spots, causing everyone to scream. At this moment, a voice came from behind. "Hey, you girl." Hemi immediately became alert and glanced over. Rizuru looked angry, charged forward using a bone with enraged eyes to attack Hemi, saying, "Who allowed you to call him master?" "He is my master, dare to interfere and see." Hemi replied with a sharp, cold gaze, "Master is not an object, you should hold your tongue, you disgusting green cocoon creature." Rizuru heard this and swung his arm, which was just a bone shaft, then yelled, "Stupid arrogant human, you are dead." Saying that, he attacked immediately. A purple light blast shot out, binding Hemi's body tightly. The girl tightened her grip on her sword and said, "You still think you are the leader, Rizuru, but you can't do anything to me with that body." Rizuru heard this and lunged forward, the bone shaft hitting Hemi's sword blade, creating a loud clash. He growled, "Did you say that body? You don't understand the value of this body. It was Master who made it special for me." Mentioning the body made from yarn, Rizuru seemed pleased. He blushed and grinned slyly. "A part of Master is always inside me. Even if I tried to describe this feeling, a country bumpkin like you wouldn't understand." Seeing that expression, Hemi said with disgust, "Disgusting." At this moment, Lee Kyung arrived. She stood on a higher vantage point, arms crossed, looking down and asking dazedly, "What is going on?" Jian beside her answered, "You have been too busy lately. You probably don't know about this. You remember the Renji sword that was recently made? I'm not very sure about its effects, but after distributing the Renji swords, everyone's physical strength has increased rapidly." She emphasized these words. Looking at the people below, Jun continued with a smile, "They have become much stronger than ordinary people. The best news is, people awakening as superhumans have already appeared." She meant Hemi and Juna. Jian blushed and excitedly continued, "She thought they needed more manpower. Even so, they still could not compare to her or Muriel." Lee Kyung heard this and raised a hand to her chin and thought, everyone had improved a lot compared to the beginning. There would surely be more people fighting on the front lines and better plans. Lee Kyung looked at Rizuru and Hemi, who were fighting fiercely. She thought she did not expect Rizuru to be more useful than she thought. She had thought everyone would be afraid of him. During the training, Dongho tightened his sword, determinedly thinking that he would catch up and no longer be a burden. Just as he finished thinking, something hit him on the head, causing Dongho to cry out. Following that, the others were also hit on the head and had to stop. At that moment, someone had snatched the blue flag and raised it. Seeing that, Ha-young angrily said no. Muriel had stolen the flag in just a few seconds. "Today is another day of overwhelming victory. Muriel, sit over there." Seeing Muriel steal the flag, everyone cheered joyfully. Hosang despaired and shouted loudly, "Joking aside, Muriel herself is cheating. Why is she participating in human training?" Hemi blushed and looked at Muriel with admiring eyes, saying, "Master is so cool." Hearing this, Rizuru roared, "Where are you looking? I told you he is my master." Everyone ran over to cheer for Muriel, some encouraged. Training ended with the victory of Team Muriel. Team Rizuru tried to catch up. Lee Kang stood above, not really caring, just asking how the trial sessions were. Jin heard this and answered, "About that, I have tried many methods, but it is still very difficult to find the root cause." She looked at Muriel and continued, "The perfect death method is still unknown." Kaion asked, "Can I join you today?" Jin was surprised but answered, "Sorry, I do not mean anything by it, but is something the matter?" Kaion answered, "I have a special mission and need Muriel's help." Scene change after training, Muriel was in the lab with Jin, lying on a chair. Jin carefully injected a dose of the drug into Muriel, saying MF250 estimated mortality rate 0 and 25%. I hope you have a good dream tonight, Jian said as she smiled at Muriel. His vision gradually blurred. Muriel softly replied, yes, wondering inside a dream. Muriel sank into darkness, in a space only he occupied. He still thought, what does it feel like to have a dream? Back to reality, Muriel's vital signs remained stable on the monitoring screen. Lee Keung stood behind the glass observing. If the experiment failed, it would be very hard to gain Muriel's trust again. Lee Keung thought she needed Muriel's help for the upcoming missions. The only way was to make Muriel cooperate. That was to awaken Muriel's humanity. Jen looked silently at the computer screen. Seeing him open his eyes, she asked, Muriel, do you feel any different? He answered no. Jen replied, I understand. She wrote as she announced, MF250 entry result. No abnormal signs of life. No physical reaction either. The result of the 250th experiment is a failure. Scene change, a knock on the door, a gentle voice came out. Who could that be? Hearing the noise, Jizin walked to open the door, letting out a surprised, oh. Upon seeing Muriel's silhouette standing still, she immediately asked, what is the matter, Muriel? So Lee Kyung sent you to help me all day. That is right. Ha-young happily cheered. Then we can spend the whole day together. Jizin thought. I did not have any plans for today. Suddenly her face lit up. Ah, that is right. Let us make some curry together. Muriel asked back in confusion. Curry. Jizian slowly recounted. Do you remember the wish I mentioned back at the camp? I said I wanted to cook for you. So I thought we could cook together today. Let us go get the ingredients for curry. Scene change outside. The girl checked what ingredients to buy. First, we need carrots. Where can we find them? Miria, have you ever seen carrots in the village? To that question, he only replied indifferently, carrots. At the same time, in another house, a voice rang out, Arrow, are you listening to me, mister? The other person replied, yes, I heard you. Aram was reading a book as she said, when the resource furnace plan ends, we will probably come take everyone away. The other end questioned, resource furnace plan. That is right, I think it will be carried out next week. Suddenly, a knock on the door. Wait a moment, mister. Before she could finish her sentence upon opening the door, Ha-young quickly spoke up to greet her and asked if she had any carrots in the house. Seeing the uninvited guest, Garam's expression froze as she asked, carrots, why are you looking for them here? The girl shyly protested, it is nothing, Muriel just happened to come here. Muriel still kept a cold expression. She asked back, Muriel did this. She yelled in frustration, hey Muriel, why are you asking me about carrots? Suddenly, the carrot resembled Garam's braided hair. He calmly raised his finger, pointed straight at her, and then stated briefly, carrots, making her freeze for a beat. Without another word, Garam chased the two out and yelled, go play somewhere else, I am busy. A while later, Ha-young held a notebook, her gaze distant as she sighed. We got kicked out, where can we find carrots now? Suddenly, the girl turned and asked, sir, do you know where to find carrots? Azushi turned around startled, oh, Ha-young is it? Were you talking about carrots? Scene changed to a carrot farm. Ha-young's eyes immediately sparkled. Oh, a whole row of fresh carrots appeared. Look, carrots. Still surprised, she happily asked, sir, were you growing carrots all this time? He nodded, that is right. Because I also needed to contribute to the community. I thought about it and immediately thought of growing carrots. It is quite difficult to grow anything here, so only young carrots can be grown. If you want, you can take them. Hearing this, Ha-young happily replied, really? Jizian scratched his head sheepishly. You kids are truly my saviors. The girl excitedly cheered, thanking him for finding the carrots. Suddenly remembering, Ha-young held up a notebook and asked, oh, do you have any potatoes? I didn't grow them, so no. He raised a finger and smiled mysteriously. But I heard there's a type of potato seed swimming in the sea. Ha-young was startled, in the sea. Aizushi winked, telling her to go take a look. A moment later, the girl looked up and exclaimed in surprise, go to the sea? This was a research base at the bottom of the ocean. Jian asked worriedly, do you have diving gear? The girl quickly replied, yes. She said she needed to handle some matters. Do you have a specific destination? Ha-young answered, the potatoes are swimming in the sea. We want to get some. Jian paused, potatoes in the sea? Kihu curiously poked his head in, what's going on? Why does it smell like Muriel here? Ha-young greeted him. Hello, Muriel is right here. He asked what the two of you were doing here. The girl immediately replied, we're planning to get some potatoes from the sea. Tiny bubbles rose amidst the deep blue seawater. The sea was filled with small fish swimming around. Ha-young exclaimed with delight, the sea is so beautiful. I've never seen it before. Kyuho swam beside her, thinking to himself this was a chance to create memories with Muriel. Suddenly the girl's eyes widened. Look over there. He asked, Ha-young stared at a brown, floating object surprised. There's really a fish that looks like a potato. He froze. What is that? Was it mutated by the zombie outbreak? The girl continued, Muriel, let's go catch it ahead, huh? A massive creature lunged out, its mouth wide open. Everyone panicked. What the hell is that? Seeing its mouth close, Ha-young cried out in dismay. No, it ate the potato fish. Kyu called out loudly, everyone look, that fish? Missing one fin, it must be a scar from a previous fight. He confirmed that this monster was the ruler of this sea area. As the group was observing, the monster immediately charged straight at them. It's coming towards us. A sharp yellow eye moved as if detecting something unusual. Amidst the deep blue water, Muriel looked up blankly. Startled by the sudden impact, the monster opened its eyes wide in terror, and then let out a resounding roar. In the hazy space, memories flooded back. The large fish recalled an afternoon when it was swimming freely, complacent as the ruler of the ocean. Suddenly, a white flash of light slashed straight down. It could only gurgle in surprise. A giant bolt of lightning struck straight down onto the sea surface, creating a horrifying scene. Amidst the crisscrossing watermarks, he seemed to be shifting the islands. That day I felt the fear of death approaching. That fish could not overcome its fear and even fainted. Q gaped in confusion. Huh, what's this? He praised Morel for defeating it. That's our Morel. After the stormy hunting trip, the group cheerfully returned. Oh my, everyone's back. Hugo came along. Morel's group returned with plenty of ingredients. Along with the super-sized fish, they attracted everyone's attention as they hauled it ashore. Jizian was shocked from afar. Why are there so many people? Jixin had to make a giant pot of curry, tossing both the knife and carrots while stirring the soup and calling for help. This hastily made dish came the worst one. Thanks for the meal. Looking at the strange dish, all three people turned pale, trembling and whispering, "Yuck, that's disgusting." One person covered their mouth, trembling as they held the spoon in suspicion. Is this curry? Everyone murmured open criticisms throughout the room. Maybe I shouldn't have come. Jizian, who once said he was good at cooking, now just covered his face and cried, "What do you want me to do?" Kyuhu turned and told Morel to try it. It's not that bad. Ah, Morel doesn't eat anything, right? He just lowered his head, not answering. The question made Morel remember. In the warm kitchen, his mother had said, no matter what happens, never skip a meal. I'm always watching you. Suddenly, a bowl-cut ghostly figure appeared. An image of him alone amidst the ruins as a child, trembling and crying while holding a chocolate bar. Time passed, he grew older, sitting silently on the bed, expressionless, still chewing the chocolate bar. Morel sat dazed in the gloomy space, holding a chocolate bar, lacking all strength. He gently released the chocolate bar from his hand, then it fell freely into the boundless void. Returning to reality, Morel swallowed a spoonful of the food amidst everyone's astonishment. Oh my god! The whole crowd watched the rare moment with their mouths agape. I've never seen Morel eat before. How is it? After trying the dish, he was silent for a long time. Then Morel whispered his verdict. Terrible. Jizian held his face and cried in the corner of the kitchen. Someone rushed over and called out, Morel says the taste is terrible. Amidst the tea's commotion, she replied pitifully, I know, settle down. Morel sat alone with his plate of food, silently sinking into thought. On the other side, Li Qiang tilted his head, observing him with a meaningful look. He hoped today would be meaningful for him. Right after that, she scooped a spoonful into her mouth, immediately grimaced, broke out in a sweat, and thought to herself, what the hell is this? The scene shifted to the clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. Min Song, are you out there? Are you and the villagers at the shelter doing okay? Farm plan I mentioned earlier. We are currently planning an infiltration into the farm. It will be soon, so please wait for us a little longer. Garam was lying on the bed reading a book when she was startled, her eyes darting toward the radio that made a noise. You sure have free time, she blurted out. What? Who is it? A mysterious man coldly declared through the line. I will disable all the barriers, so come meet me. Hearing that, Garam immediately jumped up and grabbed the radio as man's voice continued. Both you and I are trained in martial arts, so don't behave rudely, she guessed in shock. Could it be that you are? Jerry, I have been waiting for you. Garam screamed in anger. What did you do to Minsong? And upon hearing this, Jerry smashed the radio on the ground. The other end of the line went completely silent. She hugged the device tightly in her hands, trembling, her face pale with fear. Garam recalled the image of her appearing covered in bandages, but with unwavering eyes and a bright smile. Do not worry. We will definitely come back. Her eyes widened to the extreme, revealing clear shock. Garam could only scream in vain. No. Garam went to report to everyone is exactly Jerry. Rizuru, standing nearby, dropped a sarcastic comment. That girl is always obsessed with being stronger, even if that obsession is different from mine. He is the only one focused on martial arts, Li Qiang spoke sternly. This is trouble. Our plan will fail. Truk Garam silently turned around and walked away. I will go ahead, she asked worriedly, and Garam, are you okay? Yes. He watched Garam's retreating back with suspicion. Oh, that is surprising. She must be suffering greatly over the villagers' deaths. But Li Qiang asserted that Garam is not that weak. She knows what it means to be wisely stubborn. Garam muttered to herself as she walked. Garam squeezed hard in annoyance, shattering the radio into tiny pieces. The scene shifted. A voice spoke decisively. All right. Nuri stared intently at the plan drawings on the board and said worriedly, the initial plan is too easy to fail. Due to a lack of supplies and limited space, I am implementing the fastest plan. The success rate is not high. It is because we lack information. Even with some recent discoveries, the only thing we know about the farm is the large walls erected in the wasteland. That is it. If we do not know their troop numbers, any plan will be in vain. But what if the door here is unlocked, and we no longer lack information? Suddenly, Li Qiang turned and asked, could Jerry be lying? Rizuru retorted, I do not think so. Then that is insane, really. Afterward, Nuri continued, there will be a battle of strength against strength. Our loss rate is 0%, and Miss Tada will have to open the door. There will be no more reason to refuse that request. He smirked excitedly, his cheeks flushed, thinking to himself, so intense. I wonder how exciting this time will be, but I need to stay by the master's side, right? Tran Nuri turned and asked, where is Muriel? Li Qiang replied, I do not know. I have not seen him today. Let me go look for him, thanks. The scene shifted. Behind an old tree, a sudden voice broke the quiet space. Oh, it is Muriel. Jizian walked closer carrying a box, looked at him and asked, what are you doing here? Muriel only glanced elsewhere and remained silent without answering. She ran over and continued speaking, I came to throw away the curry you ate yesterday, remember? Jizian shyly explained, I researched a lot before making it, but they said it was bad. I should not have made so much, so I have to run around looking for a place to dump it. She looked down at Muriel and wondered, hey, isn't this the uniform? By the way, why are you not wearing it? I see everyone wearing it. Muriel turned away and answered in a low voice, I do not like wearing it. The curt answer left her only able to exclaim in confusion. Huh. Looking at his lonely back, Jizian asked curiously, then why did you bring it along? Seeing Muriel sitting still as a statue, she called out anxiously, Muriel, is something wrong? After a moment he gave a vague answer, I do not know about what. Until now I have always felt empty, but yesterday. Muriel's face at this moment turned sorrowful. I do not know why I feel scared when there are many people around. Jizian slowly analyzed. It is just that you do not want to think about it. You are always searching for hope. That is why you feel scared. Muriel, you do not need to worry about those things anymore. He turned his face in another direction and slowly uttered a single gloomy word. She tilted her head looking at him, and then advised kindly, make memories as if you are telling them to your mother. If you only tell stories about fighting zombies, your mother will get very bored. The places you have been and the things you have done, the people you have met, the conversations and the feelings you received. Instead of painful days, talk about the days you felt happy. If I were your mother, I would be very happy. Under the shade of the tree, Muriel stood quietly, head lowered, his face carrying a hint of sadness. Then he turned around and walked away. Suddenly Muriel stopped and spoke the word okay. Not bad at all. Ji Sion turned his head to look at him, unable to hide his bemusement. Suddenly, a strange blue smoke appeared and then gently floated, hovering in the common space. It turns out Li Qiang had overheard the conversation from afar earlier. The fire blazed fiercely like an exploding cannon. A single small step of humanity opened an extraordinary journey. 1 week later, decisive foot stomped hard on the dry, dusty ground. Chang Wan was training the half-zombie in front of the main gate when suddenly someone pointed and shouted, look over there! Li Qiang stood at the head of the chaotic crowd saying, finally, the human has arrived. Someone asked, where is Muriel? The master is flying here. She estimated that if they all charged at once, then in 12 seconds he would be present. Do you bastards know how long we have waited? I have waited a whole week already. Jerry said, charge. No need to save the rest for that day. The scene shifted to the control center of the fortress. From the radio a voice rang out, Sir Jerry, the human has appeared at the main gate. A voice replied, is that so? Amidst the green bamboo forest, she was planting a banana tree on the hilt of her blade, wondering, how long until the human crosses the main gate? 1 hour. I have dispatched troops, so at least 3 hours. Get lost, you lowly half-zombies, you mongrels. There are some rituals before the meal. Captain of Team 2 of the Changwon Defense Squad, Ches Kong. Eating too fast will give you a stomach ache. Team 1, if you are done warming up, then begin. The captain of Team 1 of the Fortress Defense Squad, Alan Chambolai. Among you rats, whoever takes down Diso Chi D, I will smash that bastard first. The captain of the experimental squad of the Changwon Defense Force, Chemical Story. As he stood towering coldly, waiting, a strange black circle appeared floating in the sky, emitting a surge of energy. Suddenly, a massive white streak plunged from the sky straight into the ground, creating a violent explosion. Li Qiang stood still in the mist, murmuring, excellent. You arrived right on time. Good luck. Muriel turned and replied curtly, yes. On the other side of the building, Jerry wondered, 6 hours, 7 hours, will they cross the main gate? Still planting the banana tree, but no one answered. The Fortress Defense Squad and the low-grade half-zombies, 336 in total, they were defeated by Muriel right before their eyes and were annihilated. The distance from here to Jerry's control center was 32 km, with 678 half-zombies dead along the way. The time for that entire process was... Suddenly, Muriel rushed in from behind from out of nowhere. Jerry's eyes flew open in shock. 3 seconds? She thought to herself, who the hell is that? When did it appear? A direct punch flew towards her face with terrifying speed, creating a deafening sound. Hit by the blow, Jerry was sent flying into the air and spun around. Sliding across the ground, she clutched her stomach and spat out bitterly. An ambush? Are you the one who has been causing a stir these past few days? You have already come this far. Impressive. But an ambush is unacceptable. It is disrespectful to a warrior. Did you get past the half-zombies at the main gate to get here? That is truly rude to my hospitality. Muriel replied bluntly, they are all dead. Jerry was startled. What? But they were all the best. I was just informed seconds ago. Is this guy really that strong? He lies without even blinking. Muriel's figure suddenly blurred and appeared behind Jerry. He closed in and threw an extremely powerful punch. What the hell? I did not even know I was hit until the second strike. I could not see a thing. Jerry slowly picked up his blade and said, "That is right. At this point, everything is clear. You are the one who killed the managers." Jerry suddenly asked, "Do you know why I did not blockade the military camp?" Muriel calmly replied, "What?" Jerry raised his hand holding fragments of bones that were glowing red and floating in the air. "In case I meet someone stronger than me. If I could dedicate everything to martial arts, maybe I could forget all the painful memories. That is what I told myself." A pillar of golden fire blazed fiercely. Surrounding his body, he activated the youngest one's flame skill. Standing within the crackling ring of fire, Muriel blinked calmly and asked, "Excuse me." Jerry looked up and asked, "Huh? What the hell am I seeing?" Muriel stared at his opponent and asked, "Do you know where Jerry is?" Ellen was dumbfounded. "What?" Jerry thought in panic. This lunatic did not come here because he knew about me. He just broke in by chance. Jerry gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, "Bastard, I do not know what power you have, but it definitely has limits. I am Jerry." Muriel was surprised. "Oh, is that so? Then sorry for intruding." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his leg and kicked straight at Jerry, adding, "Not that I care anyway." Her body flew away, smashing through a series of surrounding bamboo stalks. Jerry lay sprawled on the ground, face dirty, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The whole team simultaneously drew their weapons and aggressively charged forward, following the order to advance. Follow the path Muriel had opened and break inside. Li Kang ran frantically while loudly declaring their determination. "We will rescue the humans as planned. We will circle around from the east side of the main gate and free all the imprisoned slaves." She turned and shouted, "You have command, Garam." Garam immediately acknowledged the order. Understood. Li Kang suddenly stopped, speaking coldly. "All right, then I will." Scene shifted to the protective pillar in front of the super-grade defense system. The two men started discussing, "What the hell is going on? Should we go out and check? I think we should wait for orders first." A streak of light suddenly flashed by. One of them exclaimed, "What was that? What just flew past?" Li Kang looked down from above with authority. "So this is the super-grade defense system at the center of Changwon, just as Rizuru said. Within a 50 km radius of Changwon. At this level, they will be paralyzed for 3 months. But doesn't matter anymore now. I think having Muriel handle it is feasible." She knelt on one knee, focused her energy, and activated the enhanced vision skill. "Everyone thinks that is my full ability, but the reality is different. My abilities consist of vision, hearing, touch, smell, taste, gravity, endurance, and agility. I only focused on vision because it carries the least risk. Sensory amplification at 580%. The entire territory has been monitored." Aura erupted around Li Kang, spreading throughout the space. "From now on, no attack will escape my radar." On the other side, the man with the staff suddenly charged down with a swing. "How dare you destroy this place?" startling the young boy. A flash of light instantly blocked the strike right in front of him. He was stunned. "How did you block my blow?" Li Qiang immediately created afterimages, spreading in all directions. "Don't worry, my team members. Today, no human will die within my sight." Scene shifted to the laboratory. Naturf wondered who could be calling while I am conducting experiments. System reported 2 errors detected. The energy in the second machine is being transferred. She was surprised. "What are the errors? I am looking for those 2 things." "Transfer them." The subordinate spoke up. "Sir Naturf?" The subordinate reported that humans are infiltrating the military headquarters. "Give us orders." Naturf repeated in shock. "Humans?" She pondered deeply. "Damn it, Jerry. I told you not to cause any more trouble." Wait, could the errors be related to the humans? Perhaps this is an opportunity. As a scholar, I cannot miss this chance. The defensive strategy will begin now. Naturf focused intensely, activating the battery set skill. "Mobilize additional defense troops." The subordinate replied, "Understood." Naturf raised a hand to control the cube. "BC, send an urgent notice." The device asked back, "To whom, sir?" Turret scene change. A sudden attack from above. One of them screamed in pain. Garam looked at the one who had just been taken down, complaining. "There are so many, aren't there?" Her worried gaze shifted to the side. She told herself she needed to quickly rescue everyone and get out. A man with a staff charged from behind, snarling ferociously. "Die, you filthy humans." She was startled. "I am dead." Aizushi suddenly rushed in and punched him straight in the face. "Hey, uncle with the staff." He grinned and then winked. "No need to thank me. Just remember to buy carrots next time." Garam could only stammer a thank you. Aizushi shouted loudly, "Come here, you half-zombies." She smiled awkwardly, thinking that just a few days ago, humans were terrified of this campaign. No matter how many times they were trained, just thinking back to what they endured, it was so difficult to think about defeating the half-zombies. Honestly, I thought I could not turn the situation around, but I was wrong. They are here. It is the half-zombies. In the middle of the battle, one of them gaped and exclaimed, "Why are the humans so strong?" That is right. They are the honorable warriors of the Suicide Squad. Garam hugged her cheeks tightly, calming herself. "Snap out of it, Garam. You need to stay calm and go rescue everyone." Scene shift. A man in protective gear announced that Unit 88 will support Unit 102, the 3rd Prison Security Unit. The man urged loudly, "Stop hesitating, hurry up." Dugun wiped his face while slowly growing angry. Hazio and Zuna, leave the children to you too. Hearing the instruction, one person immediately replied, yes sir, hope you do well, I will watch over them. He called out loudly from a distance, Dongzi Ok Jiangun, I have come to visit you too. Dugun stepped closer and asked, hey kids. Jiangun turned around startled, greeting him sir. He pressed further, why are you not greeting me? What are you two so focused on doing? The boy timidly looked up and then mumbled an explanation. It is nothing sir, because they always call us by code names, so I did not know it was you calling. Perhaps we have already forgotten our real names. Gun bent down gently. Dongziak Ok Jiangun, I told you I will always call you by your real names. Jiangun looked down at the ground, his voice sorrowful. Nothing will ever change. The half-zombies will call us by code names our whole lives like machines. What meaning does this life have? Would dying not be better? Seeing the boy's despair, he said, do you know why they call you by code names? Jiangun asked, why sir? Dugun said slowly, they cannot age or get sick, they just keep on living like that forever. Conversely, as time passes, people experience more things, evolving and continuously developing. Jiang Jun once said they treat you like machines, and that is exactly what they want. Destroying my real name gradually made me lose my human instincts, treated like an animal. However, they have always feared our power. Children, do not live so meaninglessly anymore. Try your best until you unlock all your power. Yugen slowly hugged the two children to comfort them, saying that day would come. The two children sobbed while hugging his broad back, calling out uncle. Suddenly Garam stepped forward and called out loudly, everyone, come here quickly. The kids looked at each other in confusion. Who was she that they had never met before? He firmly grabbed the head of that zombie wearing protective gear and shouted, come with us. The crowd was horrified. Did she kill it? Hearing the noise, Dugan turned around and said, I know you have many questions. Follow me. We came to save you. The people looked at each other warily. What if it was a trap? The old orderly dashed away, uncle. Dugan poked his head out to observe the battle. Garam quickly reminded him, hey, do not get close, it is very dangerous. Amidst the chaos, the zombies continuously swung their weapons and charged into fierce combat. Dugan turned around and shouted loudly, everyone, they are fighting for us. Hearing that, the crowd immediately scrambled to follow. Really? Let us go quickly, we do not want to be slaves anymore. The old man made a loud commotion, revving the car engine. Jiangjun, hurry up. The two children ran while replying, yes sir. He turned to instruct Garam, take care of the children, everyone. She paused and asked back, what? As soon as he finished speaking, Dugan turned around and ran very fast, saying, I will go get a few things. Hey, you. Garam secretly admired him, not knowing who he was, but he was truly brave. Thanks to him she could save everyone, you must hurry. In the room, he carefully flipped through each page of the notebook and whispered, finally the day has come to read it. Suddenly Dugan held the documents and looked up at the ceiling in a daze. There was no activation notice for the defense system. Target humans. From behind, dirt and rocks were sent flying everywhere. She screamed in horror, what is that? The room where Dugan was standing began to collapse. His face was now streaming with sweat. Suddenly Li Kang appeared. On the other side, a large fiery explosion rang out violently. Where did those strange objects come from? Explosions happened one after another. A member was almost wiped out by the strange energy. Fortunately, Li Kang timely hugged him and pulled him away. He immediately stammered his thanks to the team leader. He looked at the objects with full suspicion. What is that flying thing? Is it targeting humans? The energy source came from the research building. Nath, we need to go. Run, try to move inside the building, copy. She thought to herself, wanting to get to Naturf but having to protect everyone. There was no other choice. Li Kang approached and asked, Garam, she turned her head, team leader. I think Naturf has been activated. Can you handle that side? Receiving the sudden order, Garam widened her eyes. You want me to take command? Li Kang reassured, do not worry, I will support you. Knowing the situation was critical, Garam continued, there is no other choice. Time is running out. I will do my best, thank you. Naturf's location must be in the research area. Garam was rushing forward when a beam of light slashed across, startling her as she turned to look. Where are you going, girl? Cheesy swung his weapon to block the path provocatively. We are not finished yet. Garam opened her eyes wide in shock. So it is you. One of her eyes glowed a creepy red. You remember now. Of course you must remember. Cheesy shouted loudly. Because of you I lost everything, my beautiful face and my friends. I will make you become like me. As soon as he finished speaking, he continuously swung a sharp blade and charged forward madly. She had to dodge quickly. Where do you think you are running? Garam gritted her teeth. I need to get to the research headquarters quickly. She sharply turned her head and called out loudly, team leader, can you hear me? Something unexpected happened, help me. Li Kang was startled, something unexpected. However, Cheesy suddenly lunged forward and yelled, who are you talking to? Do not get distracted. Amidst the hail of life and death, Li Kang suddenly appeared and reassured, I do not know what happened, but I think you need help. Garam exclaimed, team leader. Chize's face was covered in stitched scars. She roared in anger, "Who are you? Get lost." As soon as he finished, a powerful slash launched straight at him. Yi Kyung flew up high, gathering all his strength for a penetrating punch downward. She turned to reassure him, "Don't worry, I'll send a distress signal to Hemi." Aram asked blankly, "Aren't you going to fight me?" Kyung immediately turned around, slinging his gun over his shoulder decisively. "I have to protect humanity. No time to stay here. Reinforcements are coming. Get to the research facility quickly, Garam." "Yes, sir." Hearing about reinforcements, she scratched her head in confusion. "Do we really have reinforcements? I thought everyone was already deployed." In the distance, O was pushed back by the force of a slash, tilting his head back and howling in frustration. Chizi rushed forward with terrifying speed, cursing incessantly. "Who was that bitch just now? Bring her here. I'll kill both of you." Garam looked to the sky for help. "Damn it, I need reinforcements right now." Amidst the blinding light, a large mist suddenly appeared. Rizuru gave a mad grin, his laughter echoing. Garam looked at him with a bored expression. "Huh, master? Hey, I'm here." He hopped and twisted his deformed body in the middle of the road. Chiji watched with an embarrassed look. "Rizuru, what the?" Suddenly he spoke in a contemptuous tone. "Wait, you're Diso Ches, right? You look terrible." "Ah, the irony, I should be the one saying that to you." "How did you end up like this, Rizuru?" Kyuhu rushed over frantically to check. "Garam, are you okay?" She replied timidly, "I'm fine, but are you to the reinforcements?" "That's right, Rizuru is wearing a device around his neck, so he can use it to control him. He promised to obey him, and so we came to assist." Garam asked in confusion, "Really? Can that stick figure of a man actually do anything?" She turned her face away but didn't forget to instruct. "Well, I'll trust you too then. I have to go somewhere else." "Alright, leave it to me." Chizi suddenly jumped up and roared, "Where do you think you're going, girl? I told you, you'd have to pay." Suddenly, a large bone shot forward and slashed hard into her attack. She stood watching, then urged, "Go, I'll handle this." Garam, drenched in sweat, replied, "Alright, don't act so tough in that body of yours." Asked helplessly, "What is this?" He answered bluntly, "What?" Chizi frowned in anger, "Are you helping humans now?" Rizuru replied in a firm tone, "Well, that's right, don't get heartbroken." He was furious, emitting a black energy that surrounded him. "I was told you were dead. Who would have guessed you'd become a loyal dog to these humans? Stop blocking my way, get lost." Spoke slowly, E.G. So Chi. "Do you know the difference between a high-grade half-zombie and a mid-grade one?" I replied honestly, "High-grade is much stronger than mid-grade. So which group are you in?" "Mid-grade and me high-grade." "Even knowing that, you still dare to oppose me." "Even if you do this, I can still," Chizi said as he attacked, annoyed, talking nonsense. A thunderous explosion sounded. Kyuhu scratched his cheek with his finger, his face covered in anxious sweat, thinking it should be fine, right? Rizuru lay sprawled on the rocky ground, lamenting silently. "Since when did I become this weak? Never thought I'd be so powerless when only fighting humans." Suddenly, she ran off very fast. He yelled in panic, "She's chasing after Garam." He immediately grabbed the remote, pressed a button, and shouted loudly, "Rizuru, grab her." Hit by an electric current coursing through his body, he screamed in agony, "The remote, turn it off." Kyuhu quickly hid the remote behind his back, an innocent look on his face. "Sorry, I didn't know what it did." Rizuru was forced to fly quickly towards her. "See, I have no other choice." Chizi spun him around like a top. "I told you to get lost." Kyuhu shouted frantically, "Do something, Rizuru." While being spun around, he thought to himself, "This is bad. This weak body can't take much more. Human, activate that drug." Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, "What?" Kyuhu snapped back with a firm refusal. "That thing is out of the question." Jiun said only to use it in a critical situation. Before he could finish, Rizuru was thrown hard to the ground. "Hey!" He explained further, "We are in a critical situation. If you don't give me that thing, we'll both die." Kyu bent down, stammering in protest. "You should use all your strength to stop her." "Do you think I'd let you use that thing?" Rizuru lay still, asking slowly, "You want things to be over quickly so you can go see the master, right?" Hearing this unexpected suggestion, he flinched slightly. "What?" His eyes narrowed seriously. "When I have the drug and take care of that woman, can I go see the master? Even if it's just 1 second earlier. Aren't the humans in dire need of our help? What happens if all the humans die while we're chasing after some woman?" Hearing this, Kyuhu stood up straight and pondered. Then he took out the pill and said, "You're right, use it to save humanity. I'm giving it to you not because I want to see Muriel." Tossing the pill into Rizuru's mouth was only a matter of time. Just after swallowing it, his face turned a glowing red. Kyuhu stood nearby, bewildered, watching Rizuru transform. He returned to his original form, delighted. "Ooh la la." Kyuhu saw this and clenched his fists happily. "You really got your body back. Now go chase after her." Rizuru merely glanced without saying a word. Suddenly, he made him laugh. "But first, I have to do this." Kyuhu widened his eyes in shock. Was he going to betray them? Knew it. Can't trust those half-zombies. Rizuru grabbed his opponent's head, laughing triumphantly. "Thanks, I knew you'd listen." "That's right, the master's minions are really useful." Hearing that, he froze. "Huh?" Without explaining, he just turned his back. "Alright, time to go smash that one." Kyuhu felt like going dumb. "What the hell? He's much better than I thought. Maybe I misunderstood." On the other side, Chiji was running when he heard a shout from behind. "That one." Rizuru leaned down, just an inch away from her. "The high-grade half-zombie is here." Sharp glint flashed in the darkness. He activated his ability, "Don't use the ice crossbow." He gave Chizi no chance to resist, attacking relentlessly with a rotating ring of thorns. Rizuru was delighted to see his opponent helpless. That scientist was right. Recalling even while tightly bound, he asked if he could get help to restore his body. Jin did not hesitate. Yes, the captain said so. Drink this, you will regain your old body, but it only lasts a maximum of 1 hour. Kyuhu was suspicious. What mixture could do that? She seriously explained about Muriel's blood. They discovered that her blood contained regenerative cells. Using this, a part of the body can regenerate. Since it's Muriel's blood, even the clothes will be restored. Of course, not everything can regenerate. Firstly, it's useless on humans or living things. The only subjects of this research were living half-zombies. Even then, it's not perfect. With the vial, Rizuru would be a powerful ally. And at this moment he had sent Chizi flying. Not stopping there, they continued to decide the victor, leaving Kyuhu just standing and watching. Speaking of assistance, at this moment he really did look very strong. Rizuru, is that guy stronger than her? I know I need to trust, but I'm really worried. Can Rizuru beat her? Ah, you have no manners in your speech. Don't block my way, get lost. You're in my way. Rizuru silently evaded everything. Kyuhu also had a point. All this time, Rizuru's appearances had been comical. However, Kyuhu's thinking was completely wrong. He twisted his body, forming an arc. He leaned to the other side again, perfectly dodging every attack. Rizuru suddenly spoke, his voice coldly frightening. The one causing trouble is me. As soon as he finished, Chiji was sent flying into the wall. He stomped on the head of the one blocking the path. That's you. I have to meet the master. Every second is precious. Kyuhu didn't know a fact that Chiji had forgotten. A few years ago, when half-zombies ruled everything, Rizuru was once a legend. In both physique and intellect. Superior, he was a Freudian. To explain briefly, Freudian are half-zombies with supreme power. He achieved the management position the fastest, the legendary super rookie, and that was Rizuru. Of course, that legend didn't last long. Due to a lack of will and motivation, Rizuru disappeared not long after. That's how he was forgotten. Right here, right now, that legend had returned, standing alongside humans. Z sprang up, roaring, "What's wrong with you? What the hell, you're cooperating with humans? You see my hair? They're extensions made from my sister's hair. This dress is also made from the heads of my sisters, patched together. Lost everything because of those humans. My sisters, my appearance. Everything, I've lost it all. So why aren't you comforting me but instead fighting for humans? You're a half-zombie just like me." Kyuhu was startled by this scene. What? Why did he stop attacking? Could she have convinced him? He came to the same conclusion. You really can't trust a half-zombie. Kyuhu desperately aimed his machine gun. Hurry up, let's go, Rizuru. Rizuru's gaze was as sharp as a sword fresh out of its sheath. Hey, his hand tightened around her, his strength surging. So what? I don't care about the things you've lost. Rizuru bent down, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Thousands of foreign objects from the void shot straight at Chiji. This time, A was completely exhausted, losing combat ability and falling. He looked up with arrogance and dominance spilling out. Everyone has their own story. Have you ever heard the stories of those you have killed? No, because the stories of the weak are not worth your time. Same here, I do not care. That slender hand held the opponent's severed head, gently putting away a life that had just ended. Chiji. Rizuru looked up and quietly finished, because they are not worth my concern. Kyuhu was scared stiff, not knowing what to say. He urged, let's go. Has he finally snapped out of it, huh? That terrifying face suddenly changed expression. Let's go meet the master. And yet Rizuru kept smiling the whole way, with no grace at all. Kyuho looked at that strange back, truly scared. He thought that man was about to kill him. At that moment, he thought the master must be terrifying. They are probably all the same. Earlier, he killed her without hesitation. Just how strong is he? Suddenly Kyuho thought how strong really is Muriel. And to be able to turn Rizuru into a toy. Jerry was suffocating under the pressure from Muriel. He did not pay her any attention, just swung his sword and thought to himself, heavy. Jerry was sweating, his body weak. The seventh guardian and Rizuru, how could they fight against this monster? It was like a huge mountain. It felt like he was trying to climb an unreachable peak. Suddenly Muriel threw him down. Hey. She lowered her head. I do not know if you are being lenient or if you are toying with me. I really cannot figure it out. A sword swung in like a great hammer, stirring everything. He put his hand behind his back, his expression unchanged. A moment later, Muriel took out her specialized weapon. He leaned to the side, the whip in his hand ready to strike. A stream of black energy appeared from the void and enveloped it. When attacking, the whip had turned into a plume of black smoke. Very quickly realized he was raising his own temperature and boiling his blood, using it as a flame. This bastard was imitating him. Before he could prepare, Muriel was already closing in. She struck hastily but said stubbornly, your fighting style is troublesome. His body seemed to separate into individual parts. His arms stretched out to wrap around Jerry's neck. She froze, not expecting this move. What the hell? In front of her, Muriel used the momentum to kick back. He grabbed his sword and advanced again. Within those deep eyes, a trace of confusion appeared again. Jerry suddenly cried out as if realizing something. She struggled to stand up. I have been wondering why you did not kill me. Are you waiting for an order from someone? Muriel waved dismissively. No. Miller received orders to kill the manager. That was the most important mission. However, at this moment Muriel sensed a powerful connection. He suddenly asked an irrelevant question. What is the past you want to forget? Have you forgotten that past? Jerry did not answer right away, only asked back, why do you ask? Are you pitying me? Just like before, Muriel answered firmly, no. I also have a past I want to forget. This sentence made her freeze for a moment. Huh? Even so, Muriel still said nothing. Has everyone gone through this? When I was young, I fought for some reasons, a few punches, then made up as if nothing happened. That happened because we understood each other better through the process of exchanging emotions while fighting. In some cases, that process helps both sides understand the other's feelings. Jerry admitted defeat, closed his eyes, and said, a martial artist needs to train the body. I realized this when training with my sense of smell. The world has more sense than I thought. The smell of rain, the smell of autumn approaching. Life has more to discover than what I see with my eyes. Scent helps to feel everything naturally and realize so much more. You and I are neglecting those familiar scents. Alright, I will tell you a story from a few years ago. Before the Paradise Era began, everything started in Seoul. The Red Team was an organization born from failure. Those who had suffered loss gathered in Seoul, where the half-zombie battle peaked, and I escaped. Because I lost my father there, the poor man named Jerry. He was my real family, but at that time she only knew how to cry. Father! Then I met the Red Team, thinking we would become a family, but in the end it was just a name. Why? Because half-zombies had a broken circuit in their brains. They only saw their own kind as stepping stones, unable to share anything. A fake family that should have been forgotten, but instead made me remember my real family. It was not painful but created a wound, not empty, but left a gap hard to fill. In the end, I could not forget it. That is why I became obsessed with martial arts. I just wanted to escape useless thoughts. Muriel remained silent, but no one knew what changes were happening in her heart. She took off the mask on her shoulder. That was enough rambling. Thanks to luck, I completed it. My power needs time to develop. Thank you for the mercy. It is funny telling this story, but I am glad I showed my true skill. Thank you for listening. I have never shared my past with an opponent. A flame burst out as if to devour everything. Deploying the red Yudno skill on the 29th floor completed. Jerry spoke words of gratitude but acted to the contrary. I will show you my respect. Muriel glimpsed the past through Jerry. He also wanted to offer respect to express gratitude. The greatest respect Muriel could give was to fully surrender herself to martial arts. At this very moment, he was letting go of the past. Sharp eyes appeared from within the flames. The person opposite was swallowed in mere seconds. Muriel swung her hand to shatter the flames that were devouring her. He did not pause for a second and decisively charged forward. The two forces clashed, momentarily locked in a stalemate. Impossible, since when did you imitate me? Suddenly she realized, no, he was not imitating her. He had completely grasped her skill. That only excited Jerry more. Fine, at any cost, I will climb to the top of this mountain. Let us see if you can keep up with me. My power does not stop there. Watch this, the fourth time. To finish the red Yudnori match, one must grasp the strategy. That means you must obtain all 4 pieces. When the first strike affects the opponent, you receive 1 piece. Conversely, when sustaining an attack, they also lose 1 piece. The process repeats until 4 pieces are secured, then the first evolution occurs. The already hot flames grew even larger. The first evolution. A dragon appeared from the fire, the Azure Dragon of the East. Muriel was slightly surprised, but not too much. The sword in her hand transformed into a large black dragon. Harry could not help but curse impossible. But in a moment of being off guard, one of her hands got bitten. The eyes on the mask merged with Jerry, making the expression clear. She screamed, refusing to accept this fate. The flames blazed even more fiercely. The second evolution. This time a tiger was molded from fire, the white tiger of the West, yet had not been around long before it was slashed by a sword. Compared to the creature Jerry summoned, Muriel was a tier higher. She stubbornly wanted to turn the tables. I still have many strategies. This time the flames danced violently across the area. The vermilion bird of the south. The sparrow from the high sky. Not stopping yet, come down quickly, the black tortoise of the north. Let us see how long you can last. The raging flames were suddenly cut off by another force. Jerry clearly saw everything. For her, it seemed not to be Muriel but a terrifying monster. Jerry was so stunned that it took a long time to regain her senses. My 4 divine beasts, how could you take them down so easily? She suddenly fell into a state of panic. How could she defeat him? What should she do now? Jerry let out a breath. Everything seemed to spiral out of control. His voice showed no sign of tension. Oh my, this was serious, as if he was enjoying this. It had been so long since he felt this relieved. This battle carried something truly special. From the outside, it looked like a bloody battle. Deep inside, Jerry felt an unusual sense of comfort. Muriel felt the same emotion. It was more like a conversation than a battle. In any sport, the decisive moment of victory or defeat. From the opponent's gaze, their behavior, their habits, even their breathing resonated deeply with one another, winning together, understanding and focusing on each other as if having a conversation. Though silent, it was a profoundly deep dialogue. Blood sprayed from Jerry's body as he recalled those useless games from before. Perhaps I had always been waiting for this moment. That's right, this was more than enough. At this moment, my will to live. No more. Morel was bewildered, her head full of question marks. A ring of fire suddenly appeared in the mid-air. The silent beast had awakened the final evolution, the Goblin King. She softly explained that goblins were beings beyond the realm of existence. Though their bodies were immortal, their souls were not. It is an honor to fight with you. Let us leave this place together, my friend. Space froze. A cold breath escaped Morel's mouth. It was small but unaffected by the flames. Cracks began to appear on your mask. Only now did Jerry belatedly realize. A stream of black energy surged from Morel's eyes and mouth. It embraced what had just escaped from him. The scene changed too quickly, causing her to panic. What was that? What the hell was happening? The whole building was shaking. The entire manor was shaking. On the other side, Garam also felt the earth-shattering quake. The Hemi group also looked around in a daze. Li Kang also looked in a different direction, towards Morel. Naderf was quite startled by the scene before her. What kind of numbers were these? Never seen anything like this before. Who the hell is fighting that person, Jerry? Back here, the mass of black energy was still clinging to the white smoke. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. My goblin. Did an attack that transcended life and death have no effect? The dust settled. Morel rubbed her chin in a daze, not understanding what had just happened. Jerry suddenly seemed to go mad. How cruel. Can't you just be friends and leave with me? Fine, this is the final verdict. Since it has gone too far, I will see it through. What's wrong? Why aren't you fighting back? Do you think I'm not worthy of being your opponent? Yet Morel simply stepped to the side, dodging it easily. He said softly, as if it had nothing to do with him, that Goblin was dying. Just as Morel said, it was gradually calming down. She only felt a pain that exceeded all expectations. Jerry suddenly stopped, giving himself a brief moment of silence. What have I been waiting for all this time? Nato once asked, you want me to save the bamboo, plant it in my building? At that time she said, yes, my father likes bamboo. Ah, he turned away without expressing an opinion. Fine, I will bring them later. Jerry hesitated and interrupted. Are you free this weekend? Nature asked back. For what? Do you want to hold a leader meeting? She shook her head in denial. No, I want to go on a picnic with you and the leaders. Nature sneered. What kind of ridiculous thing is that? Don't contact me unless it's about work. Jerry lowered his head in disappointment. Fine, I'm sorry. When she was alone, she thought that maybe one day she would have a friend to talk to. I can't just keep thinking about my father. Let's build a new family. Jerry was always following Rizuru with a smile. Lone bamboo stood him all other species. She had been rejected by others. Jerry gave his all for a bleak future. Yet in the end, he was still turned away. Her eyes gradually grew cold, her sweat increasing steadily. The barrier had become a forest. Just wait a little longer. Jerry whispered to the bamboo, as in the old days. Our family is about to have a new member. No, a half-zombie having a family was impossible. Can you be that person? Morel looked up in doubt. What? A blazing fire deformed the opponent's body. If I were human, will we be friends? Your answer was very brief. Okay. That single word alone ignited hope. Really? I understand. Then one day, your comforter will come, and they will be a new family. Words dissolved into the wind and vanished. I envy you truly. Suddenly Morel was left all alone again. His eyes did not change but stirred one's heart. A poetic image appeared, completely unsuited for the moment. Morel's eyes narrowed. Everything seemed close yet distant. He stood there whispering back, I envy you too. A glowing red notification appeared. Jerry was dead. Nature frantically tore everything apart. What bastard caused this error? Show yourself. Before him, the tall building had exploded. The red notifications could not drown out the strange feeling that just passed by. Nato spun around startled. What in the hell? Only a cold voice answered back. Found you. Loram called Natov's name tensely. Thoughts drifted by after thoroughly studying the demolition mine. The result was mastering it completely. The activation time for the demolition mine had been reduced to 2 minutes. Unless Naderf dies or Muriel arrives after killing Jerry according to plan. I will die if I cannot hold out. Kyung was also racing against time. We are rescuing people according to plan. Suddenly feel uneasy. Did I miss something? The feeling like something terrible that should not happen is happening. Nature's silence made the atmosphere frightening. Suddenly asked who? It's Muriel. Garm's voice trembled. What? How do you know? Mia did not finish before Nater struck at him. You look useful. Her eyes flashed. What luck. Need to turn you into a half-zombie. Garam collapsed weakly on the spot. Everything in her sight seemed to spin and churn. His gaze gradually changed in a direction Garam did not want. In another corner, Hemi had already swung her sword at the opponent. The girl used her weapon to block. So tired, used too much ability. Suddenly a voice rang out, you should not neglect me like this. But before he could touch her, he was knocked back. Juna appeared, arrogant and carefree, rising. Kick pierced through the opponent's body. Fastball. The boy was lazy yet sharp. You failure. If you can't breathe, then get out of the way. Someone like you will only die pointlessly, and me? That will never happen. Remy only said, kneel down. Juna roared in dissatisfaction. What? I just saved you, you brute. The girl pushed the opponent's head down to teach him. If you don't want to die quickly. He spun around and kicked past. I said kneel down. Juno was angry even though he knew it was for his good. You're crazy, who let you touch my head? Remy retorted. I just saved you, you ungrateful brat. When will you ever grow up? The boy jumped in shock after hearing that. What did you say, you useless girl? Who are you to butt in? The girl stated bluntly. I am your twin sister, are you blind? Juno stubbornly retorted. Get lost. I won't bother saving you anymore. Seeing this, Jizian hastily spoke up. Remy, if you're tired then rest, we're here now. Remy answered stiffly but was cut off by the boy before she finished. Go bug someone else. He clutched his chest pretending to be weak. I'm just worried. Juna cursed irritably at him. Who are you to dare worry about my sister? Hearing their noise, the girl could only sigh. Kids, honestly. Remy turned to a different direction. Right, where is that black-haired senior? I just saw him a few minutes ago. Oh well, the senior probably went off somewhere. At the same time, Li Kaiyang continuously fired his gun forward. Strange immortal beings were shot to pieces mercilessly, but she suddenly realized, damn it, why did it feel like they were multiplying, getting harder and harder to deal with? Moreover, the biggest problem now is a giant machine appeared in the city center, second-level defense, providing washing machines. Li Qiang was worried when he saw them firing within a certain range. As she said, they were continuously spawning more. A red bolt of lightning crossed that strange object. Li Qiang made plans while running, helping others was fine, but he could not help Garam. The best way was to wait for Mirail. Sorry, hang in there, Garam. In a hidden spot, Garam was holding her head in pain. A light flashed through her mind as if wanting to sever her soul. Her eyes widened, her expression gradually changing. The book silently opened from the void. Power emanating enveloped her body, the water mine disrupting the purifying airflow. Naterf calmly observed, after all, this was her doing. Garam's eyes turned black, and that pattern also appeared. But just a second later, they vanished as if they had never been. She collapsed on the spot, damn it. Garam gasped, silently thanking her luck that a major incident had almost occurred. She angrily shouted, asking what she had done to her. The note of fate regretfully replied, why was that? Asking if she had superpowers. She said she did not know how she did it, but if she became a half-zombie, things would go smoothly. Garam heard the dreadful thing and asked again, what? She wanted to turn her into a half-zombie. The mad scientist wanted to merge zombies and humans. She remained calm, saying she saw not only Jerry but humans as no different from insects. Familiar power surged in her cells, the water mine fully activating. Now she could act without guilt. The fruit was good, but she only had 2 minutes. She had to end everything by any means. Naterf rubbed her face with interest, asking if calling her a mad scientist was how she saw her. A blue light materialized, tearing through the wind as it shot forward. Everything stopped when the fifth power unlocked. Garam asked herself in a daze. The attack she had just released weakened and dissipated into the air. Instead, a pile of chains appeared above Garam's head, dazzling. She quickly realized the effect. Her body could not move, her brain felt paralyzed. At that moment, a notification board caught Garam's attention. Content indicated it was a representation of a human brain gradually failing. Currently, the one controlling your body and mind is me. She did not want to believe it, thinking it was just an illusion. Naderf laughed, shattering her hope, saying they were talking inside her mind. He told her she should stop resisting. Because her body was worth studying, damage had to be minimized. Garam gritted her teeth, only able to watch the other party act arrogantly. Memories flooded back, only the strongest could be team leaders. She thought she could resist them. She could not even a single chance. Li Qiang seemed to sense something, lifting his eyes to look in another direction. She panicked, her speech becoming incoherent. No. That technique had just been unleashed, blood splattering everywhere. No one could stop it. Garam bowed her head, waiting for the pain, but felt nothing. She looked up with a blood-covered face. Garam finally managed to utter a word, Senior. Her eyes widened. Senior, how was he here? Naderf said nothing, but panicked inside, wondering when this guy had gotten here. Dongho fell, struggling to say, Run, Garam. You cannot die here. Elsewhere, Junho was losing patience, seeing that all the zombies seemed to be converging here. He yelled, Get out of the way, you damn bastards. Zuru laughed like a madman, calling out for the master, asking where he was. Before he finished, he had turned into a lump, surprisingly calling for the master. He was startled and shouted, the medicine lost its effect so quickly. The next second, Rizuru was knocked away by the swarm of minions. Luckily, Kyuhu still asked about him. When Mr. Ajil treated the battlefield as a stage, running around. Very quickly, she was hit by a surprise attack. An explosion occurred right in mid-air. Li Qiang spun his body, trying to reduce the impact force. On the other side, Himi was also exhausted from this prolonged situation. Aizushi realized the problem. Everyone was about to run out of strength. A strange machine that suddenly appeared continued its assault. They surged out relentlessly, catching no one off guard in time. A level 3 defense system appeared, providing a framework. Li Qiang struggled to stand firm, trying to hold on. Even though he no longer had the advantage, he would not retreat. The moment to turn the tide was approaching. Blood pooled, reflecting the face of Dong Ho. It was absurd, suddenly appearing and then lying here waiting to die like this. This quality suits you, and so does the language. His vision began to blur. That was right. Dying this way might be better. Memories flooded back, Li Jong Ho at 23. The girl beside him left without regret. Sanggun, remember to bring it tomorrow. Jong Ho retorted uncomfortably. What do you mean, who is Sanggun? To Dong Ho, that cup of Dong Ho tea, I already returned this. Dong Ho was the nameless child. Once when the teacher asked who hadn't done the homework, he quickly raised his hand and answered me. The teacher acted as if he didn't hear anyone else. He didn't give up, still insisting me. During training, anyone not received their biscuits. Trainee Dong Hung Ho number 203. The other party ignored him. Everyone got theirs right. Dong Ho stubbornly repeated, Trainee Dong number 203 still hasn't received them. A life where no one remembers, no one acknowledges. What difference is that from hell? Until Garam appeared. Senior, where should I put this? He was startled, somewhat unaccustomed. Jong Ho remained indifferent, indicating, put it wherever you like. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Thank you, Senior Jong Ho. Garam immediately hugged the pile of things and left. He stood there dazed, watching until he met Garam. He was joyfully undisguised, showing off that he had bought some new books. You said you wanted to read new books, right? While exploring Jin-hee, I found a few. She ran over eagerly and asked, can I read them here? Dong Ho was dumbfounded here. A moment later, Garam patted his shoulder heavily. The book is amazing. The author writes vividly and in detail. Dong Ho smiled foolishly and asked, what do you think? Do you like it? Hey, why are you always reading at my spot? She lowered her head without answering. Why are you suddenly asking that? He avoided her gaze, his face bruised. I mean, there are plenty of places, so why do you keep sitting here? Garam answered calmly, because it is comfortable. Dong Ho did not expect that comfortable. She did not look, but understood his confusion. Sitting here gives me a sense of togetherness, because I feel lonely. For some reason, sitting next to you comforts me. Besides, don't you think this place is spacious? Why do you ask? Do you hate me sitting here? Dong Ho suppressed a strange feeling and teased, so you think I like you sitting here? Garam was displeased. What, can't you say something nicer? He burst out laughing but did not stop his actions. See, with you like this, who can possibly like you? She was furious, so you hate me. But in his heart, Dong Ho said to himself, so it is comfortable, I understand now. Being treated as non-existent turned out to be more convenient than he thought. He poked his head out of the vehicle. Everyone be careful. But Garam still did not turn her head back. Since they did not know her goodwill, there was no pressure in conveying it. Garam's existence had always been one-sided, disappearing before anything could be reached. He would always support her from afar. Always like that, she only needed to move forward with pride and confidence. Lee Kyung suddenly appeared behind her. Garam, I think Naturf is behind everything. Can you handle her? She was startled. You want me to go deal with that manager? In the end, not knowing why, Garam still answered, no choice, I will go. Dong Ho simply watched her retreating figure grow distant. Suddenly her entire body tilted to one side. He pursed his lips awkwardly. Whenever you remember the past, if I can at least exist in your easily forgotten memories, then that would be enough for me. Back to reality, Jong Ho had lost consciousness. Garam tears streamed down like rain. Veins on her forehead were clearly visible, betraying her futile resistance. The clinking chains gleamed with a green light. Garam's expression grew even more ferocious. Her hands clenched tightly, unwilling to let go. Trembling, her legs still kept moving. She glared, struggling to step before Naturf. No praise in the end, what are you doing? Do not drain your energy, stay still for me. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Garam seemed to sense it, turning back to look. Her once stern face now lifeless. A small, powerless sound escaped. Senior. But all she got in return was a single slash. He let go of the opponent's neck, threatening that he should obediently use him. Directly fighting was not his style. Tears burst out like a broken dam, unable to stop for a long time. At the same time, Morel suddenly remembered the main task. That was right. She had to kill Naturf. Back on this side, the strange objects were still flying all over the sky. Lee Kyung raised his gun and aimed carefully. Suddenly she stopped, lifting her head in confusion. A handsome young man jumped out from the explosion. Lee Kyung could finally smile. Hey, your skill is quite unique. Looking at the situation, you already know. We don't have much time, we need to eliminate them quickly. Morel could not refuse. Yes. To fill the gap in the ideal defense, Lee Kyung chose to maintain a defensive posture. However, it did not bring direct effect. Because this move did not eliminate the root cause, that decision put them at a disadvantage later on. But now that Morel had joined, the human side's power surged and the tide was turned, switching from defense to offense. The moment the purpose of maintaining the best defensive move changed, that became the moment of truth Lee Kyung had been waiting for. Morel silently glided through the air as if it were her own home. Lee Kyung was no less capable, continuously attacking. Eliminating the root cause had successfully awakened the human power. She turned her head and called, "Thank you for your help, Nadof, it is in your hands. I have identified the location of the energy source. Follow the bullet, it will lead you to Naturf." This time he also agreed very quickly. Yes, Lee Kyung was a bit distracted, wondering if he was imagining things from that moment on. His attitude seemed somewhat different from usual. Anyway, it did not matter. What he should do now was wrap up the rest. Juna shouted as if seeing a savior. Captain. She stood up and assumed a stance. Sorry for being late. How is the strategy progressing? The boy, eyes sparkling as if seeing an idol. I am not sure, but most humans have escaped. I think we have completed 45% of the strategy. Hemi commented, your attitude did a 180-degree turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Juna changed his face. Isn't that normal? The captain is incredibly strong, completely different from a failure like you. The girl said calmly, take your hand off me. Lee Kyung paid no attention to them. 45%, there is still a long way to go. Everyone follow me. From now on, I will lead directly. The scale of balance was tilting back and forth, favoring the human side. It began to tilt completely to one side. Rizuru panicked. I said I would go see Master. Let me go right now. Kyuhu just wanted to shut him up. Why bother with that? The medicine effect has worn off. Calm down and use it. A candy pellet flew through the air. Naturf looked over with some interest. Ah, she searched her memory with slight doubt. A bullet. Naturf had no time to play, raising one hand. But before she could block the bullet, a figure swept by. In the blink of an eye, her arm was severed. Garam was thrown down without mercy. Naturf trembled, a look of disbelief in her eyes. What, how could this be? But before she could grasp the situation, she ordered, catch him, interrogate him. Mirel calmly raised one hand. Suddenly he noticed something, looking up slightly. It turned out to be Jongho crying. Despite that, Mirel did not show mercy. A loud boom rang out, becoming the only sound at that moment. Only then did Natoff belatedly realize. So it is you are the human named Mirel. I did not expect you to appear yourself. Perfect timing, you will become my experiment subject. Ah, just about to use his skill, he suddenly stopped, blind huh? Before he could say the next word, he was attacked from the right side. Where did it go? Naturf could not react in time, stunned by the blows. Mirel continued to launch her moves. His body seemed to turn into an afterimage, striking a different spot each time. I raised his hand, stammering to speak, but his words were cut off, bulb blind. I cannot keep up with its movement speed. In that case, Naturf was forced to change her attack strategy. She aimed directly at Garam, but before she could reach him, Tamir blocked her. She gasped, thinking she had succeeded, never expecting it to fall for the trap so easily. Even if you resist, you cannot move, so just stay still for me. But his next action made Naturf panic. How could it still move after being hit by her skill? Lee Kyung's intuition turned out to be correct. At this moment, Mirel was completely different from usual. Jerry's death stirred a feeling of unwarranted anxiety within him. Seeing that Naturf was still alive, he became even more irritated. Though pressure, threats, despair, and terror were understandable, Naturf felt none of them. Having lived her whole life like a scientist, she knew her own limits and always found ways to overcome danger. Naturf suddenly understood. After its spinal cord was controlled, it had created another one, rendering the skill useless. Though the skill was useless, she adapted, learning Mirel's power through their shared mind. She refused to surrender, lunging forward to ask, then what about this? Her sharp hand was only a hair's breadth away from Mirel's face. Suddenly, Naturf felt the bones in her hand shatter, the pain shooting to her brain. She thought to herself, using oneself as a test subject like a mad scientist truly wasn't wise. Why was the human body so hard? Naturf had to try once to be certain, even though she knew beforehand that it was impossible. Unfortunately, it had no effect at all. As if losing patience, it launched another attack. Naturf raised her hand to create a protective shield. She tried to think, this type usually has a weakness. I must find the deepest flaw within its consciousness. Then suddenly she redirected her attack towards Mirel's abdomen. He spun around and sliced through that attack. Right before his eyes, a flurry of other attacks came flying. They emanated from between her brows. Mirel was not panicked at all, but remained very calm. He quickly dealt with them and then leaped up. Naturf suddenly stopped panicking. I have found it. A woman appeared behind Mirel. She opened her arms and smiled gently. Come to mother. That moment he stopped. At the same time, Lee Kyung heard a faint cry. Help me. Without hesitation, she ran over and heard a familiar voice. Huh? Lee Kyung was surprised to see Sister Jizian and Ha Young. Why are you two here? This place is only for those who have been trained. They both rushed over and hugged her tightly. Why are you here too? This place is dangerous. Let's run. Lee Kyung was flustered and wanted to step back. I'm the one who should be asking why you two are here. Jizian looked dazed. Where are we? She answered a bit awkwardly. We are on the Dark Corpse page. Jizian's eyes widened in fear. Is that where the operation is taking place? Why are we in such a bloody place? Lee Kyung was at a loss with those two, thinking that this was a line she should have been saying. Jizian cried and whined, we're going to die. Ha Young also lamented, oh future, I miss you so much. Lee Kyung was caught in the middle. You two calm down. Let's talk slowly. It took a while for her to tell her story. That's what happened one morning just like any other. Ha Young pointed to one side, sister over there. Jizian looked. Huh? She was astonished and recognized her. Isn't that Hemi? I heard there was an operation planned today. Aren't you participating? Hemi, with her hair all messy, said, I have to pinpoint the exact location or else it will shatter. Jizian smiled, not paying attention. What are you talking about? As she was smiling, the scenery suddenly flashed by. Opening their eyes, they were both on the battlefield. What happened? Turning back, she saw Hemi dashing away. Wait, Hemi, don't leave us. The two of them felt something serious had just occurred. Jin sobbed. Then we tried to run. Ha Young added. I thought I was a goner. Lee Kyung scratched her head in confusion. How did they escape safely? They must have a special talent. Anyway, what were you two doing? She suddenly remembered the main business. That's right. Earlier I heard a cry for help. She looked suspicious. A person? Lee Kyung lifted a rock. She's right. Looking at their uniforms, they are slaves from the farm. The two sisters ears cried out again. Oh my god, is he dead? She placed her hand to check. I can still feel a pulse. If we take him for treatment immediately, there's still time. But a weak voice rang out. It's too late. Dugun struggled to speak. You must be one of those who fight the undead sellers. I can't hold on, save the others. Please read this after the war is over. He tried to explain. This is a list of everyone's names in the farm that I wrote, because most of them have forgotten their own names. But we must not forget our names. We are not livestock, nor are we the undead. We are free, unrestrained human beings. Internal organs bleeding, joints dislocated, muscles spasming in waves. Even with the pain jolting him upright, what is she doing? Oh, my body. Li Kang said sternly. Read the names on the list for me. Just as you need us, we also very much need people like you. Stand up and join us. We will call their names together. No matter where, there are always people seeking justice. She is right, Nuri. Heroes always exist in countless forms. Dugun smiled and took the girl's hand, truly a battle-hardened comrade. Alright, let us do our best together. But how did you do that? Are you a medical student? Li Qiang plainly explained, that was just basic first aid. Jizian awkwardly chimed in, it was indeed a wonderful coordination between a man of strength and a woman. Ha-Young could only nod in agreement. In another corner, Morel had been silent since his mother died. He could not stop thinking about her. Every strand of hair, every breath before speaking. The expression on her face when she looked at him and when she lied. That was why he was certain this person was not his mother. He did nothing, just stood still and listened. Morel told himself, he knew without turning around that it was a fake. He was sure of it, but he wanted to hold on to this moment without looking back. Naterf rejoiced, thinking he was right. The answer was to control its mind. Good, he could tear it into 100 pieces. Finding the hidden emotion, the woman's voice echoed. Morel will push it into the abyss and destroy its mind. Each dusty frame came rushing back into his mind. The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer, but along with that horrifying image also returned. Morel tightly hugged his body, burying himself in a corner where no one could see. The woman called softly Morel, but a sharp shout rang out enough. Startled, breaking free from the chains, darting forward in the blink of an eye. Aha, I did not expect to still fail. Damn it, this did not work either? If so, I must dig even deeper into its subconscious. This method could affect my own mind, but there is no other choice. Blue light above Morel's head grew clearer and clearer. It drew closer then blazed brightly. Nader felt as if he had just woken from a nightmare, yet acted as if nothing had happened. Before him was a little boy curled up on a chair. He stared in confusion. What is this? I have never seen this before. Suddenly, a giant red shadow burst out from Morel. I asked in astonishment, is that me? How am I inside its subconscious? It stopped, its colors constantly shifting. The image became blurry then festered, looking extremely terrifying. Body shattered, turning into black and white. Looked back towards the little boy in front of him. Morel suddenly lifted his head. Though his expression was unclear, he was definitely smiling. Interwoven hands tightened around Naterf's neck. When consciousness returned, she realized she had been hit. Her head fell like a ball. Azu's voice rang out clearly. What? Why are you pretending to be human? Nater panicked, stammering, Father. Rarely did one see her fear human science, but at this moment terror had flooded Naterf. That was when she faced this boundless power. You do not know what Naterf witnessed. She completely lost all will. As Naterf was whispering, a foot stomped down, Father. Morel did not hesitate to cut off the opponent's life, Father. That was the last word before death. He fell silent, his eyes filled with darkness. Morel stomped once more. A loud noise echoed throughout the building. Aram struggled to get up and looked over. Before her eyes was the familiar figure of Morel. Elsewhere, Dugan shouted, We cannot run forever, let's join forces. As soon as he spoke, everyone cheered along as if injected with chicken blood. Li Qiang marveled at this wonder. Just him alone boosted the soldiers' morale. The battle plan was 60% complete. With the people's help, the plan went smoothly. They used the terrain to quickly make Changwon fall. Plan reached 75%. The half-beast scum lost organization and will, but dealing with them scattering was truly difficult. And of course this problem was solved immediately. Both Hemi and Juna gave their all, progress 80%. Aizushi was tense but did not run away, 85%. Zuru was electrocuted and screamed 90%. Garam tearfully helped Dongho up, 92%. The firm back still faced forward, 95%. Progress slowly increased to 99%. Dugan seriously read the names, Kim Jae-jin, Lee Young-rim, finally Kim Sang-rak, 426 Changwon people, 52 members of the death squad had worked hard. He raised the paper. We won. The plan completed 100% after 13 hours 23 minutes. The half-beast faction was all dead. The human faction had no casualties. Li Qiang's promise of no sacrifices came true. The plan ended with victory belonging to humans. Only then did Li Qiang ask suspiciously, speaking of which, what is your name? Dugun replied immediately, I am Jin Dugun. Just then, Garam's voice rang out, Captain, I have something to say. His voice trembled. Garam, could it really be Garam? She too called out with tears in her eyes, Father. Dugan asked dazedly why she was here. Garam asked back, and you, Father, why are you here? Actually, the two had coincidentally met before. but the tense situation and many years passing left them no time to recognize each other. Garam asked again with brimming emotion, "Is it really you, father?" Right? He too could not hold back. Garam. She rushed to hug him tightly. Father Dugun, moved, could only repeat, "My Garam." Lee Kyung said nothing, but his thoughts flew out. Father? Thought flashed through, so that's it. He asked seriously, "Little one, are you okay? What is this, father? Stop joking." Dugun laughed, his eyes full of affection. "Sorry, okay. Having your father here calms you down, right?" She had remembered now. That person was Garam's hero. She had heard about it before. Is destiny real? There will be many more chances to see this scene. Lee Kyung did not have the heart, but still had to interrupt. "By the way, what was it you wanted to say?" The sunset slowly fell below the horizon. Kyuhu asked suspiciously, "You say this is Dongho?" Garam nodded very firmly. His expression turned serious. "Due to the sudden change leading to an abnormal condition, everyone need not worry as it is not a serious injury. What is more worrying is not knowing how to handle Dong Ho turning into a half-beast." Li Kang bowed his head. "First take him for treatment. We'll figure out the rest later." "How many injured are left?" Kyuhu reported. "I am checking. After confirmation I will send them to the hospital." She nodded. "All right, thank you, Kyuhu." Under the hat, Li Kyung bit his lip tightly. "Sorry, truly sorry, Jongho. My incompetence led you to this state." Footsteps echoed in the bustling atmosphere. No one noticed. Looking to the right, they were all gathered and chatting as if nothing happened. Turning to the left, the atmosphere was not much different. A hint of barely noticeable loneliness gleamed in Muril's eyes. He suddenly wondered, what is family? Just then a hand slapped Muril's shoulder. "Hey, are you okay?" Jizian held his face worriedly, then cried out, "Oh my, look, the dark circles are even darker. Are you hurt?" Muril reacted slowly and finally asked. She shook back and forth and whimpered endlessly. "What else is there? Do you know how worried I was? Even knowing you cannot die, I still worried." Hayoung added, "Right, I missed you." Then Jizin cried and complained again. "We almost died. Anyway, you are safe is what matters. I really missed you." He suddenly asked softly, "Why? Why do I have to remember you?" She was truly confused by this question. "Why, do I need a reason to remember you?" These words made Muril fall into thought. Distant memories flooded back. The gentle woman telling Muril she must always take care of everyone to become president later. But Muril firmly said she was no longer easy to fool. She was determined. "You do not know yet, but the congratulatory money, the allowances, mother has to take it all. As long as she has not taken it all, she cannot die yet." He helplessly scolded his mother for being greedy. She pinched Muril's face and taught her, "Do not call mother that. Everything mother does is for you." He weakly resisted. The woman cried out excitedly, "So cute." "Anyway, Muril, there will be a time when someone is by your side for no reason. You must treat them well." He wondered, "I only have mother as important." She smiled warmly and seriously. "That is true, but those who are always by our side for no reason, they are just as important as mother." Muril suddenly said thank you, startling Jizin. Hayoung arbitrarily corrected the words. "He said he likes you, right?" The girl even complained. "No, he did not say anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Jizin turned his head and shouted, "Everyone!" Muril said thank you. Hayoung also jumped up. "I like you too." A great journey gradually revealed itself. The flame burst and spread into a large fire. The history of the new world would be recorded on the burned pages. But everything seemed to have ended. The girl lost her shy demeanor. "Miss." Muril's expression immediately turned grim. The green cube next to turret reported that it had arrived at the correct guided target. He stood in silence, but the entire sky seemed to collapse. Muril coldly raised her eyes. Turret quietly asked the thing beside him, had Jerry and Naturv tried their best. It confirmed, he said softly. "So that was it. Alright, I have heard enough. You are the human named Muril, correct?" Everyone warily looked over there. "Is that a half-zombie? It looks like one is left. Kill it." Turret irritably raised his sword, truly all out. Blade gradually appeared in his hand. In an instant, he had taken the lives of those nearby. Turret's voice was still light. "Hearing about the human uprising, I thought you were nothing. Who knew you would be this big? Having an equal opponent is lucky for me. But I am curious if you can give me a glorious death." Muril suddenly bent down, making him suspicious. The threads on her back had already embraced Jizin and left. Turret tilted his head in appraisal. "I did not expect you to run away. Running is useless." When he turned his head, he immediately noticed the other side. "What is that?" Muril's upper body was severed, but she still tried to hold her tightly. He turned around. The lower body grew pitch-black threads. The whole body reconnected as if nothing happened. Muril caught the falling woman. Turret saw it and exclaimed, "Your ability is extraordinary. Fine, I will chase you to the end. See how far you can run." At this moment, she also noticed the figure behind. That man. Rizuru's words echoed. Number 1 Turret always wears super weird clothes regardless of the weather, ponytail carrying a longsword. He thinks that is cool, but to me he is like a sicko. But anyway, it does not matter. Guardians do not know each other's abilities well, because they do not need to fight. I do not have much information, but one thing is certain. Leader has disappeared. Now the pillar of the red team is Turret. Do you understand? Capture him and you do not need to find other guardians. I mean, the red team will crumble. Those still able to fight follow me. Do well, then today right here we can end it all. Turret stared in amazement at the thing before him. Everyone stood blocking him. Turret stopped and asked, "What is this? Are you Muril's subordinates?" Li Qiang warily probed, how did you know we attacked the source node? Did you contact Rizuru? Turret did not answer, just called her name. Rizuru, did you kill all other guardians except that man? Strange hobby. How did I know to come? Why should I tell you? He remembered you could charge forward anytime. Who knew you would ask that? But I guess you have no reason to listen. Today is your death day. The era of your half-zombies ends here. Turret found it amusing, very confident. Good. All of you charge in. The seductive voice rang out. He had disappeared. It was colder than before. I came here to meet Mirail. If my goal is achieved, fighting anyone is the same. Show me your power. Li Qiang retreated into a defensive stance. I saw nothing. Is that instant teleportation? Where did he disappear to? Suddenly she retreated, making Garam tense. Team leader, what is wrong with you? His entire body ached, his legs began to go numb. The skill side effect appeared. Why now? At that moment Turret appeared again. First, starting with the weakest. You cannot dodge such a simple attack. You are weaker than I thought. Juna startled and rushed forward to block the girl. Are you okay? She held her chest, thinking she had to run faster. There was no sign of him appearing. His ability defied the laws of physics, too different from the other guardians. Damn it, I have to get up. I need to protect my teammates. Garam shouted worriedly, Captain. The boy beside her also panicked. Hey, stop joking, wake up, are you okay? Juna's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stood up, shouting into the air. Where are you hiding? Come out and fight me, you bastard. Turret appeared from that direction. If you want it that way. He slashed down directly at Juna's shoulder. The boy had already managed to grip the opponent's weapon tightly. Juna leaned close to his face, enunciating each word clearly. Don't mess with me, you bastard, you dare hide behind my back. Turret praised him lightly. Your spirit is quite strong, but that's enough. Pride alone doesn't kill anyone. Only with enough skill do you have the right to show it. You do have potential. Aizushi couldn't hold back and charged in. How dare you touch the kids? I won't allow it. He only received a severed arm and the words, commendable that you overcame your fear, but you are too weak. Trash without potential should not be kept. Aram screamed, but as she stepped forward she was stopped. Li Qiang held her tightly. Stop, she called out to the captain in doubt. Her eyes suddenly emitted a blue light and she moved. Li Qiang lunged forward to push Turret back. Move. She turned back and shouted, Garam, I misjudged. Quickly lead everyone and run, please. Garam could only shout helplessly for the captain. Standing among her teammates, she muttered painfully, damn it, what should I do? Not long after, Li Qiang was knocked back again. She struggled to stop herself. Turret sat down, praising her. I didn't expect your speed to be quite fast too, so there is still someone useful here. Old Nguyen gritted his teeth, his eyes full of determination. I don't know where you've run off to, but if you're coming, hurry up, Mirail. I can't hold on much longer. Over on the other side, Mirail called out softly. Qihu turned his head in doubt. Huh? He asked in a low voice, can you save this person? The hospital is full of patients, it's really overloaded. Qihu pushed the bed while worrying. What is happening out there? Are there still some drug dealers left? Mirail left immediately, so I couldn't ask anything. But asking now would be useless too. Earlier he asked, hey Mirail, what's going on out there? But she only asked back if he could save them. Mirail didn't wait for an answer, as if deceiving herself. Say you can save them, promise me. Kyuho was slightly startled but still nodded. I'll do my best. She looked very angry. With this state, she's far from answering. Just then, someone ran over. Dr. Kyuho, come here quickly. There are many patients at the entrance. He asked doubtfully, many patients. That person stammered out a report. Kyuho arrived and was shocked. Garam, what happened? She only managed to say one sentence before fainting. Senior, please save everyone. Garam, wake up. The person behind hesitated to ask, Doctor, what about the other patients? He hadn't recovered his wits yet. That, first, help me take everyone to the operating room. They quickly replied, yes. A moment later, the people had been loaded onto vehicles and left. Kyuho rubbed his head painfully. Suddenly, there are too many patients needing surgery. Now I'm the only doctor. Who should I treat first? I can't treat everyone. Damn it, is this right or wrong? My decision will decide life and death. There must be another way. At that moment, Rizuru's voice rang out. Hey, human, look here, I know how to have fun. This is the master's blood that fell on the ground. I'll drink it like this. Rizuru was shocked too much, losing all fighting spirit. He began to enjoy a small pleasure. If I swirl my tongue like this, then like this. Kyuho snapped irritably. Use it quietly. Don't you see how serious this situation is? He couldn't help boasting. See what? A work of art made from blood. You like it a lot, don't you? Kyuho looked at the object in his hand. Are you saying this is Mirail's blood? Wait, Mirail's blood? That's it, that's exactly it. The crowd outside was still confused. What was that building collapse just now? I don't know. Let's go find the captain. At that moment, an explosion sounded. What happened? What was that whoosh? Mirail rushed forward like a streak of light. No one could see it. Now he only had one thought. You, where are you? On another side, Li Qiang fired continuously, but all shots were dodged. Turret leaped up, swinging the sword in his hand. He teased happily. Oh my, the gun got cut in half. And I won't use the sword either. She was knocked to the ground. Li Qiang still struggled to get up to fight back. Right after that, she rushed straight forward. Her entire body leaned sharply to one side, lifting a leg high. On that face, an expression of extreme pain was clearly visible. Turret stood still as a statue, waiting for Nya to ask, "What's wrong with you?" Then, without a moment of hesitation, he kicked the opponent away. She had lost her strength and could not resist. At this critical moment, her power was gradually fading away. Now she could not get back up. Turret rubbed his neck, speaking irritably. "I thought you were worth the fight, but I guess I was wrong. I've had enough, this is a waste of time." The answer still lay with that Murail. "Stay down, don't bother me." Li Qiang quickly stopped him. "Stop right there. Get up, I beg you to get up." Even though she didn't know what damage she would have to take, she was adamant about stopping him. "Damn it, I can't move. My body just won't listen to me at all. I have to get up. I have to protect my team members." Suddenly, a small notification appeared. "Do you need help?" Li Qiang asked suspiciously. "What is this?" It explained softly. "I am Neria, a natural AI system left behind by Naturf." She remembered this thing. A natural AI system? The final fortress Naturf left behind? No, Naturf knew nothing about Neria. That means after Naturf died, this AI still existed. Neria sent a small heart icon. "Thanks for the comment, narrator." Li Qiang didn't agree immediately, struggling to stand. "You suddenly want to help me? What's your motive?" "Known." It tried to act cute. "I just want to help humanity. Because you are the most interesting subject for research right now." Neria inherited Naturf's will to explore. This thought was already pre-programmed. There's nothing I can do about it. She gritted her teeth. "Damn it, I don't understand what it's saying. But can this system really help me? In this state, I'd even sell my soul. There's no time to distinguish friend from foe." Li Qiang reluctantly accepted, asking in a low voice, "All right, what do I do?" But Neria's reply was very simple. "You don't need to do anything." She paused, not understanding for a long time. "What?" It winked mischievously. "I already have the detonation ready. Turret asked me to make this thing during the decisive battle. A defensive weapon that no one can break. Let's say it's a defensive weapon that even you can't stop. So I worked very hard to create this weapon. That weapon seemed to have a lock-on, firing straight down. Its target was Turret." He was a bit surprised, but not much. A mechanical voice echoed in the space. "Superiority." A central beam of light shot straight into the sky, even drawing Muriel's attention. Neria happily flew around Li Qiang, showing off, "How do you like it? An airborne sniper rifle I created. It's enough to kill Turret." But she said nothing because, no one there. Turret had vanished without a trace. Even looking inside, she couldn't see him, couldn't hear any sound. "Is he really dead?" Li Qiang let out a small sigh of relief. She collapsed onto the ground to rest. "I can't believe I took him down so easily. I don't know whether to thank you or not." It excitedly asked. "Pretty cool, isn't it? Leave your compliments in the comments." "Who are you talking to?" he asked suspiciously. She opened her eyes wide, looking at the sky. "So using that move is why my gear ended up like this. But that move might not even be a threat to Turret. I shouldn't underestimate him." "Tell me, Neria, what should I do now?" It replied unhappily. "I told you, do nothing. I just want to observe." Li Qiang sighed. "Man, you really are a strange friend. Anyway, I'll think about that later. Thanks to this system, I managed to save the members." "What a relief. I feel so much lighter." But the familiar voice rang out again. "Didn't I say don't bother me?" The sharp sword embedded itself straight into Li Qiang's body. Turret's voice was cold. "The reason I don't kill you isn't because you have any value. It's just that you're too annoying. Feel the pain and die in silence. This death suits you." Neria continued to twist its body. This was unexpected. Everyone makes inaccurate predictions sometimes. Like weather forecasts aren't always right. "Since I don't want to get involved anymore, I'll make my exit." She trembled, trying to pull out the weapon. It just said it wouldn't be harmed even if attacked. What the hell is wrong with this AI? "Get up. Please get up. Stand up again and fight. If you let him go, everyone will be in danger." But the moment she stood up, he was stabbed hundreds of times. He turned back. It was the one who had struck. "Don't you understand what I'm saying, you worthless pest?" Her legs began to tremble. She could no longer stand steady. Her whole body was covered in wounds and swords. Li Qiang suddenly asked, "Neria, what is your dream?" The other party was puzzled. Why ask that all of a sudden? "You're off track again. We need to quickly come up with a plan and explain things to everyone. This gives us motivation to work faster. Hurry up and tell me." She was angry, her hands still moving. "I don't know. I just want to sip a cup of coffee without having to think about anything. That's what I want. What about you? Are you using that flirty way of speaking again? Say it quickly so we can end this." She replied in confusion. "You really are an annoying person." "That's right. I'll try to speak as flirtily as possible. That way everyone will remember me. So, even if it's embarrassing, I have to try my hardest to achieve my dream, right?" The voice echoed. "So what is your dream?" The other stammered, only managing one word. Turret asked with some disgust. "Are you still alive?" Suddenly a force sent him flying up. Li Qiang's gaze was bloodshot, as if she had lost the ability to think. He suddenly became many times stronger, kicking Turret far away. He stopped, muttering softly. You suddenly turned into a different person. I couldn't even react to your speed. How can someone like you, on the verge of death, stand up? Her hand transformed into the shape of a gun. Turret suddenly denied that thought. No, that was not the case. This was almost a wave of death moving forward. Amazing. To only reveal such incredible power at the very last moment. Good, this time I will fight you with everything I have. Li Qiang lowered his body, entering a frenzied state. She charged forward in just a few short seconds. Li Qiang had always lied to himself about one thing. His dream, his true dream was, as you can see, I have many shortcomings. I cannot even make plans or decisions that satisfy everyone. Yet the members still trust someone like me. I truly cherish my team. From the other side, Jian asked worriedly, Are you okay, Commander? Did you have a nightmare? There are tissues down there. Nuri snapped back to reality and replied, I am fine. Let us hurry. We still have not heard anything. Something must have happened. We need to move quickly. She answered hastily. Yes, sir. A familiar voice echoed in the memory. You said you wanted to protect me. The other replied, Yes, I will protect you. She recalled the criticism. Then you must survive first. Is it as easy as you say? What era is this? Are you sure you will survive? Li Qiang kept joking around. Why are you so worried? Afraid I will die. Nuri frowned, about to rage. Hey, stop joking. She quickly cut in. I am not sure, so you have to help me when danger comes. She finally calmed down. What can I do? Li Qiang laughed. I do not have that ability either. I cannot let the team see me as weak. I only rely on you. You know that. Nuri laughed along. I told you to stop. Back in the present, she bit her coffee cup and whispered, Li Qiang, do not worry. I will be there soon. On the other side, Turret mixed praise with criticism. No matter how I look at it, you are a guy who does not know when to stop. Time I spent fighting you was not wasted. Your final power was truly astonishing. I should show you some respect, right? I will definitely kill all the remaining humans. That way, no one will curse a man who fought to the very end like you. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. The moment Turret turned around, Morel had already flashed to another side. He could not help but feel amused. That guy was behind me just now, and now he does it again. This guy is really interesting. Turret did not stop talking. Are you here to see me? Glad to meet you again. Your people are lousy, but you are different, right? He closed his eyes, his face still expressionless. Morel stared at the pitiful person lying on the ground. He suddenly spoke a few incomprehensible words. In the end, nothing can be changed. Promising to kill him was meaningless. Writing a story for Mother was also useless. Again, this feeling, it was like going back to that day. Turret managed to say one sentence before his shoulder was cut. What the hell are you talking about? Morel's hand seemed to reach out from the darkness. Why does everything get destroyed? Dozens of strange eyes appeared in the air, emitting an eerie power. He nimbly dodged them all. But before he could run far, something disgusting blocked his path. Countless things like that appeared, surrounding Turret. He lowered his body, forced to draw his sword. His figure shot through the air, cutting through everything. It was a rare sight. It was like a demon. No, it had to be an angel. Good. This power is completely different from those insects. I do not know what you are saying, but that does not matter. Now I will get serious and use all my inner power to fight you. Neria pretended to be weak, hugging herself. There is a real fight. Oh my god, I am so scared. Just kidding, Neria is an AI, so she cannot feel emotions. Feel whatever you want. Neria, the angel of humanity, will do what she must. I request permission to use this body. Suddenly, strange things sprouted from Muriel's body. Turret stared at it in surprise. Mutations also began to appear on his body. Strange lumps of flesh rose up, wanting to devour Muriel's body. Only his head was left exposed, and the man became somewhat interested. Truly, one cannot tell who the real half-demon is. Muriel let out a strange gurgling sound. He leaped up, pinning Turret beneath him. But the man soon broke free. Huge hands lunged at Turret. Muriel threw the opponent far away. He stood up and muttered, I thought you had a regeneration ability, but I did not expect it to be almost instinctual. Truly amazing. This guy is no longer someone to compete with in terms of victory or defeat. It is like a complex knot. I have no idea where to start untangling it. Turret was slightly surprised, but his mind remained absolutely clear. His hand slammed onto the ground, creating a loud echo. Muriel let out a strange gurgling sound in anger. Losing patience, he struck out. You are too noisy. Tired of struggling to survive day after day. You never thought you would be left all alone, right? The heavy rain fell to the ground. Muriel angrily released strange tentacles. The turret raised its hand to summon, moving the Dharma wheel. The customer's voice rang out, deploying. If it is a knot that cannot be untied, just remove it, separate. I planned to blow it up, but the main body regenerated instantly. You intrigue me, you have infinite potential. Muriel's gaze was empty, but her expression was extremely frightening. He laughed gleefully. Why are you so mad? I find this battle very interesting. He He stood up, grabbed his weapon and charged. But before he could touch it, it disappeared. Morel paused, letting out a confused sound. He had never seen anyone disappear before his eyes. Because no one is faster than him, the turret said contemptuously. Your speed is slower than I thought. Even so, he still threw a pile of bones. He gently slashed as if cutting mud. It is useless. Morel closed in and threw a punch. The turret blocked it effortlessly. The shockwave destroyed the entire rocky area. He put his hand near his face, dejected. You cannot use much physical strength. He did not wait long. The next punch had already arrived. Turret blocked as he spoke the truth. You do not want to defeat me. You are just having trouble venting your emotion. None of the thoughts on how to defeat me are usable. In this state, no matter how many times you die, you cannot win. So what about having a growth catalyst? The foot on Morel's head applied more pressure. He recalled the earlier scene. Why did you carry that woman and run? She seems important to you. Or should I kill her? This sentence caused Morel's gaze to change. Voice trembled but was resolute. No. The turret asked again. What? Everything was crushed by a terrifying power. Do not do that. Morel sprang up and delivered a friendly punch to him. He spun around and added a spectacular kick. Morel showed no signs of fatigue. His eyes held only killing intent. A huge piece of bone appeared from thin air. Morel's hand descended like a scythe of death. A loud noise echoed everywhere. He stopped, panting, seemingly exhausted. That voice still rang out, still better than the super galaxy move, right? Sorry, what about this? These moves cannot kill me. I showed you my ability, and you only have that, but I realize you are stronger when your emotions are stimulated. Even if I spoke for 100 days, you might not understand. Let me make you feel it. There are many ways to activate maximum physical power. The key is the determination to kill the opponent. Depending on how you perceive it, it will present a breakthrough of limits. Physical difference is not too great. Sometimes your side is superior. From now on, remember very clearly the emotions you are having. The turret sent Morel flying several kilometers. The feeling of failure, loss, fear, whatever it is. Because of weakness, you will lose everything. I will lead you to the path you must take. Black sphere grew larger and larger. Finally, it became so large it devoured everything. Everyone was panicking. What is that flying towards us? Q-Hu looked out the window with an astonished expression. Morel stood frozen in place, stunned. He tried to brace himself, but his body sank lower and lower. The turret spoke softly as if saying goodbye. We will meet again soon. I hope we will have a different view. Morel clenched his teeth and said nothing. From afar, the sphere was still slowly descending. Gut-wrenching scream rang out. My hand. He opened his eyes in astonishment. Above the forest was Jizin, covered in blood. Today, Morel felt human emotions for the first time. Black and white scene appeared. Mom, everything is over. I miss you so much. What do we do now? Let us eat and talk together, Mom. I want to eat your cooking. I will eat with you, Mom. That woman slightly turned her head. You cannot lie. Morel asked again. What? She said gently. Parents always let go for their child to move forward. Although it is not easy, I can choose for you, Morel. He looked naive, still not quite understanding what his mother was saying. The woman suddenly called out, Morel, hurry and go, child, because things are not over yet. Morel's eyes were still filled with astonishment. He sat up under the sunlight streaming down through the window frame. A young ran over and kept asking him, Brother Morel, are you okay? You are awake. What a relief you were lying here for a full 3 days. You made me so worried. Morel had not yet composed himself and asked, 3 days? The girl was startled and quickly called out, Brother Morel, where are you going? He was gasping for breath, but his steps continued nonetheless. The scenery before his eyes continuously flashed by. Everyone there was startled. Morel, you finally woke up, huh? And there was a woman there sinking into sleep. Sweat poured down Morel's head but strangely made him feel at ease. Someone's voice could not hold back. You say he swallowed it? Jin replied very seriously. Morel swallowed the black sphere that turret fired, which is why everyone was able to survive. Garam was a bit confused about what she meant. Explain more clearly, she said without hiding anything. This is what happened. When we just arrived, turret's black sphere had already fallen. The sphere was so large it covered the entire base. I do not know exactly what that sphere's ability was. It seemed that anything that touched it instantly disappeared. During that time, Morel held back the sphere for a while. I really wanted to help him, but I did not know where to start or how to help. Then at that moment, she was so shocked her mouth hung open. He swallowed the sphere entirely. Is that so? Jun nodded in confirmation. That is right. Garam's face was full of disbelief. How can that be? She pondered a bit and continued. I saw him as if he was digesting it. The process of destruction and formation kept repeating inside Morel's body. And so the result of repeating this for many hours, no, for almost an entire day, was that the black sphere disappeared. But Morel's consciousness was also gone. She asked dubiously, so Morel is still in an unconscious state. When asked this, Jun hesitated a little. About that. Although his wounds had completely healed, it was unknown when he would wake up. Ha-Young leaned in to break the quiet atmosphere. Morel, do you know why I took care of you? Morel answered very briefly. The girl smiled gently as if thinking of something happy. Back in Oryugdo, your expression was like you had lost your entire world. She was originally a teacher at an orphanage. She said she understood what the existence of parents meant to the children. The light sang upon the face of the sleeping person. He, Trammak, still did not say another word. Aizushi was a bit surprised and unbelieving. But how are we still alive? alive. I thought we were all dead. Was it Q who saved us? Jun bowed her head, looking a bit apologetic. He used Muriel's blood. I will ask for details later. Person next to him slammed the table upon hearing that. And is that really important? Why did not you help the captain? Garam asked back irritably. What? Juna spoke without thinking. You should have done your best to help the captain to the end. Why did you run away like a coward? She lowered her head, wanting to avoid it. The captain asked me to make sure everyone left. The boy questioned as if going crazy. The captain said that and you actually ran away? We should have fought together even if it meant dying. Only then could the captain have survived with you, right? Because of you, the captain is... Garam also slammed the table and stood up. And what about you? You also collapsed earlier. You say it as if you are so great. Juna clenched his teeth and threatened, say that again, you bitch. I did my best. I was determined to fight to the death. Do you understand? The other two quickly stopped them. Hey, you two. She did not want to hear any more and punched the other in the face. You think I wanted to run away? The captain asked me that. What was I supposed to do? Tell me, what was I supposed to do? They quickly told each other to hold one each. Stop them quickly. You two are enough. But Garam still tried to shout, the captain is not dead. He just went somewhere for a while. She will definitely come back. Even though Junya was strong in his words, his tears had already fallen. Of course, you fool. Did you think the captain was dead? The captain is a very strong person. Ju looked at this scene and could not help but feel pained. A body had not been found yet, so one could not say whether the captain was dead or not. The absence of the captain was already a huge problem. And as for the other members, even the commander had changed. Nuri did not turn around and asked softly, so what is it that you wanted to say? Although Gun was a bit flustered, he still spoke. As I said, this matter seems a bit too much. 3 days have passed since Turret left. During that time we have been restoring the base and also exploring the surrounding area. Are we not overworking ourselves? If this continues, all the survivors will die. She only said one light sentence. So what? He asked doubtfully, sweat pouring down his head. What do you mean? Everyone needs to rest. Their bodies are still injured. Their mental health is also unstable. Guarding against the replacements is good, but at the same time we need to rest. Nuri flared up again. If that is what you wanted to say, then get out immediately. Dugun was scolded into a daze. What? She turned her head, her voice almost a roar. Right now, even wasting a day is a waste. We need to do something quickly to kill them. Do you not feel pity for those who have sacrificed? What is the point of complaining for the living? Because they are suffering. This made him start to get angry. This person is really... Fine, enough talk. The people from the base will not do this anymore. No matter what you stir up, you can handle it yourselves. Kyuhu could only call back helplessly. Hey, wait a minute. I did not come here to see this. Commander, I know you are very sad, but you need to stay calm to make a judgment. Nirian guided herself. Kyuhu, go outside. Bring Muriel here as soon as he wakes up. Relying on Muriel, I will wipe out those zombies. We survivors should be like this. He glanced to the other side to avoid it. I want to use my ability to calm the commander down, but it might be a bit disrespectful. Finally left only one sentence. I am leaving. Call me if you need anything. The dawning light sang through the window frame, illuminating the entire room. Nuri's entire body was trembling so intensely it could not be controlled. The image of the optimistic and cheerful girl from back then appeared. Hey, what did you say to the team members? I do not know why there is such a difference between before and after. What is the matter? Speak up, I am listening. The entire room fell into an eerie silence. She burst into tears within the memory. Li Qiang, I am sorry, truly sorry to you. Please come back. Just then there was a knock on the door. Who is crying like this? There are many busy things to do now. Naria suddenly appeared. Seeing you cry so sadly is truly pitiful. Nuri was startled and stepped back a few steps. What is it? Who is it? She shrugged casually and apologized for accidentally peeking. Naria found this information useful, so she assumed a defensive stance and asked who sent you and how you got in here. Naria only said one sentence. Li Qiang is still alive. Naria opened her eyes wide in disbelief. What did you say? The one who said Li Qiang is still alive, so where is she? Naria did not answer in a hurry, only whispered that if you listened to the proposal, she would send Li Qiang here immediately. She hurriedly shouted asking what proposal. Naria answered directly, I want Muriel. These words left Nuri speechless. Her eyes lit up. He is a flawed research subject. We exchange what we want, reasonable and fair, right? Answer yes or no within 3 seconds. Naria did not wait much. The time decreased to 1 second. 2. Nuri swallowed dryly a few times. When time was almost up, she hurriedly opened her mouth. 1. The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in the hallway. The door was flung open. Muriel stepped in and called softly, Hey! Nuri was startled. Muriel, you are awake? Naria's eyes sparkled. She glided closer and spoke continuously, finally having a chance to ask questions. Muriel only saw her as a green blob. Naria cheerfully asked if you came for something. His voice was calm, came to ask how to defeat Turret. She praised, truly impressive. Commander, according to your words, I can do anything to Muriel, right? Nuri let out a soft sigh. She slowly stood up and answered, yes, do whatever you like. But you must keep your word. One more piece was added to the big picture. Kyu turned to ask the commander what this was. He was told to do it, but did not understand. Nuri calmly asked if he did not know the jigsaw puzzle. He quickly explained he knew, but why suddenly sit and do a puzzle? She lowered her head and said doing puzzles helps stabilize the mind and make the right choice due to neurotransmitter secretion. Kyuhu was confused and hummed to brush it off. The people around were noisy, saying it was placed wrong. According to science, it was not. You guys move aside, let me. Kyuhu, you tried together. Yes. He bowed his head and thought, earlier she was stubborn, how is she so calm now? Seeing her leisurely discussing matters, it was good she had improved. But Ram was angry. Oh my god, I said it was not that place, you idiot, Rizuru retorted. Why do you always call me an idiot? Do you want to die? Jun raised the piece nervously. Before it disappears, listen up. Are you not afraid? Kyuhu only dared to whisper that he did not want to do it at all. Ah, right, where is Muriel? Missing Muriel in the meeting is not acceptable. The voice beside him rang out, Muriel will leave here soon. He asked suspiciously, what? The other hand was put down. There are still many issues like rebuilding the capital, treating Zhongho food. The people noisily asked why he said Muriel would leave soon. Soft voice rang out, come in. 3 people slowly stepped in. Garam suspiciously asked what that green blob was. Nuri lowered her head calmly. All 3 of them came to meet the number 3 arrow. Kyuhu was startled, but Muriel is not fully recovered yet. She lowered her head slightly and continued, I decided this together with Li Kang. A shout rang out, what did you say? Garam jumped up and asked if the team leader was still alive. Where is she? Jian also lost composure. That is great. Nuri's eyes dimmed, but she remained silent. Nuri cheerfully of goodbye. At that time she had shouted, did Muriel send people again? Impossible. That person only sees Muriel as a tool. He is a member Li Kang values. To Li Kang, the lives of the team are paramount. Even if my mind is unstable, I will absolutely not betray Li Kyung's trust. Get out of here now, I said get out. What are you laughing at? She quickly explained it was a joke. Neria's humanities fairy would not make such a cruel proposal. Why are you reacting so seriously? Neri was stunned and asked back. Neria patiently spoke to make you understand further. A familiar voice from the small square, Neri, can you hear me? Her tears fell. Li Kang. Li Kang is alive. After discussing the situation, priority will be given to training Muriel. No matter what the previous result, only Muriel can fight turret at this time. Jian asked in confusion, where is the team leader? Why not come and say it directly? Neria rubbed her chin and said I am treating the team leader because she was severely injured. She will return soon, so everyone don't worry. Garam curiously asked about that greenish blob. She snapped her fingers and explained that was Neria, a self-generated AI system left by Naturf. Because this AI is interested in humans, it promised to cooperate and act as a training teacher for Muriel. Zuru glanced over and said Naturf's system, forget it. Who needs a teacher? He will drive turret away on his own anyway. Kyuhu leaned in and whispered, being helped is something to be thankful for, but this is a remnant of Naturf, can we trust it? Nuri closed her eyes and thought back to the beginning. She admitted she was not at ease with the remnants Naturf had left behind, but there was certainly one thing that was trustworthy. Back then, Nuriako, do not worry. Even though Neria seems a bit strange, this is actually a good system. I have not met Senior Tarim yet. Until then I will not die. Please take care of the team. The system cannot know about Senior Tarim. It can only be Li Kyung. At least Neria's words were not wrong. Neria was cheerful and lively, actively dispelling suspicion. Everyone do not worry. I will help Muriel catch those managers and train him into someone formidable. Finally, they agreed and said, all right, the 3 of you go now. She spoke each word seriously. Muriel, whether the training succeeds or not, the lives of humanity depend on you. Muriel stepped 1 foot out the door and replied, I do not care, but I will definitely kill Tourette. Right then, the 3 of them had already shot away. Kyuhu still carefully reminded them, everyone remember to be careful. But why did you send 2 Y Yongbi? I did not send them. Nuri turned back and replied. Neria said we had to bring the kid along. He asked suspiciously why and received an answer. The system said because the kid is cute, it wanted to bring her along, you do not need to worry. I asked Muriel to protect her. Kyuhu was a bit uncertain. It should be fine, right? She slammed the table seriously again. Everyone take a short break and start the meeting. We still have a lot to do. Everyone said in unison, yes. At that moment he turned to ask, thinking back, why did you not chase after Muriel? Rizuru asked a disgusted question. If it were you, would you let me go? I am past puberty. Let us just focus on the meeting. Both girls called out and laughed. Hey, Rizurua. He rolled his round body away. I am going to the bathroom. Q laughed without stopping him. Alright, remember to come back. The door slammed shut. Rizuru was extremely excited. Master is gonna meet that arrow guy, right? And wait for me, I will be right there. But just after running a few steps he was pulled back, dazed. He opened the door, a little helpless. Really now. On another side under the vast blue sky. Looking down below was Daidu Island. Neria said in a low voice, we are here, where is Arrow? Arrow turned back to assess curiously, who is this? What business do you have here? Narelle, having just arrived, showed no restraint here to kill people. He had not yet regained his senses and could only let out a confused sound, and so the hunt for the managers began. We have not met Senior Terim. Until then I will not die, team. At this time, Nuri walked down the hallway with a stack of documents, thinking to herself, the meeting is considered over. I still have many important things to do. I have to say that thing first. I do not want to at all, but there is no other way. A moment later, in the room she spoke considerately. Kyuhu, you have worked hard, go rest, leave the rest to me. He looked up in surprise. Ah, Commander, there is something I want to say. He stammered in reply, that matter. As we discussed in the meeting, if we want to rebuild the base or strengthen the military, should we not go see that person first? I do not know what you are talking about. Nuri tapped the file folder on the table and slowly explained anyway. I was planning to go find him, not just because of manpower, but in this situation, I have no face to meet anyone. I know what I should do. Do not worry, I am the commander. I must separate public and private matters. Kyuhu was startled and yelled in encouragement, oh, you are right, Commander. Keep it up. But her face was covered in sweat, clearly showing her embarrassment. She thought to herself, I said that, but my pride still does not allow it. It is my fault for speaking carelessly. Who is there to blame? I do not know. Let me just do something first. Scene change. Nuri hesitantly called out, hey, while squatting in the middle of a pile of dirt. Dugan suddenly turned his head back in embarrassment. Huh? He was very angry. What business do you have telling me to get out? Do you have anything else to say? She covered her face and thought shyly, why are you still working so hard when you said you would not bother anymore? She suddenly felt more guilty. Suddenly Nuri bent over and stammered, I am sorry. She murmured in explanation, you also rest on time. Then do this and that, so let us do it together again. Dugan firmly interrupted, I still have work to do. Go over there. Nuri exclaimed, what do you mean? He turned his face away and grumbled, I told you I am doing the work I was assigned. Go away. I am sure you are also busy with your own work. She stood dumbfounded and aggrieved. This person, I gathered all my courage to apologize, and this is what I get. Nuri's eyes darted back behind her in panic. Then she said, I do not know what you are hoping for, but work hard. I will call you off and you must come. He turned back and spoke. Hey, what is it? Watching her trembling back as she walked away, Dugan said slowly, if you want to cry, cry in silence. I heard everything standing outside the door. Nuri froze in shock. What? What did you say? Who is crying? I really cannot understand. I am not crying at all, do you understand? You do your work. I am not the type to cry over every little thing. He curled his lips slightly in a meaningful smile, indeed different from the first impression. Scene change. From above, Muriel dove down to attack Arrow, startling him. Muriel, kill him. Neria urged him on, number 3 or number 2, kill them all. Hurry up so we can go kill Turret. Ha-young witnessed the scene before her, clutching her backpack straps in fear. The girl's face showed clear worry filled with regret. It was because of me that Jijin got hurt. I cannot keep running away. I must have some kind of ability. That is why Neria brought me along. If Muriel is in danger, this time I will gather all my courage to save him. It announced next, hey, do not be careless. The ones from number 3 are the real children of the boss. Fighting these is very different from those before. Anyway, for Muriel, this is indeed a good opponent. Kill them all, smash them to pieces. Suddenly a flash of white light shot past, startling Ha-young, who was standing nearby. The girl panicked and cried out, are you okay? You only have your head left. Neria also wondered, is Muriel losing? That is right, get back to fighting. I told you not to be careless. Come on, Muriel. He violently swung his fist forward. Arrow continued to charge forward, roaring fiercely. His head kept getting knocked off. Then it was knocked from one place to another. The head fell straight to the ground. Muriel. Neria raised her hand to her chin and thought, how strange. Data shows this guy is not strong. So why is Muriel unable to fight him? What is going on? I need to examine it closely. Muriel focused his thoughts. I must kill Turret. To kill him, I must do this. Words from before echoed in his head. As you can see, even if you die many times now, you cannot kill me. What is more, that determination to beat me? You do not have it at all. Muriel stood in front of Arrow, executing people again. It urgently warned. What is it? Why are you just standing there dumbfounded? He threw a punch while shouting loudly, please stop, why are you doing this to me? Seeing Muriel's head roll onto the grass, Neria quickly urged, you have to attack, why are you looking at me? He lay on his back on the grass, eyes empty, asking, what is the will to win? It used the observation glasses and then exclaimed, so that's it. Arrow hit his own head and roared in frustration. Why are you guys like this? Because of you, I smashed all the wine. I don't like fighting. Suddenly, he roughly grabbed hold of her hair. He ruthlessly threw the head far away, shouting, get lost out of my sight. Ha-young behind him screamed in terror. No, Muriel got thrown away. The little girl angrily cursed straight. You wicked bastard, how dare you strike? Arrow answered irritably. And what the hell are you? He tensed up, raised his fist high, and roared, please leave me alone. Looking at the scene before her, Neria grumbled. Seriously, I disliked him just by looking at him from the outside. There's no other way. Suddenly, a foot wearing high heels stomped straight onto Arrow's body. That kicked him flying far away. It was followed by a cloud of thick dust. A seductive woman in a black dress chuckled meaningfully. Let's start over from the basics. Young gaped in astonishment at the person opposite her and stammered, "Is Neria actually human?" It explained, "No, I can only transform into this form." Neria quickly took the lead, darting through the bushes while ordering, "First, let's just find Mirel." Young ran closely behind and answered, Arrow walked through the misty smoke. The smoke gradually dissipated, leaving a silent space and a sigh of relief. "Those wicked people are finally gone. Don't come back here again, don't bother me anymore." His yelling echoed everywhere. Someone thought it was really noisy today. What was going on? Brother Chad sat cross-legged on a rock with his eyes tightly shut and told himself, "No, I should just focus on meditating. Don't let myself get distracted by personal thoughts." Standing on a high peak facing the rushing waterfall, he reverently raised his hands to pray. "I sincerely pray to the great ancestor Yusumi. Please grant me power. I ask you to share your immense power to comfort the unjust deaths. I ask you to share your sacred power." A strange object suddenly fell into his hand. Jin's eyes widened in shock. "Oh my god, the ancestor finally answered my prayer. The sacred power has been granted to me." Thinking the wish had come true, but when he looked closely, he suddenly was startled. "Who is that?" Seeing Mirel's face up close, Jin panicked, his mouth wide open in a terrified scream. Startled by the head that just appeared, Jin immediately threw him up high. "What the hell is this?" Mirel floated in the vast space above the deep green forest, silently wondering where he had fallen just now. Suddenly, he landed on the ground in human form. Jin panicked and shouted loudly, "The head has turned into a person now." Mirel approached and asked, "Do you know where Arrow is?" Jin was stunned, staring wide-eyed in utter amazement. After a while of regaining his composure, he breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. You must have extraordinary power." Jin extended his hand and offered, "You don't seem like someone from around here. Is this your first time here? Don't worry, I'll be your guide. I know you want to leave here soon, but be careful, this place is scarier than the outside. Now we're returning to the guild. He's leading me to Arrow." Scene change, Yoku asked Han worriedly, "What's wrong with Arrow? Why is it so loud?" He called out sorrowfully, "Yoku." Arrow knelt on the ground crying. "There was a weird guy trying to kill me. You said I should live peacefully." He calmed him. "Calm down. He was trying to kill me." A ripe red strawberry was suddenly thrown out along with the words, "Calm down." "I said calm down already." Arrow immediately snatched the strawberry and chewed it ravenously with excitement. "Strawberry, give me more." Yoku put his hand on his chin and thought with a tense expression, "I guess more and more people are coming to the outskirts. Why do these fools keep rushing and knowing there's no way out? We just need to strengthen the defense." Suddenly he dropped all the strawberries down to Arrow. "Don't worry, I will handle those troublesome problems. I want you to help maintain the guild as usual and say nice things to the other leaders." He ate while answering, "Yes, I will make sure they never set foot on Juju Island." Yoku frowned and replied, "Alright, thank you for your cooperation." What a knave fool. Scene shifts to the Nugwan Guild. Jin brought him to the elevator door and then spoke. "This is your first visit. You can go to the 50th basement floor. Get in quickly." Mirel stepped inside alone, reaching out to press the button for the 50th basement floor. He smiled fiercely and instructed, "For a young kid like you, this place is a bit tough to handle. I hope you can make it up there. Don't give up no matter what anyone says." Jin's words made curious. A moment later, the elevator doors opened, the 50th basement floor. Mirel's appearance attracted everyone's attention. "Who is that? Is it a newbie?" A group of people stared at him insolently and then sneered, "Just a new brat. I called dibs on him first. Don't you dare touch him now." Mirel slowly looked ahead and wondered, "Is this Arrow? No, when did these guys multiply? This isn't Arrow. Should I kill them all? I shouldn't. Which one should I start killing first? You shouldn't kill them all." Suddenly, Young and Neria appeared from somewhere. "Mirel, you came too. We found you and got here. What a coincidence. I was even planning to pick you up." He looked at it blankly and asked, "Who is that?" The little girl happily answered, "It's Neria. She transformed into this form. You're really easy to convince." Young panicked and urged, "Now that we found Mirel, let's hurry back to kill Arrow. Because there are still many people living on Jeju Island. We have to save them, we can't delay." Suddenly Neria's cheeks flushed red with calculation. "I can't let this good opportunity slip away." "A good opportunity? Look around, don't you see many people here possess what Mirel does not? This is the hell on earth of Jeju Island, a place for those who refuse to be slaves in Oryukdo or anywhere else." Initially, humans were sent to the slaughterhouse to become animal hides, but the Nakugan gave them another chance. That chance is the duel challenge. The winner of 10 matches goes up to the next floor, and reaching the 50th floor allows one to choose to leave or live on the island. If defeated 5 times, you become livestock. The first time I learned of this place was in the slaughterhouse. Humans were pushed to fight each other, but I didn't understand what benefit the Jongan had in building it. A young standing beside him wondered, "Well done, Neria, how do you know so much?" He could only force a smile. I see." It leaned close to Muriel's face and whispered, "Anyway, humans are still fiercely fighting to win. As for a steady heart, you don't have it. Instead of having your head flicked by Arrow for 100 days, this experience is far more worthwhile." His eyes dropped in thought. "A steady heart, huh? I don't have one." Hearing that, the little girl widened her eyes and questioned, "But aren't we supposed to kill everyone here? What about that?" Neria slowly analyzed. The reason we are here is for Morel's development. Killing a few people for her to grow and save many more. Isn't that good? As soon as it finished speaking, it shrugged and pushed him forward. Come on in, you have to duel. Wait, we should go together. Hayoung chased after them while silently thinking, is sacrifice for the greater good unavoidable? Neria is smart, but I'm no longer sure what is right or wrong. Scene change, the basement of the 50th building, the duel area. The crowd of spectators above excitedly cheered. Hit him, come on, hit harder, you idiot. End it, no matter who wins, or both will die and become tasty livestock. A duel area where human life is on the edge, 500 registrants per day will fight each other in order from number 1. The victory condition is surrender, incapacitation, or landing 20 punches under the referee's assessment. When a winner is determined, the next contestant is substituted and the fight continues. The 50th loser is immediately eliminated. A man on the stage raised his hand in celebration. Number 355 wins. Number 356, please enter. Young stood behind him excitedly cheering. Morel, it's your turn. Neria also happily encouraged, you can do it, hang in there. A moment later he was on the stage. The referee raised a hand to signal for attention. Both contestants, please step to the center. That man glanced over and sneered. Just a kid. Some men in the stands looked annoyed. Damn it, I want to fight that kid too. I'll hit him right in his number. That man smiled a sly, triumphant smile, thinking to himself, this match is a freebie for me, thanks kid. The referee immediately swung his arm down decisively, giving the starting signal. Begin. Threw a straight punch at Morel's face. Don't blame me, I'm just following orders. The speaker system blared. One hit for number 355. He widened his eyes in horror, wondering what was going on. It felt like punching a brick. That kid must be trained regularly, but it's impossible. Number 355, 2, 3, 14, 15 hits. Hayoung looked at the arena floor and shouted, oh my god, I think there's still something wrong with Morel. He's about to lose. For a moment he was silent and thought, I have no ambition to win. What it is, I still don't know. The spectators gaped and roared with excitement. Hooray, finish him quickly. It's been a long time since we had a kid. He must be delicious. He continued lunging forward with a straight punch. Number 355, 19 hits. He leaped into the air, spread his arms wide, and dove down fiercely. This will be the final blow. A good match, I suppose, kid. Morel at this moment merely bowed his head, enduring. Suddenly a soft voice echoed in his ear directing him. Tilt your head 53 degrees to the left. Immediately, a sudden kick tore through the air and came straight at him. Excellent. That person continued to remind him, don't think of it as fighting, think of it as shaking out your hand. The incredibly powerful punch created a massive reaction force that flung the man away. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, the surrounding people all gaped in shock. Looking at Morel's back standing still amidst the dust, that person added, good, now don't think too much. Hesitating while shaking out your fist is not beneficial. Fight as you usually do. You have done well on your own, Morel. Hayoung shouted excitedly. Morel won. I thought he was going to lose and was worried to death. Morel turned his head to look down at the person below, causing the girl standing outside to wonder, where is Morel looking? Suddenly a voice. It was me who acted. I created the welcome image for Morel. Neria winked and added, standing before Morel now is a very reliable person, but who it is, I don't know. And so the silhouette of a person wearing a baseball cap gradually faded. He flinched slightly and exclaimed, so it wasn't real. Back on the stage, the referee raised his hand signaling towards the man. Number 355 loses. Number 356 wins. Hasn't this guy lost 5 times already? Then, number 355 confirmed as food. His body was flung high into the air, causing the crazy crowd below to cheer, fear food, move aside, I want some too. One man chewed noisily while grimacing in disdain. Too tough now. The one next to him swallowed and spoke. Can't be helped. This guy's quality is terrible. Seeing the scene, Hayoung fearfully covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes trembling. So this is what becoming food means. It's so horrible. How can they be so cruel? Neria glanced away, nothing surprising. This is the reality of humanity. As for Morel, he only looked ahead, his face pensive without a single trace of emotion. As he confidently fought several matches in a row, decisively throwing a straight punch into the opponent's face. Immediately after, he spun around and added a powerful kick that sent the fighter sliding far across the floor. The mysterious figure's image appeared again, reminding and urging him to throw punches harder. The referee called out loudly, number 356, wins ground floor 1. With the help of the preview image from a reliable character, Morel quickly reached the first floor. The little girl bounced up happily, not expecting to progress this fast. It was great, and they could even form a team. What a relief. The Nugwon Club had a team system. Each team consisted of 2 to 5 members, advancing together to the next floor. The system calculated wins and losses by team. Losing 5 matches meant death for all. Neria looked down at the sound. He felt relieved that the boy was no longer hesitating in forming the group, but he still felt something was missing. Morel's physical strength was too too overwhelming, so even lacking a fighting spirit, he won easily. On the contrary, this made him act like a machine. Next time, he had to do something about it. Order, the man shouted excitedly. Earlier, he heard someone mention a flea market. Could they try going there once? Neria coldly replied. Did she think this was a Julika location? Far from it. Scene change inside Jeju Island, Nekwan Market. The little girl laughed heartily. This was truly a blessing from heaven. Neria was surprised to return to his original form. How could there be a place like this inside a slaughterhouse? Hyung stood beside him excitedly. Let's go explore quickly. This place didn't seem to have any ghost zombies. The data he had on Jeju Island didn't match at all. Clearly, the management staff had to report the current state of the slaughterhouse. It seemed someone had falsified the reports. A moment later, they stood in front of a food stall. The little girl called out loudly, "Uncle, give me one fried chicken hot dog." The man cheerfully replied, "Okay, that'll be 5 win coins." Hyung was stunned and asked back, "What are win coins?" The man nearly shouted, "What? You guys have no money and still want to trick me?" The little girl waved her hand to explain. "No, it's because I don't know what that is." A hand suddenly opened, a voice spoke. "Here are 10 win coins. Me too, 1 for each of them." Seeing the stranger appear, Hyung looked up, dazed. Muriel walked slowly, holding a hot dog stick in his hand. The other whispered, "You safely made it to the ground floor. What a relief. It's been a while since I saw you participate. I was very worried." "Hey, you still remember me, right?" Jin smiled and continued. "Anyway, you're amazing. Although your ability is a bit unusual, I didn't expect you to reach the ground floor so fast. It took me several months, and I'm struggling because I've lost 4 matches already. If you all want to stroll around, be careful of the outer area. The inner area is safe, but outside, just making eye contact with the guards is enough to get shot dead." All 4 people walked through the rows of stalls in the market. The little girl pressed. "What are those win coins?" He slowly explained. "This is the money used here. First time hearing about it, right? Winning a match will be converted into win coins. 1 coin equals 1 victory. People can exchange the coins at the verification station located on the ground floor of the club. There's a rumor that accumulating 10,000 win coins will let you escape Jeju Island immediately." Hyung mumbled while chewing ravenously. "So that's why this is a blessing from heaven." Neria immediately hugged Muriel and the little girl tightly. "Enough playing. Let's go back to training." Hyung's eyes welled up with tears. "Can't we play a little more?" He immediately shut it down. "No." Hyung, being dragged away, wailed. "So unfair, Neria is so mean." Neria retorted, "What's unfair? A human fairy like Neria here needs to quickly help Muriel become as strong as possible." Scene changed the first ground floor, the player waiting room. The 3 sat sprawled on the floor. Neria explained, "From the ground floor, you only fight 1 match per day to ensure quality food supplies. When it's time for a match, you go straight to the arena." Suddenly, the little girl whipped her head around, her eyes wide in bewilderment. "What do you mean, ensure quality food supplies?" He glanced and sighed. "There's a lot of incorrect information in the data. Even Neria doesn't know." Neria didn't hesitate to approach and use his magic. "I will lower Muriel's ability. Fighting like this for 100 days at this strength would be useless. If I touch the muscle fibers, I can control it to some degree." The loudspeaker blared an announcement. "Player number 356, please report to the arena." Young heard his name and cheerfully urged, "Muriel, it's your turn. Let's go quickly." The full view of the massive arena appeared before them with thousands of spectators. The crowd roared and jeered. "Start quickly. Has no one lost 5 matches yet today? It's number 356. Kill them all. I'm betting 2 rations on that guy." Young's eyes widened in worry as he looked over and asked, "I'm so nervous. What if the ground floor people are stronger?" Neria replied indifferently, "If that were the case, how wonderful would that be?" A foot stepped onto the arena stage. The little girl suddenly stared intently, her eyes shimmering with surprise as she exclaimed, "That person." Jin leisurely walked into the arena and remarked frankly, "What a coincidence. Number 42, Kim Jin meeting under these circumstances." The referee began to shout loudly, "Both players, get ready." He glanced at the boy and thought to himself, "Having to fight a kid, my mood isn't good at all." The head referee stood in the center of the field and decisively swung his hand down to command. "The match begins." Jin had just taken a defensive stance when he was stunned by Muriel's extremely fast speed. He charged in like lightning, throwing an incredibly powerful punch that left him no time to react. Little girl exclaimed in astonishment. He dodged Muriel's attack. As expected, ground floor people are truly different. Neria stood nearby, excited. Finally a worthy opponent. Jin backed away, his eyes wide with shock as he muttered to himself, "Too fast. This kid didn't get to the upper floor by luck. I can't lie guard down because he's a child." He decisively swung his hand hard behind him. Muriel quickly ducked low to evade. He continued to throw a punch forward. The spectators kept roaring wildly. "Good hit number 356, kill him." Hyung asked worriedly, "Only Muriel is attacking. This is frustrating. I thought we found a worthy opponent." Wait, didn't that guy say he already lost 4 matches? If he loses now, won't he become food for those people? The little girl immediately shouted, what do we do now? Who should we cheer for? I hope that guy doesn't die. Mirail suddenly leaped high into the air, stomping down with his foot. Jin lay on the ground trembling, thinking, damn it, I'm about done for. Letting my guard down against a kid is my karma. No, even if I hadn't, it would be hard to close this huge gap. I've endured too much until now. Maybe this is the end, master. Suddenly he stood up straight, clasping his hands tightly in front of his stomach, ready to act. Jin clenched his fist firmly, pressing it against his other palm with resolve. The promise not to get noticed by my master. Perhaps I can't keep it anymore. Order. Jin fiercely counterattacked against Mirail, stunning the spectators. What the hell are you doing? Number 356, fight properly. The 2 witnesses were shocked. What? What's happening? Suddenly Mirail wants to lose the match. This is... Naria pondered and observed. I don't know what's going on, but the opponent's power has changed from before. Of course, this isn't something to be surprised about, but his eyes were abnormally wide open. A massive black shadow with glowing red eyes descended. This power felt familiar. The image of the mysterious figure in a red suit, covering his mouth with a sinister laugh. Seeing this, Mirail's expression changed and she called out loudly. Young looked up at his trembling back, thinking to herself why he was like this. Something was truly strange. Naria pondered deeply, wasn't he overexerting himself? Because the aura was similar to Turret A. I told Mirail not to use her power. How interesting. How will he resolve this situation? I can't wait to see. Suddenly Mirail charged straight forward with a face full of murderous intent. Facing the sudden attack, Jin immediately assumed a defensive stance with surprise. He threw an extremely powerful punch aimed directly at his opponent with wind-like speed. He counterattacked, thinking it was strange. Just now that kid moved like a machine. Now he had turned into a wild beast. Mirail spun around and delivered a roundhouse kick aimed straight at Jin's head. He reacted extremely fast, raising both hands to block the dangerous kick. The force of the kick sent him flying backwards, flipping in mid-air. While flipping, he wore a face full of murderous intent. He continued charging forward to attack head-on. Jin stood in a defensive stance in the middle of the arena, watching Mirail's figure with annoyance. Damn it, how is this kid still enduring this? From above, his red glowing eyes dove down like a bomb. Outside the stands, the crowd screamed in protest. You were fighting so well just now. What are you doing? Number 365. Can't even fight properly anymore. You'd be better off dead, becoming food for us. At this moment, Mirail could only breathe heavily in exhaustion. His anger reached its peak, his eyes glowing red, and he suddenly roared. A massive surge of energy suddenly erupted. Naria brought a finger to her lips, feigning worry. Oh dear, that won't do. I said you can't use your power. If this place gets blown away, it will be troublesome. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear. Are you planning to repeat that incident? The mysterious figure reminded him. Letting your emotions explode has no effect. You've experienced that already. You want to defeat Turret, but what you're doing is no different from back then. Will you only realize it when you've lost everything? A thick cloud of dust was churning violently. Control your emotions. Use reason to find a way to defeat your opponent. Mirail stood silently, looking towards the arena without answering. Jin was stunned, sweat streaming down his face. What's this? The atmosphere around her has changed again. The mysterious figure continued. How have you fought until now? Screaming and charging straight at your opponent. Isn't that right? Think about it. How have you fought until now? Seeing the scene before him, Jin's eyes widened in shock. That movement, did you learn it from watching me? As he just switched his stance, a red scene flashed before his eyes. A blinding source of energy suddenly erupted violently, spreading across the entire stand. The crowd asked in panic, what's happening so suddenly? The atmosphere is so heavy. Naria couldn't hide her astonishment. Suddenly, a person appeared and observed. The old man sat cross-legged on a mat, slowly clamping his pipe, and spoke leisurely. Finally arrived. A sharp ray of light tore through the wind as it shot forward, truly dangerous. Direct punch aimed at Mirail's head. Number 42, 20 successful hits. Did number 365 lose? Naria was stunned. This brat, this is getting too interesting. Jin stammered in shock. What's going on? On the arena, Jin sighed softly. What a surprise. Just from watching he managed to learn some of it. I feel pathetic for underestimating this brat. However, you'd better not learn this skill. Master said it's a dangerous skill. He murmured in repetition. A dangerous skill, huh? Sir Yoku, it seems I've found a high-quality source of food. Oh, is that so? Proceed with the standard procedure. Also, make a few more strawberries for that fool arrow to eat. Yes, I understand. Anyway, thanks to you, I learned a lot. The referee signaled. Number 365, hand me your name tag. He added as he walked away. If I get the chance, I'd like a rematch with you. Suddenly, he called out loudly. Hey, explain it to me properly. Jin asked back in confusion, huh? Let's see, unfortunately this isn't something I can decide on my own. Sorry about that. Naria wore a knowing smile, silently scheming. It's quite a pity I didn't obtain the results. Mirail really needs that person's skill. I can't miss this chance. Scene change. Jin waved his hands repeatedly. No way, that's not something I can decide on my own. After the match, Naria chased Jin everywhere begging him to teach the skill. Jin kept dodging her. Turning around, Jin was startled to see 3 faces clinging to the door frame. Before he could recover, he saw Lulu's face appear in the bathroom. Being stalked by Mirail like a ghost, Jin ran while crying out in terror, Frustrated beyond measure, he yelled, "Why are you like this anyway? Aren't you already strong enough? What's your reason for absolutely needing to learn that power?" Hearing this, Mirel remained completely silent. After a moment, he lowered his voice and replied, "Because I don't want to repeat it again." Jin asked in confusion. "What?" Jin's face showed a hint of contemplation. Although he didn't understand his meaning, he could feel the weight in his words. Did he go through something terrible? Helplessly slapping his forehead, he resignedly decided to take him to meet the master. Seeing their scheme succeed, the group behind celebrated, for if he agreed to meet, how could he refuse? Jin sighed wearily in his heart, because even if he brought him there, the master would just flatly refuse anyway. Scene change, a voice rang out, "Very good." Jiho sat cross-legged on a high cushion, casually picked his nose, then ordered training to start immediately. "The great sage Kim Jiho, master of Kim Jin, greets you." Jin's eyes widened in shock, because this power was very dangerous. The master had forbidden reckless use. Still picking his nose, he calmly explained, "It's because you're weak so you can't use it." Jin replied, "That kid is on the same level as me." "Do you really think you are on the same level as that child? That's why I said you are still weak. I don't know how that child suppressed his power, but you fought a child who used less than half his strength. If you fought him with his real power, you wouldn't stand a chance." "Ah no, you'd be dead." Neria standing nearby said, "Wow, even an old man stuck here knows that." Jiho jumped to the ground and continued, "Our tribe lives isolated from human civilization. From birth we have inherited psychic abilities. Not long ago, I sensed a calamity about to happen. Right now, the homeland where I was born and raised is being ravaged by those zombies. I believe someone will put an end to this. Of course, the center of what I am saying is that strange child." Jin couldn't help but be confused. "Master, do you mean half of his power? I was nearly beaten to death in that fight." He didn't expect the master to say that. "In the end, what kind of power does that kid possess?" Gio spoke up to ask, "So shall we start now? There's no need to drag out this boring time. After all, we gathered here only because he agreed to train. I'll test your current abilities first. Of course, there must be proper etiquette beforehand. Follow me." He bowed deeply in greeting. "I'm counting on you." Muriel, seeing this, slowly said, "What is it, huh?" "Maintaining courtesy before battle helps greatly in controlling one's power." He simply replied, "Too troublesome." The old man thought to himself with a pang, "This brat is stranger than I thought." Jiho clasped his hands in front of his chest and slowly imparted, "From now on, the power I will teach you will be in tune with your own will. The core foundation is a calm mind, unshakable by anything. Maintaining courtesy fosters an upright will. Throw away useless thoughts, focus on yourself, don't let emotions take over. You must focus on why you must defeat the opponent and why you must become strong." Standing still in the windy yard, Muriel lowered his head and questioned himself, "Why must I become strong?" At that moment, the mysterious person appeared behind him again. On the other side, Jin looked extremely worried, but Ha-young and Neria were excited, as if they were looking forward to it. The old man spoke up to ask, "Can you do it, kid?" The image of the mysterious person gradually dissipated. Next, Muriel interlaced his fingers tightly in a salute and answered firmly, "Of course." Standing far away on the grass, Jiho looked toward Muriel and asked, "Good, first can you show me your intent to kill?" "Show it like what?" "Make it easier for you to visualize." He raised both fists in front of his chest, closed his eyes tightly, and demonstrated directly how to do it. "Act as if you literally want to kill me, like this. It will help unlock your training later." Jin watched and then spoke, "Speaking of intent to kill, is that the expression on that kid's face when he fought me?" Hearing that, Neria cheered excitedly, "I can't wait. I want to see Muriel's murderous look." Turning back, Jiho continued, "Now you try it." Right after that suggestion, he stood motionless and then performed a lifeless wink. Unable to contain herself, the girl immediately blushed and shouted excitedly, "That's too cute. Give me another wink, Appa." Staring intently for a while, he immediately recognized the problem. "It seems this kid doesn't grasp emotions. No need to worry. Let me explain slowly. Do you know how animals live? From ancient times, our Usumi tribe learned to survive by watching them. Looking from the outside, they seem simple, but it's not really so, because every action of theirs is tied to their survival. Later on, what you need to learn is not individual actions, but their fierceness, their cunning nature, and their ruthlessness. Hearing it is not as good as seeing it. With your current level, you'll grasp it after a few tries of practice. Come on, try attacking me." Without a moment's hesitation, Muriel swung his fist, but Jiho quickly tilted his body to dodge. Exploiting that small opening, he swung his wooden spoon and struck him precisely on the head. Continuous noises sounded from afar. The three of them sat bored. Neria watched Jiho's agile figure and thought to herself, "At first he didn't look reliable, but now I see he's truly an amazing old man. Even though he has limited Muriel's physical abilities, his fighting skill is better than I thought. Muriel too, he can release his physical limits with his own will. Muriel's will is already stronger than before. Anyway, I want to see Muriel's amazing side quickly." Seeing Neria in a daze, Ha-young offered a ripe fruit. "Neria, eat this." She happily received it. "Oh, thank you." Closing a long day under the brilliant sunset sky, Muriel will train intensively for the next few days. Training like this is really hard to do. Absent-mindedly, he focused on his thoughts. Strange, this physical strength feels like it could pierce the sky. But this child's fists are nothing more than rhythmic motions. What made him so hesitant? Gaining momentum from above, he lunged down and swung a kick. With sharp reflexes, he quickly leaned back to dodge. Then he asked, Muriel, do you know about the battles between the greatest predators? Yes. Jiho suddenly moved in close, looked straight into his eyes and asked, even though they have everything, they always fight to the death. Can you think of a reason? Muriel answered curtly, I don't know. Actually, the answer lies within the question itself. Precisely because they have everything, they fight to the death. If they lose, they will lose everything. So now why are you fighting? The three of them stood close together, intently listening as he stammered, Why am I fighting? That's right. Muriel's face looked slightly annoyed. Jiho exclaimed in surprise, What? The important people kept getting killed, so I felt angry. Standing frozen for a few seconds, Jiho heard the answer and fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his index finger straight forward and made a request, Show me your fist. Seeing through to his heart, the old man concluded, You don't want to lose what you have, do you? It is because you are protecting something that you fight. The end point of these 5 punches is the reason you must be victorious. Come on, use what I taught you and end this match. From tomorrow, come back and try your hand at the club. Hearing this, Ha-young cheered happily. Everyone, you have worked hard. Neria smiled, thinking to herself, This inspiration is more profound than I thought. That old man knew exactly what Muriel's problem was, which I had never even said out loud. Jiho fell into a distant train of thought. Then he slowly gave his instructions, hoping what he taught today would be useful for the boy. Upon returning home, a voice rang out, Hurry up and go to sleep. Sleeping is also training, you worked hard today. Little girl said happily, It's so warm. Ha-young poked her head out and asked curiously, Is there something on the ceiling? Wendy immediately replied, that thing? This is a traditional doll of the tribe. I made it to remember those who have passed. According to legend, when we encounter disaster, the spirit inside the doll will protect us. Go to sleep, it's late. The little girl obediently replied yes. Just as dawn broke, an announcement came over the speaker, Number 42, please come to the 50th floor club. The speaker repeated, Number 42, go to the 50th floor. Jin jolted awake. Jiho yawned and grumbled, I told you not to draw attention. He stepped out the door, thinking to himself, why isn't it Muriel but me? Watching his back, the old man suddenly called out loudly. Jin softly replied yes. His face turned serious. I don't know what this is about. You must be careful. He turned his head and smiled. I will remember, father. Hearing the form of address, the old man grumbled in annoyance. Usually you call me master. This is also training. Jin chuckled helplessly. It's because I'm at home, so I wasn't paying attention. He walked out into the yard alone. I will be back. Inside the house, Jiho sat dazed and sad. Why am I so uneasy today? I hope it's just a foolish worry. Scene change, the Nugwan Club on the 50th floor, you're here? The polite man flashed a bright smile. Go down to the end of the hall to the office. Jin lowered his voice and replied, yes. The guard bowed courteously. Take your time. Sensing something off, he glanced back. Why is the guard so friendly? Or does each floor have different behavior? Jin's eyes showed clear anxiety. Well, I'll just go and see. Being nervous about meeting Yoku in person for the first time. As soon as his figure disappeared, the man revealed his true form, a long, slimy tongue, a sinister grin. The door just opened, a hoarse voice came from inside the room. Oh, number 42. No, it's Jin, right? Please come in, I'm sure I don't need to explain further. Jin bluntly replied, even without an explanation, you are strange. What do you want with me? Yoku said smugly, it's been hard to find a quality, fresh prey lately. I don't know if there are talents nowadays, but there were plenty in the past. Suddenly, a hand shot out from behind and clamped over his mouth. He laughed chillingly. That's why I called. Jin's eyes rolled back in terror. He turned around slowly. Why else would we be here? It's because a high-quality prey is more delicious. Suffocating, Jin's pupils cracked in fear. Unconsciously, he uttered, Father. Meanwhile, Jiho was still sitting on the porch waiting. This kid is taking too long. A tall figure trudged out of the shadows. He mumbled, blaming Hyundai. Doesn't he know I worry coming back this late? The man stood towering, throwing down a black sack. He found it strange and pressed. Hey, who are you? Where is Jin? The man coldly replied, Number 42 is here. The man demandedly, where is number 356? Jiho busily opened the black sack to look, As soon as he opened it, he saw Jin's head lying inside. The staff member was startled to see only Neria inside the bag. He snatched the bag. What the hell is this? I clearly brought number 42's head here. Jiho gaped for Muriel. Muriel flew out, tossing the head into the staff member's face. His back slammed onto the floor, sliding back. Jiho said, still remember what I taught you? Muriel nodded yes. Jiho comfortably crossed his legs, slowly. Alright, let the battle begin. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just a foolish thought. Everything was going well, just like that green schoolgirl said. From earlier, when Jin left the house near dusk, he went outside, yelled out, I'm leaving and coming back. Neria called after him, wait. He pushed up her glasses and said, I want to check the results on you. Making an ordinary person into a zombie, isn't that good? Jin was confused. What do you mean? Jiho looked at Neria. She said, "You have to go to the highest floor of the club, right?" Jin nodded. "So what?" Neria's voice was even. "Up there is an Arrow administrative officer. I'm sure that guy is a worthy opponent for Morale." She paused, her voice mysterious. "So let's go together to kill him." As Jin was struggling, Neria appeared. "Heh, I'm right here and you guys didn't know." Yoku froze, annoyed. "What the hell are you?" Neria put her hands on her hips. "Indeed, you falsified the reports." Yoku's face darkened. "Number 8, take care of it." Neria helped the black bag with the form. "Here is number 42's head. You take number 356's head." The staff member looked at the green lump, asked what the hell this was. Before he finished, Neria's magic had taken him over. The staff member picked up the bag, muttering as he walked, "This is number 42. Where is number 356? This is number 42. Where is number 356? Yoku called after him, dumbfounded. "Number 8, where are you going?" Neria stood next to Jin, smiling to herself. "Morale, use this guy for a warm-up." Yoku scratched his head and sighed. "I didn't expect you to handle number 8 like this." Jin suddenly spoke up. "You seem pretty calm." Yoku squinted. "What?" Jin slowly approached. Neria said, "You don't know how to fight? Your ability is close to 0. His voice was cold. "Is this how you've been devouring humans all this time? Building a 50-story building just to select high-quality food?" When he had closed in on Yoku, Jin stamped his foot hard, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared, "Because of your filthy tricks, so many people died. Even if I die, I will not forgive you." His eyes blazed with fury, bloodshot and wide. "I'll charge in and smash your damned Paradise Club to pieces." Yoku half closed his eyes and replied, "Good, that's what I want. But as for being human, what was that?" Facing the rage, Yoku said calmly, "The man with glasses was the previous manager. But do you know why I called him number 8? He walked to the bookshelf, his hand fumbling as he searched. "So far, many violent bastards like you have killed my managers. After each replacement, it's that number 8's turn." After a while, Yoku spoke up. "Here it is. Number 42. Jin clenched his fists. "It's useless for you to play tricks now. You have no way to escape." Yoku flipped through the book casually and replied, "Where there's a trick, there's always a way out. Aren't you curious what trick I used to nullify your ability?" Turning to the middle of the page, he pressed a red button hidden within the book. At the same time, the floor beneath Jin split in two, throwing him down. "Let me see if you can survive intact." Neria screamed as she fell. "An unexpected trap." Jin cursed loudly. "Damn it, this bastard." When he was near the bottom of the pit, he bent his body, landing on the ground with both hands and feet. Jin immediately switched to high alert, glancing around to observe his surroundings. He found himself falling into an empty yard surrounded by a fence. A flash of light appeared, and Yoku stood within it, saying, "We investigated high-quality people in advance. Sorry, but this club isn't something you can just shut down. This isn't a place for a human like you to easily destroy." While Jin did not understand, he continued, "Number 42, your family went missing 2 years ago. Your mother is Hanhyo's CEO and your sister is Kim Jo-jin." Someone appeared behind Jin. He immediately spun around, his vigilance rising even higher. What the hell? Before him was a woman laughing maniacally, her entire body stained red with blood and flesh. From her abdomen emerged the head of a young girl. Jin was deeply shaken, stammering, "Mother, Kim Jo-jin, how did the two of you end up like this?" Yoku squinted, flashing a despicable smile. "Number 42, Jin, do you really have what it takes to kill them?" Aria pushed up her glasses and remarked in admiration, "Turning people into zombies, huh? Planning to create a chimera. When did that bastard Yoku steal the experimental solution from Naturf?" The zombie lunged at Jin with unimaginable speed, sweat pouring from his forehead. Just as it was about to reach him, he was startled and dodged to the side. The zombie turned its head, its 4 arms stretching out to chase Jin. He hurriedly ran. Yoku shouted from outside the fence, "What's wrong? You have to fight back." He squinted, pressing his hands to his cheeks, and yelled, "Hit it, hit it. You're so good at fighting." That shout immediately attracted Jin's attention, veins bulging on his forehead. He changed direction and charged straight at him, roaring with fury. "Yoku!" Jin grabbed the iron mesh in front of Yoku and cursed loudly, "You trashy bastard, how dare you do this?" He repeatedly punched the mesh. "I'll kill you." Yoku let out a sneer. "This fence isn't so easy to break." More importantly, the moment he finished speaking, the zombie lunged and grabbed Jin by the neck from behind. "Right now, the one you should be worrying about isn't me." The eerie smile on its face remained unchanged as its hand tightened around Jin's neck. He tried to pry its hand off, but failed. When he was almost out of air, he punched the fence repeatedly, his voice hoarse. 2 streams of tears rolled down Jin's cheeks as he screamed, "I will never let you get away with this. Even if I die, I'll take you with me." Yoku smirked quietly. What he wanted more than human flesh was exactly this kind of zombie. Watching them like animals trapped in a zoo, this reminded him of a memory from long ago. That day, a man outside the animal pen once said to him, "Oh, you poor beast, eat up." The feeling of being thrown into a place full of oppression and restraint of freedom. Yoku spread his arms wide, tilting his face to the sky in ecstasy. Empathy is truly wonderful. It Ignoring Jin collapse before him, Yoku let out a satisfied breath. You pitiful creature. He leaned back even further, his long hair falling to the ground, breaking into a long string of laughter. The walkie-talkie in Yoku's coat pocket rang with an urgent call. Mr. Yoku, something big has happened. A stranger suddenly appeared on the 50th floor. Annoyed at the interruption, Yoku asked irritably, "What's the matter? Don't disturb me at such a critical moment, you idiot." Suddenly, a strange light appeared behind him. Yoku turned his head in confusion to look. The employee from earlier was now lying face down on the floor, blood and gore pooling everywhere. Jiho exhaled a puff of smoke and said, 10 seconds, no 5 seconds, that exceeded my expectations. Congratulations, Mirail. You finally regained your original toughness. Mirail appeared in the beam of light behind Yoku. Are you Yoku? Yoku was dumbfounded. What is this? Who are you? Mirail slightly lowered her head, casting a cold glance at Yoku, cracking her knuckles. Please enlighten me. She glanced inside the fence, where Jin lay sprawled on the ground, a zombie with a grotesque smile behind him. Mirail stared at it for a very long time, saying nothing. She recalled her conversation with Jiho. What about the bad guys? Do you even need to ask? Jiho had said. Asking shows more respect for yourself than for your opponent. Even so, with a hopeless case, Yoku froze for a moment as Mirail's figure vanished right before his eyes. Mirail charged in from Yoku's side, weapon in hand, repeating Jiho's words. Better to just smash them to pieces. She struck Yoku square on the left cheek. He was startled back to reality. Huh? At Jiho's place, the old man was sitting pensively on the porch when a call startled him. Master. A young stepped out. Everyone has left. Why aren't you asleep yet? Jiho replied gently. What can an old man like me do in the middle of the night? I'm just sitting here enjoying the breeze. He asked back, so what are you doing up instead of sleeping? Hayoung sat down beside him. I can't sleep. Jiho looked at the girl, full of curiosity. What's wrong? Hayoung looked down at her feet, her expression gloomy. Everyone is giving their all. Only I'm this comfortable. I think I should do something, but I'm afraid of getting in the way. She hesitated slightly, not daring to look at Jiho. How should I put it? I look so pathetic. Jiho looked at the girl for a long while, then raised his eyes to the sky. Don't rush. Every life has its own season to bloom. He gazed intently at the starry sky, his voice reassuring. Some flowers bloom in spring, some only bloom when autumn has passed. Hayoung turned to look at him, listening. For now, just do what you can, because before long, an unyielding heart will appear in this world. Jiho let an unconscious sigh before continuing. Everyone will have those phases. Turning back to Yoku, he was caught off guard by Mirail, only able to let out a sound of surprise. Mirail swung the bone she was holding in her hand. A strong strike sent Yoku flying to the side. He held his face, crying out in pain. What was that? Naria flew over to Mirail, her voice full of admiration. How did you get here so fast? The old man's training is good. Mirail coldly replied, after killing Yoku, arrow is next, right? Naria paused for a moment, but before she could say anything, Mirail had already leaped into the air. Yoku on the ground was startled. Naria pointed the camera at Mirail. Such a fiery temper. Let Naria see how much you have improved. Mirail dove straight down at Yoku, who rolled to dodge the attack. Cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Yoku shouted in terror, you are number 356, you lost to number 42. Before he could finish, Yoku was hit by Mirail in the ribs. Mirail pushed the bone aside, then mercilessly threw Yoku to the other side again. Yoku crashed heavily into the ground, groaning in pain. His coat came undone, revealing something red inside. A loud noise rang out, and the room lit up. Naria exclaimed, oh my. She pointed the camera around the room. That bastard Yoku decorated his room like Naturf, daring to steal ideas. Mirail charged in without mercy. Yoku was startled. You little brat. I have been putting up with you all this time. He flipped open the inside of his coat, revealing a circuit board. Who gave you the right to lay a hand on me? Do I look like a joke to you? As soon as he finished speaking, 16 red buttons on the circuit board were all activated at once. Rows of rectangular compartments appeared on the walls, and zombies swarmed out from inside. They quickly landed on the ground facing Mirail. He stared at the zombie horde and Yoku's voice rang out, get him for me now. Immediately, the zombies lunged forward. Yoku's voice grew more frantic, tear him apart piece by piece. I will make you beg. Faced with the threat, Mirail suddenly threw the bone aside, surprising even Naria. He recalled his meeting with Jiho and the words he said the other day, things that were obvious to others, but felt strange to Mirail. Mirail only had one answer. Thinking this, he raised both fists to face level, preparing to attack. Zombie charged. Mirail spun to the left to dodge it. Like a flash of lightning, he swung his hand, chopping across its body. Mirail thought to himself, winning is all that matters. His sharp gaze fixed straight ahead. He told himself that was the only way no one would die. Seeing him defeat zombies with his bare hands, Yoku was also a bit bewildered. Naria, on the other hand, had her eyes light up, letting out an excited laugh. She panned the camera while commenting, perfect dodge, flawless execution. The camera zoomed in on Morel's cold face. He was fighting to win. Over at Jiho, he was lost in thought. That is right, martial arts are interesting. The same move can be strong or weak depending on the mind of the user. Goku flipped open the right side of his coat, pressing the red buttons repeatedly. Don't joke around, you think this is all there is. The zombies poured down like a waterfall. Gio's voice remained steady. The calmer he observed, the more ironic it seemed, his wild nature clearly showing. This was what helped him calmly devise a strategy, putting immense pressure on the opponent. The zombies had already swarmed Morel, clung tightly to him, forming a motionless ball of flesh. Suddenly, a loud explosion, and goo from the zombies splattered onto Yoku. Jiho continued, this is the power I want to teach you. Yoku, while shielding himself, watched with his mouth agape. He saw Morel moving like a flickering shadow, striding proudly among the exploding zombie corpses. Jiho looked at the gradually brightening sky, feeling relieved. My role is done. I just hope the boy goes in the right direction and does not become like that earth fiend. Seeing the scene before him, Yoku was terrified, gasping as he stepped back. He tremblingly pressed the red buttons randomly. Thank goodness, they are all dead, there is no one left. He screamed in terror, don't come near, why are you doing this to me, what did I do wrong? Morel looked at him with vacant eyes. Yoku was drenched in sweat, shouting that it was your fault for playing with humans that led to this, right? In despair, Yoku's eyes turned bloodshot, saying that you all just treat me as a joke. Old memories flooded back. He remembered you all locked me in a cage and laughed me pitifully. It was you who started it first. Why is it not allowed when I do it? I'm just retaliating the way you treated me. But why am I the one who ends up dead? Morel stepped forward, her hand squeezing Yoku's chin, her voice icy cold, saying that you're not dying because of that. With an emotionless gaze, he glanced at him and continued, but because you love cuddles. Yoku was stunned, tears streaming from his wide, desperate eyes. What? Morel didn't let him speak further, twisting his head to the side without hesitation, blood splattering from the headless body. Yoku's lifeless head flew far away, rolling on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. Naria zoomed in on the head, saying it's a pity but your death won't be mentioned in the commentary. It approached, saying loudly and cheerfully, don't be sad, because there are tragedies in this world that cannot be revealed. Naria's eyes sparkled, smiling gently, you're just a passing tragedy, leave happily, love cuddles. Morel asked softly, can we go kill Yoku now? Naria nodded eagerly, we must avenge the humiliation. It put its hands on its hips, scratching its chin, but I don't know where Arrow is he still in the same old spot? Over at Gio's side, he and the two Young were sitting when they heard sobbing sounds coming out. Young hurriedly ran to check. Jiho called her back, telling the girl to hold on. Young ran halfway, the crying turned into a twisted voice demanding strawberries. The girl froze. Before her eyes she only saw a dark gloomy background and two bright eyes staring intently. Arrow suddenly appeared with two slimy mouths growling each word strawberry. Young's face turned pale, her lips stammering. Arrow. Before she could react, Arrow extended his giant hand and grabbed the girl's shoulder. Young's expression shifted. Arrow moved closer, opening his mouth as if to bite her. The girl could only close her eyes, when suddenly a gentle voice sounded behind her, don't move. It was Jiho. He slowly stood up, saying it's fine, just stay still, I dare say. At the same time, Arrow's open mouth froze in midair. Without malice, Arrow slowly closed his mouth, tears and mucus flowing slimy. A few seconds later, he slowly released his giant hand from Young's shoulder. Without a word, Arrow suddenly shot straight up to the common seam, leaving Young with undisguised terror on her face. The girl collapsed, gasping for breath. Jiho ran over and asked. She stammered, saying she was fine. The girl turned to ask, if Arrow came here, does that mean Naria's plan failed? Jiho shook his head, saying something big is about to happen. He turned his back, saying walk along the river and you'll see a waterfall. Inside it there's a cave, hide there. Young asked blankly where Master was going. Jiho didn't look back, only said I have to go to Jin's place. Arrow landed on a mountain, his weight shaking the entire space. He clawed his hands into the ground, shattering rocks to reveal molten lava. Arrow's choked voice rang out intermittently. Can't take it anymore, love gift. The guard pushed the door open and asked why all the guards on the 50th floor were dead. No one answered, the man said irritably. You're the new manager, didn't you hear anything? The manager was immobile. The man asked annoyingly, number 9, are you listening to me? At that moment the manager finally turned around, his face terrified, screaming that Lord Yoku is dead, Arrow will go insane. Suddenly the whole room shook from a deafening roar. It was Arrow's voice. He was crying and wailing miserably. The crying echoed everywhere, so loud that even the volcano erupted. Arrow's hands dug deep into the rock. His face turned up to the sky, crying pitifully. Commotion was so big that even Morel and Naria turned to look. Young on the way also had to stop because of the volcanic eruption. The manager pushed the guard aside, telling him to get out of the way. The guard shouted in surprise to hold on. Both of them ran out of the room in a flash, asking each other if what just happened was real. Neria said excitedly that Arrow has appeared, let's go find him. Suddenly the phone rang. Neria answered the call. Hyung hurriedly asked about the volcano and everyone fighting with Arrow. Neria shook her head saying not yet fighting, didn't know what was happening. Hyung said breathlessly that she saw Arrow, didn't know if he was heading that way. Neria said calmly, asking where did you see Arrow? Hyung stammered. After a moment of thought, Neria reassured the girl, we will go look for him, then hung up. Hyung called out, wait. The girl hesitantly asked if she could help. The volcanic eruption was very dangerous. Neria sighed, her voice softening, I know you want to help, but if you can only save 1 or 2 people, what's the point? You just hide, let me handle it. Young was not convinced, said wait, but Neria had already hung up. As soon as she hung up, Neria flew straight to the common seam. Alright, let's go. Mirail did not follow immediately. He lingered for a moment and glanced around the room. His gaze stopped on Jin, who was still lying motionless. Could he be dead already? Without waiting any longer, Mirail immediately leaped into the air to chase after Neria. Young still clutched her phone, her hands trembling, wondering if she could save 1 or 2. The girl screamed in uncontrollable fury, Neria, you idiot. I am one of the people being saved too. Even though Neria could not hear, she still raged, Miss Jizin, Sister Himi, and Mr. Juna too. A person's value cannot be measured arbitrarily. The girl threw the phone straight into a nearby bush and resolved, fine, I will do my best. Her teeth ground together with a grating sound. Neria, you are not smart at all. Having said that, she dashed straight into the dark night of the forest before her without hesitation. Behind her, the volcanoes were still erupting fiercely without stop. At the zombie defense line on the edge of Jeju Island, the forest was now submerged in a sea of fire. A horde of zombies fled in droves, shouting as they ran, get out of the way, run. 2 zombies on guard looked on in confusion. What is that? Hey, why are you leaving your post to run away? They sighed with folded arms, probably the volcano has driven this lot crazy. One turned and whispered, maybe it is because of that thing. The other asked what thing, Arudoku. If he does not get his strawberry, he will definitely go berserk. The other immediately retorted, do not talk nonsense, how could Lord Yoku not give him a strawberry? As soon as he finished, a fire arrow from the volcano shot straight down to the ground right in front of them. Both panicked, it is Arrow, I told you so. They quickly turned and fled, run fast. That man is crazy, even the zombies will all die. Arrow roared at the sky, his entire body now flowing with lava. He shot forward, tearing through the fleeing zombies, cutting them in half. Screams echoed throughout the forest as Arrow slaughtered wildly. Help. He grabbed a zombie and shoved it straight into his mouth to devour. Arrow targeted another group of zombies growling with hunger. Food. Let me eat. He opened his mouth and spewed a stream of molten lava. Neria's voice suddenly rang out, food is here. A zombie head blocked his mouth. Mirail stomped on Arrow's head, forcing him to bite into the head. Neria laughed, enjoy your meal. Caught off guard by the attack, Arrow could not react in time and fell flat on the ground. He looked up at the sea of fire. Neria added, it has been over a week already. From the sea of fire, Mirail emerged with a flaming body revealing his skull. Neria waved, great to see you again, Arrow. The air in the forest was thick with heat from the lava and the erupting volcano. The crackling of fire was occasionally interspersed with explosions from underground. That noise came from Mirail, who was hovering mid-air in a combat stance. Seizing the moment when Arrow was off guard, Mirail wielded a bone and struck downwards. Arrow was hit and flew straight from the air down to the ground. Mirail pushed off with his foot and launched himself down in the direction of his fall. Arrow landed on his 2 feet, the ground beneath him shattering into pieces. He looked up at Mirail, opened his mouth and spewed lava at him. Hit by the lava, Mirail remained calm, one side of his face burning away to reveal white bone. A few seconds later, Mirail also opened his mouth and spat black slime at Arrow, startling him into blocking with his hand. Neria cheered, this fight is so fun. Arrow punched at Mirail, die. Mirail dodged nimbly, he swung a counterpunch onto the top of his head. Arrow clasped his hands and delivered a chop aimed directly at Mirail's head. Mirail's head spewed black fluid. In retaliation, Mirail lunged forward and slammed both his hands against Arrow's cheeks. His cheeks puffed up, red as if burned by fire. Neria crossed her arms and mocked him, angry, are you sorry? We are different now. Mirail has regained his original power. Arrow held his cheeks, sweat pouring like a river. He screamed in pain. Mirail opened his mouth and mimicked his scream, making Neria excitedly cheer. Right after, Mirail spun around and expertly jumped high into the air. He balanced in midair before landing a kick on Arrow's body. The powerful kick easily pushed Arrow's entire body deep into the ground. Mirail grabbed the bone again and swung it back behind his head for momentum. Taking advantage while Arrow was still disoriented, Mirail struck hard, sending him flying into the air. Arrow was thrown into the air and then crashed heavily onto the ground, sliding a long distance. As he was staggering to get up, he suddenly saw a strawberry, His eyes bulged wide, his breathing ragged, but he forced out 2 words, strawberry. He used all his strength to reach for the strawberry rolling on the ground. A call echoed in his mind, mother. Arrow's memory flashed back to an image of the past. Why do you like strawberries so much, mother? Back then his mother replied gently, because your grandmother liked them too. In Arrow's mind, his mother's faint face appeared. She said that eating strawberries felt like being with grandma, so she looked for more. Young Arrow once looked at his mother with doubt, not understanding the meaning behind the answer to his question. It was only later that he understood, which was also when the zombie warning played on TV. Arrow sat before his mother's blood-soaked corpse in its zombie form, stammering, calling for her. He hugged his knees, wailing in extreme anguish, asking himself what he was doing. His mother did not answer. Arrow cried even louder. He had turned into a zombie and eaten his own mother, struggling to hold back but failing. In just a few moments, Arrow remembered the first time he held a strawberry and opened his mouth wide. At that time, he devoured it deliciously, feeling as if his mother was right beside him. As he ate, tears and snot flowed freely. He felt as if his mistake was forgiven and heard his mother tell him he was doing well. That was his only support. But when he reached for the strawberries, Mireille had crushed them. Arrow collapsed, his body trembling violently. He screamed, asking why she did that even though he was trying. Arrow's tears fell on the grass. He said no matter how much he remembered, he had to endure to avoid repeating the mistake. He rushed forward, his two arms wrapping around Mireille, desperately asking why she did this to him. Arrow maintained that posture, dashing away at a dizzying speed, trees falling over in disarray. In Arrow's arms, Mireille delivered a strong punch to his body. He looked at his stinging hand, seeing Arrow unscathed, his body growing harder and harder. Mireille sprang up high, her lower body still tightly held in Arrow's arms. Using her severed upper body, Mireille launched a bone down below. Arrow looked up at the falling bone fragments, lifelessly loosening his grip. Mireille's body recovered. Arrow roared and leaped toward him. Mireille bent her knees, crouched down ready to receive the blow, her eyes fixed on Arrow. He clenched his right fist, his elbow suddenly spurting a stream of black liquid. Mireille maintained her stance, waiting for the liquid to spray into a stream before he struck. From above, he shot down like lightning, cutting across Arrow's body. Mireille's punch and right elbow cut him in half, too fast to see. He landed neatly on the ground. At the same time, the two halves of Arrow's body fell with a thud. Suddenly, a despicable snickering laugh sounded behind Mireille, making him turn his head. The two severed halves of Arrow's body were transforming, his skin and flesh melting away. In the blink of an eye, two fully formed arrows appeared before Mireille. Neria marveled at the doubled arrow. Both of them immediately charged up and sliced Mireille in half. Neria took a magnifying glass to inspect the flying upper half of Mireille, guessing about abilities similar to Panaria. It gave her a headache. She shook her head looking at the two arrows, not knowing which one held the real heart, and both were equally strong, their skin growing harder by the minute. If these were all fakes, they could multiply further. Mireille would have to fight hundreds of increasingly strong arrows. Mireille lay on the grass, glancing at Neria, asking if that man was immortal. Neria shook her head with a bright smile, saying no, the immortality might be linked to his mistake, but she was not sure either. Mireille propped himself up, replying that was enough. He quietly watched the two arrows rush in. Mireille truly sympathized with his pain because they were similar. Therefore, he understood very well. Mireille used both fists to block Arrow's two punches. Mireille whispered to endure a little more, his body instantly split. He coldly stared at Arrow, promising to free him from the longing. Neria held her cheeks with her mouth agape, surprised that there were now two Mireilles. As soon as he finished speaking, one Mireille was cut in half by Arrow again. Neria sighed, saying that was just a clone from a blood drop, a copy without strength, so it was useless. Seeing Mireille pout a little, Neria burst out laughing, telling him not to be sad. Her eyes sparkled. She spoke up to reassure him that although he could not match in numbers, it was not too bad. He could use clones to fool him, and with that, Mireille created dozens of copies charging at Arrow. The clones scattered, forcing the two arrows to frantically slash at them, every blow cutting through their bodies. In the chaos, Mireille managed to pierce one arrow, the upper half of his body flying off. Mireille did not stop, continuing to face him and reaching out his right hand. In an instant, Arrow was tightly bound by countless tangled threads. Mireille yanked the thread connected to his hand, and Arrow's entire body suddenly exploded. But the sight before him surprised him. Neria clicked her tongue, saying the core problem was still unresolved. Before Mireille, several more arrows appeared, all glaring fiercely at him. Neria suddenly understood, so she told Mireille that she once thought there was only one real individual, but it turned out not to be the case. All individuals had a heart, all were real arrows, and the more individuals there were, the thicker and harder the skin became. At this rate, attacks would be useless. Could they find a way to kill Arrow before it was too late? The volcanoes had stopped erupting, black smoke billowing thickly across the sky. Beneath the earth, a sea of lava was engulfing everything, corpses drifting everywhere. The lava did not burn them instantly but submerged them and slowly consumed them. A memory surfaced in someone's mind, a child asking what this was. Mother Jin brought out a wooden doll and asked if it was pretty. She had made it for a week. Jin pointed at the doll, laughing and saying Mother made it too ugly. Mother Jin quickly explained and demanded he praise it, pointing at the chipped parts but still wanting to be praised. Jin helplessly sighed and asked again. His mother gently replied it was a traditional doll of the tribe. She inherited it from her grandmother. She placed the soul doll in front of Jin, telling him that if he no longer had parents, when danger came, it would help them. Jin's mother smiled warmly and earnestly instructed him to be sure to keep the doll safe. She said even if she became a doll, she would still protect Jin. Then she returned to reality and pushed the rock Jin was lying on. She was still in her zombie form, her entire body submerged in lava, only keeping her head above the surface to see. After a long swim and exhausting pushes, the rock finally crashed into the shore. Jin's mother stood silently in the distance, her body covered in lava. Perhaps because Yoku had died, the brainwashing effect had worn off. Gio stood on the shore looking at her, thanking her for saving their Jin. Jin's mother did not reply, a smile still on her face, but one side of her head had been corroded by the lava. Her expression unchanged, yet before sinking down, she closed her eyes with a satisfied smile. Gio stood there for a long time, watching Jin's mother slowly sink into the endless sea of lava. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Do not worry, I will follow you soon, we will talk again, until then I will take care of Jin. Jiho stepped onto the rock, shook Jin and called, Wake up, son, many people still need our help. Jin remained unconscious and unmoving, but his hand still tightly gripped the wooden doll. On Muriel's side, he used the same old technique, clenching his fist to let the liquid spurting from his elbow flow. Next, he simply swung his hand, and a series of arrows were instantly cut down. Suddenly, an arrow arm emerged from the ground and grabbed Muriel's leg tightly. He could not move. Another arrow charged in and kicked, sending Muriel flying, his leg severed. But as soon as he landed, his leg quickly regenerated. Neria marveled. Besides regeneration, I never imagined this. Everything on Jeju Island was created from arrows. As she finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Volcanoes that erupted earlier had transformed into giant arrows that stood up. Beneath the surface, hundreds of arrows suddenly appeared before Muriel. Neria's eyes widened as she suddenly realized the arrows were not deployed to Jeju Island, but exiled there. The turret would have trouble dealing with these endlessly spawning creatures. This was too much. Although he had the will to win, he lacked the ability to analyze the opponent's power. She glanced at Muriel below. At this moment, he could not defeat the arrows. Neria flew to Muriel's side. You seem pretty worn out, huh? Muriel sighed. I have no idea what to do. Neria replied calmly. No problem. Then she tossed him something. Muriel caught it and saw it was a pair of glasses. Neria said, I will think, and you just need to act. That is why I am accompanying you. At this, Neria also put on glasses, her face full of confidence. Alright, if Muriel cannot win, I will do something. Neria's eyes activated, and a satellite in outer space suddenly lit up. Neria turned to ask Muriel, so, can you see the arrow positions clearly? He nodded. Through the glasses, each piece of data was analyzed. The results showed the heartbeats of all individuals were the same. They were not independent but connected as a system. Neria made a juggling motion and said casually, so to kill the arrows we must aim for the heart of every individual at the same time. Neria said loudly with a firm tone. He looked at Muriel. So, can you do it? He nodded, assuming a crouching position to gather momentum. A sudden sonic blast swept over to where the two were standing. They received the analysis from the satellite in space. Currently, the total number of arrow individuals was 1,325,000. Within a feasible range, taking them all out at once was impossible. Neria laughed comfortably and full of confidence. However, Aroa, you will still die here. Through the glasses, Muriel began to murmur numbers in his mouth. 30,650, 55,432. Neria added, even though your power exceeds my imagination. The numbers kept jumping. 24,560. To Q1, 20,000. Like Muriel's ability, 1,325,000. At that moment, Muriel leaped into the air, the arrows looking up at him. Muriel aimed straight for the volcano arrow, which was also targeting him. With a single blow, Muriel pierced straight through him. Neria continued, I cannot measure it either. 1,325,000. He easily took down the giant arrow. Muriel landed on the grass, pondering for a moment. When he looked up, he only said briefly, which number was that again? From deep underground, a strong tremor reached them, the ground breaking into pieces. Neria understood immediately what happened. Jeju Island is collapsing, probably because the arrow entity supporting the island has disappeared. He flew high into the air, saying, anyway, things are done here. Let us go find Hayoung. Muriel did not follow right away, but turned his head to search for something. He looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. He thought he heard crying. Despite the ground beneath his feet cracking apart, Muriel hurriedly walked on. He stood before a lava pool in which a red object was moving. Was that a heart? Elsewhere, a man wearing a red hat and carrying a wooden staff shouted loudly, you still want to do that? Think it over. He stood blocking the panicked crowd. The priority now is survival. Even if we join forces, there are not enough people. What the hell is going on? Before him stood the zombie manager. That man roared. Because Li Kaong showed up, I ended up like this, you idiot. He yelled wildly at the man. What can you change by helping? The outside world is chaos. Do you think you can live with your kid? No matter where you go, you will die. He rushed toward them, shouting that he would eat and drink his fill before ending his life in peace, causing the terrified man to beg for mercy. But before he could get close, Ha-young unexpectedly appeared and struck him on the head with a wooden stick. The stick broke in two. The manager held his head and cried out in pain, cursing that he did not understand what was happening. Ha-young reached out her hand toward the man, asking to borrow the stick. He handed her a sausage, causing her to shout in frustration that it was not that thing. The manager recognized the girl, guessing that man had brought people along. He muttered to himself that even though he had been watching, he still did not know about this thing. Seeing Ha-young charge at him with a stick, he sneered and challenged her to see if she dared to fight. Ha-young gripped the stick tightly in her hand, filled with determination. She had observed the training sessions for months and had secretly learned some of it. Girl gritted her teeth, her gaze confident, and thought that she was not weak enough to be looked down upon. But as soon as she got close, the manager drove his fist through the girl's head. The crowd screamed. He said disdainfully that the girl had charged in with such fierce momentum, but was nothing special. The manager shook his head, saying that the girl was nothing special. Suddenly, Ha-young from the side struck his leg with the stick, yelling at him to go away and regenerate somewhere else. The manager's face darkened as he looked down at his leg in confusion. He looked at his empty hand. Clearly the girl had died by his hand just now. He irritably grabbed Ha-young by the head and lifted her up, thinking that since she was about to die, her mind was spinning. He grabbed her waist and was about to tear her in half, swearing to kill her this time. No sooner had he spoken than Ha-young hit him repeatedly from behind again, telling him to go away. The manager could not believe it and shouted to ask what the hell was happening. He was sure he had already attacked her. Losing patience, he swung his fist and sent Ha-young flying to the side with great force. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he wondered if he was going crazy, since this was happening. The crowd was also bewildered because they had seen the girl die just now, yet now she was whole. They thought that due to the critical situation, they had seen wrong. The man in the red hat asked Ha-young if she had superhuman strength, and she replied that she did. The girl asked back with wide eyes, but he quickly waved his hand saying he had seen wrong. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out as the ground began to split. A few seconds later, a large hole opened beneath the manager's feet, below which was glowing red lava. He screamed pitifully for help, terrifying everyone present. The crowd grew anxious seeing the ground crack and the manager sink deeper into the lava, asking if this place was not safe. They scrambled to flee, believing the place was no longer safe. Ha-young hurriedly tried to calm everyone down. Suddenly, from the other side, a dark figure spread his arms and shouted loudly, ordering everyone not to leave. It was Jin. He was doing his best to calm the crowd, urging them to stay in order to be protected. At the same time, a wave of blue magic enveloped the entire space. Ha-young was startled to recognize this magic immediately. Jiho floated in the air. Above his head were flaming meteors crashing down toward the ground. Jiho raised his hand using the Swami Taoist technique to create a barrier to block the meteorites. A group of zombies ran toward Jin, reporting number 9 had run in that safe direction. He glanced at the doll, telling himself he would not let his mother's sacrifice be in vain. He assumed a fighting stance, his eyes coldly fixed on them, and ordered them to stop and not advance. Back at Morel's location, the heart in the sea of lava emitted an eerie voice, saying it did not want to die. The broken voice repeated that it did not want to die, making Morel question and call the name Enro. He reached out toward the heart, determined to kill him quickly and leave. The voice sounded again, pleading for help. The phrase "do not want to see mother again" made Morel freeze and lower his hand. For a few seconds, Morel stood motionless, his eyes wavering violently. Finally, he decided to ask why, surprising even Arrow. Morel sat down beside the heart and asked the reason why he did not want to see his mother. Arrow paused and asked back who was there. Morel did not answer, only stared intently and asked if seeing his mother again would not be better. After a few minutes of silence, Arrow replied softly that it was not. Morel narrowed his eyes. Arrow's voice was mournful, saying that he had done wrong to his mother and would not be welcomed. Before he could finish explaining, Morel shot a piece of bone straight into the heart and said that his mother would always welcome him. His voice dropped low, as if only for the heart to hear, that mother would always welcome us. His gaze did not leave the heart, advising that when meeting mother, one only needed to smile. The only response was the sound of boiling lava as the heart had died. Even so, Morel sat there for a long time, his eyes looking down at the lava flow. No one knew what he was thinking, but the sadness on his face was impossible to hide. Neria flew to Morel's side and joked that he knew how to say touching words just like those aunties. Morel said nothing, shot straight into the sky, causing Neria to hurriedly chase after him. The next day, in another place, the sound of hurried driving mixed with the announcement that they had arrived at a safe place. This place was the southern front near the Injun checkpoint boundary. A figure leaped and bounded between buildings, asking about the target. The other end of the line reported that the Special Forces team had scouted. That person landed on the ground, his voice full of mischief, telling them to wait a moment. It was Garam. She placed her hand on her earpiece and said over the radio that she would be there shortly. The knowledge shop of Naria Strawberry of Yoku specially produced this strawberry for Arrow. Yoku's management was responsible for the main ingredients being human flesh and a little wine. Arrow was unaware of that fact. Gio stood looking down from a height at a cave located in the middle of the desolate plains. This cave was the farthest from the volcano. He pondered and calculated silently. Unless those stupid zombies, they would soon gather towards the cave. Jin could not handle the horde of zombies rushing here either. Moreover, he did not know when the collapse on Jeju Island would end. Thinking it, he did it. A flash of light appeared on the ground in front of Jin. Gio sighed. There was no choice but to abandon Jeju Island. Right after, except for the cave, the ground around it all collapsed. Jin looked up at him and asked, "Master, this is..." Gio instructed, "Do not let anyone go outside. I will place it in a safe place." Jin looked baffled at the surrounding zombies and said they had not appeared in large numbers yet and could not fight during the tremor. Gio calmly said it was fine. Jin asked in surprise. Gio simply replied briefly, "He will definitely come." Immediately, dozens of morale fell from the sky. All fell to the ground at the same time, surrounding Jin and Hayoung. Jin was dumbfounded, not understanding what he was seeing. Hayoung cheered excitedly at the pile of morale. Jiho called softly to Morale. They all looked up at once. He asked a bit confused, "Which one will answer me?" But never mind, anyone will do. He cleared his throat and continued, "There are still many zombies on Jeju Island. Do not let them escape from the island. Destroy them all." Following Gio's command, all the Muriel rushed towards the zombies. At night, the volcano erupted again, this time even larger than before. Streams of glowing hot lava shone in the dark night. The rocks around the volcano gradually cracked, and lava erupted from them instead of just from the crater. Numerous lava streams shot into the sky, blazing brightly like fireworks in the pitch-black night. Down below, Jin and Hayoung looked up. The girl could not help but admire. Wow. Jin was a bit stunned, eyes wide open looking at the sky, his voice stammering. Jeju Island. He could not bear to see his homeland become like this. Jin involuntarily remembered moments with his family when he was young. Suddenly something fell from the sky, pulling Jin back to reality. He caught it and realized it was the head of a Muriel. He said softly, "Thank you." Jin could not say anything. He was still immersed in the feeling of loss. After a moment, he looked at him and gave a very bright smile, relief clearly showing on his face. After the explosion on Jeju Island, the survivors built new houses not far away, together with everyone's contributions. The island was named Yusumi and Muriel Island. The man in the red hat looked at the nameplate, asked suspiciously. The name was a bit long. He thought so too, right? He turned to Jin, said it should be named Hot Dog Island, but could not say it because of everyone's vote. Jin asked blankly who he was and when he appeared. The man disappointedly asked he did not remember him. He extended his hand to greet. "I am Zhang Do-hyun, the person who founded the hot dog company on the island." Jin hesitated to ask why he founded that company. Do-hyun sighed and said he knew nothing. "I run a hot dog business at Nugwan Market." His sentence was interrupted by Hayoung. She called out Brother Jin, saying she was needed. Jin turned and asked Father what was the matter. Hayoung curiously asked Jiho. "Teacher said you are creating a unique martial art for Brother Muriel. Is that right?" Both of them sat watching Muriel and Jin sparring on the grassland. She asked why Brother Muriel was fighting Brother Jin. Jiho laughed and said now he was just an ordinary old man. He observed and added, "The sacred power of the tribe only allowed me to use it once, so now I have no power left. To find a new martial path, Jin will be able to help him." Hayoung nodded to show understanding. That was right, Teacher had used all his power to move the island. Hayoung's eyes lit up. She smiled and said if it were her, she would probably feel confused about when to use that power. Teacher was truly amazing. Jiho laughed again at her innocence. He said he only tried to see a greater future. He could make a selfish choice for himself. He raised his face to the sky, his gaze looking into the distance. Living true to oneself, walking firmly on the path one chooses, and that path is not easy. During the spar, Jin took the opportunity to ask if he would leave after learning this martial art. Muriel answered yes. Jin nodded. He focused on sparring while saying gratefully, "I have many things to thank you for. You always appear when I need you most and lend a helping hand. Here I will also train hard to carry on the belief of the tribe and protect humanity. So let us meet again someday." Both halted mid-spar. Jin grinned, showing his teeth. "At that time I want to help you." Muriel looked at him for a moment, his face showing no emotion. He only answered yes. As the small campfires glowed around, a world that seemed to be ending was stepping into a new beginning. After a month, Garam appeared, leaping and bounding among the buildings. She landed on a rooftop, speaking through a walkie-talkie with a firm voice. I will definitely come. Yuri was sitting at her desk, diligently writing and pondering. It had already been half a year since she planned to reclaim the Guan page. Throughout that time they had captured many zombie cities, thanks to building small bases in suitable locations, and continuously attacking. She marked a small dot on the map, the main base of Red Cross. We have advanced to the outskirts of Busan. Saying this, Yuri unconsciously sighed. But all the entrances to Busan were blocked by a single zombie. Meanwhile Hemi and Juna were fighting together. Hemi said, let us go, do not make a mistake today. Juna replied, do not act like you're giving orders. It is really annoying. Jizyan walked ahead of the two, holding a shield firmly. She said, I am standing right in front of you all. The first defensive barrier at Hongjiam Gate is here. Yuri named that area the boundary line of the Red Gate. Aizushi charged through the defensive barrier with his shield, saying, just strike like that. Good job, bald uncle. He fell flat on the ground on the other side, relying on those kids. Hemi and Juna ran inside, saying, rest assured, leave it to us. Yuri sat inside looking at the pile of papers. There were a total of 3 defensive barriers at the Red Gate. Each time one was broken, more energy was needed for the next one. Juna turned to Hemi full of challenge, saying, the second barrier is yours. The girl replied coldly, I know, focus on what is ahead. Hemi ran forward, pressing both hands onto the barrier. Junha behind her shouted, move away now. I will take care of the third barrier. He excitedly formed a fireball in his hand. Breaking the second barrier was easy, but no one had ever broken the third. Each time she tried, she encountered difficulties. Junha pushed the fireball into the barrier. A loud explosion rang out. This time I am precise and make no mistakes. I know, do it well. Yuri narrowed her eyes, her hand still constantly writing notes. Of course, at this point, the team members had grown much stronger. They successfully broke the third shield. Juna lay sprawled on the ground watching Hemi rush off. Feeling exhausted was truly unpleasant. Yuri looked at the information on the paper, making up her mind. Before Muriel returned, they were still trying to protect the Red Gate. She wanted to investigate that necromancer's name. On another side, Rizuru stared intently at something while muttering to himself. After finishing the strategy, send it to the master. Garam beside him frowned in confusion, gently reminding him, I know, focus on your training. Rizuru paid no attention at all, shouting loudly, I promise I will definitely keep this promise. Garam gritted his teeth helplessly. Seriously. In front of them was Spectre, who was amusedly sitting watching the situation. Garam looked at her with high alertness, wondering what the chances of catching Spectre were at this moment. Garam's eyes did not leave Spectre for even a second. Perhaps this was a fight worth trying since he had Rizuru as a companion, both being managers, so he did not know how their abilities compared. Spectre, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Perfect timing, I was just getting bored out of my mind. She glanced over at Garam. But I didn't expect you to come with Rizuru. So you really have become a dog for those humans, huh? Rizuru remained silent, glancing back at the accusation. After a moment, he turned to ask Garam. Hey, who is she acting like she knows me? Do you know her? Garam sighed wearily. Let me see, I think I saw her once on the way here. She pursed her lips, a wave of helplessness washing over her. What was I even expecting? I'm doing this for Rizuru, Garam reminded herself. Rizuru got electrocuted too many times, leading to memory loss, which helped get the necessary information but turned him into a stupid zombie. Rizuru suddenly raised his voice. You covet my master too, don't you? Garam clicked her tongue. He even sent a message to Muriel. She lifted her hand from the ground and stood up, stopping her pointless thoughts. In short, neither of them could do anything until Muriel arrived. No one said anything, but Garam and Rizuru simultaneously charged forward. She ordered, first we need to gather information for the later fight. Rizuru replied, I remember now, you're the one who burned my hair. On Nuri's side, she had put her pen down. Alright, Nuri flipped the paper over while thinking to herself, writing this will help Li Qiang later. Now let's go outside. She lifted the tent flap and stepped outside. How is Garam's situation? Jizyan turned around, the operation is finished. Nuri paused, what did you say? Izushi continued, signaling towards Garam, who was standing with a red doll in her hand. We have captured Spectre. Nuri looked at her in disbelief, her mouth twisting, full of questions. Huh? After hearing the account, Nuri crossed her arms and looked at the doll. So Spectre died right after taking Rizuru's attack. Garam nodded. To be precise, she turned to dust. Junya pursed his lips. No wonder that guy looks so proud. Hemi glanced at the boy. Look at your expression. Rizuru leaned close to Nuri's ear and whispered, Commander, let me see the master right now. She nodded slightly. Alright, you've worked hard. Go outside and rest. Rizuru was unhappy, raising his voice. I said let me see the master, I worked so hard, didn't I? Nuri lost patience. I know, just go outside. What master to meet when Muriel isn't here? Rizuru shouted in frustration. Let me see him, I said let me see him, hurry up and let me see him. Nuri sighed in exasperation. Take this guy away. Zuru was being dragged away by Himi and Junha while still yelling, "Let go. The only person who can touch me is my master." Junha muttered, "Cut it out, damn lunatic." Hemi was also annoyed, "You're disgusting." Nuri remembered helplessly, "Next time I definitely have to come with Kyuhu. Only then can we control Rizuru." He turned to ask Garam, "So before Spectre died, did she say anything?" Garam suddenly remembered and answered immediately, "Yes." She began to recount. "Right before Rizuru attacked, Spectre calmly said, 'Turret said from the moment you attacked me, the war will begin.'" She watched Rizuru charge forward and still smiled brightly. "You started this war first, remember?" Nuri glanced at the doll on the table. "Did this doll fall out when she disappeared?" Garam nodded. "Yes." She added, "Also, the red gate hasn't disappeared yet, so I think Spectre isn't dead yet." Nuri agreed, "I think so too." She rubbed her chin in confusion, muttering to herself, suddenly trying to shift the blame to our side. "I wonder what her intention is." After a moment of thought, Garam spoke first. "First, let's return to the base camp and meet." When she said return, she showed an excited expression. "Oh, really? The government base camp, branch 1. Nuri looked at the sinkhole in the middle of the road in annoyance. "What's with this hole?" The staff member stammered. "Because of a wrong landing spot, the location was destroyed, resulting in this." Nuri turned to the person. "Do you know how hard I worked to restore the base camp?" The staff member said softly, "Even if you tell me, it's the same." Nuri kicked the air in frustration. "Why am I always the one who has to clean up the mess?" Garam, while looking around, unexpectedly caught Muriel's gaze. He also saw her, said nothing, only slightly bowed his head in a polite greeting. Garam let out a breath and smiled gently. "It's been a while since I last saw everyone. I feel very happy." Young was chatting with Kyuho. "Is Gigi-san okay?" "Ah, you don't need to worry." Not long after everyone left, she recovered. Now she is volunteering in another area. Ha-young exclaimed joyfully. "Oh, what a relief!" Kyu added, "If I had known everyone would come back, I would have contacted her." Saying that, he brought out a pot, inside which was a rainbow-colored liquid. Right before leaving, Jizin made something. "Do you want to eat?" Ha-young was startled and waved her hand. "No, thank you, doctor. You should eat plenty." Kyuhu brought the pot over to Muriel. "Trying it isn't so bad." "What about Muriel? Do you want to eat?" He turned away sharply. "I don't want to eat." Kyuhu laughed. "Seriously, don't come crying if you regret it later." Azushi whispered, "Besides you, Kyuhu, no one will regret it." He approached them. "But," she asked in a low voice, "where is Neria?" Hearing this, Nuri also turned to look. Afterwards, in the meeting room, Ha-young explained, "About 3 months ago, Neria suddenly disappeared." The girl stood before everyone, frankly stating that Muriel was now the intermediate lifeline, and she had heard Neria was worried about the other side. She had asked for details, but Neria did not answer precisely. Kyuhu turned to Nuri, asking if the other side was just the leader. She crossed her arms and answered uncertainly that it seemed so. Nuri was immersed in her own calculations. Although she should not let her guard down against Neria, she had chosen not to turn her back on them. Then Nuri gestured toward the doll on the table, said to prioritize the matter of this doll first, and leave Neria's matter for later. She slammed the table and stood up, her voice flat, speaking about the Spectre War and the Red Gate. For 6 months the Red Army had made no move. Based on the relevant data, he thought this was a declaration of war. The Red Army liked to attack humans for no reason, but they seemed to want to create a legitimate reason for this attack. He did not understand why they were so cautious. Probably the doll contained a hint about the next attack, like information on where they would land. Speaking mid-sentence, Nuri was interrupted by a door slamming sound. Rizuru, his entire body wrapped in chains, burst in. "This guy has heard everything." Nuri was a bit surprised. She had clearly tied him up tight. He launched toward the meeting table. Nuri had just taken the doll and asked if that doll had cursed its owner. Nuri yelled, "Do not talk nonsense and do not touch it." The whole meeting room was in chaos. Mr. Kyuho used a remote control. Wait a moment, a remote control for this kind of doll. Rizuru, though tightly bound, still tried to use 2 bone fragments to tear the doll in half, saying just rip it apart and it would be done. He threw the 2 doll pieces onto the table. The noise suddenly fell silent. Then came Nuri's panicked scream. "What are you doing? Do you have any idea how important this thing is?" Rizuru calmly replied. To him the master was far more important than this thing. Nuri yelled helplessly, honestly. The 2 doll pieces on the table suddenly emitted light. A voice rang out, "The game begins." Nuri jumped, asking what. Before everyone's astonished eyes, the doll floated into the air and said, "Have fun." Nuri's eyes widened, cold sweat broke out all over her body. She stammered, "What is this?" The halo around the doll spread wider and wider, from a speck of light into a massive sphere. That sphere, before their eyes, formed a dazzling beam of light, enveloping the entire building. Very quickly, it spread to envelop the entire city they were standing in. Surprisingly, after the light exploded, the space returned to complete stillness. Everyone in the meeting room looked at each other in bewilderment. Nothing happened, right? Just as she finished speaking, Nuri heard a call for the commander. She answered hastily, "What?" On the other end was the Research Institute of the second branch of the Annihilation government. Jun urgently said they had just received a signal from the forward battlefield camp. She could not hide the panic in her voice. According to the received content, all war zones were emitting red light. Nuri's pupils contracted. She felt a tremor tearing across her mind. Jin, his face appeared. Rizuru, Jerry, and Neter flashed through Nuri's mind. In her ear was a trembling voice. They said the guardian spirits who were dead had suddenly come back to life. Nuri tiredly took off her glasses and placed them on the table, asking Jian if the guardian spirits who had perished had reappeared. Before Jian could answer, Nuri asked further, her voice trembling, any other special incidents. Jin replied some reports also mentioned the appearance of others. Nuri rubbed her exhausted eyes, sighed dejectedly, blamed Rizuru, then told herself this would have happened sooner or later. Think positively. She turned to the side and ordered Kyuhu to send Juna and Hemi to the eastern camp. Kyuhu was a bit surprised and answered yes. Nuri then turned to look at Rizuru, telling Rizuru to go to the northern camp. If he did well, he would be allowed to talk to Mirel. Rizuru's cheeks flushed red, his eyes sparkling as he asked if he could really talk to the master. He insisted she could not go back on her word. He howled in unexpected delight. Nuri ignored him and turned to another direction, continuing Garam goes to the southern camp. After handling it, join the central army. Garam nodded firmly, yes. Finally, Nuri looked at Mirel with a cold expression, saying he had just returned not long ago but things were already stirring up. However, go to the western camp. That is where Jizin went voluntarily, so he would have no objection, right? Mirel thought for a few seconds then nodded in agreement. Nuri let out a breath, picked up her glasses, put them back on, and said all right. After looking around once, she said softly, good luck to everyone. Rizuru shot outside, yelling loudly, see you later, master. Mirel also followed but did not reply. Garam walked while checking the situation if it was the southern camp. Nuri remained seated in the meeting room, tapping her fingers on the table in thought. Considering the defense scale of each camp, there was still plenty of time before everyone arrived. Hayoung suddenly spoke up at that moment, asking the commander. She knew it sounded a bit arrogant. But was there no camp she could help with? Nuri rested her chin, eyes half closed. She understood the girl's heart, but Hayoung helping now was beyond her ability. Her voice was gentle. It was not that she doubted her ability, but she thought it was still too early. Hayoung lowered her head in disappointment and answered yes. Kyuho turned to look at Nuri, his voice worried. Was it okay to send all the key personnel to the camps? What if those guys took the chance to attack the central army? Nuri stood up, grabbed a gun, twirled it on her belt, and spun it in her hand, saying they had to stop them. The priority now was to minimize damage to each camp. A series of questions flashed through her mind. Had they remained stationary all this time just to launch a surprise attack, or were they implying something? Nuri loaded the gun while planning. Either way, their side was deploying steadily. This defensive battle would be a valuable learning experience for everyone. Sometime later at the northern camp, a charging shout rang out across the desolate space. Confident as he was, just seconds later, that young man started screaming in agony. Because before him was a giant wool doll monster, the young man was utterly terrified. He could only stand rooted to the spot as it approached closely, when something sliced past, cutting the doll. It was Rizuru. He had appeared from somewhere in time to use his move to save the young man. Rizuru slid across the ground, slashing sideways at the group of dolls wherever he went. How long had it been since he last talked to the master? He wondered how many months now. He hugged himself, his voice extremely excited. He was so nervous, oh my god. There was so much to say to the master. While enjoying his delight, Rizuru suddenly froze, his eyes wide open. Huh. Beside him was another Rizuru. But his whole body was red and, promise what? Why does he look like me? Red Army Rizuru did not speak, only swung his arm and struck hard, sending Rizuru tumbling to the ground. While blocking the blow, Rizuru narrowed his eyes. I get it, you want a master too, don't you? He hugged the opponent tightly and soared into the sky very well. A war for the master begins. Red Rizuru spread his arms wide. Before him, the victor will earn that person's trust. At that moment in the south, Garam saw a whirlwind from the left flank charging toward her. She gritted her teeth and turned to dodge an angle from the right flank. Jin he swept past. He was also as red as Red Army Rizuru. Garam thought she had clearly seen the attack direction and knew how to dodge. She swallowed, looking at Jin, his face full of bulging veins, but that made Garam recall the first time she met Jin He. She stepped back in fear and screamed Guardian. Back then, she had shouted at Morel that he was a Red Army official. Don't be reckless. We must run. Garam raised her trembling hand to wipe away sweat, her body no longer moving of its own accord. She put her hand to her earpiece to report. Commander, I'm here. Just had a clash with a Guardian in the south. No major losses. Nuri on the other end replied. You've worked hard. What's the situation? Garam glanced at Jin He. Currently he was unconscious, like a specter's puppet. But Nuri said the opposite. No, I asked you. Garam was startled. Nuri added, can you win? Garam froze, not answering immediately. After a moment's silence, Nuri said, if it's too hard, go somewhere else. Garam cut in, no, I can handle it. She lowered her hat as she saw Jin He charging, only now feeling the fear and pressure the team leader had once endured. With a sense of duty, Garam reached behind her back, forming a magic orb between her palms. Jin He still charged wildly. Garam gritted her teeth in determination. No time to be afraid, I will fill the team leader's void. In the west, Mirel was clashing with a horde of doll monsters. Behind him him were 3 comrades fighting alongside him. Muriel ran like the wind, looking at the chaos around. Where is it? A scream tore through the air. Muriel looked over and saw a woman grabbed by a doll. The doll, unaware of his approach, was pierced through by a bone shard. Muriel coldly thrust the bone shard into its head. The doll collapsed on the spot. The woman looked at him with admiration. Muriel, you came to help me. Thanks to you I live. Muriel thought to himself. Ah, a stranger. He turned his face away, asking coldly, do you know where something is? The woman realized immediately. What? You mean Jizyan? Seeing Muriel silent, she continued. If it's Jizyan, she went to the east, said she was going back to Changwon, but Muriel doubted. East. He walked away, thank you. The woman grabbed his arm. Wait, you're leaving just like that? She jerked her chin toward the long line of monsters. Help us a little. If you leave, everyone might die. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. She spoke urgently. Please, Muriel, I beg you. Muriel lowered his head without answering. He was pondering something inside. Suddenly a voice rang out. Are you looking for someone? The dolls before them suddenly burst into fierce flames. Just go, it'll protect this place. At the same time, a blade slammed into the ground. Seeing Muriel staring at her, that person laughed. Why are you looking at me like that? Jerry appeared unexpectedly, standing on one leg atop the blade. I told you, elves are existences beyond the laws of life. She turned her head, glancing at Muriel with a smile. What, forgotten already, my friend? The woman panicked, grabbed Muriel's arm and shouted, it's Jerry. Kill her now. Jerry was startled. Aye. She was about to explain but fell silent as Muriel pointed a finger at himself. He called out loudly, Gerard. Gerard grumbled. It's Gerard. Who's this Gerard? Muriel said in a low voice. Just kidding, I was checking if it was really you. Jerry frowned. Pretty smart. She jumped down to the ground, standing before Muriel. Go fast. I'll handle the remaining dolls. The woman was still frantic. No, Muriel, you can't leave. How could you say that? She pointed at Jerry. If you leave, we will die. She is also a half-zombie, absolutely untrustworthy. Jerry sighed awkwardly. I didn't ask you to trust me, just wanted to help. Muriel said loudly, I trust you. Jerry looked at him puzzled. Muriel added, are we not friends? Jerry was slightly stunned. Huh? With that, Muriel flew straight into the sky. I'm counting on you. The woman called after him, Muriel. Jerry below let out a relieved sigh, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She jerked her chin toward the woman, her voice firm. Don't worry, I'm not planning on doing anything pointless. Jerry hoisted the blazing blade onto her shoulder. From now on, I'm defecting to the human side. At Rizura's place, he was punching Red Army Rizura's cheek while yelling, what's wrong with you, you idiot? He grabbed Red Rizura's collar and shoved his face close. Is this all the strength you have? Can't help but laugh. Nuri's voice rang in his ear. Rizuru, how's it over there? Rizuru did not reply, only laughed loudly, startling Nuri. What? I'm asking about the situation. After a moment, Rizuru answered while throwing that guy to the ground. Commander, no need to worry. He stood atop Red Army Rizuru, his tone mocking. This guy is so weak, only good at copying appearances, useless. Rizuru placed his foot on the doll lying down. Its weak point is the doll on its chest. Even attacking is futile. Nuri nodded. A doll, I understand. In the distance, Hojang was waving his hand and calling, Rizuru, if you're done there, come help over here. Rizuru smirked. All right, Hojang, I'm coming. Put his hands on his hips and lifted his foot off Red Rizuru. Hurry up and deal with this guy. Ah, but wait. Rizuru halted, squinting in confusion as he looked into the distance. Why am I so friendly with a human like this? Nuri called Hemi and Juna. Run to the east. Do you hear me clearly? Hemi's voice rang out. Yes, we hear you. Looking at the nature in front of her, the girl spoke helplessly. We can't get close to them right now. I don't know how to deal with these dolls. Juna turned to look at the girl. Hey, do you want to waste your energy or what? I said I would handle it. Go play somewhere else. Hemi glanced back. What have you done so far to say that? Juna immediately replied. I'll do it now then. As if sensing something, Hemi looked up at the sky and caught sight of Muriel's silhouette, the master. The girl waved to call her, but Muriel just passed by. The master is right here, huh? Nuri wondered. Why are you calling out to the master like that? Are you talking about Muriel? Hemi did not understand why Muriel passed by her, lowering her voice to answer. Yes, I clearly just saw her, but she hurried off somewhere. In the sky, Muriel was rushing forward. He looked around, searching everywhere. After seeing something, Muriel jumped down and landed on a large tree branch. Voices came from below. You kids, just keep going straight. Along with that, a woman ran behind the children. It was Ji Cyan. She ran while trying to calm the children. The rear is already covered, so just keep running. No matter what happens, I will protect you all. Muriel let out a sigh of relief seeing that she was still safe and sound. He raised his head. Without saying a word, Muriel jumped to the side and disappeared. Jizyan heard a noise behind her and faltered slightly. She stopped running and turned around towards the direction of the sound, but saw nothing. On the other side, Hemi and Juna were still fiercely fighting the turf. Juna shouted a warning to Hemi, saying look to the side, but the girl could not dodge in time and got hit. Hemi was thrown painfully to the side. Juna shouted, "Are you kidding me? How could you not dodge that guy?" In front of the boy, the native was unleashing another wave of attacks. Juna burst into loud laughter and shouted at her, "Alright, so you're just going to keep fighting like a coward like this, huh? Come at me all at once. I can play with you all day." The boy was charging into the center of the attack when he saw all of them had been completely annihilated. Juna looked up in a daze. In front of him, a heavy thud sounded against the ground. It was Mirail. He had been standing behind the native for who knows how long. Juna called out loudly, "Master." Even the native, who had not sensed his appearance behind her, was startled. Mirail's gaze was fixed tightly on the woman in front, not moving away even for a second. Nato just turned to look when he felt a massive, invisible pressure enveloping Mirail. Hemi and Junha, standing far away, could also feel it. What is this feeling? The atmosphere is too frightening. Mirail looked the native up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. At this moment, the native had no soul. She was just a scarecrow woven from thread using DNA, without thoughts. But she was trembling, extremely violently. The native's face contorted as Mirail unleashed his power. To be precise, her nerve cells were trembling. Even though she couldn't think of fear, she still remembered the feeling. And as a result, her sensory organs had chosen the most effective way to escape this fear. The native grabbed the doll on her chest and yanked it out. In the blink of an eye, she suddenly vanished, leaving the doll sprawled on the ground. The heavy air returned to silence. Both Hemi and Juna stood frozen. After a moment, they stammered in disbelief. What just happened? What did he do to make her suddenly fall apart? Even Mirail looked at the empty space in confusion. "I haven't done anything yet." Mirail felt very perplexed. On Nuri's side, she was pacing irritably in the office. Seriously, why did Mirail suddenly appear in the east? Behind her was Kyuhu. That's right, but it's a good thing. Since the master appeared, everything will be resolved. Nuri heard this and glanced at him. "What? The master?" Kyuhu laughed and answered, "Ah, Mirail is Mirail. Anyway, they've worked hard." Nuri lowered her head, agreeing in a subdued voice. "Well, that's true." Nuri paused for a moment, then added, "That's right, Kyuhu, do you remember when we decided on the secret signal?" Kyuhu asked suspiciously, "Why are you suddenly mentioning the secret signal? Isn't there now 2 Rizurus?" Nuri replied succinctly, "We don't know which Rizuru will come, so we have to be prepared." "Ah, I see." He scratched his cheek, smiling sheepishly at Nuri. "It's been a long time, so I really don't remember. Can you tell me again?" Nuri explained kindly as she walked away hurriedly. "How could you possibly forget it? I'll tell you again. Listen carefully. First, Kyuhu has never called Mirail the master. You should have known this, right?" Kyuhu stiffened, not expecting her to say that. "What?" Nuri did not answer, silently chambering around in her gun with both hands. Second, Kyuhu would not call the members you guys. Finally, things like secret signals do not exist. She said this while pointing the gun barrel at Kyuhu's head. Seeing his mouth open but unable to say anything, Nuri bit out each word. "Who are you?" Junha was calmly throwing a baseball at a tree trunk. People around were buzzing with chatter. "Commander, the situation in the east has been resolved. They were all busy setting up camp. We are currently cleaning up. Although there are no major damages, there are minor ones." The radio crackled and turned towards one direction. "But why did Mirail go east, huh? What was that sound?" The baseball kept hitting the tree trunk steadily as if nothing had happened. Everything around seemed to not exist. "People are talking. Commander, are you listening?" "Oh my god, is it broken?" Mirail's voice came through, groaning. "Hey!" Juna, who was juggling the baseball, suddenly stopped. "Huh?" He became serious. "Which direction is Changwon?" Junha was sitting under a tree, looking leisurely and carefree. "Since when did you pretend to be friendly? Go ask someone else." Mirail's face was icy cold, his attitude dismissive. "The others are busy, and you are the most idle." Junha's voice turned harsh. "Are you mocking me? I'm not just sitting around. I'm observing everyone. Can't you see that?" Though displeased, the boy still pointed. "You see that building on the other side of the mountain? That place is the military compound." Mirail coldly turned away. "Thanks." Junha called out. "Hey, wait." The boy exploded in rage, his eyes bulging, his mouth wide open as he yelled. "How dare you talk back to me so disrespectfully? Don't use honorifics when talking to others." Mirail said bluntly. "How old are you?" Junha said confidently, "I'm 19, man." "How old are you to speak so informally to me?" Mirail frowned, deep in thought. Junha said loudly, "Just looking at your face, I know you're younger than me." Mirail squinted his eyes, his gaze showing disgust. He whispered, so annoying. Junha yelled, "I heard all of that." The brat was still aggressively pointing his finger, telling her not to talk to him or appear before him anymore. Mirail calmly didn't turn back, saying he was too noisy. Junha got angry, saying he heard everything. The brat crossed his arms, his face full of anger as he called her a demon. Hemi was curious why he hated the master so much. Junha retorted immediately. The brat frowned, saying it was just because that man was too strong. He looked cool and made him jealous, so he was annoyed. Hemi commented that he was more honest than she thought. The little girl looked sad, her long hair falling down, admitting she was also jealous but knew there was nothing to be done, telling him not to show such obvious hatred. "You also know that kind of power didn't come naturally." The little girl's eyes dimmed lifelessly, adding that at least he still had a family. Juna stood still, not knowing what to say. Himi turned and walked away, telling him to go ahead, don't just laze around there anymore, come here and lend a hand. Juna casually threw the baseball. That was right, he did have a family at home. The ball hit the tree trunk hard and bounced off. Juna muttered, what could he do? The boy caught the ball with professional precision, telling himself he wasn't strong enough to protect that thing. Over here, Muriel was training, leaping into the air at extremely high speed. A loud shout came from below, a stone flying past Muriel's face. He jumped down, light tearing the sky. He wondered what was going on. Jizian ran over with a flushed face, clutching her cheeks tightly, scolding that he just left like that without asking anything. She shook her hands vigorously, getting no response. Hey, why didn't you ask anything at all? She shouted loudly, asking if he could just leave like that. Muriel stammered. Jizian asked again impatiently. Muriel replied softly because he didn't know what to say. Jizian was frozen for a few seconds. She dropped her hands in a daze, asking if anything happened on Jesus Island. Muriel said no. Jizian wondered that he was there for a long time. There must be many stories. What happened? Tell me why. Suddenly she knelt down, complaining that he hadn't answered her care properly. How would he tell her when he met his mother later? She looked up cheerfully, while Muriel was dumbfounded. Let's train together and forget about it. Muriel's mouth hung open, speechless. The sky was high and blue, the evening light brilliant. Jizian asked caringly if he was injured. How was Goat Island? Muriel was pensive, his eyes sad, hair covering half his face. We set out for Jejuva, He had met Arrow. The girl's eyes lit up with anticipation. Under the twilight, the sunlight faded, the sky darkened, the two sat and talked together. Scene change. Nuri placed her hand on the trigger. A spark flashed at the muzzle. The bullet shot forward at terrifying speed. She fired continuously forward but didn't hit a single shot. The masked man jumped up as fast as a squirrel. Gunfire rang out rapidly. She shouted loudly from behind, calling his name. Nuri ran after him in a panic, her eyes full of worry, searching for his figure. She asked how long he planned to hide, or if he was playing hide and seek. Reaching the hallway, he had disappeared. She slowly walked up the stairs, searching, wondering where he had gone. Nuri pressed herself into a corner of the stairs, her face anxious, blaming herself for not training her stamina. If she had, she would have caught him from the start. She closed her eyes, drenched in sweat. Determined to catch him, she thought about where he might have hidden. Suddenly remembering the red mark on the window, a voice echoed. The game begins. Sweat dripped down. Nuri's face was tense, her eyes full of unease. Clearly that thing had called itself a toy. She analyzed the first time he appeared. She was sure it was not Kill-Ho and fired. The image of him running away appeared. He didn't counterattack, he only knew how to run. Next piece, that thing always kept its distance from her. Countless pieces tangled in her mind. Why was it a game of tag? Thousands of pieces piled up. She explained to herself his disappearance meant the game was over. At the same time, the space of this game was also no longer meaningful. Carrying many thoughts, she slowly opened the door, thinking to herself that meant. After leaving the playground, she stepped onto the rooftop. The sky had turned to twilight. This was where players returned to reality. He must be here. Nuri coldly raised her gun, saying her deduction about the Spectre's personality. She knew he would come up here. Not entirely sure, but he had no way left to run. She gritted her teeth and asked him who he really was, if he was Spectre, where the real Kiyu-Ho was. Under the dim twilight, the masked man stepped onto the edge of the wall. He hated twilight because the sun was setting. He quickly jumped over the wall, saying he felt like everything was coming to an end. Nuri panicked and chased after him, not expecting him to self-destruct. The masked man fell at a dizzying speed. Nuri watched his signal, surprised and exclaimed, "Huh?" The masked man flashed a sinister smile, raising his hand and pointing straight up. Before he could finish saying "behind you," someone pushed Nuri out in her shock. She was stunned. What was that expression? She asked, "Isn't the game fun?" Another masked man, his eyes cunning, smiled maliciously, telling her to smile. Watching Nuri fall, he said softly, "Time to go home." Both fell from the high-rise building like arrows leaving a bow, whistling through the air. Nuri was extremely panicked. What to do? Falling like this, she would surely die. Suddenly she remembered. That was right, the commander had once asked if she wanted to activate it immediately. The image of Jian briefly appeared, mentioning the technology in the lab, not knowing how to operate it. If there was a compatible device, it could be activated. He asked if she was holding the Neria communicator. Nuri, while falling, still struggled to twist her body and search. "I will activate the communication device right here." The falling speed increased. The ground appeared closer. She panicked. Where was that damn device? It was clearly in her pocket. She took a yellow Rubik's Cube from her leather pants pocket. Found it. Now she just needed to activate it. Suddenly, the masked man lunged at Nuri, grabbed her calf, and wore a satisfied smile. She struggled, shouting, "Let me go." The masked man had perfectly aligned teeth. His eyes gave people goosebumps. Nuri gritted her teeth, trying to draw her gun and shoot at him. She looked down in horror. The ground was very close. The masked man dove down after her at an incredible speed, ending in a bloody mess, while Nuri landed safely thanks to the pink light stream from the object she had just activated. She lay face down on the ground in pain, both hands clutching her broken right leg, blood splattering onto her clothes. The masked man she had been chasing calmly walked up to Nuri. Seeing her alive, he put his hands in his pockets, pockets and walked away nonchalantly. Nuri shouted helplessly, "Where are you going?" The walkie-talkie vibrated. A voice rang out. "Commander, the situation in the east is stable. We are cleaning up." Nuri gasped for breath, trying her best to reach it. The other end continued. "No major damage, but there are some minor losses." She struggled to grab the walkie-talkie. The other end kept talking. "But why did that Morel brat suddenly—" What was that sound? Nuri was in pain, sweating profusely. "Someone help me, hurry." Then she fainted. The other end called out in panic. "Commander!" Scene change. Garam was fighting the Guardian. During this time I had learned a truth. Knowledge transfer could absorb many things at once. Her foot stomped hard on the ground, gaining solid traction. In other words, I could combine Taekwondo and the conch wave. This is just a simple technique. The kick shot forward like a cannon just fired, carrying overwhelming, unstoppable power. Its destructive force would be several times stronger. The Guardian's speed was so fast that space seemed stretched into blurred streaks. Garam's body glided in pursuit like a ghost, appearing and disappearing before anyone could notice. Each of her punches erupted with blinding light, causing space to tremble with each wave of impact. The light from her fist shone so brightly that it obscured everything around it at the moment of impact. Garam's eyes were sharp, her pupils slightly constricted with determination. Her arm was enveloped in a golden aura. Each punch she threw dragged long streaks of light, like roaring light dragons charging forward, lifting the Guardian higher. The Guardian dissolved into a blazing red light stream, exploded and vanished completely. Garam walked away powerfully. "Not like before, I have become stronger." She recalled the recent fight. The Guardian was more ordinary than she thought. Outside the room, Dugan was observing the fight. "How is the situation?" "It seems Garam won." "Indeed, she is my daughter." Hechun peeked out the window. "We can go out now," Dugan affirmed. "There are still 2 people who haven't arrived." Hechun replied, "Yes." There were many people in the room. Dugan put his hands in his coat pockets and quietly left. Some people living in the area could not come, even though the Guardian had appeared at the school. Even so, having Garam at the school would be safer because those strange red dolls kept circling us. Even running fast, your directions were concise. A talent like you should become a firefighter. What was your name again? Hechun smiled. "I am Hechun." He thought back. "I participated with Hojang at Oryugdo. I intended to leave early, but who would have thought I'd stay in the reconnaissance unit this long?" The 2 walked quickly together. Dugan asked curiously, "Leave? Are you going to find someone?" Hechun explained, "Before this situation happened, my sister went to study in Japan." Dugan replied, "I see, you must be very worried." Hechun said casually, "Not really. She has always been very brave." He confided, "I promised to treat her to a meal when she returns to Korea. She must still be alive." Dugan was getting tired. "That's enough. If we keep talking, we might as well put up a surrender flag." Voices of the 2 talking echoed in the building. "I'm glad you didn't become a firefighter." "Why?" "I thought I would die early." Over here, Garam yelled loudly, "Guardian LM, open your eyes, get up." Her face twisted, her hands clenched. She still did not want to stop. "It's not over yet. I want to fight more to see the extent of my current abilities." The Guardian stopped, looked up, and activated combat mode. The Guardian rushed quickly towards Garam. She was ready. "Here it comes." 2 blinding white light streams burst from the Guardian's technique, trailing long streaks of light. She guessed, "The Guardian's fighting style is simpler than I thought." But that move just now, she could see it from the attack, but it didn't aim directly at her. It turned in a different direction. "I didn't expect a blade to appear." "Wait, where are these things aiming?" From a distance, Dugan and Hechun were just running past. Garam realized in time, that move just now wasn't aimed at me at all. Her eyes went wide with shock. She shot forward like an arrow just released. "No." She couldn't believe it, her face covered in sweat. "I thought he had no soul, no ability to think, but he made a judgment like this. I will make it in time. I can stop it." Her foot stomped hard on the ground, her body lunging forward like lightning. "I will make it in time. I can stop it. If I run at full speed, I will." Her eyes widened in surprise, but 2 blades from the Guardian's attack split into 2 directions towards Dugan and Hechun. And Garam was running at full speed, her mind tormented. "Who do I save?" The ground under her feet exploded in waves as she accelerated. "I must save at least one person." So then the sky was dyed a gentle golden orange, the clouds drifting lazily, reflecting the last sunlight like shimmering silk across the horizon. The moment everyone most wanted to turn back time to was the moment they felt regretful. Garam's eyes were wide frozen. And today for Garam, Dugan, Garam's father, pointed to the side in panic. It turned out she had decided to save Hechun, while her father was struck by the Guardian's deadly blade. That was the moment. A horrifying scene had just unfolded. Garam had managed to push Hechun away from the scythe of death. As for Dugan, struck by the blade, he lay in a pool of blood. Her gaze was lifeless, as if she couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. She rushed to Dugan. "Dad, are you okay? Open your eyes, damn it, why of all things?" It turned out Dugan's frantic pointing earlier was aimed at his daughter Garam ahead, telling her to save him. Garam's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching. She gritted her teeth, not knowing what to do, but her body moved according to her father's words before she could think. Why? She lowered her head, filled with resentment, telling Hechun to stay away. He asked in confusion, "Old man?" Hechun angrily thought of that damn Guardian. The Guardian was about to turn and flee. Hechun immediately noticed shouting, "That bastard over there is running!" Garam furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes sharp as if to pierce through the enemy. Chun dumbly watched Garam soar up, only seeing earth and rocks fly as she vanished from her spot. She shot into the air at a terrifying speed straight toward the fleeing guardian. A crushing kick landed on his back, pouring all her resentment and self-blame for thinking everything was her fault. Garam roared, his palm flared with a blue light forming ripples that shook the air, cursing him for only playing location tricks and being smug. Thousands of tiny specks of light from the ground gathered into a giant pillar of light blasting straight at the guardian. She screamed that this matter would never be forgiven. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She stood still in silence for a long while. Garam covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably, her breath hitching with uncontainable hiccups. She startled when hearing Hachun call her name, Garam. Come here. He panicked, hand pressing tightly on the bleeding wound, saying the injury wasn't as deep as it seemed. Take him to the hospital now, might still make it. Garam stood rooted to the spot, still in shock, only hearing Hachun urge that he would help give first aid to him. Scene change, Nuri's eyes were filled with pain. She heavily lifted herself up, wondering how long she had been unconscious, where that bastard was. Red threads scattered in a long trail on the road surface. Scattered threads? Nuri looked up in question. Threads? Her face twisted in pain, eyes half closed from the intense pain all over her body, lips trembling pale, breath ragged. She had used this thing for emergencies. Anyone seeing it would understand to follow it. She tried to drag herself with all her might but couldn't. She screamed from the extreme pain. Nuri clenched the gun firmly, exclaiming, "All right." Red thread trail lay before her broken right foot, but her eyes were full of determination. Let's see who will be the final winner for my sake. She thought of that first masked man with a resolve to follow him to the very gates of hell. Ahead stood Kyuhu, dazed, his body stained with red blood. Nuri's eyes narrowed, sweat beaded on her. Before her lay countless corpses sprawled in pools of blood. She gritted out, "Too late, what do you want?" She clenched her teeth, her jaw muscles prominent under tight skin. She raised her gun and shouted, "Whoever caused this, for what reason? Speak. Open your mouth and speak quickly." Kyuhu still stood like a statue, unmoving. Nuri froze in disbelief at what she saw. "Captain, is it the captain?" Hugo looked at his blood-stained hands in shock. "I don't remember anything, just saw the light from the doll and then blood flowed like a river on the ground." He stammered as if enchanted by something that kept him spinning in circles. Nuri pointed the gun straight at him, shouting, "Don't come here." Kyuhu turned around, face drenched in tears, eyes reddened. "Captain, this isn't my fault, is it?" Nuri felt pity, frowning. "What? Kyuhu?" Suddenly an arrow flew in and struck straight into Kyuhu's neck. Nuri stammered his name. He fell to the ground. Jun stepped forward worriedly, asking what happened. Nuri turned in surprise. Jun, what in the world is going on? Jun explained he had decoded the captain's message and came here, asking why there were bodies and why Kyuhu attacked the captain. Darkness had fallen. Nuri spoke in pain. "I don't know, Captain." She slumped down on the road, hands clutching her head in anguish. "I don't know what the hell is happening either." Scene shifts to a dim hospital corridor. Juna curiously asked about the fake Dr. Kyuhu. Hemi replied, "Yeah, the captain said so." Hemi lowered her head sadly, recounting how the doll suddenly glowed during the meeting. The likelihood it turned into the imposter was very high. Juna crossed his arms, asking how she knew. Hemi explained it only knew how to mimic appearance and habits. Because it lacked memories, that's how it got caught. Junha mocked, pointing at the clothes Hemi was wearing. Hemi calmly said thanks to the squad changing into comfortable clothes for fighting. Juna retorted then also got beaten. Hemi ignored him. Juna asked if Dr. Kyuhu was still okay. Hemi said no. The scene showed Kyuhu's hands shaking uncontrollably. Hemi said it was because the doctor had killed someone. Kyuhu lay sprawled on the table, both hands covering his head in regret. Juna and Hemi continued talking while Morel silently observed. Juna said even if controlled, he still blamed himself. Told Hemi to think before opening her mouth. He quietly left. The two continued chatting lively. Hemi asked, "Meeting later?" Replied, "No, I'm not going." Garam dejectedly lowered her head, arms crossed leaning against the wall. Morel hesitated. Garam asked if he was planning to go to the meeting room, then pointed the way for him. She barked irritably when seeing him go the wrong way. Morel worriedly wanted to speak, but hesitated, then said she had heard about it. Someone as cold as him actually said the caring words, "Hang in there." Garam's eyes froze. She sighed. The corner of her mouth involuntarily smiled, saying she never thought she'd see the day he comforted her. Asked if he came to the hospital just to say that. Morel said it was fine, the wound wasn't fatal, just needed treatment to heal, so don't worry. Scene shifted to Dugan's hospital bed with Kyuhu standing beside. Morel's eyes lit up with joy, thanked him for caring about her, told him to go to the meeting. Garam gently replied yes. Garam was lost in thought watching his retreating back, admitting she had completely misunderstood that kid. Morel was a better person than she thought. She sank into contemplation, wondering why the captain didn't let her attend the meeting this time. She had to stay by her father's side, would come greet them after the meeting. Scene changes, Nuri propped her head in heavy thought. Alright, in summary, Camp note papers were placed side by side. She analyzed each camp had dolls and officers guarding. The burning bodies had no clear cause, but the invitation letter in the officer's body was unharmed. Mireille and Jian listened silently as Nuri analyzed that the place the invitation led to was likely Spectre's hideout. Dangerous as it was, there was no other way to catch him. She turned to Jerry with a question. That power, was she an exorcist mage? Weren't you Spectre's puppet? A goblin? Jerry lowered her head, her eyes sad. Actually, I don't really understand my own power. I just woke up looking like this. Nuri shared, anyway, this is someone connected to Spectre. I think we can accept information because the other side agreed to help. Jerry looked down slightly, her eyes heavy with jeans, and the reason was a feeling of guilt. He stood in the middle of the meeting room looking regretful, no matter the reason. I have killed many people. Even if I help everyone now, I don't think the guilt will be erased. At least I want to atone. Mireille was expressionless, silently listening to every word Jerry said. I cannot become a team member, but I cannot abandon the mission and my friends. She continued expressing her feelings. But I didn't know you would accept me so easily. I thought you would hesitate. Nuri closed her eyes and sighed, sweat falling slightly. This is not the first time I have done this. She thought back and still gritted her teeth in anger. No, recalling it, I did call him, so why didn't that bastard come? Until yesterday, that man was still acting like a normal person. She tapped her head in frustration. Alright, there are still things to discuss for now. I will deal with that later. Jerry looked with a dazed expression. Who is she talking about? Nuri suddenly remembered. Might as well mention it now. Even if the meeting ends, do not leave this place. You yourself know many people will resent and want to kill you. Jerry just stood stunned listening. While Nuri was speaking, you understand, right? Footsteps silently approached the door outside to eavesdrop. Garam stood still for a moment, silently observing Jerry. Nuri's eyes widened in horror. Garam's face was full of hatred. Raising his fist, he charged forward, each step fast as lightning tearing through the air. Nuri panicked and shouted, Garam, wait! Mireille moved at lightning speed to stand in front of Jerry, raising her hand to block Garam's punch. The space seemed to shake, forming a vortex of power. Mireille's face was expressionless, cold as a freshly sharpened blade. What are you doing? Rage exploded in Garam's eyes. I should be the one asking that. What the hell are you doing? Garam was serious, his mind confused. Don't you know who she is? Mireille replied calmly. I know, isn't she, Jerry? Garam was furious. If you know, then why are you stopping me? She is the one who killed Min Sung. Mireille was surprised. What? Garam shouted, flames of anger blazing. She is the one who killed the people we tried to save. She is also the one who proudly declared war on the radio. Now you are protecting her? Mireille turned to look at Jerry, not knowing what to say. He replied coldly, I did not know. Jerry felt guilty. It is fine, I will talk to her directly. He had just finished speaking. First, I want to apologize. Garam delivered a powerful punch that burst with blinding light shaking the space. Everyone was shocked. Garam? Her eyes rolled back, anger surging. Apologize. You sure know how to act. Apologize? And what about Min Sung's death? It did not disappear. Jerry was grabbed by the collar and thrown back, his eyes accepting. Even if I had 10 mouths, I would not know what to say. If venting your anger on me helps, you can hit me as much as you want. Garam's face turned red. Hit you? You think I only want to vent my anger on you? The image of her happy face flashed in his mind along with the cheers of the people Jerry had killed. Do not worry. They happily waved. We will definitely come back. Just thinking about it, Garam's eyes were sharp as if he wanted to devour her. You have no idea what those dead people meant me. Nuri, afraid she would act rashly, shouted, Enough, Garam. Why do you always act like a child? Nuri explained further. Thanks to Jerry, the west side had no casualties, and thanks to her, the medical team could return safely. Right now, your father is being treated thanks to Jerry's efforts. Hearing that, Jian's eyes widened and mouth dropped in shock. Nuri sighed, raised her eyebrows to comfort. I understand your feelings, but act rationally. She will be a great asset to our team in the future. She gently advised, calming Garam's mood. Fighting now is useless. Still, Garam kept his grip on Jerry's neck. I understand. She aggressively spun her gun. A dull explosion sounded as Jerry crashed into the wall with terrifying force. So you just want to vent your anger, right? Nuri shouted to stop in despair. Jian approached the punch that shattered the wall. Jerry flew outside, no book on him. How could she use power? Nuri waddled over. She has the summary in her pocket. A book summary is enough. Mireille was caught in nameless thoughts. Truly, she cannot survive. Garam stepped out to question, why did you not dodge? A blow like that is enough for you to dodge. Or do you think it is not worth dodging? Jerry bowed his head deeply, his eyes full of guilt. Exactly. Garam's rage instantly exploded. Not worth dodging. Her killing intent flared up as she charged again. Of course. Shallow apologies like that do not suit someone like you. Her hand shot forward at a speed hard to see with the naked eye, hitting the opponent's cheek like a hurricane. Self-righteous, arrogant. She twisted her ankle, seeing people as no different from insects. That attitude. The kick from above tore through the clouds, carrying a thunderous might. Garam shouted, pretending your true self, huh? Her foot smashed straight down onto Jerry's neck with tremendous force. How about that? The blow carried blazing power. power. Still not worth dodging? Garam continued to charge in with brutal attacks, still taking the hits. Saving face is more important than winning, is that right? One after another, devastating blows rained down on Jerry. Say something. The more silent he was, the more the fire of rage inside her flared. The more she hit, the more ferocious she became. Not talking, huh? Jerry suddenly knelt at Garam's feet. I must take all these attacks. He bowed his head deeply. Accepting the blows, you can do whatever you want to me, if it can atone for the wrongs I have done. Even just a little bit. Garam's eyes widened, her pupils fully dilated, her teeth clenched tightly, and sweat rolled down her cheeks. Her hand gathered a jade-green light with terrifying power. This was not what he wanted. He should just stand up and fight. Morel coldly stepped forward, her voice full of authority. Enough, stop here. Garam shouted angrily, why do you keep protecting her? What is she anyway? Is she worth you standing up to protect her? She kept shouting in anger from before. Why? Morel looked gloomy with no expression. It was not like that. This matter is completely meaningless. Garam's face was flushed, her breath causing tiny drops of sweat to fall gently. Her hands froze, the source of power gradually calmed down. Garam is a good person. Morel briefly recalled her beautiful images, bestowing favors on others to fill her own self-esteem, completing tasks to feel her own worth. That was selfish kindness. The three stood still in the uncomfortable air. Morel did not act to stop. She clearly knew the reason he was going crazy over Min Sung's death. Death often shows sadness, but revenge to boost self-esteem is a manifestation of anger. Garam's body gradually shrank back. There was no more light in her hands. Morel sympathized. Furthermore, his actions now were completely meaningless. She raised her hand to cover her face, hiding her eyes to soothe her own mood. It was just a rash action. Jerry was covered in wounds, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Please. Even if I die, I will still help everyone catch Spectre, so please, let me help everyone. Garam stood silent without any reaction. She lowered her head. A feeling of regret washed over her. I heard about the invitation. Let me join the combat plan with everyone. I will not cause any more harm. Nuri closed her eyes and sighed out of empathy. All right, I understand. Garam accepted and walked past Jerry. Her gaze was firm. You must give it your all. Jerry did not know what to say anymore, only replied softly without making a sound. Dusk fell. The sky was brushed with streaks of red-orange on the deep blue background, creating a brilliant yet melancholic painting. Under Garam's lead, the vanguard team was formed to investigate the origin of the invitation. Garam walked coldly under Muriel's satisfied gaze and Jerry's melancholic eyes. The vanguard team immediately set out to investigate Spectre's base. Cut to another scene. In the ruined space, the cold voice of Turret rang out. What are you doing? He solemnly put his hands in his pockets, ordering an invitation. Why do you always do meaningless things? I didn't send you here to play. Spectre was playing with some fine red threads, turned around and said, when did you get here? Are you a peeping Tom or something? Turret's footsteps drew closer. Don't even think about dodging the issue. I've had enough of your nonsense all this time. Even through the mask, one could see his sky-darkening aura. Go kill those humans for me now, or do you want me to kill you? Spectre sat directly playing with the red thread without turning back. If that was a promise, then I kept it. Weren't you the one who created the reason to be attacked by humans? From now on I will do what I want. Ah, curious. Hey, is this Turret telling you to stop now in our school? Mask gradually dissolved. It turned out Harang had been disguised as Turret just now. Not interesting at all. Harang laughed mockingly. Was it that obvious? I thought I imitated it pretty well. That man put his hands in his pockets, slowly walked forward to express his feelings. It's great to meet face to face for the first time like this. I heard you like to joke around. Seems you're more difficult than I thought. That man approached Spectre, formally introducing myself to you. I am Harang, the third Arhat of Turret. That man smiled with narrowed eyes. Why don't you stop your silly jokes and go kill those humans? It's no fun at all. On Spectre's hand, countless red threads were wrapped around. What do you know? A wild tiger cub is a more pitiful existence than we think. Her eyes were melancholic. Without a mother tiger, it can do nothing. But if someone attacks it, it will bite them to death. It has always been like that. Don't stand there being arrogant. Get out of my sight. If you want Turret's love, go wag your tail at him. Harang's expression did not change. That man closed his eyes, pretending to show an expression. That man threw a sword for a sneak attack, but Spectre did not react. Surrounding her was a layer of light that had already been protected. Harang waved his hand. You shouldn't talk so recklessly. That man continued. Any high-level demi-demon must know this. Except for Turret, the remaining officers only perform tasks to maintain society. That man turned his back and left. Just sit on your crumbling throne and laugh as much as you like, because I will handle the humans myself. Spectre narrowed her eyes in contempt. Truly pitiful. Why would you come here to show off your madness like this? Next words made Harang freeze. Not receiving the mask made you that sad? That man smiled it off. Be grateful for the mask you have. That is the reason I didn't kill you. That man left with determination. A tiger without fangs can just stay there and enjoy old age. I will do everything myself. That scene, Garam was in a room blowing hard on the invitation. Nuri picked up the invitation, carefully instructing, check if the invitation reacts to the wind. This will help us investigate its origin. She started blowing, for example, even if everyone blows right in front of it like this, the invitation will easily point in a different direction. Garam blinked repeatedly in disbelief. Really, the invitation is pointing in another direction. Going this way is probably right. Suddenly the paper fell to the ground. She wondered, it fell so fast, or was the blow too soft? Jerry stepped forward. Hey, can I apologize one more time? I couldn't say everything earlier. Garam was stunned. Really sorry again. Jerry clasped his hands above his head and bowed to the ground, showing sincerity. Garam got annoyed. You must have apologized 5,000 already. Alright, stop using that. Jerry's eyes suddenly lit up as if ignited, pure joy spreading across his face, making his whole body full of life then. Alright, so now you will forgive me, right? Garam was annoyed. Not like that. Anyway, stop using me. She turned around to scold. Hey Morel, can't you control the wind? She smiled gently. I can't do those things. Jerry cheered up. I can do it. She raised her hand to control the invitation easily. Wind and fire are closely related. Leave it to me. I will lead the way. The invitation quietly fell again, Garam replied. Not much different from blowing with the mouth, Jerry stammered. Actually, I can't control the wind, Garam mocked. If you can't do it, then why were you so confident earlier? Jerry was embarrassed. Because now I don't have a mask on my body and my strength is suppressed a lot. I'm sorry, Garam's eyes widened. What does a mask have to do with having strength or not? Gary scratched his head and said the mask was given by Tourette. It enhanced strength but was no good since it acted as a surveillance device. He honestly apologized. Garam kindly said not to apologize. She could not help much right now either. All three puffed their cheeks and blew on the invitation letter. She still needed to accept it. Well, for now, they would just try it. If they blew until midnight, they would surely see something. Time passed. The three kept blowing on the letter, but it remained motionless before them without any change. 3 hours later, Garam was exhausted, sweat covering her face. It was too much. At this rate she would bleed because her mouth was too dry. Now there was no more wind, only spittle. The invitation letters suddenly changed direction. She was overjoyed. They changed direction. From now on they had to separate. She carefully held the instruction paper to read, as she could not go too far. First explore nearby, then meet again to discuss after sunset at the nearby forest. Jerry's gaze was more determined than ever. No difficulty could make her falter. The three continued heading in their own directions. No matter what, she had to redeem herself. She had to be the first to find Spectre. Garam was still diligently blowing. Was this the right way? This method seemed a bit inconvenient. Morel over here walked and blew, but it would not fly any further. He gently passed it back with full focus. It was really quiet, too quiet. On the road he walked alone. His mood was relaxed and peaceful. Walking alone was quieter than he thought. It had been a long time since he was alone, so he forgot this feeling. The sky turned to night. Light clouds drifted faintly with blue patches of light shining through. Under the flickering firelight from the campfire, Garam sat watching Morel arrive. Hey, you are here. He had already sent a message via the radio but still arrived late. Do you find anything? We did not see anything. She was startled to find Morel sitting right beside her. What is it with you? He said calmly. What is what? Garam glanced askance, looking annoyed. Did you see a ghost? Why are you sitting so close to me? Morel replied calmly, no. Garam said, then what was it? Morel still did not understand her. Garam was helpless. Fine, nothing. Jerry sat observing, then spoke up to cut in. I am asking this a bit arrogantly, but what method will we use to investigate tomorrow? Garam looked at the paper hesitantly. For tomorrow. Her eyes dimmed. Truly she could not think of any method. If they investigated randomly like today, would they discover anything? Morel stood up. I will talk tomorrow. Now both of you get some rest. I will go get some fresh air for a bit. Jerry was startled. All right. Garam sat quietly in the darkness. Before her was an infinite void. Her eyes looked down sadly. She took off her hat and swung it. Captain, come and take a look. There is a little girl here. She recalled the image of the little girl in the stormy night with a panicked voice. Get lost? Do you think I would believe you are human? Garam fell back onto the ground in fear and shouted, disappear if you touch me. I will kill all of you. Kyuhu had a bewildered expression and waved his hand. Little girl, we are not going to hurt you. Calm down. Dongho reminded. Kyuhu, use your ability. Kyuhu was about to use his control ability. He was right. Suddenly a hand touched his shoulder, startling him. Garam was confused. That was the gentle voice of Li Qiang. In this corrupt era, not all humans are good, but not all are bad either. Her steps were still firm as she stepped forward. At least you should be wary of us. If it were me, I would also say no to people like that. She smiled warmly and extended her hand, waiting for Garam's small hands to grasp it. I am Li Qiang, captain of the Suicide Squad. What is your name? Garam was dazed for a moment. It was strange. When she heard the captain's voice, she immediately felt relieved, extremely at ease, as if she would protect her. She reached out and took Lee Kyung's hand with trust. So you are Garam. When he took off his hat and placed it on Garam, if you stay like this, you'll catch a cold, get up now. The thought lingered somewhere, returning to reality. Garam calmly put the gifted hat on her head. Come with us. Her gaze was calm but full of pressure. Am I doing well, I wonder? Can I fill the void left by the captain? Behind her, Harang's voice startled her. Hey you, I want to ask for directions. She stammered, who is that? Harang froze in place. Huh, is it a human? In the darkness, Harang felt satisfied. Good. Just in time, I have something to ask a human. Garam stood up and muttered. What? Is that a half-ghoul? When did he appear? Harang stated, I am looking for humans who carry Spectre's invitation. Do you know anything? Garam raised her eyebrows. So Spectre sent him after us. The matter of me searching for them, it seems he still does not know what I have to do. Should I fight him? She showed concern. No, it cannot be. Through her eyes, Harang was a patch of black with eyes as red as blades. Even without fighting, I can tell this guy is not an ordinary half-ghoul. She lowered her head and fell into a deep thought. I absolutely cannot fight this guy alone. Now is not the time to act. In that brief moment, the sword tip was raised directly at Garam's face. This is no joke, is it? Sharp, cold sword tip was brought close to her eye. Her pupils constricted intensely. Do not rack your brain with such a serious expression. Anyone who looks at you can tell you are the one with the invitation. Really, I already knew before coming here. Harang joked around and then sheathed his sword. But do not worry, I have no intention of killing. I only came to help. Scene change, Garam presented the invitation in front of everyone. He said this was a useless thing. She explained further, the invitation has nothing to do with Spectre. It was only used to buy time. So the purpose is related to Spectre's plan at the military base. Jerry agreed. That is right. She raised her hand in thought. If I review the entire day, it is highly likely to be the case. That guy is also very suspicious. She wondered why he would tell us this information. Garam was also surprised by that information. About that, she recalled her conversation with Harang. That coward Spectre, I only saw that thing once. Won't a little thought reveal it all? At that time, she also wondered if that was all. Harang was calm. Of course not, I have my own purpose. That man put his hands in his pockets. It is troublesome for me if people killed by Spectre because I want to appear on a bigger stage. That will be another opportunity for you. Then that man disappeared, leaving Garam alone, stunned in place. Jerry was curious. He said that and then vanished just like that. Another opportunity. I do not understand what it means. He asked urgently. You do not know who that zombie guy is either. He said he had 2 swords and wore a black mask. Garam was flustered. Sorry, but I do not know that guy. Those are not distinct enough features to remember. Jerry looked at the invitation. But hey, so are we stopping the investigation into the invitation's origin? Garam shared. No, to be honest, I do not fully trust him. She gave her opinion. I think we should see things with our own eyes rather than be swayed by uncertain information. Jerry understood. I see. Instead of being confused, we continue the original plan. That will have fewer variables. The night sky was deep like a huge black velvet studded with sparkling stars, the sound of conversation still echoing. So tomorrow when the sun rises, we will carry out the investigation. Dawn arrived. The sky was clear, endlessly high. Garam held the map and focused on analyzing it. The 3 of them each went in a different direction. Harang helplessly sighed, calling them a bunch of fools. That man stood in the way, helpless because the prey had arrived right his mouth yet refused to eat, truly a waste of time. He shook his head. No, Spectre already knew he had contact with humans. Why was there still movement yet? Harang silently left, not knowing what that bastard Spectre was plotting. Scene change. Ha-young knocked on the door and asked, Doctor, are you in there? There was no answer. The girl sighed and placed the food tray in front of the door. I hope you regain your spirit soon. Many patients are waiting for you. Inside the room, Kyuho still lay still, turning his back. Scene changed to the police station. Ha-young had arrived. The person who greeted her was warm and said, it is always hard on you every time. Ha-young asked politely, may I go in? The other person cheerfully replied, of course, remember to be careful. The girl stepped inside, pulling a yellow box out of her cart. Her eyes widened with both anticipation and fear. Sweat beaded on her cheeks. From within the dark cell, a veiny hand reached out, startling her. In the thick darkness, Dongo appeared like a nightmare with glowing red eyes, exuding a suffocating pressure. Ha-young quickly raised her hand and shouted, I brought what you need. Is this enough? The girl softened her voice, pointing her finger at the yellow circle. He took it, smiling with satisfaction. Spicy tuna. Ha-young looked embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. Is this right? I got it mixed up with other things. Dongo sat down and ate ravenously. Thank you, Ha-young. The girl sat opposite him. Eat slowly, you will not be full. Having not eaten human flesh for a long time, Dongo chewed with pleasure. On the contrary, I feel very strong. The girl was delighted. You look much better. Ha-young asked caringly, do you find it okay living here? It must be very tiring. Dongo replied, it is fine. He sighed, his face brightening. It is normal for humans to fear zombies. I understand that. Besides, my position is not like Rizuru's, so I am okay. Is Garam still healthy? Ha-young stood up, feeling like someone was watching her. Dongo noticed something strange. What is wrong with you? Ha-young hesitated, looking behind her. The girl felt like someone was there. Rizuru stood in the corner with a cold expression. Scene Scene change, a veiny hand was pushing hard against the ground. Juno was struggling to do push-ups. The boy joyfully boasted, I can breathe another 1,000 more. Nuri said calmly, okay, now run around the block. Juno panicked, what? The boy's eyes looked forward with determination, I will become stronger. He ran behind and shouted, shut up and run. Nuri rested her pen on her chin, thinking, my command is not effective. Everyone following orders made her proud. She said confidently, you run well, I will come back later. Juno cheered, have fun, Commander. Nuri read and pondered. The first thing is to increase vigilance against the imposter. The paper was full of marks and notes, stating the imposter only copied appearance and habits, requiring an investigation as soon as possible. A voice from the street corner cut through Nuri's thoughts, steamed buns without red anko. Rizuru put his hands in his pockets, tilting his head, hot dog without sausage, airplane without wings. Nuri glanced at Rizuru. She shouted loudly, where have you been all this time? Do you know how long I have been looking for you? Rizuru quietly walked over. Rizuru has no master. He approached and asked, what is the common point of these things? Nuri was dazed. What are you talking about? Then she recognized this guy. Pupils contracted in shock. Looking at Rizuru's grimacing face, Kota thought he had returned to his original form without permission. His arm moved so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, because he stayed here to fight the master. Rizuru's eyes blazed, no master, then what meaning do you have to me? Nuri's face turned pale, terrified. Rizuru turned into a heart shape, love surging like lava. If it is hard to answer, let me speak to me, you are love. In the distance someone shouted enthusiastically. Rizuru smiled contentedly. I thought a lot about being close to humans. Nuri grimaced uncomfortably at his words. The answer was simpler than I thought, maybe instinct already knew. Love burns like a flame in the night. The master loved humans, so I must love them too. That is devotion to the master. He knelt down, emotion surging. Finally, that is true love. The pink ring shimmered in Rizuru's hand. I love you, little humans. Nuri's eyes were dazed. Thought he was sane, who knew he was worse than before, truly pitiful. She calmly pushed the ring away. Okay, I remember this task for you, alright? Rizuru beamed. Speak, I am listening. Scene change, under the blue sky, his voice rang out. Well, hello kids. Rizuru crossed his arms and tilted his head. I am Rizuru, a preacher of love. From now on, I will guide the children in training. Hemi stopped hitting. A preacher of love? Nuri sighed. I give up. He calls himself that. He has a heart as hot as a burning coal. Nuri explained his combat experience surpasses mine. He will give everyone tips to deal with water demons. Nuri asked, can you two do it? Juno was determined. I am fine with anything, as long as I get stronger. Hemi replied, I do not like it. The girl darkened, grabbed a stick and stood in front of Rizuru. Learn from this bastard. I would rather die. He frowned. Earth death. Do you hate me? Hemi screamed. The girl swung the stick horizontally across Rizuru's head as fast as lightning. He dodged it. Get lost. Don't worry, his necklace just has a funny shape. That professional table-shaped 90-degree lean. Sooner or later my child will understand my love. Hemi felt a deep dislike. Clearly he said he didn't like it. Juno witnessed his quick movements and was also amazed. Rizuru's inner power was no joke. The kid tried to follow. Hemi kicked Rizuru's body, but he stood firm. Nuri looked on helplessly from afar. Sorry, Hemi. This is the best way. Garam came from Saigon. He was the head commander. Nuri looked at the three people in surprise. Everyone's back. Garam said with wide eyes, we came seeking you when we heard you were here. Is there anything special in the world? Jerry was startled seeing Rizuru playing tricks. That man I thought was dead. Why is he appearing here? Blood was leaking from Rizuru's mouth. He rushed forward with sharp eyes and a fierce smile like a zombie. Die. How dare a zombie like you step into this place? Morel rushed forward quickly, throwing a straight punch to his face. Go disappear somewhere else. Scene change. Garam told Nuri about what the team had been through. A zombie revealed never heard information, but I ignored it and continued investigating the invitation. Nuri was curious. You discovered that bracelet, right? Garam stared at the red string. Yes, Morel and Jerry have them too. She continued. The invitation's destination was a small hole on a mountain peak. Inside were 3 bracelets. The 3 bracelets automatically clung tightly to the arms, couldn't be removed, couldn't be cut off. Afterwards, health and environment didn't change. Garam thought about hurrying. Maybe what that zombie we met on the roads is true, using the invitation just to buy time. Nuri cut in. To raid the golf course? Garam replied, yes, probably. Nuri's gaze darkened, silently staring into the distance, lost in deep thought, looking at the string on Garam's hand for a long time. Nuri calculated, alright, if fast then today, if slow then a month, I predict Spectre's game won't last long. She was determined. From now on, members of Government Branch 1 prepare for full force combat. The sky was clear. White clouds drifted gently like soft silk ribbons in the air. To prepare for battle at any time, Head Commander Nuri strengthened military power. The troops trained hard in a short time. Junha and Hami ran frantically. Garam enthusiastically lifted weights to increase combat power. Each person worked hard without stopping. Reaching the multi-story house. Hold on, I said it was over. Morel said calmly, over here to wear it. She exclaimed, what? Both Yiyang and Jizin were frightened when Jerry got angry. Why do you keep joking? If we believed it for real, we'd be dead. The two suddenly burst into laughter. The zombie lady's name is Jerry. Jerry stammered, no, it's Jerry, you all know already, so why keep teasing? Jizyun called out loudly to get attention. A simple table of food was already set. Come on everyone eat. Since Muriel came today I made it ready. Jerry looked curiously at the steaming pot. What's that in the middle? Is it food? Jizyun was frozen by Jerry's naive question. Is that so? It really is food. She thought silently. Red Army's guardian. Doesn't look different from a child the same age as Muriel. The four sat at the dining table in a quiet, thoughtful atmosphere. The positions of zombies and humans were different, but the desires in their hearts might sometimes be the same, because before they were all people. Jizyun was happy. Come on, don't space out. Eat. Haven't you had this dish for a long time? Jerry was stunned. Jizyun frowned, tears welling up. You two think my curry looks bad. I tried my best. Jerry awkwardly hurried to explain. No, it's not like that. Muriel added, some people said it was delicious. Maybe it suits your taste. Jerry broke out in a sweat. It's not about the taste. It's just been a long time since I felt this atmosphere. She sighed softly. I understand. Well then, she picked up the spoon, trying to scoop up a spoonful. I'll try a bite. Jerry's gaze fell, full of thought. A meal is where everyone gathers together. Spoon just touched the curry. Images of her family and brothers surfaced. She brought the spoonful of curry up to enjoy. Old images flashed through her mind. She chewed ravenously. Jerry imagined himself sitting alone in a bamboo forest, hearing his father's laugh. Jesse, old man, wait for me a bit. Image of father and son happily talking and cooking together like this, right? Jerry laughed. Dad did well. No, why did you separate the egg white and yolk? Father replied. Oh no, I said I would do well. Jerry froze. His heart felt like it was being squeezed. The corners of his eyes stung. Tears could not be held back, slowly falling in deep emotion. Jizyun stood up and patted Jerry's head. What's wrong? Did we do something wrong? Ha-young was flustered. What to do? She must be too moved. Jizyun turned pale. Now she's even crying. Scene change. Spectre cheerfully juggled red string rolls. They were having a very happy time. The red string blocks stood out in color, reflecting glittering light. Time for you all to return to your daily lives. Right. Jerry bowed again. Sorry, Ha-young felt something was wrong. A panicked voice came over the radio. Head commander, this is bad. Nuri was startled. What's happening? The other end reported. Outside the main castle gate, many Spectre dolls are advancing towards us. Nuri rested her chin on her hand, frozen for a moment. Is Spectre already here? Notify everyone. After this moment we enter a period of war. Everyone prepare ready for the raid. Everyone followed the command. All outer line forces moved towards the train direction. Soldiers moved hurriedly. The team leader shouted not to let the enemy enter. Concentrate forces according to strategy. Nuri was restless. How is the situation ahead? The person holding binoculars stood frozen, not believing his eyes. No movement seen at all. Nuri was startled. What? Ahead under the thick dust was an army of red decoys. The Spectre dolls all stood still in place. They were laughing. Spectre leisurely walked on the Rubik's cubes, as if hearing something. From where I wonder. Oh, so you've prepared everything already, have you? Ah, sitting up there with a sinister smile. But what now? I wasn't even aiming that way. The person nearby panicked as the one beside them gradually turned into a red puppet, red threads beginning to spread from their face. Benuri soldiers scattered in chaos, red puppets chasing behind them, and several people transforming further fueled the turmoil. Spectre squinted as he observed the outer line was important, but you all should be more mindful of the inner line. Radio kept reporting bad news. Commander, they have appeared all along the inner line. We have detected many members turning into puppets. All radios received the message at once. Commander at the square. Commander at the intersection. Commander, commander, commander. The number was hastily tallied on paper, confirming a total of 82 of them. Spectre's gaze turned cold and sharp. As for Nuri, even though her heart pounded rapidly beneath a calm exterior, her eyes still held a scanning and calculating look. Just as expected, she sat still, not fully hiding her worry. The imposters only mimicked appearances and habits. They could not replicate purposeful movements. Using that to identify them was not difficult. She had memorized everyone in the government's radius of activity. The battle of wits between Spectre and Nuri was like a card game. Each side had their own calculations and schemes. Nuri pulled out a card. They wanted to play, did they? If so, then that suited her just fine. The police officer powerfully took down a red puppet with a single move. He said over the radio, Commander, I have checked all the separate plans you requested. Nuri stood still before the battle plan, her eyes tracking every change to perfect it. There were two types of hypotheses that needed testing. She analyzed first the Spectre puppets. The fairy monsters pursued marked targets. They used the invitation cards to identify the strong ones, because during investigations, they usually sent capable people. Nuri thought of Garam wearing the red thread bracelet, so those bracelets were used to eliminate them, considered as marking. She continued second, those puppets only attacked a single predetermined target. Maybe not, they would stalk and attack within a certain range. If so, one just had to be careful with the attack range. Marked members would lure the puppets, while unmarked members would eliminate them. The burden of command was not only victory, but also the safety of those who trusted her. This method helped minimize casualties and intercept a surprise attack. Dealing with the puppets outside the city walls using super convergence was enough. Spectre, you are truly arrogant, your time is up. Nuri picked up the radio and ordered Jiun, get ready, I am on my way. Spectre sat comfortably on the large Rubik's Cube, 79, 80, 81, 82. No good. It really was not working out. Scornfully laughed out loud, you prepared so thoroughly, huh? Thanks these puppets I prepared. Nuri looked at her own reflection, realizing in shock that there were as many as 83 of them. Her body suddenly shook violently, and then a mouthful of bright red blood spewed from her mouth. She paused. How could this be? Rizuru clearly said it required new hair. She recalled the scene of falling from a building. Could have been back then? Intense pain spread through her body, causing her to kneel and collapse, clutching her stomach. All predictions, analyses, and tactics for Nuri were perfect, except for one thing. Nuri lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by a spreading pool of dark red blood. She thought everything was perfect. On the battlefield, the scene was chaotic, and everyone needed her command. Commander, next order. The soldiers fell into confusion. What happened? Did you not take a different route? No, I did not receive any orders. A man suddenly had his head grabbed by a red puppet. He screamed in terror, get it off me. The red puppets took down soldiers one by one. Over here, the soldiers yelled, wait, behind you. The formation began to fall apart because the commander's orders were not being relayed. Garam called repeatedly over the radio, Commander, every team's direction has gone wrong. She said into the radio, damn it, what suddenly happened? Can everyone hear me? I think the commander is in trouble. In the blink of an eye, Garam kicked a red puppet away. For now, our priority is to rescue people. Tuna ran fast, his eyes full of confidence. That felt good. Finally got to punch a few guys. I was getting bored. Jerry shot forward like the wind. I did good. Right, saving people is all that matters, is it not? Spectre threw 3 more red, square-shaped blocks into the common area. You all are not saving anyone. As the blocks landed on the ground, they shot forward, leaving red trails in the swirling dust. The dust flew thickly as if a huge explosion had just occurred. A giant red puppet was formed, standing tall and blocking the way ahead. Juna and Hemi looked at it. It looked down at Jerry. Then it moved towards Garam. What was this thing? The giant red puppet's fist tore through the air straight at Garam at an alarming speed, creating a large crater as dirt and rocks flew everywhere. She signaled, a very strange guy has appeared on my side. Everyone, go ahead and carry out your rescue mission. Juna spoke up, same over here. We cannot move. Garam asked, what about Jerry's side? She is fighting. Same here, I do not think I can take this one down easily. Garam's eyes widened as she thought immediately. This is bad. If this keeps up, there will be heavy casualties. The corner of Spectre's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smug, sinister smile. He continuously played cards in this game. How boring. You all were that confident, huh? Voices came through the radio continuously. Nuri grimaced, her face pale, as if all her strength had been drained away with every drop of blood seeping into the ground. No choice, somehow we have to end this and minimize the damage. Spectre suddenly froze. In her hands, she still held many trump cards. Nuri had only one last card left to turn the tide. It all depends on you, Muriel. Before the battle, Nuri called Muriel aside and told him he wasn't in the original plan. To be precise, he would step in when all plans failed. Muriel's eyes were full of thought. Why? What if everyone dies? Nuri sighed. Worrying about others was unlike him. You have changed a lot. I just want to ask one question. Do you think our teammates are weak? Muriel's eyes were filled with melancholy and unspoken things. He hesitated, not exactly weak, but not strong either. Nuri smiled gently. Then fine, follow my orders. Everything has been calculated. Back to reality, Muriel erupted from the pillar of red blood on the ground, creating a violent moment. Just as Nuri instructed, at the critical moment, he only needed to become the most important existence. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion. What is that? It's Muriel. Where is Muriel? Bloody hands gripped the edge. Below, everyone was panicked. Where did he go? He didn't abandon us, did he? The radio rang with a clear voice. Everyone attention. Immediately, everyone was reassured by the commander's voice. Nuri forced herself to shout out in pain. Muriel will not support us. She gave the order through the radio. He will advance straight to Spectre to capture her. This is my order. The soldier's eyes widened, sweat pouring, surprised and worried. Damn it, what about us then? Are we ordinary people just supposed to die like this? Nuri exhaled sharply, using her strength to encourage. Do you all trust Muriel? Muriel also trusts all of you. He reassured them. Can't you do anything without her? Do you really think that everyone will survive and get through this stage? Juna listened to Nuri's orders. Muriel's battle is her responsibility. We just continue our own battle. Nuri's hand tightened on her wound, each breath like a knife cutting her chest, but she still held her head high. The victor today is not Muriel. It is our elite killing squad. The soldiers were re-energized, their spirit and will rising. They all shouted with determination, charge, let's fight. Their will was as firm as steel. From now on, fight individually, win at all costs. Nuri closed her eyes eyes in satisfaction. That's right, it should be like this. She placed her trust in Mirael. You are not a weapon, just being our hope is enough. Pain tore through her body. Nuri writhed and could not command. The final plan was made in anticipation of failure. Teams will improve morale high, each strike felling a red puppet. Nuri exhaled, smiling confidently. What's the matter, Spectre? Did you think you had won? Don't laugh too soon. My death is not a defeat. She thought of Morel's determined face, Spectre's smug face. Now let the second round begin. Junho widened his eyes, his spirit high. Hey Garam, did you hear that? Everyone has regained their spirit. The kid said, then let's give them a real fight. Garam calmly said, since the commander said so, let's give it our all too. Junho sneered arrogantly, no challenge could stop him. Alright, let's fight, right? The kid bent down to pick up the baseball, shouting loudly, hey you, get ready. The ball flew at the speed of light, supersonic. They only saw a long streak of light pierce through the red puppet, a 6-cylinder throw. Hemi behind unleashed his ultimate skill, a blinding flash of light. Dodging was useless since it came from behind. The ball in Junho's hand was like a small fireball containing blazing power. Trust me, we just came up with this fighting style. The kid sneered arrogantly, we fight properly. It's much more effective because we prepared thoroughly. The radio emitted continuous shouts. Garam rushed fast, finding it annoying. Why turn on the radio while fighting? It's too distracting. She soared into the air like a falcon, her movements decisive. Hurry up and finish this. Too uneasy, I have to go help everyone. Jerry unleashed his skills, quick and clean, nothing ordinary about it. She lowered her body, aiming straight for the giant red puppet and charging. Because she promised not to use sword aura, but not using it meant she couldn't fight. Jerry's eyes lit up with determination, no hesitation. If it stays like this, I'll become a burden to everyone. She used all her strength to charge straight forward. Damn it, I have to fight with all my might. It turned out the red puppet was Rizuru transformed. He took off his mask and stood before Jerry. Not good, she stammered. Rizuru. His face was flushed, smiling affectionately. Sorry, I was held up by my master and some other matters, so I'm late. It's hard to forget this exhilarating mood. You are the weakest wizard, right? The commander told me. Jerry's eyes widened in confusion. Do you really not remember who I am? Rizuru asked curiously. Who are you? Jerry brushed it off. Never mind, it's nothing. Rizuru extended one hand, power radiating. The red pup was just a shadow. Anyway, I need to hurry to see my master. Don't just stand there. Quickly handle the situation. Rizuru smiled smugly. If you get in my way, I'll leave you behind. Jerry clasped her hands in respect. No need to worry. This brings back old memories. Mirael and Spectre met, playing rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses gets hit. Smack. Spectre won, the slap resounded. Mirael tilted to one side. He won again. The game continued. Mirael lost consecutively, the slaps spinning him around. Spectre laughed cheerfully. Not working out, you're not good at this game, are you? Why did you do as I said? Each successive slap carried anger and frustration. Mirael's face was expressionless. I'm going to kill you anyway, it doesn't matter. Spectre laughed loudly, smug. Her gaze was sharp. The turret brat was watching you, right? I was curious, so I sent the invitation. This time Mirael won rock, paper, scissors, throwing a punch while Asa pulled back. Asa was surprised. Hey, I lost! Spectre crouched low, resting his chin on his hand. All this time I only threw one punch and it beat me. Pretty salty, huh? Warming up to hit me? Mirael stretched her limbs, ready for revenge. His hand moved like a blade, about to touch Spectre's cheek, but she remained cold, eyes glistening. Luckily, she was strong and immortal. Punch shot out like the wind, too fast for the naked eye. The impact sent Spectre sprawling backward. So the knight I was looking for. Seems I found the right one. Mirael's expression stayed the same, her eyes heavy with unshed emotion. Spectre looked at him and taunted. Look at that face. I never told you not to dodge. You really are an idiot. Ah, he stomped his foot, leaving a trail of smoke like a massive explosion. No more playing around. There are many things I want to verify. He lunged at Mirael. You feel the same, don't you? Aren't you curious about me? Spectre clasped his hands together, channeling his technique. Red threads coiled around his arms. With his hair flying, arms spread wide amid a massive storm of purple and blue energy, he flaunted his absolute power. Let's get to know each other slowly. Dusk fell, painting the horizon in a gentle orange-red hue. The sun slowly set, and a group of people stood around chatting. I hate dusk. When the sun sets, I feel like everything will end. One of them turned around, spitting out. What the hell is that? That person saw Spectre covered in colors, kneeling on the ground as if he had just been bullied. What's with that expression? Did you have that much fun? He remembered that smile, warm and gentle. You have to smile. It's time to go home. Back to reality, Spectre clasped his hands together, channeling his technique. Red threads coiled around his arms. A surge of purple-blue power exploded across the space, like a barrier separating it from the outside world. Space was engulfed by that bizarre power. Mirael was bewildered. What is this? Suddenly, a puppet shaped exactly like someone from Spectre's memory flickered behind him. He gave a strong push, and Mirael's body went flying. He fell into the space created by Spectre. Symbols of various colors and shapes left him confused. Where is this? His expression was blank and lifeless. Aren't you guys talking about the exclusive gate? It's used to block us from entering Busan, right? Spectre flew over, his hand still controlling the red thread. The puppet he created lunged forward. To get you, I blocked turret's access. In an instant, the doll tore through the air and charged. The distance between the two was erased instantly. Muriel threw a punch, and the red thread on his arm expanded. Then it tightened around his wrist as if trying to control it. He lunged at the doll, thrusting his hand straight into it. Annoying doll. Spectre smiled wickedly, controlling the red thread. Don't be so impatient. After all, you'll be here forever. Switching scenes, the system emitted continuous signals. Zion was confused. What is it? What's happening? She worried. The battalion commander's radio is disconnected. I don't know the situation. Even alone, I have to activate the super convergence. Her pupils dilated wide, cold sweat beating, but there was nothing. The screen only showed 2 remaining signal circles, now cut off. The military base vanished from the tracking system. What the hell is going on? Below, the soldiers fighting also felt bewildered. The entire sky shifted to a purple-blue hue, the space created by Spectre. Jerry looked up. What is that? Suddenly her entire body ached, making her collapse. A sharp pain shot through her chest, feeling like something was entering her body. This is Spectre's command. Is it because I'm also a puppet made from her threads? Her eyes flew open as if commanded. She turned and ran. Rizuru, fighting the giant red puppet, was startled. What the hell? Where are you going? Jerry charged toward that space, her mind a mess. The dolls only wander around the outer walls and don't come inside. They only target people, not the collapse of the fortress. That's it. I should have noticed earlier. Jerry was shocked, yelling into the radio. Spectre doesn't intend to raid the fortress. She's aiming at human lifespan. She screamed into the radio. Look at the sky. Do you see that big sphere up there? That's the space where Muriel and Spectre are fighting. Spectre is turning that space into something extremely dangerous, and the energy needed is human lifespan. Garam was frozen in shock. Isn't Spectre's power just puppet control? Jerry continued. I thought so too. Maybe Spectre has 2 abilities. I only received the order. I don't know the details. She quickly punched the ground, cracking it into pieces. About here should be right. She pulled up a pipe with multiple compartments, emitting a faint glow. Perfect. Found the energy source. Jerry looked closely. There are probably about 100 of these installed inside the fortress. They're getting ready to activate. Once they do, the lifespan of the people here will drain away. Jerry clenched his fist, unleashing a massive fire explosion, scorching the floor. I can't let that happen. I have to destroy it before it activates. Her eyes were sharp. The purpose of those 83 fake dolls must have been to install this energy source. What a meticulous plan. But from the moment the territory incident happened, you were already doomed to fail. Spectre. Inside the space, Spec sensed something was wrong. He smiled calmly but with full spirit. I see. I completely forgot about that person, Jerry. Sound of hurried footsteps echoed from everywhere, tearing through the previous silence. The emergency team had arrived. Neri was lying down, the air tense. Is anyone free? Get here now. The battalion commander is critical. The atmosphere grew more urgent than ever. Damn it. Do you know what injured the battalion commander? I have no idea. When she was found, she was already unconscious. Ha-Young was panicked in the critical situation. The doctor bowed his head, stepping forward to hold his head in thought. If this continues, there's nothing we can do. Ha-Young was terrified. No way. Is there no other option? Are we just going to let the battalion commander die? The doctor pondered. There is a way. Earlier, to treat Jijian, Dr. Kyuhu had developed a treatment method. Using that method, not just the commander but others could be healed too. Jijian raised an eyebrow. The doctor continued. The problem is no one knows about that method except Kyuhu. I called him for help, but he absolutely refuses to leave his room. Ha-Young turned and ran the moment she finished speaking. Everyone called out loudly. The girl pounded on Kyuhu's door, frantically calling for a doctor to save the critically injured patient. Kyuhu gritted his teeth, said he could not, and told the girl to go elsewhere. Ha-Young said the commander was also critical. Kyuhu shot up, his eyes wide with shock. The girl kept pounding on the door, pleading for the doctor to come out and help, because the number of injured was increasing. Kyuhu lowered his head, drenched in sweat, still firmly refusing. He screamed in helplessness that he had killed people. He had no right to save anyone. Ha-Young was stunned, asking what right the doctor needed to refuse to come out and help. The girl shouted that saving people needed no right. Kyuhu stood frozen. Ha-Young said she had no power so she could do nothing, but the doctor had the ability yet sat there distinguishing rights. The girl screamed in despair that a doctor must go save people. Saving people needed no damn right. The girl called for the doctor to come immediately, and Kyuhu sat in silent thought. Ha-Young resolutely turned her back and left, saying she would not ask for the doctor's help anymore. Kyuhu's expression darkened as he recalled the simple reason why he became a doctor. Have the right to save people. As a child, he had helplessly watched his mother pass away. Growing up, when the replacement appeared, he lost even the chance to obtain that right. He remembered the image of himself saving people, hoping to one day be recognized as having the right. right. Kyuhu was startled, realizing his mistake, and immediately ran off, thinking Hayoung was right. He ran to where Nuri lay, wondering when he had started needing a right. Kyuhu's appearance stunned everyone. He panted heavily and demanded immediate preparation. He said he was sorry for being late, then announced the start of the surgery immediately. In the room full of modern equipment, the doctors discussed the secret of using Muriel's blood and Kyuhu's ability. One doctor asked in surprise if Muriel's blood could heal. Kyuhu said it was true. He prepared the tools, explaining Muriel's blood healed itself, and decided who to treat accordingly. Kyuhu looked at the test tube in amazement, saying his role was to help the blood make a positive choice. He looked at the test tube anxiously, saying although preparations were done, he needed a few more things. Hayoung quickly reported everything was ready. Kyuhu immediately ordered to proceed. All three rushed off like the wind. Kyuhu pondered the new method and the will to save people. He gritted his teeth and ran at full speed, believing this person deserved it more than anyone. Scene shifted to the battle with the Red Scarecrow. Juna's baseball rocketed away. The ball bounced back to his hand at a dizzying speed, truly tough. Ami ran to his side on the battlefield, urging him to destroy the energy core. The girl advised Juna, who was breathing heavily, to do his duty and not waste time. Juna still threw the ball at the specter, hoping for a miracle. Hemi was helpless to advise him. The girl worriedly looked at Juna's battered body, especially his bandaged arm. The boy still resolutely threw the ball. Hemi tried to persuade him to follow her. Juna stood firm and did not move. Hemi helplessly said he was being stubborn in vain. Juna brought up the old story, asking Hemi if she remembered the funeral day. The girl was surprised. The boy tossed the ball up and down, recounting that after his father died, a new thought came to him. He said that time he wore the armband for that bastard's funeral. His image then was pitiful, his face full of wounds. He thought he would feel relieved but instead felt sad. Returning to the present, Juna tossed the ball in a spin and asked Hemi about the dark side of the era of extinction. He roared in fury that he would become strong and live the way he wanted. Juna screamed violently, his eyes blazing red, throwing the ball like a cornered beast. Hemi bit her lip, her face gloomy, sweat pouring down like rain. Juna swung the ball at light speed. It was like a fireball in his hand. The boy gritted his teeth and glared. He unleashed a super curveball throw, destroying everything in its path. The Red Scarecrow wept, standing and watching the ball rush towards it. It reacted nimbly, just barely dodging that ball. Juna opened his eyes wide in disbelief, exclaiming that it had dodged the fatal throw. His eyes shone with an iron will, hearing an echo from within. Hemi charged forward and struck like the wind, saying, because of the era of extinction, I will score. The strike came straight down from the top, so fast it left only a blurry trail. The Red Scarecrow tumbled around, facing the incoming fireball. The ball shot at a speed that tore through the air, like a lightning bolt punishing the ground. The impact filled the space with the stench of blood. The Red Scarecrow fell motionless. Hemi shouldered her bat, panting heavily, and scolded him to quit the drugs. What high school student smokes? Junho was also ragged and grimy, panting heavily, praising his sister for usually being shy but acting on her word. The boy lay sprawled out, his face relaxed in enjoyment, praising it was truly amazing. Hemi also crouched down beside him, seemingly surrendering to his stubbornness. The girl quickly sat up, telling him to get up. They still had to destroy the energy core. Juna panted, grumbling that she wouldn't even let him rest for 10 minutes. Zuru, in the form of a headless red scarecrow, staggered to his feet. Hemi pointed in alarm while Junha sighed in defeat. Rizuru headed straight toward the two of them, and Hemi hurriedly pulled Juna's leg. She urged him to get up quickly, called him an idiot, and told him to run away. Rizuru folded his arms and muttered that he could still use his ability, saying wait, he'd go somewhere else. Juna yelled out that it was behind them. The girl startled and turned her head. Juna's eyes widened, his pupils constricted. Rizuru roared that he had told her to get out of the way. Kim Hemi. The girl's eyes opened wide, her gaze freezing as she witnessed something beyond the data. Rizuru used his ability to break the casing, red threads flying everywhere. He sniffed and asked what that smell was. The corner of his mouth twisted into a bizarre smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. So this was the scent of love, Rizuru said. Juna brightened, saying he could trust him now. Hemi sighed in relief, telling him to go on. Rizuru was delighted, saying the disciple was finally getting close. The two kids exchanged awkward glances. Juna looked annoyed, telling him to get lost. Hemi also reacted sharply, telling him not to be familiar. Rizuru smiled crookedly, his eyes satisfied. He said he had been watching, saw progress, but why did he keep bumping his head and crying? He raised his hand, a surge of pride welling up, saying everyone had worked hard, so take his hand and go together. His eyes were filled with joy, tears of emotion falling. It sounded ridiculous, but his words were sincere. He was richer in emotion than a zombie. Hemi thanked him for saving them, but told him not to be moody. She was just a bit nervous earlier. After all, he was a cooperative zombie. Rizuru calmed his emotions. Yes, he was an outcast. The kids couldn't get close to him. Two scarecrows lunged at them. Juna grimaced and shouted, asking if Rizuru hadn't finished dealing with them. Hadn't this guy already taken them all out? Rizuru's eyes darkened. Actually, he had only just arrived here. Hemi ran away. Rizuru muttered. Seeing that the girl he was fighting had run off, he chased her, and coincidentally met the two of them. The scarecrows were about to reach him. Rizuru jumped up lightly. Thanks to that, he saw the disciples' progress. Juna grumbled that the girl was still moving. Boy yelled that because of Rizuru, they now had to face two of them. Rizuru was calm. One was enough to get them killed, don't worry. The scarecrow lunged like a whirlwind, throwing punches in rapid succession. Rizuru still smiled, saying they were annoying, injured, and then they just recover. Juna yelled at him for striking poses while fighting. Rizuru trembled slightly, folded his arms, and flashed a confident smile. This thing wasn't a problem for him. Juna was surprised, asking if he could control them at the same time. Hemi was calm, asking what was so surprising about that. A powerful slash pierced through the scarecrow. Rizuru noted that the experience from the previous fight was very useful. The scarecrow collapsed. He was pleased. Fighting long only wasted energy. Rizuru smiled leisurely, his eyes sharp, saying he didn't need to get hurt. He was just smarter. He was being smug, while Hemi stammered in panic. Juna screamed that it was behind him. Rizuru scoffed, asking if it was that annoying doll again. Over on the other side, Jerry, who was running, suddenly stopped. She felt as if something was constricting her body. What was this feeling? Could it be that name? Suddenly, Spectre, full of killing intent, stood behind Rizuru. She was supposed to be fighting Mirail. Spectre floated in an illusory purple aura, her cold gaze looking at Rizuru like a death sentence. She gave a sinister smile, saying, "You bastards ran right here." In the purple space and the cracked barrier, Spectre reached out toward the three. She initiated the confrontation, telling them not to interfere with the plan. The ground exploded with a shocking sound, rocks and dirt shooting up into the sky like cannon shells. Spectre flew high, cursing the weak little turtles. The radio crackled with Jerry's hurried voice asking Garam if he could hear her. Garam strained to listen, sweating from tension. "What's wrong, Jerry?" Jerry announced that Spectre was personally appearing. Garam was surprised, asking if Ada wasn't the one fighting Muriel in the air. Jerry was confused, thinking that was the case, but Spectre had imprisoned Muriel. Garam couldn't believe it, asking if she was imprisoned. Inside the cube world, the puppet sat with Muriel. It was restraining him, holding a bun and cheerfully telling him to open his mouth. In the colorful space, the puppet propped its chin and mechanically looked at Muriel, asking if the food was seriously delicious. Muriel disgustedly chewed the food. Spectre had judged that mental control was useless. She chose to control Muriel's space instead, which worked. Garam panicked and asked what to do. Jerry stomped her foot and flew up, saying her coming down here might be an opportunity. She looked at Spectre confidently as she charged, telling him not to worry. The two charged in. Jerry kicked at high speed, saying she could catch Spectre, treat her as easily as that person from before. She laughed arrogantly, saying she was looking for you, now you show up yourself. Don't you want to smash the energy core? Jerry's eyes blazed, saying instead of that, directly catching you was more effective. Spectre spread her arms, her space claiming a wide area. She laughed manically with contempt. You think a weakling like you can catch me in my own space? Her hands wrapped in red threads, launching attacks as fast as streaks of light, saying don't be complicit, even Zeria's manager could only take the hits. Spectre unleashed a giant wave of purple energy, an overwhelming power. You cannot defeat me. Jerry's face was calm, carrying a fierce fighting spirit, saying that wasn't the case. He unleashed a giant fireball as bright as the sun, saying you won't know until you try. She handed the radio to Garam, saying the confrontation was as predicted. Garam ordered everyone to begin. Spectre leaped over Jerry's head, her voice taunting. Where are you keeping your eyes? She suddenly stopped, her gaze sharp as if sensing something. At the same time, Garam used her power to attack the energy source, creating a dazzling blue explosion. Spectre clutched her face in pain, then Jerry spoke up to ask how it was. Wasn't this skill good? Anger flared in Spectre's eyes. You really want to catch me, don't you? Jerry laughed smugly. Catch you? Of course we're catching Spectre. She dashed forward at incredible speed. If all the energy cores were destroyed, Spectre's power would weaken and Muriel could break free. That was the best way to win this fight. She sent a message. I'll report the energy core locations, everyone destroy them while I deal with Spectre. Garam worried, can you catch her alone? Jerry quickly replied, it's fine, because I'm not here alone. It turned out Rizuru had arrived to support. Spectre sneered, what, you're still alive? Rizuru said calmly, how dare you throw stones at my disciple? Jerry pointed confidently, I knew you would come. Rizuru arrived just in time. Rizuru gritted his teeth, gathered strength in his legs and charged forward. How dare you stand there, you woman? The offensive erupted fiercely. Jerry charged the blazing flames. Sorry about that. What can I say? This is also protection. No matter how hard you try, I'm still confident I can withstand it. Spectre's rage exploded. She screamed loudly. You bastards, you think I'm a joke? Get out of my sight now. A spiraling mass of energy shot forward like a giant drill, piercing everything in its path. Rizuru unleashed a technique, activating his blood-flying dagger to spin and break through the Hao Huang. Spectre stood proudly. What is this trivial attack? Jerry swung his hand. A sea of fire instantly surged and shot straight ahead. Spectre unexpectedly threw her weapon to counterattack. The moment of impact, white light and flames swallowed everything, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Juna looked up in admiration. Amazing they held out that long against Spectre. The kid gritted his teeth, annoyed, but had to admit they were also protectors. Hemi urged, "Hey Juna, hurry up." The kid grumbled, "I know, I'm going." The moment Juna released his technique, a sea of fire erupted violently. Above, Spectre twisted to dodge in an instant as Jerry's attack created a powerful shockwave, with debris flying at high speed. Meanwhile, Hemi also struck to destroy an energy core. Spectre still tried to counterattack. To finish, Garam gathered energy in her palm, emitting a blinding light. Spectre fought back fiercely, gritting her teeth, when suddenly a voice rang out. "All of them have been destroyed." Garam looked up at the giant red sphere imprisoning Muriel. "Is this all right now?" Jerry stood firm. "It's over." "Spectre, I don't know what scheme you're dreaming of, but everything ends now." She looked up with joyful eyes. "Come on, break out, Muriel. We just need you to finish it." The giant sphere surrounded by red threads showed no signs of change. She wondered, why is that? Why is nothing happening? Clearly her power was connected to those energy cores. Her pupils constricted sharply, her eyes full of confusion. Spectre laughed smugly, patted her forehead lightly and sneered, "A bunch of stupid insects. I kept a reserve of power just in case." Her face twisted horribly, one eye bulging out. "No other choice, I'll have to grab you all myself directly." The puppet in the air, limbs frozen stiff, eyes wide open in shock. Juna and Hemi were stunned, their faces blank at what just happened. Seeing Rizuru in pain, gritting his teeth and breathing heavily, everyone was terrified. "Rizuru, what's wrong with you?" Jerry shouted in despair. "Rizuru." She held her face helplessly. "Impossible. Can she still use her power even without the energy cores?" She was frantic, her vision darkening, sweat pouring like rain. "What is going on?" Jerry and Rizuru lost all their strength, collapsing to the ground together. Spectre laughed triumphantly. "You thought everything was under your control?" She spread her arms joyfully, her face smug. "Now your lifespans will be mine." Her eyes were sharp and calculating. "Just need to create an infinite space. Finally my long-held dream will come true." Garam gently stepped forward to comfort, much to Spectre's astonishment. "Good job, Jerry." She sat down and looked at Jerry once more. "You've worked hard." Spectre glanced over. "What's this? Who is it?" The smile on her lips vanished, replaced by shock. "I clearly took the lifespan of every living thing here." The emblem on Garam's hat blazed, her voice full of determination. "Leave the rest to me." She stood up straight, her eyes shining with resolve. "I will catch her no matter what." The scene shifted to fragmented memories. When Garam was training, a dumbbell suddenly fell, and she caught it reflexively. After some time, I learned something. She unconsciously looked at the neatly arranged dumbbell rack. What I once thought was easy turned out to be much harder than I imagined. Every time I overcome one wall, there's a higher one ahead. She sat quietly on the training bench, breathing heavily. "The more I try, the more I see I've reached my limit." Ram's eyes were sad, her gaze vacant and distant, holding on to the last memories, filled with indescribable pain and loss. Jerry lay there, eyes deep and dark, face drained of all life. Garam sat down in grief. "You've worked so hard." The light on her hat shone like a signal, igniting her determination. "Leave the rest to me." She stood up straight, her eyes shining with resolve as she looked at Spectre. "I will catch her no matter what." Garam accelerated in an instant, her footsteps steady, decisive, and powerful, her body leaning forward. Reflected in Spectre's eyes was the image of a blazing fire shooting forward. "This is not..." She launched a clean kick, her hips twisting powerfully, her legs snapping straight like a spring, channeling all her force into Garam at lightning speed. She was sent flying far, her hands clawing at the ground desperately to regain her balance. Ah casually spun her leg for another kick, but strangely enough, watch closely. Spectre stomped hard on Garam's body, the force so great that the ground around them cracked into large chunks. "Lucky for you, you used to stand by Rizuru's side, right? Lift the leg and bring it down like a sledgehammer on the head. I understand now. You have lifespan preservation ability." To explain further, within Friedan's ability and the superhuman's power, there is a form of lifespan preservation, like Garam having a protective light ring. Lifespan is converted into energy to activate the knowledge transfer ability, so Spectre cannot steal it. Spectre slammed Garam's face onto the ground, creating a large crater, guaranteeing lifespan for unimaginable power, but yours is too weak. You are not worthy of being my opponent. I laughed in satisfaction, the smile of a victor. "You do not need to worry, I will not kill you." Spectre leaped into the air, forming a sphere and saying, "Live well." Garam struggled to pick herself up, slamming her fist helplessly onto the ground. "I am weak, I know that well." She resolutely leaped with power, her body shooting up and then dashing away like the wind. Spectre delivered a powerful knee strike like a giant wave, not giving Garam a chance to react. "You are too annoying, know your limits. I do not have time for this." Despite her wounds bleeding, Garam tightly hugged her knee, ignoring her screams. "What is wrong with you? Think you have 2 lives." A halo shone above her head, blood trickling from her mouth as she murmured, "Dendu min chan piuk siam cha jiak." Spectre was bewildered. "Have you lost your mind?" In truth, Garam knew who she was. When nature failed and turned her into a half-ghoul, she knew her luck could not balance the ability. Above her head, a yellow power source button glowed continuously as if being controlled. "You are right, I am weak, so I only do what I can handle." Spectre was confused. confused. What nonsense are you spouting? A circular beam of light shot from Garam's hand like a luminous whirlwind, rings of radiance spinning around the energy core. Ah, stammered. What the hell are you doing? She muttered. The martyrs who sacrificed for the nation? Do you know what they are called? Spectre panicked. Ah, let me go. Damn it. Is it not just a gem? Garam's gaze was sharp, her smile twisted with blood and madness. The world calls them heroes. Spectre felt something was wrong from her meaningless words. Suddenly, the sphere, surrounded by red threads, spun at incredible speed. Spectre looked up in panic. The sphere suddenly exploded in midair, a blinding white light erupting and devouring all color. Her face froze, eyes wide with shock and regret. No, my space controlled countless wooden stakes to pierce through Garam's body, screaming. Let go. She cried out in despair. No! Garam fell freely through the vast void like a leaf torn from its branch in a storm. Her eyes gradually dimmed, becoming hazy, then she gave up, surrendering everything to fate. Suddenly, Jongho rushed in from nowhere and caught her body. Garam's face was pale, her eyes half closed as she weakly called out, Senior. He shouted through tears of sorrow, Garam, have you gone mad? Why are you using your power recklessly? Garam looked at him, exhausted, whispering, how are you still alive, Senior? Clearly Spectre had taken your lifespan. Jongho's vision blurred, she closed her eyes and joked. Becoming a half-goal made you more handsome than before, while he screamed in anguish for her to open her eyes. Dongho stood dazed, holding her tightly, sobbing and calling Garam's name, begging her to wake up. Spectre calmed down, insane. What exactly happened? My space just got twisted. Her eyes widened when she heard Dongho call her name from below. He crazily lunged up, his fist aimed at her, shouting that he would never forgive her. Spectre looked at Dongho with teary eyes. Strangely, I already took his lifespan, yet he is still here. He charged up like lightning, but she easily dodged, truly annoying. A single move, she sent him flying far, cursing at him that if he could not even fight, he should just disappear. His body crashed like a bouncing ball into her space sphere. She screamed in madness, one after another, a bunch of weak annoyances. Spectre went berserk and punched Jongho square in the face, asking why he kept ruining her plans. She screamed, telling him to get lost, to get far away from her. Dongho still tried to confront her. She said everyone get lost, but he provoked her in return. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he shouted that she was the weak one, a despicable bitch. Peter's eyes blazed with fury, his sharp gaze pinning down his opponent. She lunged at him, punching him repeatedly, doubting herself. She was not weak, so why? She tightened her grip on Dongho's neck, forcing him to take it back, insisting she was not weak. His face turned pale, his eyes wavering between confusion and despair as he was restrained. Her pupils constricted, a vicious look in her eyes as she asked him how he felt. She went mad and pulled out all her weapons, screaming that the useless bastard dared to mock her. The weapons descended so fast that even Spectre herself could not see them clearly. Those weapons struck the head of the puppet Han. Oh, that the witch had created. She was stunned, grabbing him tightly and asking Han, oh, why did you do that? Her eyes were deep and dark, her pupils glowing a blazing orange red like a smoldering flame. A thunderous explosion rang out, dust, smoke, and debris scattering everywhere. All the food in the space Spectre created suddenly scattered everywhere. They flew straight at her. Mireille's voice rang out full of confusion. That side was already weak. Dongho's tears still wouldn't stop falling. Meanwhile, Spectre was panicking. Mireille stepped on the round cakes that fell out of the space to move. He landed gently in front of her. Don't be so despicable as to lay a hand on them again. Mireille dropped a broken piece of cake from Spectre's space onto her head. Her flying speed was so fast that it only left a blurry trail. Everything blurred in an instant. It turned out Mireille had unleashed an explosive kick, perfectly combining speed and power. His face was emotionless, his calm eyes looking at Dongho, who was sobbing. He lowered his head in surrender, saying it was enough, don't bother saving him. His body slumped, all strength gone, giving up everything. He said Spectre had killed everyone, living had no meaning. Mireille grabbed his collar and pulled him down. His voice was helpless, it was all over. Mireille's facial features remained in a tranquil state. Spectre crawled up from the rubble, dust flying everywhere. She laughed loudly, the corners of her mouth pulled high. So you're still alive, my knight. She sat with her legs crossed on the rubble like a throne, saying the rumor that you didn't die was true. Spectre's smile spread, full of calculation. He said he would recreate the space that had been lost. Mireille brought Dongho safely to the ground. Dongho screamed in anguish. Did you not hear him right? His tears flowed, his voice choked as he said, Spectre killed everyone. Even if you don't share the sorrow, we can still take revenge together. Mireille's face was as calm as still water, saying there was no need. Dongho was furious, thinking he had no humanity left. Spectre rushed over like the wind, asking why you two were arguing. Looks like you have a difference of opinion. Dongho stood frozen, recognizing Spectre. He stood up to block Mireille, declaring he would take revenge himself so as not to shame those who had sacrificed. His gaze was firm, telling Mireille to stay still, that he would finish Spectre with his own hands. Mireille looked on silently, calmly saying it was up to him, while Dongho rushed forward. Spectre stood laughing contemptuously, asking, are you just going to charge in like that? Threw a punch as fast as a streak of light, but she folded her arms and dodged it easily. She said she would be his opponent since she was in no hurry now. Spectre launched a blow. He flew away like a dry leaf. Let's see how long you can hold out. She struck repeatedly. Dong Ho's body took the hits. She praised his ability to take damage as not bad. Powerful strikes sent him flying back several meters. Muriel watched silently from below. His face was chillingly emotionless. Dong Ho's body dragged along, his knees buckling. He collapsed, blood spurting from his mouth. Spectre asked mockingly if he was tired already, saying, "How can you take revenge like that?" Her gaze was lifeless. Her finger twirled. She praised him as a rare replacement dummy, and his power was outstanding. Dong Ho lowered his head, his eyes sharpening, tears pooling and falling. He roared in fury, "Die." Spectre calmly flicked a pencil that pierced his head. His body flew far away. She said he was too noisy. She looked down on him, said, "If you have something to say, just say it. But you keep shouting. It's quite amusing." She sneered arrogantly, saying, "You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you're not on the side of humans." Muriel stood motionless, his expression tilted, his sharp eyes unwavering. Spectre was pleased, hoping you didn't pick the wrong side. Muriel's gaze was icy, saying, "That's enough then. Now let's end it." Large Dong Ho revealed a confident smile, standing behind Spectre, asking, "Is that so?" She was startled, asking, "What the hell? Clearly I just shot you through the head." Dong Ho moved in and hugged the struggling her tightly, telling her to let him go. "How dare you?" She gritted her teeth and fought back. The space was silent enough to hear the wind. Spectre was terrified, asking, "How is this possible?" Jewels were shattering and disappearing. She worried because the accumulated lifespan was gradually being lost. Dong Ho held her tight, flashed a triumphant smile, and whispered thank you for cooperating, asking how was his acting. Spectre was stunned, eyes wide open, asking acting how. Going back to when Dong Ho met Garam, he was in pain, tears falling. She called Senior, said she was fine. He should calm down and listen to her. Garam's eyes were blurry as she said anyway, she wasn't dead. To catch Spectre, he should stall for time. She would return the lifespan to everyone. His tears still fell at the request, and he thought of the best way. He discussed the acting plan with Muriel. He said he would pretend to want revenge against Spectre. Muriel wondered if it was necessary. Jong Ho was urgent, saying he knew the situation through the earpiece. "Hurry up and start. Spectre was coming." The act began. Both of them spoke very loudly. Muriel asked, "What did you just say?" He didn't hear him right. Dong Ho tried to cry loudly, saying Spectre killed everyone. They could take revenge together. Muriel turned around warily, replying, "I already told you." He calmly looked on, saying there was no need. Dong Ho reminded him, asking, "What are you doing?" "Quickly pretend properly." He worked hard to get these tears out. "He truly admires your acting skills." Everyone could see the plan was poorly prepared, yet it flowed with unbelievable smoothness. "That is thanks to Jong Ho's talent." Garam smiled contentedly, saying it was indeed a foolish plan. He always helped in such a strange way. After hearing the entire story, Spectre still screamed in despair. Dong Ho still held on tightly and smiled. Right at this moment, Muriel will end it all. Muriel charged forward with a cold expression, disregarding all the turmoil around her. Her calm eyes seemed to have locked away all emotions. Spectre screamed, asking if he wanted to kill them both. He struggled in despair for Dong Ho to let go. Dong Ho casually asked what was there to let go of. He crossed his arms and stood with a faint smile, saying he wasn't holding him tightly at all. Spectre trembled, his body unable to move, asking what he meant. He spoke the truth, telling an interesting story. From the start, he was never shot through the head, nor had he ever held him tightly for a single moment. He explained that from Spectre's perspective, it might seem like he was holding him. Spectre stammered, asking what the hell he was talking about. Dong Ho pointed at his head, smiling proudly. It was the chaos attack ability he gained after becoming a half-zombie. Luckily, he was able to upgrade it. Spectre's face turned red, calling him a dog, asking if he was Freudian. Muriel raised her hand to cover her face, concentrating purple energy into a powerful orb. She shouted the first move, blood burst. The orb emitted power like a tornado, sweeping away everything in its path. The ground shook and exploded as if a massive blast had just occurred. Dong Ho's mouth hung open in surprise, exclaiming heavens, it was his first time seeing this attack. That brat Muriel was no different from a monster. Spectre was caught in that stream of power, his body covered in wounds. He was astonished. Compared to the initial attack, this one was even more terrifying. Muriel stood upright, coldly looking at her lying in the rubble after the assault. She thought she had wasted energy on the soldiers and had to collect lifespan. Having used too much power, she had to choose a surprise attack to control that bastard. Muriel stepped forward with a straight back, broad shoulders, and a determined gaze, each step exuding an imposing aura. Spectre worried, wondering if she could do it. In the suffocating atmosphere, she told herself she had to get up. Her heart was torn, screaming at herself to get up for the unfinished goal. She remembered the person who had reached out to help her when she was being bullied. She swore she still had to make Choi Han-oh taste infinite punishment. Muriel's eyes were full of determination. She thrust her fist straight forward. Spectre closed her eyes and struggled, encouraging herself to hold on. Muriel's fist punched through Choi Han-oh's body. He still smiled gently. Her heart remained fierce, screaming for her to get up. Spectre stood up with a body full of injuries, stopping Choi Han-oh, asking why he did that. She didn't give the order. She let out no sound of crying, her face was pale. The silence was heavier than sobs. She called Choi Han-oh's name hesitantly. Mireille did not frown, did not smile, only her gaze was deep and calm, like a frozen lake. She said she already knew. Choi Han-oh's face went still, his lips slightly parted. Suddenly his face flushed red, a gentle, tight-lipped smile appeared. The scene shifted to the past. Spectre was an innocent schoolgirl, shyly handing a heart-shaped gift box to Choi Han-oh on Valentine's Day. She bowed her head, holding the gift straight out in front of her, shyly asking him on a date. Han-oh put his hands in his pockets and asked if she didn't know who he was. She blushed and said he was Han-oh 52. Han-oh gave a friendly smile and agreed to the date. She said that at that moment she already knew. The scene shifted. Spectre lay dazed on the floor, eyes vacant, body covered in wounds. Something was wrong. Her hair hung down, her eyes were sorrowful. She thought silently why he did this to her, what was the reason. Han-oh's cheeks were flushed, his eyes still gentle. He asked, "We're dating, right? Why won't you do what I want?" He casually said to just think of it as a game. "We'll play together and have a lot of fun." Spectre dragged her bare feet as she walked. Everyone looked at her with scrutinizing and contemptuous gazes. No one paid any attention or protected her. Everyone was indifferent. On her grubby hand, the gift box was just a chaotic mess of red. Her face was covered in an indescribable sadness, her eyes full of unspoken thoughts, the corners of her lips pressed together in silence. Her mother's voice came from inside the house, asking if she was home, dinner was ready. Spectre did not enter the house immediately, just stood outside knocking. Her younger sister, watching TV, turned in surprise and called out to her. Spectre continuously stabbed a doll made of red thread with a knife. She said Choi Han-oh had stolen her life. Sitting in her room, she angrily stabbed the doll repeatedly with a knife. She couldn't return to her previous life, couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Back in reality, broken red threads flew through the air. She screamed that it couldn't happen. Spectre stood before Han, all the threads inside his body bursting out after Mireille's punch. She screamed, wasn't he deserving of punishment? She asked painfully, how did it feel? Was it fun? Was it like a game? The Han-oh doll lay motionless, broken red threads scattered around its eyes and mouth. She urged him to answer. Spectre, with sad eyes, heard Han-oh's familiar voice. He said, "Is that all?" He stood up abruptly with a fake, gentle smile. He asked if that was all, such a boring revenge. He pushed her forward, saying how dull. Mireille witnessed this scene and found it confusing. Spectre's body twisted, losing balance. She had kept the real Han-oh as a doll to see his suffering, never expecting it to turn out like this. Her long hair flew. She said she was sorry, but Han-oh, this isn't over yet. She transformed, her hair becoming frizzy, her face distorting and withering, revealing 2 deep eye sockets. She said she would also take away her own life. The entire space shattered into countless colorful fragments. Han-oh suddenly lost control of his body, as if gripped tightly by an invisible force. A massive gift box appeared, pulling everything in strongly, dragging Han-oh inside. Spectre's body gradually dissipated, such a pity. He was pulled in along with the dust and smoke, unable to see anything yet. Mireille also lost her balance, flying straight into the gift box at a terrifying speed. He planted his feet firmly on the ground to keep his balance. A strange suction force spread out, invisible yet as clear as the hand of an ancient power. He muttered that it was because of that thing. On Nuri's side, where rescue was ongoing, Kyu-ho woke up as the building shook. He exclaimed, "The building is shaking, did I pass out?" A panicked female doctor ran over. "Doctor, you are awake?" Kyu-ho was confused. What is happening? The female doctor stammered, "Right now the building is not stable." The image of the entire city was hazy, as if the whole garrison was moving. A soldier on this side shouted with all his might, "Wake up, hey." She yelled loudly, pulling Jerry back to prevent her from being sucked in. "Wake up, please." Jerry was dazed. "What is this?" "I was clearly fighting Spectre." The panicked soldier said, "If you are awake, then try your best." Jerry asked curiously, "What is happening?" The soldier replied, "I do not know either. I saw you being pulled into the sky." Her eyes widened. The soldier said, "Damn it, even if I wanted to ignore it, how did everything turn out like this? At that time you helped us run." The soldier suddenly realized Jerry was the one who had been beside Mireille at that time. The other soldiers tried to throw a bone up, but it was completely useless. It shattered and was sucked into the gift box. What should they do? One soldier screamed miserably as he was sucked in. Then another person also could not escape the suction force. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers clung tightly to avoid being swept away. Dong-ho hugged Garam in terror and called out loudly, "Muriel, you are here." "What is that thing anyway?" He replied, "I do not know." The suction force pulled Garam away. Dong-ho held on tightly, must hold on to Garam. He was tense, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes burning with determination. Really, what to do with that thing? Garam weakly wrapped her arms around. He said loudly, "Auntie." She said tiredly, "Senior, you are not being sucked in, it is me. It will suck in the person wearing the bracelet and those around them. It is targeting me, Muriel, or Jerry." Earth and rocks churned up in the vortex. Dong-ho panicked. "What? Everything will be destroyed until one of the 3 is sucked in. If so, the entire garrison will be lost. Despite the turmoil, Muriel's expression remained unchanged, her emotions locked behind her calm eyes. For a moment he remembered Jiho. We fight to protect something. He gave a fist bump with him. The final outcome is the reason you must win. Muriel jumped up resolutely. I will fight it. Jongho was scared. Wait, do you know what is inside that? Muriel said calmly. Either way, I will not die. Jongho worried. What if you are trapped and cannot escape? Aram opened her eyes slightly. Then we will find another way. Come back here, hurry. He was firm. It is fine. A voice from below called out loudly Muriel. Kyuhu's eyes widened. Young was also startled. Even Jizin widened his eyes in surprise. Muriel's gaze was sharp and resolute, determined to use all his abilities, because he fights to protect everyone. Jerry's foot stepped onto his head. No, you do not. She gently pushed him down to the ground. You cannot yet. Leave this place. At the hospital, Neri was also swept along. Leaves flew in one direction. Everyone was panicked. Hold on tight. Is it an earthquake or something? Kyuhu rushed forward like the wind, a whirlwind of thoughts in his head. The situation is getting worse. Spectre's dolls will take the chance to attack. His eyes shone with determination. If so, I have to stop this. Jerry gently stepped her foot onto Muriel's head, pressing him down. She calmly put her hands into her coat pockets in just an instant. Muriel felt a heavy pressure pressing down from above. What are you doing? Jerry gave a faint smile, her eyes sparkling with an unreadable meaning. What do you plan to do? He channeled force into his legs and burst upward like an arrow. Do not hinder me. Get out of the way if you do not want to die. She looked up and followed him. What ruthless words. Before he could react, cords of flame wrapped tightly around Muriel's wrists, arms, and legs. Jerry spoke up. Sorry. I will not let you go that easily. She gave a confident smile. A spirit is lending me its power. If you want to go, the only way is to go through me. She advised him, come down, the people need you. He looked down with calm eyes at the soldiers struggling to resist. Hold on tight, getting pulled up means death. What is that thing? Everyone wanted to rush into Spectre's gift box, both of them vying in a relentless battle. A blinding light exploded, distinctly showing two colors. Both were determined to be the one to go up there. Jerry gritted her teeth and launched an attack. Muriel also refused to yield. With just a wave of her hand, a line of fire erupted, twisting and shooting straight toward him. Muriel fought back fiercely, counterattacking and pursuing with lightning speed. Two streams of light, one blazing red like fire and one pitch black like a panther, clashed at terrifying speed, churning violently. In an instant, the flame tore through Muriel's body, but he struggled to chase after Jerry. He looked on in despair as she said firmly, Are you looking down on me? I told you there is no other way except sincerely wanting to kill me. Her eyes lit up with a calm smile. It seems you do not truly want to kill me. Jerry raised her hand slightly, and a burst of flame knocked her body away. Muriel was able to land safely on the ground. He let himself fall into the endless void, his body without support, only hearing the wind whistling past his ears. For a moment, Jerry recalled the beautiful images of him from their first meeting, until he stood up to protect her in front of Garam, and also the image of a warm, cozy meal together like a family. For the first time, she felt the care from strangers, tears streaming down her face. Those small happinesses made Jerry smile warmly. She willingly got sucked into the giant gift box, thanking him for the beautiful memories. Muriel's eyes were terrified, her arm trembling as she reached out with all her might, fingers spread wide as if to hold onto her, but the distance kept growing. He detached his hand from his body, launching it upward at the speed of light. That arm moved like lightning, almost touching Jerry. Her body was gradually fading away. Farewell, my friend. Fragments drifted freely in the void, spinning under the dim, glimmering light. The soldiers below also felt the pulling force weakening. Juna and Hemi also noticed the ground had stopped shaking. The puppets created by Spectre also gradually dissipated into the air. The sky returned to its usual calm. People no longer lost their balance. Gravity had returned to normal. Muriel's hand slowly returned to its original position. He fell onto the rubble, his arms still reaching forward, grasping at the impossible. He lay motionless, his face blank, no longer reacting to the sounds around him. What should he do now? In that colorful space, the fire spirit spoke. This is the infinite space Spectre created by spending his entire lifespan. It will never disappear. The dolls here will revive forever, and I too will become immortal. Looked at Choi Han. Oh, the puppet Spectre created, saying you will be trapped here forever fighting that brat. It instructed, all of this is because of your karma, for using my power to commit sins. Jerry calmly accepted, falling in here is also erasing karma. You were the one who awakened the self within me created by Spectre. She looked at the vast space, full of confidence and determination. Very well, I will fight no matter how long it takes. Scene shift to the hospital. Kyuhu stood at the door. The sight before him left him standing there with a shocked face, unable to believe it. Ha-chun was motionless in a sitting position blocking the doorway. His body was not intact. Ho-sang sat in silence, tears streaming down. Kyuhu stammered, Ho-sang, what is this? He panicked, trying to stay. I will. Ho-sang said sadly, it is too late. He said painfully, This fool just needed to call for help, and this would not have happened. To protect the hospital, he blocked the door alone. By the time I arrived, it was already too late. Hearing that, Kyuhu froze. I do not know who else to deliver the message to. He was smiling because he sacrificed his life to save everyone. Ho-sang weakly bent over this fool. Over here, Dong-ho ran over shouting, Garam, are you okay? She coughed hoarsely, then slowly caught her breath. Senior everyone, Dong-ho smiled brightly. Honestly, who is worried about whom here? Everything is fine. Let us go to the hospital. Mirel was still sitting dazed on the rubble. It was all over. Time passed, the sky was deep blue with floating white clouds. The soldiers had been cleaning up the battlefield and repairing the damage after the battle. A few days later, everyone moved carefully this way. The cracked ground was being cleared. Take it slow. Do not overdo it. You men come over here and help me. Yugun handed over a book, saying with regret that he had sacrificed his life. He looked sadly at one spot. If Garam finds out about this, she will be heartbroken. You have worked hard, and I sincerely thank you. He stood quietly by Hachun's grave. The sword planted on the grave was draped with a coat. Truly a talented person, you should have become a firefighter. Yuhu closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly, his face calm. Behind him, Nuri's voice asked, Are you praying? He replied yes. He walked over using a cane, looking into the distance. Sorry for interrupting, but there are no gods in this world. Praying is truly pointless. Kyuhu was startled. Commander, you have woken up. She also knelt down quietly as the commander. How could I fall? Kyu thought to himself, to survive with that many injuries, it is truly a miracle. She is not just a commander in title. Nuri slightly lowered her head, her eyes gently closed. Kyuhu wondered, are you praying? You just said praying was useless. Her eyes were calm like a lake but held deep sadness. For me it is indeed meaningless, but, she continued, for those who have passed on it might hold meaning. Kyuhu sighed softly, is that so? Jizyan saw Mirel standing still looking at everything, and gently reminded him, Mirel, we have to go, the sun is about to set. He answered sadly, In the bamboo forest, T.G. Cyan, and the other two quietly left. He glanced back one last time. The weapon planted on the grave, a symbol for the departed, lay there. We will come visit you again. Thin clouds drifted lazily, reflecting the evening light as if coated in soft metallic luster. All the spatial gates around Busan had disappeared. The Great War would not be long in coming. In the hospital, Rizuru was sitting eating red dates with gusto. Hemi and Juna were both heavily bandaged to treat their wounds. In another room, Garam and Jong-ho were silently looking out the window. Outside, Nuri stood watching worriedly, deep in thought. Mirel still had that sharp gaze. The image shifted to the remaining enemy. At this moment, there was only one person left. A blurry image appeared before his eyes. Neria laughed cheerfully and said, Oh, you are awake. You woke up earlier than I thought. Li Qiang opened his eyes wide, drenched in sweat. When he sat up abruptly, his face was full of shocked disbelief. How could this be? Me. Neria was intently typing on the keyboard. She said she could not do it, because she had not adapted yet. It reminded her that her body was being reconstructed from mechanical corpses. She had to wait for her nervous system to adjust. She asked in surprise if her body was being reconstructed. She raised her hand to clench and open it. The black hand, completely different from her other parts, yet felt miraculous. She exclaimed it was unbelievable. She thought she was dead, never expected to be saved. Neria recalled when she gleefully fished a body from the sea, and thought she would put this body to good use. Li Qiang's hair was loose, her breath weak. She said she could not die. Neria was startled to realize it was the mighty river A. Girl gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. She had to go rescue her teammate who still had not found the senior Terim. Neria squinted her eyes, telling her not to worry. After all, she planned to save her anyway. Thanks to her, the troublesome matters were reduced a lot. She would send regards to her friend. Li Qiang's eyes widened in shock. At that time she was half conscious and thought she saw a ghost, so being dragged away was real. She sat up, her face dazed, asking if the person was named Neria. Thank you for saving me. Neria casually raised her hand, saying she only saved her because she needed her. It turned around and casually said it had looked at some of her thoughts. It wanted to send greetings but could not say a word. Continued to ask if she wanted to see its thoughts. Li Qiang slightly lowered her head, her lips moving. If so then, she asked in a daze if the message in her head right now was left by her. Neria was puzzled. What message? I did not leave anything. She sighed and asked again, is that so? Neria flew away, saying the tangle was resolved. Now go meet your friend. Clothes are over there. Take care of yourself. Goodbye. Li Qiang reached out to touch the black outfit, saying go meet then say goodbye, all confusing things. The outfit was nearly impossible to wear. She raised her hand to her head to think. If it was not set by Neria then, she turned to look at the draping cloths hanging there. She pulled one hard to cover herself, wanting to run immediately but could not. Li Qiang walked out of the cave with bare feet, knowing she could not return yet. The scene shifted to a hospital. A lively, energetic voice rang out. Hey, Mirel is here. Let us start the regular checkup. It is easier to face that side. Morel walked in with an annoyed face. Ha-young spoke up asking if she had arrived. The girl eagerly put on a white coat, spreading her arms to show him. Does it suit me, and why are you so late? Morel recognized the girl here. The girl pushed the medicine cart to him lying on the bed, saying he must be surprised. Lately she had been helping Dr. Kirkyu, so she learned a lot, replacing Sister Jun for the injection. Ha-young's cheeks were flushed, her face radiant like a flower blooming in the morning sun. She was about to have private time with Morel. She was so happy. Suddenly her eyes widened, a cold sweat dripped. Oh no, wait, how could she feel happy right now? The girl extended a syringe of purple medicine. If this medicine succeeded, Morel would die. So was she killing her? Morel lay in a daze, saying nothing. The girl suddenly realized and apologized, promising to be quick. The girl confided while working, Morel, if the medicine succeeds, you will not see everyone anymore. Do you not regret it? Morel calmly replied, perhaps so. Ha-young saw the smile vanish, so that was it. Nuri sat at the desk focused. After the Spectre raid, the special forces had insignificant changes. Images of familiar faces were reassigned to teams. The military was restructured to use special forces more effectively. Each team leader stayed in their area to train and protect the camp. Nuri was thinking about the lack of guns for individuals when Jian pushed the door open, reporting that the commander had given the go-ahead. She happily raised her hand, her face bright, saying research on new equipment had begun. Estimates were made for all guns and automated equipment. Now we just need enough orchids. Nuri's eyes were dazed as she praised good job, telling her she worked hard and should go rest. Jian was still enthusiastic, saying she would rest only when the commander was satisfied. Nuri reminded her to please go rest. Jian happily asked if the glasses fit the commander. Nuri pulled down the glasses, saying thanks to her. Garam peeked in, asking if Sister Jian was here too, then reported she had something to present. Her voice was stern as she reported receiving a radio from the border of Hojium. Nuri asked in surprise from the border. Garam softly replied yes, and said the turrets had begun to act. She roughly explained, as the commander predicted, it seemed the turrets did not intend to attack humans. Nuri frowned, propped her chin and thought that prediction was made, but it was also the difficulty. If they attacked, forming a strategy would be easier. She looked at the analysis map, using the Honjium landmark as the standard for human-zombie engagement. If one side acted, war would break out, but otherwise the two sides were probing each other. Nuri took a pencil to mark a position on the map. If they did not choose to fight, then they intended to isolate humans. She thought of the ruins after the fight with Spectre, the limited health conditions and resources. No matter how she calculated, their side only had consumption, no sustainable resources. The situation on the other side was completely opposite. Their facilities and renewable resources were extremely abundant. The more they confronted, the more the zombies benefited. Nuri's eyes were quiet, tinged with thought. This strategy of theirs was not good at all. Who would have thought they were cowardly, meaning they avoided useless fighting? She asked curiously if the zombies did not cross the Honjium Gate border. Where did they go? Garam judged that even if they did not follow closely, they tried their best to track. She continued and confirmed that they were collecting orchids. Orchids, this made Nuri freeze. Jian beside her asked in shock if they knew in advance. Garam was confused, not understanding. Jian said orchids were an essential flower in war. She thought of the flower sparkling like a precious gem, attracting all gazes. With orchids, the effect doubled, and they were even used as a new energy source. Garam had not finished her sentence before reporting to the commander, currently the turrets. Nuri slammed the pen down on the table, asserting she had thought the same. Thought they were cowardly, but they were extremely bold. Right. She stammered, saying the turrets were preparing for war. Garam, Morel, and the members of Orchid Team 1 would immediately set out to collect those flowers. Garam stood frozen for a few seconds, asking if it was okay. Nuri trusted completely, saying it was fine. Hearing her speak, Jiun's eyes were so surprised she could not blink. Their actions showed they needed to prepare. When not ready, they could not risk fighting. Nuri stood up, lips pressed tight, eyes shining with determination. War happens regardless of causality. Currently, we also need orchids. Like it or not, we must fight. She launched the battle for orchids. On this side, Morel and the soldiers were running quickly towards the destination. Commander, Team 1 is moving to the orchid collection area. Nuri was full of resolve. Let me see how you show up this time. Owa reported confirming a group moving, about to reach the gathering point. He coldly said the first battle had begun, ordering action. Owa questioned him. He replied that a clear strategy was needed. Owa lightly took off his hat and coat, softly exclaimed, so that was it. She calmly replied understood, that she was the third generation Owa Arahant of Tours. At Nuri's side, the walkie-talkie on the table suddenly had a signal from the internal patrol squad leader. She looked for a long time, wondered how the internal patrol squad had a walkie-talkie, then thought of the equipment team. She picked up the walkie-talkie, her head full of questions about the intruder and not receiving news of the border crossing from Hongzheng. Walkie-talkie echoed a bewildered voice about an intruder. Louis paced restlessly, tensely asking for the internal patrol's location. She panickedly ran outside, exclaiming, "Damn it." The city was hazy, voices murmured, wondering when that person had broken in, perhaps having hidden for a long time. Nuri ran hastily on the empty street, face pale, breathing heavily, fearing they would strike when the main forces were absent. Lee Kyung knocked out a patroller, apologized for dragging him into this, thinking he had only slept for a bit. Nuri was rushing close to the patrol site, hoping to arrive quickly. Lee Kyung stood gazing into the distance with deep eyes. Nuri, both bewildered and curious, thought about that person's face. Nuri sprinted forward like the wind. Her footsteps were relentless, never tiring. He looked into the distance, thought to himself to keep moving. Nuri stopped dead in her tracks, breaking out in a cold sweat. She aimed her gun straight, breathing rapidly, warning him not to move if he did not want to get shot. Lee Kyung calmly turned around, recognizing that voice as Nuri's. She panted, her shoulders heaving, asked, "Who are you?" suspecting it was a zombie sent by turret. Lee Kyung calmly turned his back and walked away. Nuri was dumbfounded in disbelief that after her threat he still nonchalantly turned away. She fired continuously, bullets whizzing forward with a roar. He nimbly dodged, said, "I told you not to move." Nuri was flustered, her eyes darting rapidly, shooting and yelling, "Where do you think you are going?" The bullets fired all missed Lee Kyung. She accelerated and ran swiftly. She took a few steps of momentum, then sprang forcefully from the ground. Lee Kyung shot up into the air, clearing the obstacle in a flash. His feet seemed adhesive, scaling the building nimbly like a spider. Nuri exclaimed in astonishment. Nuri sat down, her gaze resolute, touched her shoes, out of options, could only use this item. A multicolored circular button on the shoes was activated. It glowed, emitting a source of energy that enveloped the shoes. Nuri looked at the upgraded shoes, satisfied, spoke of a high-speed movement device. Jun explained this was a device using orchids as motive power, based on a blueprint from a government lab. Operated by absorbing and releasing energy from orchids, for example, removing obstacles or enhancing movement. Nuri trusted the device even though it was still in the testing phase. She wondered it would only be distributed if usable. But why was it shaking like this? The ground around the shoes trembled, dust flying thickly. She shot forward, leaving a trail of smoke and dust like an explosion, her hair flying wildly. Jun added one more important reminder. She needed to remember the device was still in the early testing phase. She cheerfully spoke of its features but forgot the most important point, that it could not self-adjust its power, making Nuri flounder mid-air. Losing control of power was even more terrifying. She was scared, eyes wide, pupils contracted, teeth clenched, could only pray for a safe landing. She fell freely from high above toward the ground. Lee Kyung, running past, was startled, exclaimed, "What in the world?" She ran like the wind, wondering how Nuri could keep up with her so fast. Nuri lay sprawled on the ground, helplessly raised her head and called out that name. Nuri urgently shouted into the walkie-talkie, ordering the patrol team to go catch the intruder. The walkie-talkie transmitted a confirmation signal. Patrol teams 2 and 3 acknowledge. 2 were in a tense chase. Nuri confidently said, "You will not escape." Lee Kyung ran with his head down, breathing heavily, with Nuri chasing fiercely behind. Squad coordinated with a single target to pursue. Lee Kyung's eyes flew wide in shock, not expecting to be surrounded so quickly. The squad was like a pack of wolves catching a scent, surrounding her in an instant. Nuri aimed her gun confidently. Now there is nowhere left to run. She warned him not to move if he'd not want to eat bullets. When he turned back to look, only half his face was revealed. Nuri stood frozen, stunned, exclaimed, "Huh." The other squad had already quickly moved to the orchid gathering point. Dong Ho cheerfully called out, "Hey, you, come along." The soldier turned back in surprise, saw Dong Ho walking with him, and asked. He smiled with narrowed eyes, saying the commander allowed him to operate together with everyone. Mirel looked towards the golf course with a cold gaze. Dong Ho widened his eyes and yelled, "It was already said to be Dong Ho. You just said the name earlier." The soldier shouted to relay the message. The inspection was complete. The place to collect the flowers was right ahead. "Everyone get ready to move." Dong Ho eagerly rolled up his sleeves. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Everyone simultaneously leaped forward. 2 underlings of the turret team turned in surprise. "What was that? The special forces?" The soldier smiled calmly, his spirit ready. "They have spotted us. Let's go, Mirel," he responded calmly. Mirel flew up high, his body turning black, his bloodshot eyes glowing, a mystical halo enveloping him in midair. The opposing troops all cried out in panic, "What is this? Why is my body so heavy?" Dong Ho was satisfied, a faint smirk on his lips. "Isn't that the killing intent? Even my body wants to become heavy." Both scary and comfortable. Command rang out. The Benuri soldiers raised their guns and fired a barrage at the opponent. At this moment, attack. Dong Ho, full of confidence, struck with a decisive blow. "Die, you bastards, I am Lai Dong Ho with this strong body." Benuri soldiers laughed triumphantly. "They are truly weak. At this rate, we will capture them all." Suddenly, a huge foot delivered a thunderous blow, taking down a Benuri soldier. The other one was bewildered. Everyone was panicked. What happened? The opposing side was triumphant when that fierce zombie appeared. They boasted, "You have strength. But how can you deal with our elite troops?" Elite troops? This is my first time seeing them. The zombie had a demonic face, exhaling deadly breaths. Its eyes were fierce, its disheveled hair covering its face. It charged forward, roaring violently, unleashing countless sharp blades with high lethality. The Benuri soldiers were sacrificed continuously, falling down. Dong Ho did not escape that fate either. He screamed in despair. The Ben turret army pressed their advantage. You dogs, all of you die. Morale spun around in the air, stomped his right foot down hard, creating a powerful ring, then slammed it into the target. The zombie skidded, dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The opposing army was worried. Damn it, that brat cannot die here. That man's face was flushed red. He roared with determination. Kicking once dares to ignore me. Even with you, don't hope to stand against the elite troops. Suddenly, many bright red brains shot towards him. What is this pile? Brains? Before he could react, Morale's second law activated. Morale struck back with a palm, unleashing countless brains to overwhelm the opponent. Blood brain explosion. The Ben turret army was extremely panicked. What the hell is this? A shocking explosion, a purple smoke sphere burst violently, radiating brilliant light, then was sucked into the surrounding space. Dong Ho's eyes widened, stunned by the scene. Holy mother, so terrifying. Morale has gone and turned all of them into something. Morale calmly cared about his teammate. Are you okay? His shoulder was injured by the knife wound. Yeah, it's fine. We need to go back. Everyone is hurt now. Morale's eyes were cold, full of presence. After beating us, you think you can just run away? The defeated army fled, going to see their master, still stammering, my lord Owa. Morale curiously looked the face behind the cloak. Who is it? Owa suddenly lunged to attack, startling him. The matter between us is not settled yet. The sword slash swung down swiftly and fiercely, leaving only a black trail in space. Morale dodged lightly. The moment he threw a punch, time seemed to stop. A circular shockwave erupted from the point of impact. Owa's face tilted upward. Is that correct? Her gaze froze. Morale also froze for a few seconds. The calm face from before was replaced by a look of shock. Mother? Owa slightly lowered her head, clearly showing confusion. Morale judged the amount of hair, the breathing rhythm before speaking. I was still dazed, recalling them after Mother's death, so I know. His eyes stared blankly into the space in front, showing clear shock. The two stood facing each other in silence. That person was his mother. Dong Ho was dazed and confused. Did Morale just say mother? I heard his mother was dead. Why is like this? The clear blue sky was like an overturned ocean. Neither spoke a word, but Morale knew clearly. This moment was not because he didn't want to. He looked at that familiar face, but hadn't expected it to come so quickly. He lowered his head and thought to himself, what should I say? No, how should I say it correctly? Beads of sweat on his forehead. His lips moved several times, but no words came out. Why? His eyes widened, an internal struggle taking place. Why is mother here? Owa closed her eyes tightly, her face full of thought. She reached out to touch his face, tears of longing and emotion streaming down. Mother, the Dharma wheel shift. Owa suddenly struck without any warning, causing Morale's body to feel like it was tearing apart. His teammates panicked. Morale, his eyes were filled with shock, unable to believe what he had just experienced. Every part of his body separated, flying rapidly backward. His teammates worriedly asked if he was okay. Morale knelt down in pain, heart-wrenching sorrow. That was the same skill turret used. Why did mother use that thing? Owa was ice cold. Let's go back. The soldier obeyed. I understand. She and the two enemy soldiers silently left, but was suddenly called back by Morale. Wait, mother, don't go. His eyes widened as if pleading, afraid of losing something. Where are you going, mother? Why won't you say anything? Owa continued walking in silence. Morale tried to hold on. Mother! His tears fell, his teeth clenched tightly to suppress his emotions. You don't have to say anything, but... He helplessly watched her grow farther away, unable to do anything more. At least say one sentence. Even if you die, you still remember me, okay? He collapsed to his knees, shoulders trembling, his sobs ringing out in utter despair. Mother, it is I, your Morale. Owa, wearing a black hat, muttered as she always stood before my grave saying she had died for me, yet here I was alive and well. She calmly turned back and asked, Miria, what are you doing here? He froze, tears still streaming down. What? Owa vanished like the wind, and Morale wept bitterly, his sobs heart-wrenching. Mother Dongo helped him up, comforting, Morale, calm down. He advised, I do not know the full situation, but for now let us go back. The zombie elimination mission is done, but many are injured. He tried to help him up. That person, your mother. Before dark, let us return and discuss with everyone. His eyes widened, pupils constricted, glowing red with fury. Dongo comforted, everyone is still waiting for us. On the other side, Li Kang stood surrounded by the encirclement. Nuri's soldiers raised their guns threateningly. No escape now. She warned him not to move if he did not want to get shot. Li Kyung turned around, revealing half of his face. Nuri stood frozen. Huh? In an instant, Li Kang vanished without a trace before everyone's astonished eyes. He disappeared. Nuri suddenly realized something. She grew furious, aiming the gun barrel straight upward. It turned out Li Kang, swift as a squirrel, had firmly latched onto the wall of the tall building, leaping upward continuously. Up there! Nuri was about to pull the trigger. She paused for a few seconds. She closed her eyes, anxious sweat rolling down. She sighed and lowered the gun. The surrounding soldiers were bewildered. Damn it, we missed him. Commander, what now? Nuri hesitated as she walked. It is fine, everyone go back. The soldiers, what? The intruder is still... Nuri affirmed. No need to worry, I will handle it myself. Dusk fell, the sky a brilliant orange gold. Soft clouds dyed pink by the setting sun, creating a scene peaceful and picturesque. Nuri sat in the office handling work but was lost in thought. The sun has set. Why is Team 1 so late? Are they in an area with no radio signal? She looked at the radio on the table. Let me try calling. Through Nuri's glasses, she saw Lee Kyung's hand slowly opening the window to jump in. Nuri was calm as if expecting it. What are you doing? Sneaking in. Really now? She reminded him. Come in quickly then, it is cold out there. Lee Kyung was bewildered. How did she know? Does she have eyes in the back of her head? She held out a piece of paper in front of Nuri. What is this? Scrawled handwriting appeared. Nuri read. Where is Mirel? She put on her glasses, leaned forward propping her chin to see clearly, and exclaimed, Suddenly you want to do this. Do not know how to negotiate? She stood up abruptly. Answer my question first, then I will provide information. Okay, good. First question. Lee Kyung nodded repeatedly. Nuri pointed at the paper curiously. Wrote these lines with your left hand? Oh, not answering? Do not want to negotiate? Or shall I keep asking? A barrage of rapid-fire questions. Who ordered you? Acting alone? Threatened? Have bugging devices? That inner robe is patient clothes, right? Lee Kyung broke into a sweat. What is this? What is wrong with her? The question that surprised him most from Nuri. After the hand, it has become like that? She kept on rambling with trivial questions. Not answering? Fine. Last question. Nuri lowered her head helplessly. Why did you come back this way? She slammed her hand hard on the table. You pretended to be an intruder to lure me outside, then followed me to find out the office location, right? This way of returning is not like you at all. She kept stomping as if to kick a hole in the table, unable to accept it, furious. If it were you, even if you walked, crawled on the ground, or flew here, everyone would welcome you with open arms. Why in the end? Nuri burst into tears streaming uncontrollably, carrying all the pent-up pain, despair, and loss. You did not even say a word to me. Why did you come back this way? Lee Kyung turned his back in shock, causing Nuri more anguish. You idiot. When she gently pulled down her hood, Nuri asked, When did you know? It is truly not easy to fool a friend. She flashed a bright smile. Sorry for not telling you sooner, Nuri. Nuri jumped up and hugged Lee Kyung tightly. I will let it slide just this once. 'Cause you have returned safely. Lee Kyung patted her back gently in comfort. That is right. Nuri suddenly became angry. Let us talk a bit. Did Neria save you? Why did you run looking for Muriel as soon as you appeared? Lee Kyung broke into a sweat. One question at a time. Your mood changes so fast. Lee Kyung said calmly, it is nothing really, just a message from Senior Tarim. Nuri tensed up. Did you find Senior Tarim? No, it is not that. Lee Kyung was confused about the memory, the message in my head. If it was not left by Neria, then it was engraved in the camp emblem, likely through Senior Tarim's ability. Nuri added, if it is Senior Tarim's ability, it is the ability to read object memories and leave traces. Lee Kyung was puzzled. Yeah, but I do not know why it was activated now. Nuri raised an eyebrow. What does it have to do with Muriel? Senior Tarim has never seen Muriel. Lee Kyung looked down, his eyes filled with sorrow. In his hand was an emblem bearing the image of a hand gripping a spark of flame. I have seen this world's secret. The beginning of everything is immortality. Nuri's eyes were full of confusion. Nuri, could the semi-zombie outbreak be related to Muriel? The radio on the table crackled. Commander. Lee Kyung was curious. What is it? That is Dongo's voice. Did Team 1 return? The radio spoke urgently. Something bad has happened. I do not know what to do to stop him. Signal emitted a stammering voice. Right now, Muriel. From amidst the swirling dark clouds, a massive vortex pillar suddenly formed and shot straight down toward the ground. Deafening explosion rang out, the ground shaking violently. Rubble and dust were thrown into the air, leaving only a massive crater in the swirling smoke. The Red Bento soldiers were curious. Something had fallen from the sky, so they went to check. Muriel stepped forward with a cold expression, her eyes fixed on the target, while Dong Ho panicked over the radio, reporting that she had charged into the center of the enemy base. Nuri was also panicked, asking why Muriel was raiding alone. Dong Ho stammered, unable to speak. Because Muriel's mother had appeared, both Nuri and Lee Kyung were extremely shocked. Dong Ho continued, saying that while they were fighting the zombies, Muriel's mother suddenly appeared, protected them and disappeared, and the zombies called her Owa. He was at a loss, thinking Muriel was going to look for her mother, otherwise she wouldn't have acted like this. He had just carried 2 or 3 injured people back to the base. Nuri encouraged him to slow down a bit. Dong Ho sped up, promising to tell the whole story. When he got back, Nuri replied, okay, I understand. Nuri sighed, touching her forehead in confusion. Muriel's mother, what is this all about? She lowered her head in distress. What to do now? She asked Lee Kyung. Whether we like it or not, we have to run towards Muriel. What will you do? Nuri said, you're not coming with us, right? Lee Kyung was quite surprised, asking how she knew. Nuri turned back, her glasses slightly askew, seeing through everything. If it were the usual you would have stood in front of me. Why smash the window and run away? You don't want to come because you have something else to do. She confirmed, right? Lee Kyung's eyes widened, she frowned, cold sweat breaking out, saying so accurate it makes one sweat. Incredible keenness. Lee Kyung looked at the badge. There were still many doubts about Muriel. She was thinking the Red Army leader could be Muriel. compared to joining the Lee Thotuet Sat squad. Freely moving around was easier for gathering information. Although she wanted to return more than anyone, it was still too early. Li Kang apologized, saying until then everyone. She was speaking but was cut off by Nuri. Give it here. Li Kyung was embarrassed, meaning the squad badge. She handed it over easily but was still curious, asking Nuri what she needed it for. Nuri calmly replied as collateral. Nuri held up the badge, asking, isn't this an important item to you? Clear the doubts, return to the squad, and I'll give it back. Understood? Li Kang smiled in agreement. Got it, thanks. She dashed out as quickly as before, promising to return safely. Nuri leaned against the table, quietly praising her for being good at promises. It was late at night. The long hospital corridor was bathed in pale white light, the space unusually quiet. Dong Ho tiredly walked out of the room, having brought the injured back safely. Now going to see the commanding officer. Jian, wearing a white coat, walked sluggishly, asking Jong Ho if he had just returned from combat. Jong Ho flinched and turned around, saying many things had happened. The commanding officer would likely tell everyone soon. Jong Ho asked with concern why she was in the research area at this hour. Jian's dark-circled eyes widened. Replying it's nothing, Jong Ho kindly said her face looked no different from a patient's, working 60 hours straight. He hesitated, then said, Jian, during the fight with the zombies I got this. I think I should give it to you. Jong Ho pulled something out of his pocket and handed it over. She took it, her eyes brightening. This is... On the other side, under the pitch-black sky, the Red Army faction was shouting in chaos, catch it, that's the Tuyetsat squad. A group of zombies rushed towards Morale. They discussed, could be an extraordinary person, be careful, but why care? Surrounding soldiers chattered. Morale watched cautiously. How could a kid like this win? Take him prisoner or eat him? With just a mid-air spin, all the zombie soldiers had their heads severed from their bodies in sheer astonishment. They hadn't had time to react or understand what was happening, only knew, He gently lowered his foot to the ground. The heads of the Red Army faction rained down. His gaze dropped in sorrow, clearly showing anticipation and tension. Mother, come out! After only a tense moment of silence, the battle erupted, earth and stone flying everywhere, shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield, turning it into a scene of violent chaos. Harvest Squad 5, Harvest Squad 4, Harvest Squad 3, Harvest Squad 2, Harvest Squad 1. Harvest Squads 1 and 6 of the zombies were completely annihilated. Morale screamed in anger and despair, demanding her mother appear. Thousands of blades filled with killing intent were released. They pierced into his body unexpectedly. Well, here I am. Harang assumed a fighting stance, clearly sensing the sinister smile behind the mask, saying, of course I'm not your mother. The two sides clashed in an unforgiving battle, their powers colliding violently, creating a resounding explosion that shook the sky. Harang was nonchalant, asking, long time no see, are we acquaintances? Or is it just me thinking that? Morale's body elongated, he gritted his teeth in rage, don't get in my way. Harang looked at Morale's extended arm, a strange and grotesque body. Indeed, impossible to kill, the attack was both strange and disgusting. That man was completely confident, saying, show me this interesting fighting style, thanks. But you're the one getting in the way, we just came to collect the orchid. Look at the trampled flowers. He swung his sharp blade, severing Morale's arm, asking, can you handle the responsibility? Heard you're not easy to deal with. He still smiled with narrowed eyes full of challenge, saying, let's try it then. Morale's eyes turned bloodshot, rage flaring up at Harung's taunt, let me see how strong you are. Scene shift to the research room. Jin sat before the system screen, bewildered. How did it turn out like this? Where is the error? She was stunned. Why, after all, it was clearly made based on the blueprint on the computer. Where is the error? The two nearly identical bodies surprised her. The zombie equipment Dong Ho brought seemed similar to Unit 1's. Suddenly, Neria spoke from behind, making Jun jump. Isn't it obvious? Her eyes were full of suspicion, asking Neria why she suddenly appeared here. Neria replied, if you made it based on this blueprint, of course it would be similar to the zombies' equipment. It analyzed clearly because the blueprint stored here isn't. This entire research lab in the underwater city were all created by Turret alone. Neria analyzed that Turret had done extensive research here. The humanoid zombies would display abilities based on their individual traits. Jun suddenly paused, wondering why Turret created this place. Neria could only sigh and admit she had no idea either. She remained calm as if nothing was wrong. She did not care about status, but found it strange that Turret possessed technology centuries ahead of its time. Neria immediately disappeared, saying this matter had nothing to do with her. Jun hurriedly stopped her, demanding she answer before leaving. She panicked so much she slammed her face onto the floor, shouting Neria's name. Dion was still astonished by the information found here. It was too unbelievable. The most frightening thing was the information about the human race. Jun could not understand why the zombie leader would research humans. What was the ultimate purpose? She could not hold back and immediately opened the computer, hoping to find some hidden files. Jun pressed keys randomly, thinking there were still secrets about the world she did not know. In another space, a deep voice rang out, almost ready. Turret stood solemnly before a large statue, offering tea. Meanwhile, Jion's eyes spun wildly as she stared at the screen, unable to believe it. Elsewhere, Li Kang stood frozen before a stretch of space, wondering what this was. She assessed the situation. Perhaps she was near the Gyeongbuk area, unable to proceed further north. Noticing something strange, Li Kyung threw a stone forcefully, but that was not all. The stone grew larger and was then engulfed into the bizarre space. Red alarms blared continuously. The system forcibly deleted the object. Li Kyung was surprised. Anything passing through that wall was erased. She had never heard of an ability that could surpass the boundary of life like this. She stumbled upon this discovery, but it was not over. Something even stranger happened. Li Kyung wondered why she was still here, as if it could not recognize her. She quickly realized that this high wall could encompass the entire Earth, not just Busan. Li Kyung thought seriously. Until now, she had only explored around the special zone, never even considering leaving Gyeongnam. She reached out to touch the space, feeling as if it were pre-programmed. Li Kyung suddenly held herself back for a moment. She quickly withdrew her hand, thinking it was useless to stand here pondering. She decided to leave. The origin of everything lay in immortality. She turned around and immediately ran, deciding to go meet Muriel. At that moment, the car was speeding down the road. Dongho contacted teams 2 and 3, ordering a full mobilization of personnel. Nuri was nervously driving, while Jongho asked for the meeting location. Nuri frantically said it was obviously Busan, the headquarters of Mama's group. He shouted that she was focused on driving and told him to handle it himself. Dongho was exasperated, blaming Nuri for never getting her driver's license despite her age. Nuri complained that if he had a license, he would have summarized the main points already. Dongho apologized for only becoming taller and stronger. Nuri tried to think calmly. Thanks to Muriel, all the zombie hideouts were destroyed. Though it was outside the plan, it was not completely useless. Her enthusiasm surged, believing this was the golden opportunity to advance on Busan and claim victory. Nuri madly accelerated, charging straight toward Busan. Dongho nervously reminded her not to let her enthusiasm get her killed. At that moment, Nuri was only driving at 30 kilometers per hour. Scene change, a sharp chain lashed violently through the air. Muriel and Story were still engaged in a fierce battle. Killing intent radiating from both sides seemed to shake the very space around them. Story suddenly spoke, asking if it was normal that a creature should die when its head was cut off, right? Right after that, he raised his sword high. Muriel arrogantly retorted, the same goes for you. If your head falls off, you go to sleep. Story unexpectedly pushed his hand firmly into Muriel's head. Muriel dodged the blow while spinning perfectly, crying out in shock. Story laughed, mocking humans for not understanding common knowledge. He sarcastically asked where her head would grow back. Muriel answered irritably. Before she could finish, Muriel was right in front of him, saying it grows back in the same place. Annoyed by Story's mocking attitude, Muriel snapped, asking where he was. Story amusingly taunted, asking what to do with this mama's boy. Muriel went crazy and unleashed her ultimate technique, Muriel's first law, Blood Storm. The attack made the ground seem to tremble. Story was also surprised, admitting his opponent was no ordinary foe. Even though he was just playing around, his body was already excited. He wondered to himself if he should fight seriously. At that moment, a voice rang out ordering him to return. It was about to begin. Story feigned regret that time was up already. He intended to go all out but had to stop. Muriel was still angry, having provoked by Story, and called a mama's boy, asking if he was that upset. He teased softly, telling her not to get too sad. Story immediately vanished, leaving behind a promise to meet again soon. He left, leaving Muriel in a daze. He had disappeared. Where did he suddenly go? At that moment, the entire space began to shake violently. Muriel reflexively shielded herself. An honorable death would free us from the cursed twilight. Fred was still in that strange space. Soon a new world would be opened. At the same time, someone's panicked voice rang out. What was going on? Why did the sky suddenly become so bright? Dongho exclaimed in shock. Chief, what is that? What in the world is it? Nuri immediately ran over to check the situation. The scene before her made her freeze in place. It was truly bizarre. A strange object was emerging, swallowing the entire space. What was that thing? Nuri stood petrified as she witnessed the horrifying scene. She could not even recognize what it was. A tree. At the same time in Busan, the giant monster that emerged caused everyone to panic. That thing, that direction was Lord Turret's. Was he attacking humans? Tentacles suddenly pierced through the ground. The person standing right there was hit and suffered a painful blow. Within a second, his face swelled up like a lump of fat. Not stopping there, the tentacles continued to cause chaos throughout the city. Each one struck down, making the road look ready to explode. A loud noise rang out, heading toward Busan. Even Dongho was startled. Amazing. That tree is speaking. Chief. That voice continued to echo. We, you all, and the forgotten souls. This battle is an opportunity for those who yearn for a new world. Then came the instruction. So this time, do not disappoint me. Dongho immediately deduced, heading to Busan. That manner of speaking was exactly like Turret. Without a moment's hesitation, Nuri spoke up. Jongho, get in the car. Are we going to Busan? Jongho was a bit wary. What if it was a trap? That confused him. Wait, why was it suddenly like this? It was not like the chief at all. Nuri said, Jongho, you have not driven, so you would not know. She explained, when the signal turns yellow, you must brake. But if there is a chance, once. Before the red light you have to floor it. Nuri accelerated. Anyway, Miril would go to Busan too. Everyone was running there except the defense forces. At the same time, Miril saw the strange object rising from a distance. What is that? A white tree. He was about to take a step but suddenly stopped. Miril lost control and fell to the ground. His body, not only that, his whole body was tormented by sharp pains. Next, Miril's stomach churned with an unpleasant feeling of nausea. Then he could not help but vomit strange things. Miril was exhausted from it. Why was his body suddenly like this? He tried again to lift his numb leg. Before he could put his foot down, Miril fell again. Now his head was spinning again, was too dizzy. Miril coughed up a large mouthful of blood, but along with it, both of his eyeballs also fell out. He cried out in shock. It hurt so much, it is so dizzy. A familiar face suddenly appeared in his mind. You promised to sacrifice yourself for me, Miril. Why are you here? That angry voice increasingly surrounded his mind. You promised to sacrifice yourself for me. At this point, a numbing chill surged through his brain. It is so cold, mother. Miril kept calling out, mother. That voice answered again, hey An, over here. Miril asked unconsciously, where? Back to reality. A syringe was now pressed against Miril's body. Duezian asked worriedly, is it okay to inject like that? Hayoung was terrified. It should be fine. The little girl was so scared she burst into tears. Miril, are we not too late? He will be okay, right? Duezian did not answer immediately, standing still for a moment. Then she gently replied, it is fine, he will be fine. Duezian held Miril in her arms. The boy will be fine, do not worry. She whispered, Miria, we miss you so much. 1 month later, the gloomy sky grew increasingly darker. That moment, Duezian was carrying Miril and running hurriedly. Was it because of the medicine? Hayoung answered yes. The little girl explained, I know Miril was injected with the medicine. I think the medicine did not work because it was still being tested. It was then that the two ions revealed that after Miril left, they tested it again with the remaining cells and found that the medicine was destroying his cells. The medicine had worked. Duezian asked, so can we give him a different medicine to replace it? Hayoung reassured her, yes, he will probably recover soon. But suddenly the little girl asked, I did the right thing, did I not? Hayoung could not help but cry because she was afraid he would die, so she came following the sound of the explosion. The truth was he was dying just as he wished. The little girl worried, but I saved him. I am not being selfish, am I? Jizin tried to stay calm. Miril did not want to say goodbye to us, I think. She instructed, so let us go to Team 2's base to meet Kyuhu. Hayoung obediently replied yes. Even while unconscious, Miril could still feel the warmth. In the abandoned backpack, a voice came from the radio, do not come here. The other end wailed, do not come to Team's base, Ion. At that moment, Hayoung and Ji Xiang stopped in their tracks, stunned. The girl was horrified by the scene before her auntie. Everyone, what happened? Jizian told Hayoung to use the radio to call Kyuho, but she could not find him. Jizian exclaimed, what? Kyuho suddenly ran out. Hayoung, Jizian, over here. Both were startled. Kyuho. Jizian still ran after him asking, what is this? Kyuho hurriedly replied, let me explain later, quickly hide in here. Awa appeared like a ghost, so you are here. Jizian grew more confused. Who is that person? Kyuho shouted urgently. Damn it, run. Hurry, Miril might recognize his mother. Kyuho was calling out to everyone when a violent pain struck him. Jizian screamed his name in terror. The entire space shook in chaos. Only the sound of Hayoung and the chaotic space was heard. Huh? Auntie? That sight, Hayoung muttered blankly, what is this? Jizian's head had just slammed hard onto the ground. Even Miril was motionless. All three fell in a horrifying state. Hayoung woke with a start, screaming as if escaping a nightmare. She looked around in shock. Why am I here? I clearly had my head cut off. Hayoung was confused. Could it all be a dream, or was I affected by some strange ability? She immediately jumped up, could not sit and think anymore, had to confirm right away. The head still lay on the cold ground. Miril's eyes held only a strange haze. A familiar stream of memories appeared in his mind. It was Desiang's gentle smile and soft face. And in the moment she hugged Miril tightly, he called out involuntarily, Miss. Miril whispered, stop joking, please get up. He screamed out wildly, a sound that tore through the space. Miss. Doa lifted Miril up. Right on time, come with mother. She did not look back ruthlessly. There are still many people up above. Only Jizin and Kyuho lay cold on the ground, slowly fading away. Miril asked in pain, why did mother do this? He screamed wildly, they are all good people, not bad guys. Awa's face showed no emotion at all. After a moment she spoke, have you forgotten? When you were little you always ran to find mother. Awa reminded going to the bathroom needed mother, or when sleeping had to hold mother's hand tightly. He emphasized that Turret's plan was a war between humans and zombies, but mother did not care. Then she lightly kissed Miril's forehead. Mother will eliminate those beside you, you only look toward mother. Awa continued walking, mother's kind Miril, let us go. At this moment Miril could only sob in despair. He cried, unable to resist the grief, crying because mother's embrace was cold or because she had changed, or his tears fell for the passing of those he cherished. Miril no longer knew for whom the pain in his heart was. Miril's head suddenly disappeared from Awa's hands. Hayoung had snatched it at some point, startling the woman. Close. The girl was panting from exhaustion. Awa said calmly, it was clearly eliminated. How is it still alive? Is it a transcendent? Hayoung only stood a few seconds to catch her breath, then ran like the wind. Awa calmly calculated, no need to chase, eliminate all the humans and take Mirel away. Hayoung ran deep into the forest without stopping, it was all real. When she felt safe, she set Mirel down. It was not a dream, everything was real. Hayoung was in extreme pain, everyone was really gone. Miss Jizian, Dr. Q-Ho. Mirel spoke with difficulty. That voice made Hayoung pay attention. Mirel. Girl panicked and pressed, Mirel, what do we do? Miss Jizen and Dr. Q-Ho were both eliminated by that woman. Hayoung pleaded miserably, if this continues we will die, please eliminate her. Hearing this, Mirel fell into silence. Eliminate, she wants him to eliminate. The image of Owa suddenly flashed through his mind. Mother? Mirel replied trembling, I cannot. Hayoung was puzzled. You cannot? She cried heartbrokenly. Why can you not? Miss Jizian tried to save you. Hayoung repeated, she died because of that woman too, right? Mirel painfully remembered the name Miss Jizian. That Zen-like face appeared once again in his mind. Mirel could not hold back his tears, they just kept falling. The two men questioned him with indignation. Was she nothing to him in his eyes? Letting her leave was fine, is that what he meant? Mirel could only stammer at this point. Hayoung shouted hatefully, the important people were all dead. Everyone was trembling in fear. She did not want to see any more. At this moment the girl was truly desperate. Please Mirel, help me I beg you. Two men could not understand what was he still hesitating about now. Mirel could not answer what was important to himself either. Jizian's voice suddenly rang out. Mental pain made him unable to hold back his tears. Mirel suddenly slammed his body hard into the rock behind him. That action made Hayoung freeze. Mirel, you go. Mirel walked staggering like a man lost his soul, leaving Hayoung behind with a complicated heart. Mirel went to Awa's place and demanded, Mother, stop. The response he got was only an expressionless face. Then she spoke up again. My Mirel, what is the matter? Awa intended to raise her hand to touch the child before her. Mirel retreated. How could he step back like that? He mustered all his strength to say, if you do not stop Awa looked at him with a cold gaze. Yen what? She asked calmly, are you going to lay a hand on your mother again? Touching a weak point, Mirel began to panic. From behind, Jizian's voice rang out, run Mirel. She urged dangerous, quick, run Mirel. Mirel was astonished at the scene before his eyes. How could it be? Jizian used the last of her life force to warn, dangerous, hurry. Before she could finish, she was ruthlessly finished off by Awa. Only an echo remained in the space. Mirel, run. Then Awa spoke, there is no need to fight. She said coldly, the human holding Mirel's head. Perhaps because she carries your blood, she regenerates bit by bit, truly arrogant, daring to act like your mother. Mirel sat trembling on the ground, already said to stop. Awa was about to say something. Mirel, now A sudden attack came flying towards her. That surprised Awa. Miracle attacks his mother? She exclaimed in shock, do you truly intend to strike your mother? Mirel asked himself if he dared to strike his mother again, then shouted furiously, you think I do not dare? After much torment, Mirel made his decision. She is my whole world, my reason for living, my guide. But now I will be the one to guide her. He stood up strongly and declared, I will take you into custody. Awa's face changed upon hearing this. What you are saying, I am wrong, very well, fine. She refused to admit fault. A child going astray is also a parent's responsibility. Right after that, Awa swung her hand and unleashed a technique. Upper middle birth seal. She asserted her obsession, if you win, I will withdraw. Awa added a condition, if I win, you must obey me. Meanwhile elsewhere, the moving ship caused a strong reaction on the water surface. Jiun was still studying the secret files. Surely there was something on Jeju Island. She looked around but did not see Jeju Island. Mirel and Ayusumi, where is this? Scene changed. Two large sausages were floating in the air. Jin guided them into the pot. A voice rang out, good work. Du-Han clapped in praise. That is enough for today. I did not expect your ability to be so useful. Jin replied, yes. Du-Hyun kept expressing gratitude. Then today we get to enjoy hot dogs. Jin only replied softly, yes. He was bewildered. Everyone gets along so well, but how did the island become a hot dog kingdom? Where did they get the ingredients? Just then, a voice came from the entrance. Excuse me, sir. Jin politely asked, I have something I want to ask. Jin instinctively asked back, an outsider? Then hastily stopped her. Step back immediately. How did you find this place? That attitude startled Jian. I came by boat. From behind Jian, someone appeared. It is fine. It seems the girl came looking for me. She turned around. Oh, the two went into the room to discuss. I see the file about the underground city coordinates. Shortly after, Gio understood. You came to uncover the secrets of this world, right? Jian confirmed yes. She inquired further. I want to go to Jeju Island. Do you know where it is? Gio said, you have come to the right place. Jian was not yet oriented. Jiho seriously shared, I will talk about the secrets of this world, more precisely the secrets of Turret. Jun was surprised. The secrets of Turret? Of course I cannot tell everything. Jiho revealed this secret is like a Dano effect. To reveal the big secret, you must investigate the surrounding small secrets. He said slowly, what I am about to tell you now is the smallest secret. Jiho talked about the history many years ago, when Turret was still training here to find clues for a big dream. He continued, a poor soul appeared before him answering Turret's call. And Gio affirmed that this was the origin of every secret that had ever been hidden. Right now, the battle between Mirel and Awa was extremely fierce. Muriel threw out each powerful punch with no intention of holding back. On the opposite side, Awa was also ready to retaliate with equal ferocity. Both of them launched kicks that made the surrounding space seem about to collapse. Awa looked at her son with sharp eyes. Why hesitate? Right after that, she manipulated her magical power to surround Muriel. The relentless barrage of attacks forced him to retreat from exhaustion. Awa spoke coldly. How could he win against his mother like this? Muriel remained silent with no intention of giving up. Muriel suppressed the pain, then gathered momentum to charge forward and continue fighting. But Awa's eyes never left her target. I knew it. The image of Muriel from the past suddenly surfaced. Mom, hurry up, or we'll miss the train. Child's voice echoed, hurry, hurry. Awa happily chased after. Mom knows Mom is running fast. Suddenly the train door slammed shut. Amiria, the door closed. What do we do? Awa panicked and chased after. Wait for Mom. Mom will take the next one. In the present moment, the two clashed into each other like wild beasts. A moment of beautiful memory still lingered in Awa's mind. Be careful, Muriel, don't get hurt, he obediently asked. Am I doing this right? Awa praised dotingly. You are so good. But the present was a complete opposite of that beautiful time. Awa landed a painful kick to Muriel's stomach. Not giving him time to recover, she immediately lunged forward to attack again. The beautiful memory flooded back. Mom, you can't let go of my hand. Awa was so happy back then. It is fine, Mom is holding tight, Muriel asked doubtfully. Really? Awa reassured. Really? Mom not let go. Now Awa was unleashing such painful blows. She struck continuously with no signs of stopping. Awa took the initiative, pinning Muriel down on the ground. Now she had completely lost control, raising her sword to strike again. Muriel used all his strength to stand up and resist. His hand quickly placed itself on Awa's neck. Then he directly overpowered her and pinned her to the ground. Not stopping, Muriel continued to pick up the sword, let out a roar that seemed to tear through the entire space. However, the sword tip stopped just as it reached Awa's chest. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. Muriel cried out helplessly in front of Awa. Please. He pleaded in agony. Mom, please come to your senses. Muriel choked out each word. I beg you, Mom. Awa was silent for a long time. I know I was once that boy's whole world. A soft call sounded. Mom. Muriel naively turned back to find the familiar figure. The cold, sharp blade had just pierced through a layer of clothing. Muriel's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what was happening. Awa had actively hugged him tight, letting the sword finish her. Her voice was now gentle. Muriel to Mom, you are also the whole world. The sky gradually turned dark. A voice spoke inside the house. Wait, the soul has answered Turret's call. Jian shouted suspiciously. Say something reasonable. There is no such thing as a soul in this world. She asserted she was a scientist and did not acknowledge the existence of souls. Jiho replied, because you asked, I told you. Jian could not help but ask, but why did that soul approach Turret directly? Torres is an evil man. I am very curious now. Tell me quickly. Jiho continued, believe it or not, but this world has always had souls. Through him I saw the past, the future, and the principles governing the world. He said. The poor soul answered Turret's call. It appeared only to sever the karmic bond. In the dark space, Muriel and Awa still held each other tightly. He tremblingly called out, Mom. Awa whispered her final words. Congratulations, you have won. The sword suddenly flew high into the air. A pool of red blood spread across the ground, but it suddenly rippled violently like boiling water. Then it turned into small streams of blood that shot rapidly behind Muriel. At the same time, Ha-Young mobilized everyone this way. Bodies gradually materialized in the space. Everyone was bewildered. What is this? Am I really alive? Ha-Young could not believe her eyes. Everyone was coming back to life. How was that possible? At that moment, Awa's body gradually stiffened. In less than 2 seconds, she passed away very gently and peacefully. Awa's soul flew to another place, where someone wanted her help with a plan. She agreed, but with one condition. Awa demanded that no matter what, her goal must be prioritized, which confused the other party. The other person explained that she was just a part of his soul, unable to affect this world. He said she could sacrifice herself, but it would change nothing. Awa calmly replied that it was fine. She slowly said that what she wanted to change was not the world. Awa confessed from her heart, but only for her child who was crying alone. Her body was now enveloped in a stream of light, accompanied by the call of mother. Awa deeply regretted ever trying to harm her son's friends. She silently told her son to protect his new family and live happily. Awa was slowly fading away, telling her son not to grieve for her anymore. That sweet voice sounded again. Muriel, mother will now give you your freedom. Muriel trembled so much he could not speak. He clenched his teeth to suppress his cries. He tried to ask, did mother know something? Muriel realized that every time his mother lied, she did not look him in the eyes. Even Awa was surprised by those words. Every time she hurt Muriel, she shut her eyes tightly, or she turned her face away. Muriel sincerely wanted to ask his mother why she lied. Awa hesitated, saying that people often said parents know their children best. But ironically, children are the ones who know their parents best. Muriel stepped forward to hug his mother's soul, saying he knew that. Awa was stunned for a moment. Her love for her son was as deep as his love for her, and her pain was no less than his. Tears had already wet her eyes without her realizing. Awa shut her eyes tightly, letting the tears flow freely. She remembered the moment she held dear Muriel's hand. Then she remembered the happy meals they had shared in the past. Even while working, her gaze was always on Muriel. Now Awa could only say her final words. Goodbye, my son, my Muriel. Muriel's gasped at the empty air. He stood frozen helpless for a very long time. Then he looked up towards Awa again. Muriel broke down and cried loudly for a long time. At that moment, familiar footsteps stopped behind him. Jizian, having just revived, immediately ran to Muriel. She said nothing, only held him. In his heart echoed a farewell to his mother. Only Q-Ho, not understanding the situation, was still shouting, "Jizian, hurry up, huh?" He looked around blankly and asked what the hell was going on. A sudden voice rang out, "Long time no see, Li Kang." The sudden appearance startled Q-Ho, and he called out to the team leader. At this moment, near the entrance area of Busan, in the forward camp, everyone gathered around a map. All team leaders were present. Garam asked in doubt if she had really said that over the radio. Nuri confirmed it. She affirmed that thanks to Hemi's ability, the zombies in Busan had completely disappeared. Instead, white ghosts were surfacing everywhere, dozens of them appearing. She said she did not know what Turret's motive was, but a white tree had grown on the other side of the building. Nuri emphasized that this was the final discussion before entering Busan. Remember the objective. She instructed each team to advance through their assigned routes and gather in front of the building with the white tree. She declared it clearly right there. Today we'll end this war. Elsewhere, a call came reporting that Turret had confirmed humans running at the entrance of Busan. Harang wondered where Awa had gone. Turret interrupted and called to him. Turret ordered him to wake Rohan up. Harang doubtfully repeated the name. The man understood that it had officially begun. Turret turned around and said, "Let's go, welcome the humans." A cold voice rang out beneath the gloomy sky, asking if all members were present. Garam was the first to reply, yes. Squads 1, 2, and 3 had all assembled. Zuru wondered, had she not already briefed the combat plan, what else was there? Nuri did not answer directly but said outright, "I will get straight to the point. You are not the main characters of a comic book. If you are stabbed by a knife or hit by a bullet, you will die in agony. The upcoming battlefield can take lives more easily than we think, sometimes even meaninglessly. We have something to protect, so we must not be afraid. If anyone wants to leave, do it now. Your lives, besides yourselves, no one has the right to decide. I will not blame you." A single sentence silenced everyone, the atmosphere turning heavy. A young soldier broke the silence, asking if the commander was also a main character. She too felt pain when hit by a bullet. Even so, she still charged into the battlefield, right? The others eagerly chimed in. They were ready to risk their lives. "We will fight alongside the commander. We do not plan to cowardly run away." Aram was silent but understood clearly inside. The commander wanted to reduce casualties, but everyone had been with her for this long journey. On the contrary, this was a deeply humane choice by all. Nuri looked up with a steadfast gaze. "All right, thank you everyone." This time she no longer hesitated, ordered the entire force to advance straight to Busan. Morale soared. In another corner, Kyuhu jolted up as if waking from a nightmare, calling out Ji Jixin. He looked at himself in confusion, not understanding what was happening. A voice behind him made him curious. Kyung smiled confidently. "Long time no see, Kyuhu." He was so startled he could not react in time, only managing to call out, "Squad leader." Kyuhu, with tears welling up, asked rapidly, "Is it really you, squad leader? Where have you been so long?" She waved her hand flusteredly. "This welcome is warmer than I expected. I want to go to Muriel. Do you know where she is?" Hearing that, he finally stopped. Li Qiang arrived at an old building. "I have heard everything from Q-Ho and Haiyong." She sat down and asked softly, "Is it your mother?" He politely used honorifics to answer yes. While she was observing, she had killed her own mother to save everyone. If not, there was no other reason. No matter what, it was not easy for Muriel, because her love for her mother was real. He had seen the secret of this world. Immortality was the origin. It could be because of the zombie outbreak, or it could be caused by Muriel. Li Qiang used to think Muriel was an enemy, but now she no longer believed so. Li Qiang lowered her head and sighed softly, barely noticeable. She stood up slightly disappointed, asked coldly, "Are you not happy to see me?" His half-hearted answer caught Li Qiang's attention. Qiuhu, Heian, and Jixin are not happy either, Muriel said coldly, "Probably so." Suddenly she asked a strange question. "Muriel, do you know something? Every time you lie, you do not look the other person in the eye." Did not deny it, only said they were really alike, leaving her dazed. Qiuhu ran over to report finding a vehicle. She turned back and told him to drive it to Busan. He was skeptical and disbelieving. He asked, "Just me alone? Squad leader is not going with me." Li Kang put her hands on her hips and said running would be faster. She turned to speak to Muriel. "Once you are settled, come back. We will join the group heading to Busan." He nodded. Li Qiang bit her lip, 100 thoughts intertwining. She could not stall for more time. Everything was back to the beginning. There could be no more sacrifices. At the same time, the sound of hurried footsteps and someone's voice, "Squad 1 is moving west." The zombie's gruesome face pressed close to hers. Garam did a backflip in the air, dodging successfully. She landed lightly. She seemed to have improved a lot. Garam turned around and shot forward with power like the wind. This kick directly struck the monster's head. The zombie let out a piercing shriek of anger and pain. Its mouth emitted strange sounds. Its body continuously acted. A golden light flashed in her hand, striking with the wind. This blow temporarily incapacitated the zombie. Next second, it exploded on the spot. Garam remained in a combat stance, realizing ordinary attacks could not kill them. When it was safe, she reported that the monster monster contained orchids. Only a land soldier could take it down. Land soldiers were weapons made from orchids. Nuri on the other end listened, announced that Squad 1 was about to enter the large bridge. Nuri asked where Squad 2 was, had they entered the bridge yet. Juna safely entered, the route did not have many enemies. They all stood before a single zombie, however, he was fighting a troublesome opponent. This was Rohan, the third-generation disciple of Turret. The kid was still reporting. If there was immediate danger, we would request support. A familiar arm brushed past. Could he just leave like this? The master was proud but demanded we go together. It took 500 years just to catch up to my level. The master understood disciples' worries, but don't be too afraid. With me here, your master is no ordinary person. Garam ran while giving an urgent report. Commander, I am Garam, leader of Team 1. We are entering the bridge. At the end of the bridge you will see the building with the white tree. We have arrived, the position for setting up support. Before she finished speaking, Dong Ho cut her off. Garam, ahead. She was caught off guard, feeling a flicker of doubt. As soon as she turned her head, she saw the opponent was about to charge right at her. Garam's eyes widened in disbelief. That man was... A memory came flooding back. Perfect, I have always wanted to ask you this question. Rang smiled kindly. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, I only came to help. Now he still wore a smile, but his actions were not kind. You arrived quickly, Harang, who is the third-generation disciple of Taurus. She leaped up, successfully dodging a sudden sword strike. Harang continued to chat calmly. I worry about many things, but you handled it easily, huh? Garam replied calmly. It seems this time you didn't come to help. This time, part of his mask was removed. Don't cut me off like that. Too bad I can't help this time. This is the moment I have been waiting for. A scream to bind the hands came from behind. Everyone's hearts seemed to stop. Dong Ho was furious, but could only watch helplessly as Harang leaped down. That bastard. She crossed her arms to reduce damage. Senior, I'm fine. You take everyone across the bridge, I will follow. As soon as Garam landed, she pushed off the water and shot forward, using the high step trimmer footwork. He watched with interest. It's like watching martial arts. How amazing. Harang's voice sounded like he was playing a game. We have to go together. Dong Ho looked down below, making a silent promise. Garam, wait for me. He turned his head and shouted at the group of people. Cross the bridge and set up support. I will go help Garam. Despite their confusion, they answered. Having given his orders, Dong Ho did not hesitate and jumped down. At this moment, the two were still giving chase, seemingly in a stalemate. Before them, both of them had appeared together in a different space. Garam stood up, her voice disgusted. Do you want to pursue and annihilate, or is this Turret's strategy? Harang kept his irritating tone, something like that. Marvelous, as we cannot stop Turret's holy war. I don't care about the soldiers under your command either. Identifying key personnel is a great achievement. I will kill you and be awarded a mask by Turret. She looked up, worry evident on her face. A mask. A surge of surging purple power flashed from his hand. Sorry, but I won't let you off this time. Garam was startled and looked up. Harang could not hide his excitement. Oh, looks like you got a bonus. Then I'll double it. Don't worry, you are the one at an advantage. Activating the winner's ability, comparing physical condition with the opponent, adjusting the stats of the lower side. However, the adjustment was comprehensive, not perfect. The higher side receives a bonus x2. He smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. That's right, because you received a bigger bonus. So please. A loud boom rang out. Debris flew everywhere. Don't disappoint me. Garam was bewildered, but quickly regained her composure. What is happening? My body feels much lighter. According to that man, because it was adjusted, is my speed faster? Wait, then my current ability stats are 15 times stronger than normal. Her feet glided across the ground as fast as lightning, even causing Harang to pay more attention. Before Garam's eyes, a dense layer of attacks had already formed. Good ability, thank you. He squinted his eyes, still not saying a single word. Meanwhile, she gritted her teeth, thinking of a solution. Just need to pay attention to the range of his sword. I will move really fast so he can't swing his sword and finish it in one blow. The silent Harang suddenly spoke. It seems you are misunderstanding something. My ability is to compare my own ability with the opponent, and then adjust. What I mean is, you cannot become stronger. Don't think just because your ability increased you can mindlessly attack me. Well, it will hurt twice the normal amount. Haram's eyes went wide. She tried to struggle but failed. This was a release. At a critical moment, a giant white ball of fluff jumped out. What in the world? Even he did not expect it, not even having time to see it clearly. An explosion tore through the sky, leaving only confusion. What is this thing? A worried voice sounded in her ear. Garam, are you okay? When she opened her eyes, she was startled. Senior, how did it become like this? That man just now... Dong Ho was sweating, running, and comforting her. Don't worry, I dealt with him. This statement left Garam stunned. What? In a place they could not see, Harang was stretching and warming up. He is struggling over here. Looking again, he finally realized, what is this? Suddenly disappeared to where? Was it just a feint from the start? The person I caught, where did she run off to? Back on the other side, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior. He did not hesitate, just said, as long as you are not injured. I don't know how to defeat him. Garam lowered her head, her voice dejected, yes. Meeting him just once, I clearly felt the disparity in strength was too great. Since last time, I thought he was no ordinary person, but I ran at full speed if it had no effect. What should I do? I put more force into my toes instead of my calves, or hit harder and move faster. Dong Ho raised his hand and asked, you train your physique every day, do you only focus on that? She answered blankly, yes, of course. He suddenly flashed a confident smile, handsome from every angle. Under the gloomy sky, they promised each other they would find a way together. At the same time, Harang was still struggling to search, for 500 years now, meaning he had been waiting at the bridge all along. Suddenly he flinched, his eyes narrowing slightly in caution. Jong Ho came charging out from who knows where, landing a kick that startled everyone. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had vanished before their eyes. That familiar move again, trying to trap Harang? Coming out like this on your own? Thanks for that, humans never improve. The sound that man had observed very closely, even using his hearing. Harang turned around without hesitation behind him again. He sneered and let out a word, too predictable. Unexpectedly, when his slash reached, Dong Ho had already dissipated. Harang looked with interest at the person squatting in front of him. TSK, so that's it. He smiled, unafraid of being discovered. Hello there, what's with that mask? As the words fell, an abnormal wind rushed in. It would hurt. This time, Garam truly appeared 15 times faster than normal. A colossal force enveloped Harang's body, high altitude, long-range formation. The crack from the attack stretched far into the distance. Dong Ho clutched his head and exclaimed, my god, that's incredible. The mountain was completely destroyed. Is this what high altitude means? Garam asked Hanashi Ran, Sr., are you okay? He paused for a moment, then replied, yeah, I dodged in time. She called out quickly, let's go, we need to end this fast. Those words stunned Dong Ho. End it? Facing that head on. And that guy still isn't dead. Garam understood the difference in strength clearly, but doing that was useless. Over here, the dust cleared, leaving only the figure of Harang coughing harshly. What a mess. Such a beautiful battle suit ruined. Honestly, you're a true demon lord. Finally using your brain now, huh? At the same time, she was unleashing all her anger. Just keep moving like this. Dong Ho didn't understand but still replied, the special strategy you proposed is... Garam had to move within Harang's field of vision. He would launch a chaotic assault by mimicking her fighting style. Although Jong Ho didn't have Garam's destructive power, this strategy was more intuitive and thus effective. Would she attack from the front or behind, trapping the opponent in a dilemma, unable to move freely? Garam gracefully danced in the air, dodging all of his attacks. She shouted, this is the decisive moment. Keep moving, don't stop. Dong Ho fought with great fervor, his smile growing slightly wider. He understood. Simple yet unique strategy had cornered the opponent, forcing him to have a far and wide field of vision. He retreated, putting all his strength into one punch. Too bad Harang still blocked it effortlessly, but at the same time both of their tactics were exposed. The chaotic attack pattern wasn't about destruction after all. The only thing to worry about was this female human's strike. Aram kept trying to unleash many tricks to wear him down. Harang was pushed back, her power was weakening. Honestly, overthinking is just tiring. If that's the case, he stood up, raising his sword again. Might as well eliminate these two humans. Neither of them was real. This makes searching much harder. At the same time, she was doing her best to close the distance with Harang. Beside Garam, an identical figure appeared. At that moment, heavy punches rained down repeatedly on his face. She shouted without hesitation, Senior, land the final blow. Dong Ho had no doubts, got it. Garam's expression hardened, her teeth clenched, completely devoid of the weakness from before. He also raised his fist, with an expression of determination to not lose. At this point, he finally looked up. It's been a while since I've seen such fragrant powder. In an instant, he vanished as if merging into the air. Neither could step back in time, their fists precisely landed on each other's faces. Both used tremendous force, so they were thrown far apart. Her body slammed into a tree trunk, feeling like her bones were shattered. As for him, he was sent flying straight to the ground, pain ceaselessly spreading through him. For a moment, only a sword remained on the ground, but soon its owner appeared. Fools having too much fun, huh? My sword can take many forms, quite cool, right? Too bad I don't like fighting till my head is bloody. Garam forced herself up, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand, truly a madman. Dong Ho's expression wasn't much better, Senior, he said softly, yeah. Both of them charged forward at their top speed, leaving only a cloud of thick dust. She gritted her teeth, seeking a quick victory now would be a waste. Dong Ho confirmed once more, I just need to charge in and attack, right? Harang's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of amusement. You know what? The female human is too slow due to her frail body. On the other hand, the male imitates her speed. What I mean is like a slow guy, crawling back and forth around here. His voice unconsciously rose a few notes. She could not react in time and had to take the hit. He disgustedly threw the person back. Here, take her back. Dong Ho could not help it. A wave of fear washed over him. Are you okay, Garam? She struggled to get up, covering her battered body. I am fine. You were so scared you could not focus on anything, Garam. Dong Ho bit his lip in self-blame. Damn it, thought I could catch him, but could not do a thing. His physique and judgment are both overwhelming. Truly an extraordinary man. Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is is the best. This action left Harang bewildered. What is it? Where are you going? It looks cowardly, but I have thought it through. Fighting him is useless. We must escape first and then plan another strategy. He cracked his hands and loosened up lightly. So you want to play hide and seek? Not bad. Come on, I am counting now. You better hide well. Each number weighed down on Jongho's nerves. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 0. Counting to the end is too boring. Harang appeared right next to him. Right? Jongho was still tense and quickly lay down. Seeing that, he burst out laughing like crazy. That is some determination. Harang looked at his pitiful state and said softly, but what can be done? In this world, willpower alone is not enough. This is really fun. I will have to go easy on you. He said that with his mouth, but his hand was already raised, ready to strike down. Garam woke up, sobbing. Senior, I am fine. You run, I beg you. Jongho gritted his teeth, thinking with all his might. Get a grip, Jongho. If you fall here, Garam will die. Harang smiled, his eyes very captivating. Wonderful willpower, admirable. You are no different from a fool. The scream echoed, binding his hands. Senior. Blood splattered onto his stunned face. He was restrained, blood gushing continuously. What is this? The vines behind Harang tightened, leaving Jongho frozen. What is this tree trunk? A voice rang out from another direction. What is all this noise? He looked warily. Who is there? Tarim slowly walked over. Seeing you alone, I came to help. Did I save the right person? Nice to meet you. I am Lee Tarim. May I ask who you two are? His tone sounded surprised, but his words said otherwise. What is this now? This makes it hard to be friends. Tarim tilted his head, asking innocently. You are not an ordinary person, are you? Being pierced by a tree trunk, no one should normally withstand that. The vines tightened further at his command. It is nothing major, but he seemed to have met a kindred spirit and laughed. This is a bit dangerous. The sword in his hand was tossed aside. It flew through the air, embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk. At that moment, the vines had tightly bound the two, forming a perfect sphere. Finally, they were thrown down like a toy that could not be stopped. Garam was astonished. Who is that person? Did you call him? Dongho was also confused. No, it is my first time meeting him too. Garam picked up the small toy, smiling. Sealed yet still struggling. Truly an extraordinary man. So awkward he had to speak. Hey, thank you for saving us. It turned out he was not a good person. I told you not to move. Garam screamed in shock. Senior, be careful. What do you mean by that? Tarim was still stubbornly waiting. I asked if you two are good people. Answer me. She did not answer directly, letting him decide for himself. We are the Rican Corps, attacking Busan to clear out demons, who fell here by accident. And you, do you have any other group nearby? He asked suspiciously. The Rican Corps? Memories flooded back. Senior, are we not founding a corps from now on? Tarim nodded. That is right. He tilted his head and asked, have you thought of a name yet? He bowed his head low, still muttering. Having a name makes unity better. Recon Corps. From now on we're the Recon Corps. She laughed. What is that? It gives me goosebumps. Well, it is not too bad. Recalling that, Tarim unconsciously smiled. The Recon Corps. I see. She is still safe. He suddenly spoke. Sorry, I should have found out sooner. Is Li Qiang still well? The words left Jongho bewildered. Tarim sat down and amiably extended his hand. Let us greet each other again. I am Lei Tarim, the founder of the Recon Corps. They both froze. What? Following that was a frantic scream. What? He walked ahead, nodding. So that is how it is. Meanwhile, everyone defeated the zombie army and advanced to Busan. That is surprising. After parting ways with Nuri and Li Qiang, I wandered alone. Due to the Red Troops' collapse, I set off to research and explore. Looking closely, we share the same goal. You two are just like my members. Do not worry, we will help each other from now on. Garam finally chimed in. So what do we call you? The captain's captain. Tarim was casual. Call me whatever you want. She marveled at their luck. Meeting the captain's old friend again, it is truly miraculous. Jongho was also surprised. Indeed, and the captain does not have to tell old stories. After all, he is trustworthy and even took down that zombie in 1 second. But the weather is not cold. Why are you dressed like that? He smiled. The reasonable reason is that I catch colds easily, so I dress like this. He chuckled awkwardly. I see. Garam suddenly asked. But hey, would it not be better for us to go to Busan now? Tarim refused, his words evasive. No, it is not time yet. The words were frozen. What? Very quickly he explained. Sorry, but that man has not disappeared, he is only sealed. He is very strong and will break out soon. By the way, he said to prevent misunderstanding. He was not the fighting type and not strong enough to control that one. So Garam worriedly asked what they should do. Tarim replied very vaguely. No need to worry, that was exactly why they had to come to his place. Arriving before a magnificent castle, that man invited the two of them in. She was overwhelmed by its beauty, asking what this mansion was. That man casually replied he built it himself. Garam was startled, and Dongho was also surprised upon hearing that. Just then, 3 butlers ran out to greet them, asking what the two of them would like to drink. He was startled once more, exclaiming what was this. She was no longer surprised, saying these were zombies. But why were they so friendly? Tarim nimbly jumped onto the carriage, asking what was wrong with the two of them. Was it their first time seeing pet zombies? Both of them were stunned by the sight. Pet zombies, and what kind of carriage was he riding anyway? That man crossed his arms and explained in detail. Just using orchids could create many things. Controlling zombies was easier than expected. Orchids grew from corpses. Garam repeated, wait, did he say orchids grew from zombie corpses? Dongho also realized, so the cave they had been to was originally a corpse field for those zombies. Taram turned back slightly surprised. Oh dear, did the two of them like to date in caves? Garam helplessly protested. It was not a date. That man blandly apologized for living alone, so his joke telling was poor. He said eating gochujang with beef in a Busan dialect would become sunam yu. Garam was suspicious. Taram quietly explained that was the person to stay away from. She changed the subject, asking how he planned to handle the ceiling matter. That man said the two of them would handle it. These words stunned Garam. The group was led into a vast hall. She asked suspiciously, what is this? Taram lowered his head, unhappy at having to repeat himself. He said he already told them. He used orchids to create many methods to wipe out zombies, one of which was enhancing the abilities of superhumans. So prepare yourselves, to the point of being able to kill that zombie. On another side, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out, heading straight across the bridge and joining another unit. Rohan jumped up intending to attack first to seize the initiative. Just then Rizuru jumped out to counterattack, saying he was right here. Juna asked worriedly, hey Rizuru, can you handle it alone? He turned his head and threw a heart towards him. Hami said love you coldly, and the kid said I believe you. Geta ignored them, jumping up to attack as usual. Rohan threw a kick that directly pushed Rizuru back. The two distanced themselves, looking as if a major battle was about to erupt. That man lowered his head, his voice as soft as a nasal murmur. This was not the time to relax. If this was not the time to act all high and mighty, then when was? When looking cool, as soon as he finished speaking, Rizuru used the shark cyclone spin move to dodge. He spun around while releasing the move, telling him he should relax, his expression brightening, looking like that would happen. Even so, both were falling into a stalemate spin move, distant rhythm. Rohan narrowed his eyes slightly but still said nothing. Suddenly, he seemed to change his personality, yelling that he was not a person who liked to fight. He also did not want to see the opponent get hurt, so he said give it your all, if you do not want to die pointlessly and cause regret. Rizuru annoyingly brushed his hair. Why, he had already given it his all, had he not? Rohan dodged lightly, saying Rizuru, you are not this weak, you know that best. Fighting him in that state was just a waste, right? This time he rarely fell into silence. Of course that state would not last long. Rizuru suddenly burst out laughing. The laughter echoed everywhere. A strange object crawled out of his pants pocket. Promise me something. Rizuru's hand clenched tightly. He turned his head, erasing his joking expression, saying from now on he would show him a hidden secret. A few minutes earlier, hearing a noise, Jiun turned her head. Rizuru had arrived. Rizuru held up an item to show off, asking how she knew to call him so well. How did it look? Was it stylish? She stared at it, asking what that was. A small outfit for a pet. He pouted, saying it was a coat for Juha and Hemi. Jian muttered it looked tiny. Rizuru innocently blinked, asking what? Those two were small, this size would fit them fine. Jian sighed, saying he thought based on his own standards. Setting that aside, she changed the subject, saying today she planned to explain about various medicines. Rizuru discontentedly asked if she was opening a pharmacy. Jian irritably told him to just listen to her. She turned around, explaining the medicine he had originally only had regeneration. The technique was undeveloped. She had combined orchids with Muriel's blood, thinking it was useless. Jian's voice quickened as if excited, saying recently Q-Hu had allowed experiments. The results were very good. They discovered an ability superior to regeneration. After speaking, Jian turned back, asking if he was listening. Rizuru replied no. She remarked honesty was good. The scene returned to reality. Jian's voice echoed in Rizuru's ear. If he had to summarize it in one word, he immediately turned around. Promise me something. In the clear sky, Rizuru declared he would show his hidden secret. Jian's voice kept ringing, saying if he used this medicine, he would be able to use Muriel's power. Then suddenly, a tentacle appeared on Rizuru's body and shot straight towards Rohan. Faced with the surprise attack, he narrowed his eyes. Rizuru immediately said he was surprised, was he not? He laughed wildly. He was even surprised himself. It felt like a teacher giving to himself. It was too thrilling. A dullard like him would not understand. Rizuru pretended to criticize, but this power could not maintain a beautiful image. Instead, it looked like his own disgusting appearance. He calmly showed off his body. This was secret. He hid it because his disciples would not like it. Rizuru's voice faltered slightly, with a hint of hesitation, wondering if his disciples would find him foolish. After talking for a while with no response, he got angry. That bastard is silent, speechless at my beauty, huh? Rizuru puckered his small, pretty lips towards Rohan. Come here and kiss me, of course kiss my skeleton. That man swung a slash. Rizuru quickly leaped back, chuckling, so close to hitting me. Seizing the opportunity, Rizuru kicked straight into the center of Rohan's chest. Not stopping there, he lunged forward, both hands gripping that man's collar tightly. Rizuru tossed Rohan high into the air and asked with a laugh, where does the customer want to travel? He looked up at the sky, continuing his mockery. There's so much fine dust these days. The weather is really dry, isn't it? Rizuru feigned pity. The corner of his mouth widening, truly tragic for the people in this cramped Korea. Suddenly he snapped his fingers, a strange object shot up into the air. Immediately the scene behind them exploded. Rizuru smiled faintly. Might as well take a trip to Wanxian then. A moment later, strange stains flowed down to the ground. Turning back, Rizuru was still baring his teeth in a mad grin. His legs moved, constantly shifting back and forth. Pressed his small lips tightly against a strange object. Rizuru almost arched his entire body back. This glory is for my beloved disciples. While he was enjoying himself, Rohan's voice suddenly rang out. Finally, that man opened his mouth. Your speed and destructive power have increased a lot. Hearing this, Rizuru's eyes widened in shock. Rohan lowered his center of gravity, dropping a hint, but power is not just physical. In the blink of an eye, the sword tip pierced through Rizuru's head. What I spoke of is your resolve. His eyes widened, blood spurting from his mouth. That man's voice slowed down, carrying sincerity. I have fought alongside you many times across time, and I deeply admire that proud attitude. Rohan decisively pulled out his sword. Rizuru, you will not understand what I said, but that man lowered his voice. The first time I have been disappointed in you. Rohan threw Rizuru away. Consider this a reminder. Do not expect my respect. On the other side, his body shot down like a rocket. In an instant, Rizuru dove into the cold water. A few seconds later, he quickly surfaced. The space was silent, only the two pieces of cloth he often wore floating on the water. Elsewhere, Hemi worried, is Rizuru alright? Yuna teased with a laugh, suddenly caring so much for him. That is not like you at all. The boy stiffened, a thought flashing through his mind. That guy is not easy to deal with. Just meeting him made my whole body tremble. Juna reassured him. What is there to worry about Rizuru? That guy is confident and handsome. Hemi asked what if he dies. The boy was astonished. The girl hesitated, repeating what if Rizuru dies. Hearing that, Juna's face turned ugly. Memory from the past replayed, Nuri's voice bitter. Stop resting, run. She asked seriously if the two had received their gift from Rizuru. Juna turned around in confusion. Nuri was bewildered. How can you not know anything? She could hardly believe it. Rumors that Rizuru was preparing birthday gifts for the two of you have spread everywhere. Hemi mumbled about useless things. Junha curiously asked what the gift was. Nuri replied it seemed like a piece of clothing sized for a pet. The girl's eyes wavered. Yes. The boy got angry. What does he take us for? Hemi suddenly cursed, acting like a fool. Junya was startled and asked what. The girl said Rizuru. Hemi grumbled in annoyance. If you are going to give something useful instead of a shirt. The boy slightly lowered his body, wiping sweat from his hand. Juna said a brief sentence before running off. What can you expect from an idiot? Back to the present, seeing Juna silent, Hemi worriedly called his name. Turning around, he ordered everyone to go ahead. I will check on Rizuru and catch up. The group answered in unison, yes. Done. Juna asked Hemi suspiciously, you are going too? She replied yes. The scene shifted to a highway. The two, Juna and Hemi, ran quickly forward together. They ran with expressions contrasting their past selves. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before them. That person turned around. It was Rizuru. Seeing him, Juna froze. What is this? The boy looked over at Rohan and asked urgently, why is the zombie here and where is Rizuru? Rohan stared intently at the two. Are you lot Rizuru's disciples? Junha roared furiously, you bastard. Did you kill Rizuru? The man replied coldly, he is dead. You two should go see his face one last time. Rohan said calmly, I do not respect him, so you two should respect your master's passing. Hearing that, Juna's face stiffened slightly. The boy gritted his teeth with a grinding sound. Hemi quickly turned his head and asked, hey Kim Juha, you said we're going to meet Rizuru, right? Junha ignored him, turned around and left. The tip of his foot moved slowly in the darkness. Meanwhile, Run also slowed to a stop. Turning back, Juna clenched the ball tightly in his hand. Juna uttered a puzzling remark. What is the distance from the thrower to the center? The boy's eyes were fixed on that man, 18 meters 44. Suddenly, Juna's eyes lit up. He took a run up and threw the ball, a perfect throw. Seeing the ball fly, Rohan muttered, your teacher would be so heartbroken. That man looked up at Juna. Want to fight? Even your teacher couldn't kill me. On the opposite side, the boy gritted his teeth. Hey, old hag, don't you need to warm up? Hemi quickly added, yeah, that's actually surprising. Rohan suddenly charged forward, exhaling, guys like you always look down on me. Juna bravely replied, you said Rizuru is dead. Crying in front of him would only amuse him, so don't laugh. Feeling intent filled the air, Juna declared, don't ignore me, you bastard. Today you will die. Elsewhere, someone asked, you mean enhancing abilities? Taram confirmed, yes. Garam's eyes widened in shock. How? Dongho was confused. There is an ability like that. Taram announced, I am not the one who will help you. That man looked at the entity and said, Aitarim will help you. Garam was stunned. Aitarim? He explained, I simulated this based on my old form. Lately, I've gained weight from eating pet food. Dongho blinked and asked, someone who looks like Neria? Garam snorted lightly. Other than me, who could recreate Neria? Dongho urged. Neria was created by Netba. Man realized, his eyes wavering. Who of Netba? I see. Tarim returned to the subject. The energy from the reading room is taken from the orchid. It transfers into your body. He walked closer to Garam, explaining, your knowledge transmitting energy will evolve. She was surprised. How do you know so much? Tarim calmly said, I took a picture of it. Garam yelled, really? He shook his head. Just kidding. Garam slowly said, we have been in contact before. That alone is enough for me to read your energy and physical physical stats. He lowered his voice. I can also tell you think I am not normal. Garam trembled. Just like that? He asked. Just kidding. Am I wrong? Tarim moved. I often read memories so I can leave messages. Through enhancement via Iterim, you control objects and read stats, which helps advance your technique. The entity suddenly spoke. I am wearing black underwear. Garam was bewildered. Why is it talking so strangely? Tarim calmly said, sometimes Timmy has a glitch. Dong Ho asked, are you really just wearing black underwear? He hesitated. Go find out for yourself. He asked, can my ability be enhanced? Tarim coldly said it can, but it won't change anything. Dong Ho was confused. Why? That man slowly said, your ability is chaotic attack, using your fists, but it's like hitting someone with a mushroom hammer. Tarim emphasized, even if enhanced, it would only make more flowers grow, because it's a mental attack, not a physical one. He raised his voice. On Garam's side, she is more outstanding than I thought. She might surpass the standard. Her eyes widened. I am stronger than the captain? Dong Ho turned around, silently crying. I should have believed Garam. My ability is useless. A moment later, Tarim looked seriously at the two. All right, let's begin. Garam immediately replied yes. On the opposite side, the entity commanded them to begin the enhancement. She was startled. Yes, no, Garam thought to herself. Should I use honorifics? It signaled, just be comfortable. Tarim turned around, follow me. Dong Ho was clueless. Yes, where are we going? That man tightened his grip on a strange object. We are going to destroy the seal. He was astonished. Can it be destroyed? Then Garam won't need to fight when wounded. Tarim said expressionlessly, I will try every level. If it succeeds, good. Failures will be more numerous. It all depends on Garam. Dong Ho nodded. I understand. He asked curiously, do you plan to help me get enhanced? That man denied it. No, I just have something to say. Garam raised his voice. You have to try your best to encourage Garam. He froze. Yes. That man changed his expression. She is not doing well. I can only read physical stats, but her mental state is likely already weak. Tarim affirmed, you care about her a lot. Stay by her side so she doesn't break down. Dong Ho raised his head in shock. You can read my thoughts. Then you know I like Garam? He held his head and screamed, Garam must not know this secret. She will be pressured. That man was helpless. What are you blabbering about? Dong Ho froze, huh? Weren't you reading my thoughts? That man shook his head. I can't. He screamed, I said it's a secret. Dong Ho turned around in a panic and asked, can I help with anything? Tarim ordered, bring the pressure machine over here. He muttered, she still has lingering feelings. Yes, I understand. That man let out a laugh. The corpse members are so lovable. You have found good friends, Li Qiang. Garam muttered, I should go prepare now. The entity assessed, your breathing is not steady. Garam adjusted, I am calmer now. Let's begin. It asked, it's been a while since you last washed the hat, right? Garam stiffened. I guess so. She thought to herself, is this another Timmy glitch? It explained, wiping it with a wet cloth doesn't completely kill the bacteria. Garam was flustered. I can't exactly take a bath with it. Ignoring her embarrassment, it rambled on. If you don't wash it clean, the bacteria can multiply through the hair and sweat. She interrupted, I know already. Stop it. The entity lowered its voice, its tone slow like the autumn wind. I was the one who gave that hat to Li Qiang. It was a hat I once used. His voice slowly continued. I gave it to Li Qiang hoping she would become outstanding. She was the one who wore that hat. The original rarely showed pride. She was dignified and strong as Mount Tai, but not at all arrogant. On this side, Garam remained silent without answering, her mind repeatedly circling the thought of who deserved to wear the hat. After a brief silence, Garam raised her head to look him straight in the eyes and said, let's begin. Hearing that, he lightly nodded, replying with an okay. On the other side, Dong Ho stood motionless amidst the chaos. He muttered to himself, where is it? Here, it doesn't seem to be this one or this one. Suddenly a voice rang out. Senior Dong Ho startled and spun around. Casual talk. Could not help but ask curiously, why are you here? Did team leader Tarim have a program error? A loud noise sounded. Dong Ho's body had already flopped onto the ground. At the same time, a familiar figure slowly moved inside. The one who just arrived was Harang in Garam's form. He had a bewildered look on his face. Oh right, what was I supposed to bring again? Suddenly Harang's face turned into Dong Ho's. He still did not realize it and just laughed. Ah, here it is. Tarim stared intently at the controller. Everything is ready. Now then, Harang's voice in Dong Ho's form rang out in time. In back, hearing this, he showed satisfaction. Perfect timing. From behind, he excitedly stepped closer and said, I brought what you told me to. Seeing this, Tarim could not help but exclaim, beyond my expectations. He continued in a rare tone of praise, you are nothing like I thought. I thought you would bring something else back. Hearing that, Harang chuckled softly, I can handle this much. I knew it as soon as I saw it. Suddenly Tarim's gaze changed. He asked coldly, is that so? Then suddenly Tarim slapped Harang's shoulder hard. You're smarter than I thought, huh? He felt a bit embarrassed. How awkward. Right after, he ordered urgently, bring it here and put it in this spot. Now I have to break the sealing item. The two villages answered quickly, yes. He asked curiously, if the sealing item is broken, will the water demon inside die? Tarim did not hesitate. Probably, that is the reason to destroy it. At that moment, Harang's expression changed. So if you die, will the sealing item be opened? He still did not realize the danger. Continued, yeah, that's right, cause it is maintained by my power. Turning back to Harang, he could be seen with his eyes tightly shut. In a flash, Harang returned to his original form. He opened his eyes and sneered, is that so? Taking advantage of Tarim's lapse, Harang tightened his grip on the staff in his hand and charged madly forward. On this side, Tarim stood perfectly still, his expression eerily emotionless. Right behind him, Harang decisively swung the staff in his hand towards him. He froze for a moment. What is this? Dongo suddenly appeared in a different version. He put on a polite smile, a common mushroom from the boss. The mushroom could be seen flying straight into the air. Then suddenly Tarim reached out and grabbed it tightly. He said coldly, I told them to test it already. Now that you have destroyed it, how am I supposed to explain? Tarim's voice immediately dropped into satisfaction. I already saw you and you made me lose another pet. Harang was still stunned. You knew beforehand. Hara raised her head and stared at Tarim. When was that? He only replied with a casual look. I don't know, you completely fooled me. Saying this, Tarim continued in a trembling voice. It's just your bad luck. Just by contact I knew who you were. Sorry for ruining your plan. He pondered for a moment then admitted, in other words, is it because I was too lucky? From behind, Harang still did not take his eyes off Tarim. He silently admired. Truly cunning. He clearly knew beforehand and still said that. It really makes one frustrated. At that moment, he quickly pressed a button on the keyboard. Immediately an alarm sounded. Hara lifted her head to look towards the source of the noise. The piercing warning echoed throughout the area. The atmosphere instantly tensed. Emergency code D8. All zombies assemble at the main gate. The emotionless announcement voice continued repeating as if urging emergency code D8. All zombies assemble at the main gate. On the other side, Garam turned her body towards the speaker that was continuously repeating, what just happened? Turning back to Tarim, he squinted and looked behind. Sorry, fighting here would be inconvenient. And Tarim slowly stepped back, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Let's move the arena somewhere else. Hearing this, Harang could not help but feel confused. Persist. The moment Tarim turned his shield towards him, a beam of light suddenly radiated out. In an instant, Harang teleported to another dimension. He was stunned. This is, on the opposite side, Tarim slowly explained the high-speed teleportation device made from orchid seeds. You people still do not have this technology yet. Saying this, he did not forget to taunt. It seems your side does not have a single genius like me. Hearing this, Harang squinted and smiled coldly. Orchid, what arrogant words. Tarim stared at him as if seeing through his essence. You seem to be an incarnation born from a sword. Your target must be the sleeping original of the sealing item. At that moment, a small sound rang out as strange objects moved through space. Tarim spoke with innuendo. Well then, sorry, not yet. In an instant, a series of identical butler versions appeared around Tarim. He immediately challenged. Now you have to play with me. Seeing this, Harang laughed mockingly. What's this, bringing out your sisters or something? How laughable, are you preparing to transform or what? He raised his head to look at Tarim with crescent eyes full of hostility. Let me tell you, I do not like people like you. You better not have any stupid thoughts. On this side, Tarim carefully observed Harang. He thought to himself, he looks very serious. This guy is harder to deal with than I thought. In that moment, Tarim suddenly felt that he was already too exhausted to maintain the sealing item, let alone fight. He silently prayed in his heart, come quickly Garam, only you can turn this situation around. Turning back to Garam, she quickly announced, something must have happened, how is the progress? The original quickly replied, about 5%. Hearing that Garam grew more anxious. Can it not go faster? He shook his head again. It cannot. The original looked at her, his voice even as if reading a warning. This is the maximum speed a human body can adapt to. If accelerated, the body receiving energy will be damaged. As he finished, Garam ordered, it's fine, just do it. A cold voice rang out devoid of any emotion, reminding you again, your body will be severely damaged. If the level reaches 100%, the user will die. At this moment, Garam raised her head, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination. I don't care, hurry up, I have to leave immediately. Seeing her expression, the entity slightly narrowed its eyes and replied, I understand. Immediately after, countless rays of light shot straight downward. Garam's body instantly took the brunt of the attack. She collapsed from the indescribable pain. At the same time, an announcement sounded like a verdict. Damage level 12%, 25%. The entity continued with a cold, mechanical voice. Damage level to liver and gallbladder 37%. Damage level to respiratory organs and lungs 55%. Garam clenched her hands and told herself she had to endure. Suddenly, a fragment of memory she thought was buried resurfaced. Before Garam's eyes, a charred corpse appeared vividly. Seeing that sight, she was almost paralyzed. In another dimension of space, Garam screamed and shouted, "Endure it!" Even though the pain felt like it was tearing her body apart, she repeated in her subconscious, "It's only this much. Endure it!" The entity's voice rang out again, cold as a death sentence. Current total body damage level is 99.9%. Back at Tarim, he was gasping for breath when Harang's icy voice came from the abyss. "Hey, I'm sorry." Tarim sat on a pile of corpses, his mouth spewing venomous words. "The fun's coming to an end, huh?" Harang lifted his head to look at him, eyes curving as he spoke. "I'm a polite man, rarely speaks, but fighting you—" He paused for a second, then dragged out the final syllable, "is so damn boring." After saying that, Harang suddenly lunged straight at Tarim. "Let's end it here." Tarim watched coldly, thinking, a reckless fool, just an advanced pet. If the avatar of the sword is like this, how strong is the main body? Tarim's heart pounded from a thought. Lucky I already figured out his fighting style. Quickly judged, his attacks were simpler than expected. A total of 9 consecutive strikes, appearing strong but extremely cautious. After each series of strikes, Harang always faked an attack to the left to finish on the right. Because he had to maintain the seal, Tarim couldn't go all out. He could still withstand the fight at this level. She held him off until Garam arrived. Right then, Harang suddenly stopped, lowering his voice softly. "Let me give you some advice." Harang mocked. People are often overconfident. Tarim was startled, realizing the sword was behind his left. Harang continued to stare, taunting. "Always believing what you see is right, but it's not right," creating an opening. He reminded him, "The game isn't over yet, don't relax too much, it will lead to defeat." Suddenly his body froze for a moment. Tarim's arm had transformed into a massive muscular mass. He swung his arm back to gain momentum. Tarim decisively threw a punch towards Harang. He stopped, panting heavily and cursing. "Damn it, got caught up in it." Tarim had poured all his strength into a devastating blow. He had to do so to save his life. However, at the same time, in the laboratory, the glass jar shattered. The strange liquid flowed out endlessly. Back at Harang, he muttered, "So that's it. No need to kill someone to break the seal after all." Hearing this, Tarim's eyes sharpened. A warning echoed in his mind. "Can no longer maintain the seal." Harang sighed. "It's been a long time since I enjoyed this air." Saying this, he burst into hearty laughter. "Actually, it hasn't been that long." As soon as he finished speaking, Tarim exposed him. "From the very start, you intended to distract me." Harang quickly denied. "Hey, no way. I didn't even know about this." He continued calmly. "It's just your bad luck. My incarnation genuinely wanted to kill you, but your fear made you unable to maintain the seal." Tarim tilted his head back, squinting as he repeated, "In other words, am I lucky?" Faced with the provocative attitude, Tarim gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, Harang accelerated. "You've worked hard until now. Let me send you off gently." Tarim's breath was heavy, but his will was not broken. Fighting his avatar is dangerous, but besides fighting until exhaustion, I have no other choice. Suddenly the space before them rippled. A pillar of light shot straight up. Harang jumped back in surprise. "What is that?" Around him, pillars of light rose like a fortress. Tarim sneered, "It's here." He spoke slowly. "Let me give you some advice." Amidst the terrifying explosions, Tarim's voice echoed out. He looked straight into Harang's eyes, sneering, "Don't let your guard down." Inside the room, the entity's voice rang out again. Final body damage level, 99.9%. It announced that the enhancement process was complete. Back to Tarim, he once again provoked, "Because it will cause your defeat." The moment Garam's feet touched the ground, she shook the stone floor. Harang squinted, a mix of surprise and interest in his eyes. "What's this? Making tremors the moment you arrive." Tarim warned him. "Garam's power has been enhanced. Don't be too tense." Geta tilted his head, a rare glint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Power enhancement, huh?" At that exact moment, Garam suddenly appeared in front of Harang. He immediately unleashed a massive beam of light. He was forced to dodge hastily. At this moment, Garam's body slammed heavily onto the ground. Suddenly she roared, slashing her bare hand down onto the cold floor. Seeing this, Harang immediately leaped into the air. Garam did not stop, continuing the fierce chase. She unleashed magic that nearly blasted the ground apart. Immediately after, flames burst out violently, smoke and dust covering the entire sky. After a moment, Harang calmly spoke, saying that power enhancement was no joke. He narrowed his eyes at Garam, acknowledging that her power this time was quite dangerous. After speaking, Harang let out a dry laugh, his voice dropping, "Truly enviable." He also wanted a chance like this, his attitude still the same as before. Garam's ability was to impart knowledge through the body, originally limited only to books, now expanded thanks to the system's enhancement, surpassing ordinary knowledge to reach the knowledge of creation. At this moment, Garam was still roaring in threat. Hearing this, Harang did not reply, thinking to himself, joking, of course not. Instinct told him this would be a real life and death battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Garam shot straight into the air, swinging her arm, causing the ground below to explode. Witnessing that scene, Harang was bewildered. This ability was no different from a natural disaster. What had she been enhanced with? Just then, a pillar of light shot straight down toward him. Harang reflexively stepped back, chuckling lightly. That stung a little. Tarim observed and judged that merely a system enhancement could not produce this result, because Garam could not evolve on her own. Power is the fruit of effort, system was only a stepping stone to help her reach her true capability. The rest was thanks to Garam herself. She had unexpectedly activated the ability of the laws of all things. In an instant, a barrage of electric missiles rained down on Harang's position. Garam appeared right behind him, coldly voicing, "I wonder." Immediately, she threw a speed punch toward Harang. She widened her eyes, saying he probably didn't expect she could make such a terrifying face. Hearing this, Harang let out a soft sigh. She really was reckless. As soon as he finished speaking, Garam crazily charged forward, ignoring him as he continuously retreated. At this moment, Harang immediately stopped in his tracks. In that instant, Garam declared this boring fight was over. Looking at the enormous surge of power rushing toward him, Harang was shocked by this attack. In an instant, a fireball fell, engulfing him. Not stopping there, they suddenly exploded. The horrifying scene made Taram exclaim, "The scale is truly terrifying." At the same time, Garam frantically ran over to report that the area was about to collapse. Taram quickly replied, "I understand." Meanwhile, the ground began to show dense cracks. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, smoke and dust flying everywhere. After a moment, Taram worriedly asked Han, his voice trembling slightly, "Is Garam still okay?" Taram turned and patted Garam on the shoulder, saying she had worked hard, taking that hit. That man must be... He continued to praise. Not only was her ability enhanced, she had traded her lifespan to gain that power. Right. Taram paused. Her lifespan has... Garam asked again. "I did it, right?" He was flustered. "What?" Garam gave a mad smile, asking if she had killed that man. Taram sighed helplessly, scolding Garam for not knowing how ruined her body condition was. She whispered, "Let it be for later," then asked about Dong Ho. Just then, a metal rod stabbed straight into Garam's chest. A familiar voice rang out, "Where are you going, Garam?" Instantly, her body collapsed to the ground. Behind her, Harang narrowed his eyes and gave a sinister smile, saying he liked running away. He wanted to play fair. On this side, Garam's face turned pale after the sneak attack. She spun around furiously. This bastard was completely wrong. Seeing this, Taram anxiously stopped her. "Garam, if you overexert yourself, your lifespan will..." At that moment, Harang easily countered with the exact same technique. Garam's eyes widened when she saw her attack being repelled. In contrast to her, he let out a delighted laugh. "Quite surprising, isn't it?" Harang enunciated each word with a harsh tone. "Surely you still remember that we share power through each other's abilities." He added, "I don't know if you noticed, but my ability has never been lost." Harang's calm voice rang out across the battlefield as if explaining the cruel rules of the game. "The victor will receive the opponent's ability. I only receive power through the sword, but I will use it well. You can also use my ability, even if it's meaningless." Taram stood up. "Hang in there, Garam. I will support you." He pointed his sword at Harang. "You better not move. This is a fair fight." Garam's pupils contracted in shock. Damn it. When did the manifestation of the sword appear? Harang rushed quickly at Garam. "Honestly, you surprised me. I didn't expect to be overwhelmed by a weakling." He uttered a sarcastic remark, "Of course now you're just a minnow." In the final moment, Harang coldly raised his sword, his eyes fixed on her frail body. "So, the glory is just enough." At that moment, Garam's inner self screamed frantically, "Don't get up and fight." But her body disobeyed, her hands couldn't move. She screamed in her heart, "I worked so hard, I tried so hard to endure not being taken down, but in the end, I'm still just..." Witnessing the scene, Harang stopped short. "Why are you crying now?" He continued in a calm tone, "It's not over yet." Suddenly, Garam lifted her head, her eyes staring fixedly at one point. On the opposite side, Min Sung appeared unexpectedly, a faint smile on his face. Is this any way for a hero to act? Right at this moment, Min Sung unexpectedly charged straight at Harang. He poured the bowl of sauce in his hand straight at him. Garam was bewildered. "Min Sung, why?" Clearly it was Jerry. He replied lightly, while questioning, "Let's talk about this later. Why is your face covered in blood like that?" Min Sung's gaze stopped on her tear-streaked face. "My hero is crying, how annoying to see." Hearing that, Garam's body was almost frozen from dizziness. He stepped forward, using his body to shield between Garam and the manifestation of the sword. "While I hold this guy off, you try to recover." Hearing this, she stood up hastily. Wait." Garam lowered her head, quietly repeating in her mind, "Hero." In that moment, an unprecedented thought rang out in her mind. Not how to do it, but no matter how, she had to make it happen. Thinking this, she couldn't help but laugh. He's still the same, just charging headfirst like that. Garam bit her lip hard, channeling the last of her strength into her trembling legs. She shouted, shaking the space, "Wait for me, I'm coming right now." High-level energy circulation. On the other side, Min Sung unexpectedly turned his lips into a weapon to attack Harang. He angrily charged forward, trying to stop me again. "Are you?" Min Sung sneered, "What are you talking about? This is the first time I've met you." He coldly swung his sword, uttering a warning. "I don't know what's going on, but it won't work this time." On this side, Taram remained motionless, his eyes scanning the battle. "It seems they have no time to bother with me here." Seizing the opportunity, Taram turned around to the back, swinging his fist towards the table behind. Suddenly, a series of tentacles emerged from the ground. They shot straight towards Harang as if they had been directed at their prey. At that exact moment, Taram appeared, resolutely swinging his fist into the air. Seeing this, Harang sighed softly, "What a hassle." Taram quickly arrived in front of Min Sung. He breathed out, "Are you okay? Thankfully you're safe." Min Sung muttered, "Lucky I noticed, or I'd have been reduced to nothing." Taram turned to observe, confused. "It looks like Garam is looking at you with an unusual expression. What happened?" Min Sung smiled faintly. I'll tell you later, now coordinate with me. Tarim nodded. So do you have any plan yet? Min Sung replied nonchalantly. Let's see. I'll just charge in. Harang looked annoyed. The clones did a terrible job. Tarim decided there's no other choice but to wait for Garam to recover. Finishing his words, he charged straight at Harang. The two of us will try to hold on. Min Sung quickly followed behind. Fine. He quickly swung his lips, simultaneously shouting clearly, Yellow Earth. Seizing the opportunity, Tarim charged in, swinging his fist straight at him. In that moment, Tarim and Min Sung combined their efforts, attacking Harang relentlessly. In the final moment, Harang unexpectedly countered with an electric orb, suppressing the two. Tarim struggled to defend, his face showing a slight grimace. Min Sung gritted his teeth, his body unable to move. At that precise moment, Garam charged straight at Harang from behind. She decisively unleashed a palm strike, flames immediately blazing fiercely. Garam combined techniques transmitting knowledge, boxing the laws of all things. She swung her fist, an energy vortex flying rapidly towards him. Not stopping there, she swung her leg and kicked hard without hesitation. Harang's body flew backward, seemingly with no end in sight. A moment later, he appeared covered in wounds. On the opposite side, Garam was also not spared from the backlash. However, she charged forward once more. Seeing this, Harang also rushed in. In the moment the two clashed, a flash of light burst in the space between. At this moment, he decisively swung his sword in a powerful slash. Fresh blood immediately splattered. Garam did not show any sign of weakness. She immediately counterattacked with her long legs. Seeing this, Harang swung his sword again, blood splattering everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his sword higher. Right after, Harang decisively thrust straight toward Garam. Not stopping there, he coldly pulled the blade out. Next, Harang kicked hard into her frail body. Garam lay almost motionless on the grass, yet Harang still charged forward without mercy. That moment, his face shone with an unprecedented excitement. Over here, she lay still on the cold ground, her heart slowly giving up. She had lost. Facing the horrifying scene, Min Sung quickly turned around. He let out a desperate scream. Don't give up, Garam. The scream had just ended when Garam's eyes suddenly widened. Blue light enveloped her, creating extremely simple attack. Right before Harang's eyes, a large hole appeared in his body. He stood frozen in midair. Caught off guard by the attack, he blamed himself for being arrogant and not bothering to dodge. Thinking this, Harang quickly reached a conclusion. It turned out he was nothing special after all. On the other side, Min Sung's eyes bulged, his gaze full of terror. Tarim was stunned by the unprecedented comeback. Turning back to Garam, she reached out her hand, trying to touch the remaining spiritual energy. However, it slowly dissipated into the void. Garam lightly squeezed her fingertips, trying to hold on to the lingering spiritual energy. After that, she burst into loud sobs. She had won. Night fell, covering the forest. Garam sat up. Dongho asked worriedly if she was awake, not to push herself too hard. She had just woken up and immediately asked about that mask changer. He quickly gave a hand signal. Lie down, your body is very weak. Garam kept signaling. Dongho gently calmed her down. The battle is over, you killed him. She was dazed for a few seconds. Then, as if a weight had been lifted. Is that so? It's truly over. He reminded her of the Busan incident. Just rest now. Garam answered with difficulty. I can't walk anymore. I'd die if I tried. Dongho was flustered. It's worse than I imagined. She closed her eyes, her voice regretful. I was too ambitious. But I have to trust my teammates. Hearing that, he unconsciously smiled. Finally saw that proud look of yours. Garam asked worriedly, what about team leader Tarim? Dongho laughed helplessly. The team leader went back to the mansion. There are many valuable things inside. If they are still intact, we have to take them. From the outside, it looks heavily destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh, suddenly feel really guilty. He denied it. Guilty about what? You gave it your all. Suddenly remembering something, Garam quickly asked, oh right, what about Min Sung? Dongho looked confused. Who is that? Ah, the guy with the fluffy blonde hair. He thought for a moment. It seems he had urgent business and disappeared. He asked me to send his regards. She looked at him suspiciously. You're lying. He nearly shouted. What do you mean? Garam turned to question him. It was you, wasn't it? You used confusion attack to trick me just like Min Sung did. Dongho was speechless, his face in a mess. You already knew. She belittled his goodwill, I understand, but don't do it again next time, because it was disrespectful to Min Sung. Hearing that, he lowered his head in a sincere manner. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend him. Garam unconsciously shifted her gaze to Jong-ho, and suddenly she sat bolt upright. I like you, senior. His eyes went wide, completely frozen. Huh, what? In that moment, Garam wore a radiant smile she had never shown before. I like your sincere attitude more, so from now on, be direct with me. She didn't forget to remind him if he understood. Dong-ho shyly lowered his head, his voice dropping to a whisper. When Garam turned away, Jong-ho clenched his fist. Next time I will definitely speak directly to her. In a flash, it was the next day. Tarim's deep voice rang out. You're still alive, aren't you? He looked at Harang. I have something to tell you. Harang let out a self-mocking remark. I'm not alive. This is the sword's manifestation. The main body is about to vanish. Harang questioned with dissatisfaction. You don't know her. The Arhats and I were all born from Turret's emotions. He continued with a hostile attitude. Rohan was born from cold consolation. I was born from feelings of inferiority, always striving to receive the mask. That's why I absolutely loathe those who are skilled. Harang uttered a curse, get out of my sight. I hate you, can't you grant me a peaceful death? You're always showing up to obstruct me. Tarim looked at him silently then replied, sorry, I don't hate you. Do you want to come back with me? He spoke in a seductive tone, I know Turret's secret. It gives me the chance to steer everything onto its proper course. Tarim also offered immortality. How much power do you want? I will give you that much. Harang sighed, no wonder you acted weak and didn't help humans. Your scheme is quite dirty. He nearly roared with resentment, that is why I hate you. You have everything, treating it all as mere toys. Harang bluntly raised his middle finger toward the opponent. Sorry. In an instant he turned into ashes, dissolving into the void. Tarim muttered softly, what a pity, I thought he was a talent, yet he disappeared. His eyes suddenly lit up, his lips moving as if hearing some name. Tarim was silent for a moment, then reluctantly called the name Neria. Over here Juna furiously rushed toward Rohan. He shouted, shaking the entire space, Spectre. At that moment, a fireball shot over. Rohan scoffed, this attack using this move is erratic, isn't it? Rohan coldly analyzed, the ball's trajectory is hard to predict, so the attack will be more effective. He calmly pieced together the information. Along with the exploding ball, your ability is to create explosives from your fingertips. Right then, Hemi charged forward, swinging his baseball bat straight at Rohan. Ada stepped back, his eyes narrowing with focus. He possessed an ability related to instantaneous teleportation. Rohan quickly realized that this man could teleport not only living creatures. That man kept rambling on endlessly, he could also teleport objects. The number of balls was limited, but this battle was far from easy. Juna frowned in annoyance, veins bulging. You've been muttering to yourself this whole time, are you a babbling type or something? Hemi rushed from behind, roaring in anger, have you managed to analyze anything? Contrary to the two of them, Rohan remained calm. It changed quite a few things. As if not intending to stop, that man hinted that he had figured out the opponent's fighting style. Rohan came to a conclusion. You will launch more effective attacks. He lowered his center of gravity while explaining like a teacher, applying pressure to force the opponent into making mistakes. Rohan suddenly swung his sword, slashing at Juna's hand. Ignoring the boy's pain, he continued his lecture. He emphasized in a harsh tone, I have severed your motor tendons. Rohan cruelly pressed Juna's head to the ground and reminded him, you won't be able to throw a ball for a while. On the other side, Hemi's body was already restrained by the pile of rubble. Back to Rohan, that man mercilessly stomped his foot down on Juna's head. The boy was furious because he couldn't avenge his teacher. Rohan squinted at him, unfortunately you have failed. Without decisiveness, you cannot win. He coldly turned around and withdrew. You people are too weak. Seeing this, Juna quickly shouted, no, wait. The boy tried to crawl up, clenching his teeth and growling with resentment. I said, wait, you bastard. After saying that, Juna was in so much pain he couldn't breathe normally. Meanwhile, Hemi struggled to speak. Wait. Both of them thought, I'm sorry, Rizuru. He sacrificed his life to save us, but we never had a chance for revenge. Juna almost collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all because I'm too weak, I'm sorry. Juna's tears at this moment fell to the ground continuously. Suddenly, Rizuru emerged from the ground. The boy was startled. What is that? Witnessing the scene, Hemi softly called his name, Rizuru. Juna asked in confusion, why are you here? Didn't that guy? Rizuru signaled, you remember me, right? He bent low, gently patting Juna's head. Don't cry, I'm here now. Hearing that, the boy burst into tears again, his voice trembling, you bastard. Juna shouted in dissatisfaction, who's crying? But on the opposite side, Rohan heard and stopped in his tracks, Rizuru. Rizuru's familiar voice rang out again, I owe my disciples. Right at that moment, he rushed over and gave the man a firm kiss on the cheek. Now I'll play with you. Looking at Rohan's grimacing face, Rizuru laughed maniacally. Not stopping there, he taunted directly, you can't escape my kiss. Rohan touched his cheek, how are you still alive? I clearly finished you off. Rizuru laughed loudly. Seeing your embarrassed face makes me so happy. Rohan wondered, do you have an illusion ability? Rizuru replied, you talk like that after tasting my lips? Rohan immediately lunged forward, I'll kill you again. Rizuru dodged with a mocking tone. Rohan suddenly realized the attacks were heading straight for him. Rizuru laughed, in the medicine, I had a super regenerative pill, which instantly heals the body. Luckily, I managed to drink it and leave. Rohan was swept by the current, of course. I also swallowed water. I just realized one thing, the reason I lost to you and the things I was lacking. Loving the enemy is a sin. Now I will embrace you with an open heart. He charged forward. Love punch, Rohan muttered. What love punch? It's just flailing wildly. Rizuru laughed loudly, hitting relentlessly without mercy. That's what love is. He continued laughing crazily. Rohan thought to himself, he's not normal anymore. He came back even worse. Scene change, Juna spoke up, Rizuru taking a special potion. Is that okay? Hemi still couldn't move. On the other side, thousands of white zombies were scattering in panic. Juna exclaimed, what is that? Hemi held his arm, preparing to stand up. There are still 100 zombies left. Juna replied, we'll take them down so Rizuru can fight freely. Hemi was surprised. Juna, have you grown up? The boy roared, what do you expect me to do in this situation? Although he is my teacher, I have to trust the other side. Rizuru yelled, love beam. Rohan replied, where's the beam? Rizuru attacked relentlessly, love soccer, love bounce, love gate. Rohan muttered, just making up names on the spot. Zuru continued with love melody and then punched fiercely forward. He laughed loudly, forming a heart shape. See, how does my love taste? Rohan replied, there is something I want to ask you. And he lunged forward to push him back hard. Rizuru quickly fell backward and landed safely. One of Rohan's swords flew forward, stabbing straight into his body. What were you thinking? Coming back, is it the same old reason as before? Rizuru chuckled slightly, red blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he lunged forward and shoved the other person behind him. Then he threw a really hard punch because he liked that person, the bastard. Rizuru continuously punched his opponent without stopping. Rohan quickly regained his defensive stance and kicked him flying backward. This was bad. After enduring 6 painful lifetimes, I returned to a meaningless life. Let it end here, Rizuru. 6 paths, a sword materialized amidst the streams of magical light. Only the demons were fake. Rizuru laughed loudly. The weather is so hot. Feel free to embrace me. Suddenly, Rohan appeared behind him with a face full of killing intent. Hellpath, a beam of blue light shot straight into him. Rizuru immediately turned around, truly a stubborn bastard. Rohan had already dashed in a different direction. Ghost path. Geta continued. Animal path, Asura path, human path. The magical pulses slammed heavily into Rizuru's body. His body was flung far away, light piercing through him. Rohan said calmly, look at your pathetic, powerless form. I haven't even used my full strength yet. It is over. Heaven path. A colossal magical light appeared above his head, a blue radiance of ultimate bliss. Suddenly, Rizuru's eyes closed tightly. Rohan was startled when he saw those eyes. Rizuru raised his hand to block the incoming sword. Love should not be pursued. You must patiently wait for it. You will have flesh, blood, and entrails and march towards victory. Remember, because this is the final love. A ray of light enveloped the bodies of the two. A blinding flash of light burst forth all around. Hemi and Juna over there shouted in panic. What is going on, Rizuru? The smoke slowly dissipated and Rohan's voice rang out. I see. The drug is still effective, huh? So the newcomer didn't dodge the blow, making me lose focus. He looked at the white demon lying on the floor. Wonderful resolve, but it is just a useless variable, because you are a worthless ball. Clearly foreseeing the outcome, yet you still charge headfirst into it. Truly foolish. Suddenly, Rizuru burst into laughter. Rohan turned his head. Still alive? He immediately grabbed his sword and charged forward. Truly as persistent as a leech. Rizuru muttered, the past and the present are no different. Why have you come back? I had seen it to find out which bastard would arrive here first. Then he picked up a weapon in his hand. The situation has changed. I was just buying time, you blockhead. Suddenly, Rohan heard a voice from behind. It seems I am a bit late, huh? Li Kang continued, sorry, I took a wrong turn. Rohan muttered her name in surprise. Li Kang looked surprised. You know me? Rohan was startled as he saw something charging towards him. The building behind him seemed to shatter. Li Qiang spoke up, you are here, Muriel. The girl landed and asked, why did you go ahead? She smiled, we were heading to the same place anyway. Rizuru laughed loudly, what to do now, long-haired friend? Are you sure you can fight alone? Rohan was contemplative, his face lowered as he thought about something. I am not a stubborn person. The sword in his hand vanished. That was only natural. Then his entire body also vanished. Li Qiang, I hope you know many secrets. Rizuru shouted angrily, running away. Look at that cowardly retreat of his. Li Qiang thought to herself, secrets, huh? Rizuru yelled loudly, Captain, chase after him and beat him up, make him see the light. Li Qiang ran forward, Muriel, take care of him for me. The situation is that we are late. Quickly regroup with the main formation. On the other side, Junha and Hemi were still battling a group of those masters. Junha exclaimed in astonishment, what is this? A surprised scream echoed everywhere. Then the scene shifted to another high-rise building. A voice rang out, Captain, do you know how worried I was? Junha asked, is your body okay? Is your health stable? What happened to your hand? The old man laughed. I didn't expect everyone to welcome me so warmly. Is this the right direction? The boy replied, yes, I received a call earlier. The support team is already at the mall over there. Kyu-ho shouted loudly, Captain, over here. The two girls beside him burst into tears when they saw Muriel. They hugged the boy tightly together. This captain truly makes no wrong moves. Rizuru, you national from elsewhere. The master belongs to me alone. Muriel wondered, why are they here too? Suddenly, Li Qiang spoke up, you are here early, took a shortcut. Li Qiang replied, my head only looks at the signposts. Where have the captain and Muriel gone? The old man laughed, we ran straight into the forest, that is why we are this late. Kyu-ho was surprised, the forest. Why do you always like to be so contrary? That is right. There is someone inside who wants to greet the captain. Li Qiang replied, you mean Nuri? If it is Nuri, then before this... Nuri suddenly rushed out, I am here too. Li Qiang screamed, it hurts. Nuri scolded, why are you so late? I have been waiting forever. Surprised someone had asked me that when a voice rang out, long time no see. Li Qiang's face suddenly stiffened. She couldn't believe she would run into that person here. Tarim spoke up, you look more haggard than before, must have been through a lot, huh? Lee Kyung paused, Senior Tarim, while Nuri looked annoyed. Lee Kyung asked, is it really you, Senior? Nuri behind her replied, yeah. Come on, there are hundreds of zombies nearby. Get inside quickly before they attract them. Kyu-ho guided the injured person. Everyone get plenty of rest, because there's a meeting soon. They all answered yes. Nuri turned to Lee Kyung, hey, talk to me for a bit. She was surprised. Huh, what about? Nuri replied, just follow me, it's important. She answered, okay fine. Tarim was brooding by the door. A moment later, inside the shopping mall, dozens of people were sitting around inside. Scene cut to a room. Lee Kyung said, you told me not to trust Senior Tarim. What are you talking about? Nuri replied, I received a message from Jun. I don't know how it was sent. The message was like a warning. Be wary of the one who knows the secret. That person is hunting the immortals, it said. Who is the person in the message referring to? I think you know. According to Tarim, he saved Garam and Jong-ho, got information about Busan from them and joined us. For now, don't get close to him. Lee Kyung said, we can't verify this message. Nuri was startled. What? She continued, we don't know for sure if Jian sent it or not. This message isn't enough to conclude Tarim is dangerous. He saved Garam and Jong-ho. We welcomed him with open arms. That should be enough. Nuri, that's Senior Tarim, not someone else. He was with us before. Nuri shouted, you can't judge based on that. A normal person who never showed up, then what did he do? An instantaneous teleportation appearing here in one shot. What's that about? If he had that, why didn't he show up before? More importantly, that person was already not right before. That's the reason I still don't trust him. Surprised. What? She sighed and closed her eyes with a helpless look. I'm going ahead, cool your head. Nuri hurriedly stopped her. Wait, I'm not talking nonsense. Lee Kyung said slowly, you were the same before, hating Senior Tarim for no reason. Don't arbitrarily judge others. Nuri called out Lee Kyung. Lee Kyung. A moment later, she silently watched Lee Kyung walk away. Suddenly Tarim's voice rang out from behind. Done talking? Nuri turned around and shouted, what the hell? Were you eavesdropping on us? Tarim replied, don't misunderstand, I was just passing by, right when I had something to ask you. Can I join the meeting? I need to know what happened to be able to help. Don't worry, I won't have any opinions. Just listen. Nuri coldly looked at him with distrust. Do whatever you want, then she left. Tarim calmly replied, okay, thank you. A while later, inside the empty cinema, people gradually started entering. Nuri stood at the front. Everyone is here. So Tarim looked at Rizuru. You've changed your way of speaking, huh? Rizuru laughed loudly. It's influence from you, Senior. Nuri sighed. Let's start the meeting. We are currently near White Tree, the dwelling place of Turret. Attacking tomorrow isn't complicated, but the important thing is resource allocation. The goal is to hold back the hundreds of zombies rushing in mass. Our forces have limited endurance, so Lee Kyung will run and build the defense line. Mirel will split the teams and go battle. I've already arranged the detailed content. Suddenly a hand went up. Tarim said, I find it ineffective. Nuri was surprised. Why? He continued, I heard Mirel is very capable. Sending Lee Kyung with Mirel to the battle royale would be more effective. I'm not criticizing your strategy, but the remaining members will be a burden. As for protecting and supporting the run, I will direct it. How about it? Nuri muttered angrily. This guy. Didn't you hear? They will attack in waves, not just one or two. The support camp absolutely cannot fall. Tarim replied, that's why I said I'm here. On the way here I've grasped the strength of the zombies. Or maybe you don't trust me. Nuri narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze evaluating. Tarim continued, then decide based on votes. Let's hear everyone's thoughts. Those people answered, we. Rizuru said, it's annoying but he's right. The captain and teacher are the two strongest. I agree. Juna muttered, my brain can't keep up. I give up. Yu-Hu said, I follow the commander. She has made many battle plans. I think this one will also be effective. Mirel also answered, I follow orders. Tarim narrowed his eyes slightly. So it's a tie. The remaining person is... Nuri shouted the name of the person behind Lee Kyung. What is your choice? She remained silent without answering. Nuri's face suddenly stiffened in disbelief. Lee Kyung nodded, quickly stood up and made a decision. A loud shout rang out. Team 1 members take your positions. Team 2 take your designated positions. Team 3 move to the forward defense. Move out. Nuri stood above looking down below. Kyu-ho said, Commander, I found a few cups of coffee. Let me brew one for you. She replied, no, I will not drink. He was surprised because that was the last cup of coffee. She said it was fine. Thank you for your concern. Hugo continued, tomorrow is the final battle. I unconsciously ran back and forth and ended up here before I knew it. Nuri replied, is that so? She muttered, whatever. Below, Tarim said for Team 2 not to destroy Team 3's defense. Kyu-ho spoke up, Tarim works quite hard. I think we can rest for a bit, but Nuri said nothing. She remembered Lee Kyung's plan, then thought about herself. I will follow the senior's opinion, which made Nuri unable to believe it. Tarim spoke up, so the decision is made. Tomorrow I will lead the vanguard. We rely on the votes, so there are no more opinions, right? Nuri thought to herself, no opinion. Returning to the present, she slowly thought. Yu-Hu, standing nearby, asked what the relationship was between the commander, the team leader, and Tarim. Nuri replied us. It is just a normal relationship. Lee Kyung and I went to middle school together, and Senior Tarim is our senior. The three of us learned shooting together and went home together. About Senior Tarim, she recounted a time she saw that man sitting next to a dying cat. He said, so natural selection is also an obvious result. In his hand he held a knife. I will not let you suffer anymore. Nuri continued, I feel wary of him. I must say he has an abnormally correct perception. Kyuhu was surprised. Abnormally correct. Nuri cut him off. Enough, go get some rest. Tomorrow will be intense. Kyuhu replied, then you should rest too. Commander Nuri nodded, okay, thank you. Scene changed to the evening of that same day. A young shouted, are you asleep? Muradap replied, yes. The girl shouted, you are not asleep yet. Who sleeps and still talks? Tomorrow will be intense. Are you not scared? I am so scared. What if something happens and someone dies? Muradap said, do not be scared. The girl shouted, I am so annoyed with you. You should say something affectionate to protect me. Muradap said, then there is no need to be scared. The girl shouted, since when did you become such a cold, handsome appa? Murail slowly continued, if you're scared, people will die again, so you must not be scared. The girl stopped crying and looked at him. Appa, come sit over here, talking while stuck in a sleeping bag like this. You are being cute again. If I hit you like this, does it not hurt? Because it does not hurt. It does not hurt. I will not be scared either. Then can I be as strong as you? Muriel replied, yes. The girl said excitedly, okay, I am not scared of anything. Come at me and we will kick you away. Li Kang, overhearing outside, thought to herself, how cute. Scene changed to the next day. A voice rang out. Everyone moved to the defensive line. We do not know when the 100 zombies will attack, so do not let your guard down. Everyone chorused in agreement, yes. The support unit must move to a position where they can care for the most troops. They replied, yes, team leaders should be ready by now, right? Juna replied, of course. Yuri thought to herself, everything will be decided today. The results of all this time, the moment has come. The final battle began. Muriel and Li Qiang rushed forward. A flash of light appeared before them. What is that? Rohan spoke up, superior mid-tier. The two had to stop and shield their eyes from the light. Rohan continued, kingly path. Something appeared before Li Qiang's eyes. This is... Rohan appeared, you two. The flow is different from before. Li Qiang asked, were you waiting for us? What exactly is your goal? Rohan replied, no goal at all. It is just that everything is entering the final page as predetermined. Li Qiang thought to herself, the final page is predetermined. What does he mean? Suddenly she realized the person beside her was fading away. Muriel. Rohan said, the main character is gone. A light appeared behind him. Li Qiang, you will declare war on me. She immediately replied with a ferocious demeanor, fine. That 600% sense is also what I want. On the other side, Muriel realized he was in a different place. This place, a voice rang out, you have arrived. He looked up in surprise. It was Turret, his father. He spoke, we traveled a long distance and now we meet again. Changing path, dozens of swords rained down from the ceiling towards him. Muriel squinted slightly, standing still without moving. Hundreds of swords descended upon where he stood. Turret rushed forward, not dodging. He drew his long sword and slashed fiercely at him. No, it is that he cannot react in time. Turret slashed his sword down and Muriel raised his hand to block. Turret realized he had launched an attack at him. Battle paused. Turret held the sword in his hand. Battle wheel changing path, the blade shone brilliantly. Charged and slashed from the left side of the neck through the top of Muriel's head. He spoke up, Muriel's law, the second law. His voice rang out, the sword still pierced through his head, but he rushed forward. Torres was surprised. Charging straight in like that? First brain blood, Muriel brought both hands to attack him. An explosion with purple smoke spread everywhere. After a moment, the smoke cleared and Muriel emerged from within it. Turret exclaimed in surprise, strong indeed. That move was for Zeta. Muriel replied coldly, fight seriously. Do not toy around. He thought to himself that the girl had made tremendous progress. There was something different about her fighting style. She was no longer fighting for herself. It seems you have found someone you wish to protect. Then he said, let me see, and swung his sword forward. Can you keep up with me? Magic enveloped his body. Voice rang out, they are coming again. Squad 1 hold the formation. Hemi Claw, throw it at me seriously? Juna said tiredly. Does that woman not know I am injured? I am also making an effort throwing with my left hand. Rizuru laughed loudly, stop arguing, I will kill them all. Clearly they attacked in waves. Why is it suddenly so overwhelming? Man shouted, be careful, someone has fallen. Nuri said, there are too many of them. Should we fall back to the defensive line and plan? Tarim shouted, Squad 1 retreat. Squad 3 advance. We must hold the defensive line. Everyone panicked. Squad 3 advance. We are the support squad. Did Captain Tarim really order that? Just grab a weapon and charge forward. Nuri cursed. What are you doing? You know, Squad 3 is support. Sending inexperienced people into battle will collapse the defense line. Tarim replied coldly, I am the captain. Shut up and follow orders. Nuri Claw, what did you say? At this rate, all the members will die. What is wrong with this man? The scene shifted. Turret was still fighting the revolving sword path. It ended. The sword sliced through Muriel's body. Dozens of black-purple things shot forward swiftly. Streams of purple smoke continued to spread outward. He jumped back, saying he was not used to this fighting style yet. Muriel kept charging forward to attack without stopping. Turret swung his sword, but the attack was full of openings. He immediately sensed something was wrong. His body was flung away by his blow. He thought, I see, the brat deliberately took the hit. Avoid being restricted in movement. Close the distance distance then deliver a direct blow. Just as he lifted his head, Morale shot over to him. Turret quickly raised his hand to block. Fast indeed. I must increase my speed and intensity to keep up. This brat is completely different from before. He is cold and fully rational. He wants to kill me. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Interesting. Turret slashed quickly, sending him flying far away. Evolving sword path, he continued to unleash his skill. Starting cloud sword, a cyclone surged toward Morale. He calmly raised his hand. This move is just average. Dozens of swords rushed toward him. Turret said, this is the power of all the executives. Precisely the power I shared with them. Your opponent is me and the 6 executives. Morale found himself surrounded. He was silent, hesitating, saying nothing. Then he shot quickly through the crowd, surprising them. Streams of smoke swirled around them. Morale said, it is nothing. Because the winner is me. Fierce flames enveloped him. He struck coldly. Morale's lightning law, third form blood current break. Turret was surprised to see him charging forward after that blow. Morale punched him hard in the stomach. Morale's law, dark core expansion, he uttered the skill name coldly. Hundreds of weapons shot straight through Turret's body. An explosion rang out. His body was cut in two. Fusion sword. After a moment the smoke cleared. Morale looked toward him. Turret's voice sounded from behind. I admit you are very strong. But he grabbed his face, saying he was also very weak. He was surprised, his eyes wide open, letting out a loud huh. Then he screamed in agony. The scene shifted outside the shopping mall. Something strange was happening, truly very sudden. A young looked up at the sky in surprise because of the screams. She thought to herself it couldn't be an earthquake. She had to be careful. The girl spoke up worriedly. Morale was kneeling in front of Turret. His face was pale, his eyes wide open, blood flowing profusely. Turret strode straight forward. Now he had recalled the agony he had forgotten. This was the reality when he was the only one. He stepped on his head. Morale kicked his leg away. What have you done? Turret replied, nothing. He choked him. I just took back what I gave you. Morale, you are the perfect zombie I created. Morale gritted her teeth and muttered in surprise, what? Turret cut off his head. Now he could no longer regenerate. Morale's mother was always taking pictures, because the photos preserve memories that could not be erased. But wait, he remembered his father's face was always colored red. Could what his mother said really be true? Jiho quickly snapped a picture of Morale's falling head. He, in spirit form, used one hand to reattach his head. Head quickly reconnected to Morale's neck. Turret spoke, I knew you would appear, master. I also predicted it somewhat because I sensed your aura. Jiho asked if it had to go this far. Turret said, aren't you afraid the world will reach extinction wind? I will drain all of Morale's power. He will have an honorable death. So don't stop me, Jiho slowly replied. I am very worried about you. Turret was silent for a moment in thought. He picked up his sword. Your worry is useless. Jiho's body slowly vanished. He let out a cold snort. Wake up, disciple. Morale, startled, opened his eyes and shouted, master. But Turret's sword was already flying straight toward him. Jiho said earlier I transferred a part of my power to you. Thanks to that you escaped danger. But now you must be careful. Turret has taken away your power. Now you are no longer immortal. Morale muttered, I can die. He replied precisely. Get up quickly, we don't have time. If this continues, everyone out there will lose their lives. Morale was silent. Yes, he replied and quickly stood up to continue the fight. The scene shifted. Li Qiang's sword spun up into the air. It was truly strange. He grabbed it and slashed fiercely forward, calling out to him, why aren't you fighting at full strength? Rohan calmly replied, because there was no need. It seems you don't know the secret origin. Li Qiang asked what? Rohan said this place is an isolated world from the supreme middle life. No saint can perceive our battle or conversation. Garam, Zhangho, Qiuho, Zhan, and Morale, all the talents can come to your side when needed. And the dual arena in Buzan is more like a survival community than a human society. You think this is random? Li Qiang asked warily, what are you trying to say? Rohan replied, it is all karma. Li Qiang, I and Turret led you here. I am not your enemy. I will tell you about the great existence we are about to fight. The scene shifted. Morale lunged forward to attack. Turret quickly slashed a sword strike at him. Morale quickly dodged and launched another attack. But he hurriedly shielded his head to dodge his charging strike. An explosion rang out. The smoke sent him flying backward. Morale wondered what he had to do. Jiho replied, huh? You said Turret is immortal, right? Jiho replied precisely, he is not immortal. He just breaks his body into very tiny molecules to combine and avoid attacks. This method is used to attack and disintegrate the opponent, but its greatest advantage is defense. Suppressing Turret with normal physical attacks is impossible. To kill Turret, one must erase his very existence. Morale muttered, erase existence. Suddenly he realized Turret was charging toward him. How can I erase his existence? Jiho replied that this was impossible. Morale asked in surprise. Jiho said, I mean you, the current Morale. Turret lunged forward, muttering too noisy, then slashed hard into his body. After the destruction, he ordered everyone to move elsewhere. The fifth punch forcefully sent Jiho's soul flying backward. He reminded, remember my words, that place will always hold the answer. Morale turned back in surprise, her face full of confusion. The turret charged forward, shifting the Dharma wheel seal, and the strike caused him immense pain. Morale felt as if everything was fading away. His body was immediately sent flying backward, endured the blow and cried out in pain. The turret stepped forward, his movement sluggish, looking utterly pathetic. I had expected more, but you have disappointed me greatly. Your limit is only this much. The spheres around him began to explode and rushed toward Morale. He touched a sphere and screamed in agony. He fell backward, his face hitting the ground. Spheres flew after him, continuing to target him. The turret coldly observed through his strange mask. Morel murmured, "Could this be another failure?" He lowered his head in thought, tears streaming down his cheeks. Remembering Gio's words of never revealing his power, Morel thought he fought for others. Gio's voice rang out, "This is the foundational power. One day you will break all barriers." Morel was startled, realizing it was the final answer. The turret's expression changed. He sensed something was shifting. Just then, Morel activated the light gate, and a sphere formed, emitting an eerie light. Seeing this, the turret froze, stunned by that technique. He realized it was unusual, capable of erasing space itself. Morel stood still on the battlefield, his heart pounding wildly. He could not believe it. The boy had spontaneously unleashed enough power to injure him. Turning to Morel, his expression suddenly turned sour. On the opposite side, the turret unexpectedly shot through each formation. He quickly moved to the final barrier. Suddenly, the turret's arm was clamped halfway. The pain surged, almost unbearable for him. Without hesitation, the turret shot through the barrier. On the opposite side, Morel struggled to rise, his eyes locked onto him. The turret swung his sword, instantly cleaving the rock apart. A barrage of rocks flew straight toward him. Seizing the moment, the turret leaped high, raising his sharp sword. Instantly, he plunged straight down, the sword tip embedding into the ground beside Morel. Right at that moment, he reached out and touched the turret's chest. Morel activated his magic, and a surge of spiritual power exploded. The turret's eyes widened in utter shock. After a moment, dust filled the entire space. Morel looked up at the turret, who remained motionless. He turned back to assess. "You are not yet accustomed to your new power." Saying this, the turret stabbed his sword through his palm and coldly said, "Pity, that was your last chance to finish me." The sword tip pierced through. The pain made Morel grimace, blood gushing from his mouth. In the moment before death, he regained his strength and kicked the turret hard. Morel sprang up, suddenly bursting into laughter. He stood straight, raising his injured arm high. Turret stared at his body in shock. The severe wound made movement difficult. Was the boy betting his life on that arm? Thinking this, Torres grew even more excited. "Very well, I will grant your wish." Right after, he activated the demon blood pour, and a vortex appeared behind him. A stream of dark spiritual energy rushed at Morel, as if wanting to devour him. Behind him, a series of walls collapsed, dust rising. Hearing the noise, he turned his head, a flicker of unprecedented terror in his eyes. But Morel quickly calmed down and charged forward again to attack. He flew straight into the midst of the dangerous dark streams. Seeming unwilling to let go, the turret immediately cast a spell. He did not flinch, turning left and swinging his arm toward the turret. A barrier instantly formed in front of him. Morel lowered his center of gravity, his gaze still fixed on the turret. At this moment, only one thought remained in his head: the weakness. He had to find the weakness. He looked at Morel's struggling state and then smiled with pity. "Truly pathetic." Turret said coldly, "The more you want to find the opponent's weakness, the more you reveal your own." Before he could react, he unleashed a magic attack. Instantly, Morel was slammed hard into the ground, while Torres shouted the command for his biomechanical doll. As soon as he finished speaking, a block of matter suddenly appeared and fell straight to the ground. A strange jet-black slime shot outward. At this moment, Turret stood in the center of the magic circle, and he clearly shouted, "Heaven's return gate." Suddenly, a series of spikes appeared and all rushed forward at once. They pierced through Morel's body. In an instant, his body was yanked towards Turret. He merely reached out his hand towards Morel. Turret executed his final technique, Reincarnation Pit. A moment later, Morel still kept his head bowed, his hair gently swaying in the cold wind. Then suddenly, his hand slowly raised a suture needle. Turret's mask trembled slightly, as if he had sensed something unusual. He pointed his finger at it, muttering, "Weakness, I found it." Seeing this, he was startled into realizing the truth. Could it be that he deliberately got attacked to find the strength? Turret could not help but be amazed at the ability to find the vital point in just one go. At that moment, Morel opened his mouth and shouted loudly, his hand reaching out towards the mask. The moment he swung his hand, half of his body was severed. Even so, Turret's body did not waver at all, standing still like a statue. It was only then that Morel relaxed, slumping down to sit, breathing in ragged gasps. His body was nearly collapsed with countless large and small wounds. Just then, Turret's voice rang out, "Excellent." He continued with difficulty, "I am not sure I will survive this final round." Turret sighed in admiration, making a unique choice, even a critical situation. "Truly my child." On the opposite side, Morel was so stunned his eyes went wide. He reached out and patted his shoulder gently. "You have worked hard, my child." Morel still stared blankly at the person in front of him, utterly confused. At that moment, a flood of memories rushed back. His mother was always taking pictures, because they preserved memories that could not be erased. There was one saying that Morel had never forgotten: "It is the story I wrote together with you to remember us." Turret's voice rang out as if to protect his child. Returning to the present, he looked tenderly at Morel. "Finally, I have completed it." On a day when the flowers bloomed, Awa called out happily, "Morel, the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Let's take a picture." Torres held up his phone. Pretending to be sulky, you have to look towards your father. Muriel replied yes. Then Taurus shouted, now say cheese. That was the moment the family photo of 3 was taken. Turret leaned down to look at the screen. Isn't the picture beautiful? Awa nodded in satisfaction, a cute picture to remember the family. At that moment, Turret always held the intention to protect Muriel. A moment later, a raspy laugh sounded. Muriel, what did you say? He said sulkily, why are you laughing at me? Muriel's hands were red. He clenched them. I confessed to Min Jin, he dumped me. How can you laugh? Turret kept on laughing. Oh my god, my stomach hurts. Awa also joined in. Are you getting married soon? Muriel asked curiously, what is marriage? He turned to him, do you want to marry Min Jin? Muriel nodded. Turret laughed again. He got angry. Why do you keep laughing? He laughed while wiping the corner of his eye. I'm dying. My stomach hurts. Awa remarked, thanks to Muriel. We are happy. She comforted him. Don't worry, you will find someone better. Muriel shrank back, showing a dissatisfied look. You two stop it. She laughed loudly. Look at that angry little guy, so adorable. Awa asked, honey, are we stopping by mother's house? Turret replied, yeah, she said to pick up kimchi. She cheered, great, mom's kimchi is the best. Awa turned her head and asked, are Chizan and Nari there? Turret thought, those two are introverts, so they are probably at home. He tilted his head with a rare look of contemplation. Turret's gaze stopped on a high-rise building, surrounded by many vehicles. Then suddenly, the building vanished right before his eyes, dissipated, as if it had never existed. Seeing this, he fell into thought again, occasionally letting out a sigh. Seeing Turret silent, Awa reminded him, honey, the light is green. He finally reacted. A moment later, Turret arrived at the apartment and quickly entered the password. As soon as they stepped in, the group of people shouted in unison, we are here. The woman turned around, smiling kindly, you made it, you must be tired. Turret asked, where is father? She said softly, he is in the room. Just then, Chezin walked out, surprised you are here. Seeing her, he teased, Chezin only knows how to bathe. She snapped back, do you want to die? Turret changed the subject, play with Muriel for me, okay? Chezin immediately shifted her attention to Muriel, asking if the cute little one was also visiting. Muriel shyly lowered her head to greet her. Chezin then said she had something to show and told her to come closer. Muriel moved quickly, slightly bowing her head to ask for permission. Nari turned around and greeted Muriel when he saw her arrive. The boy politely bowed his head to greet Uncle Nari. Chezin looked annoyed and asked why Nari was here. Nari calmly replied that this room had a computer. She reminded him not to overdo anything, which made the man pretend to be sad. Chezin held up the book like she had found a treasure, her eyes shining with pride. She told Muriel this was a limited edition she had found. Muriel immediately jumped up and asked for permission to read it. Nari expressed dissatisfaction, saying clearly he was the one who found it, so why was she showing it off? Chezin raised her chin provocatively, showing no intention of backing down. Nari asked if he had said something wrong. Chezin immediately lunged to grab Nari's hair, saying this guy was hopeless, always talking back to his sister. Nari screamed pitifully, calling for his mother because his sister was hitting him. The woman curiously asked where the whole family had been today. Awa quickly replied that there were cherry blossoms blooming at the park. It bluntly questioned whether it was finished yet. The father, upon hearing this, asked back doubtfully, finished with what? He crossed his arms and lifted his chin in annoyance, telling his father not to see how strange it was. He still asked in confusion what he meant. Turret decisively pointed at himself, repeating endlessly that he was here, the novelist who wrote Intel's story. Hearing this, the father's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Seeing this, Turret stiffened and cold sweat involuntarily broke out. He burst into hearty laughter after a moment of silence, saying the kid still wasn't done yet. Turret sighed in frustration, saying he experienced it again today. The father mocked the matter of finishing a work, driving the author crazy. Turret helplessly complained about when his father would finally believe him. Only Turret realized the truth that this world was interstory. Objects in the world suddenly transformed into a completely different form. This was similar for people. No one except him was aware of it. Turret once thought he was strange when encountering this phenomenon, but its repetition led him to conclude the world was someone else's interstory. This was like the author's intention, just changing the settings. Even if someone analyzed it, nothing would change. Turret had no evidence and clicked his tongue, thinking about the deadline. Anyway, this phenomenon was real to him. He boldly asked permission to smoke a bit. The father angrily cursed, telling the brat to go outside and smoke. A moment later, Turret softly called out that the kids were coming back. A reply immediately sounded, telling them to contact him when they got home. Turret slowly drove the car along the highway. Inside the car, Awa and Muriel had fallen into a deep sleep. He smiled faintly, thinking his wife and children must be tired from the long day of going back and forth. Turret glanced at the mirror and saw his son Muriel had grown a lot. Previously only the size of a fist, now he was tall. Children grew up so fast. He told himself he needed to earn a lot of money to save for his son, so that later when the boy got married, he would have something to use. He had to be strong. At that moment, a loud explosion sounded, and a fierce fire burst forth. Before that scene, Turret's body was nearly frozen. By reflex, he turned his body to the left, his eyes wide with terror. He saw a truck speeding directly towards Turret's car. In an instant, the car was sent flying into the air and spinning. Right after, the car body slammed straight to the ground and rolled several more times. Inside, Turret's screaming voice rang out as he called out to his wife and Morale. Turret struggled to crawl out, constantly cursing the drivers like dogs. Then he suddenly stopped, his eyes reflecting extreme terror. The truck rushed forward again, crazily crashing straight into the family car. In an instant, the car was again pressed into a smaller corner. Not stopping, the truck rushed forward once more. A moment later, earth and rocks from above poured down, covering the group of people. Turret desperately called out to his wife and son. At that moment, he tried to soften his voice to reassure them, saying it was okay. Then a zombie suddenly appeared, slowly moving its foot towards Turret. Witnessing the scene, he widened his eyes and asked if this was a zombie. Before he could react, the zombie crazily stomped on his face. Turret opened his eyes wide, sunlight shining directly into them. Alwa leaned over, staring at her phone, praising how beautiful the picture was. Turret anxiously grabbed hold of her, asking if both of them were okay. Alwa startled and trembled, asking him what was wrong. Turret almost shouted, saying she was still asking when the truck had just rammed them. Alwa tried to lower her voice to calm him, telling him to calm down. Alwa quickly explained that they had just returned from flower viewing. Turret froze and asked what. Morale looked at him worriedly, asking if his father was okay. Turret was still dazed, saying no, nothing. The moment the story began was also the start of the group's misfortune. That was Turret's first revival. Alwa's familiar voice urged Turret to get ready to go. Surely enough, the events were repeated. Just as he entered the house, he met Chezen again. She looked surprised and asked if he had arrived. The same conversations. The accident kept happening continuously. It always led to the same outcome. The moment Turret opened his eyes again, he realized it was too clear. Turret himself was trapped in a loop. Time loop, to be honest, he had no interest in it. Turret again stared fixedly at the void where the building had just vanished. Because Turret had witnessed too many strange things. That was just a part of the bizarre things that happened to him, and he often ignored them. But this time was different. Like the initial chain of tragedies, Turret's car was racing down the highway again. He squinted ahead, his body trembling slightly. Could it be? A terrible thought suddenly flashed in Turret's head like an unending whirlwind. From behind, Morale clung to the car door, asking worriedly, "Dad, what's wrong?" At that moment, Turret nearly screamed in madness. "You bastards, do you have any idea what I keep going through?" Alwa asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly like this?" Turret did not explain but urged, "Get out of the car, quick." Hearing this, she became even more bewildered. "What's wrong? An accident?" Turret shouted, helplessly, "You get out first, I'll explain later." Seeing Alwa's suspicious look, he nearly begged, "Please." Suddenly, a gigantic hand pierced straight through the car roof, reaching toward them. Fresh blood splattered onto Turret's face. Witnessing that, Morale recoiled in fear, screaming incessantly, "Mom, Mom." Without time to think, he turned back and yelled, "Go, Morale, hurry." In a desperate situation, Turret could only wail hopelessly, "Hurry, Morale." At the same time, the gigantic hand lunged again, aiming at Morale. At that moment, he managed to call out "Dad," while Turret stood frozen. And once again, Turret's family had to endure a painful death. He bolted upright in bed, panting heavily. Alwa walked over worriedly. "Startled me. What's wrong with you?" Turret looked up at her. "Honey." Alwa asked anxiously, "Did you have a nightmare about the loop again?" But witnessing his family die over and over again, that was beyond Turret's endurance. From across the room, she looked concerned. "Are you okay? If you're tired, we don't have to go see the flowers." Hearing this, Turret reacted violently. "Right, we're not going. If we don't go, nothing will happen." After a moment, he muttered, "That should be fine." Sitting on the porch, Turret consoled himself, "If I don't go out, everything will be fine." "Damn it, why me?" At that moment, a shout rang out, "Look, what is that?" He immediately lifted his head. The plane crashed straight into the building across the street. Before the horrifying scene, Turret's face turned pale. That's our home. Honey, Morale." He collapsed to his knees, pounding his fists on the ground. "Damn it. Why? Why is this happening?" Amidst his despair, a voice rang out, "Didn't I already delete it?" Glitch. It hesitated. "Why does this boring story keep restarting? I'll just have to delete it again." Cold sweat ran down his spine as Turret muttered, "What is that thing? Delete? A boring story." Suddenly, the creature before him snapped its fingers. Instantly, a series of violent explosions erupted. Turret was revived once more, and his father's voice yelled, "You brat, are you listening to me?" He quickly reminded, "The deadline is here, son," while Turret was still trembling. Turret muttered, "What boring story?" His father interjected, "You've finished the work that drove the author crazy. You've been talking nonsense all day." He suddenly turned to look at his father, his eyelashes fluttering. "I have to find out, Dad." The father looked at Turret for a long time, then asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Turret told his father everything, and he seemed to believe it to some extent. He asked doubtfully, "You said a boring story?" The father looked skeptical. Isn't that the reason? You were like that before. This world is an inter-story. He added, if the story is good, keep writing. If it's not, start over. Isn't that right? After a long silence, Turret replied heavily, yes. His death was the moment the loop appeared, and Turret could adjust the time of returning to the past. That was the truth he realized right at this moment. Seeing the car move, Morel called out, Dad. Olwa worried, what's wrong? Turret raged. What the hell does this have to do with whether the story is interesting or not? Immediately after, the scene of the monster attacking Olwa replayed. Horrifying scene, Morel recoiled in fear. Mom. Seeing that, Turret whirled around and let out a miserable scream. The monster's arm pierced through the car and lunged toward Morel. In a blink, blood splattered all over the car, a scene of chaos. Once again, Turret woke from the inescapable nightmare. Before his eyes was still the familiar bedroom. Turret sat bolt upright, breathing heavily. At the same time, Owa came over. You're awake? She was worried. Why are you sweating so much? Turret had realized a truth he had overlooked until now. The question echoed in his mind. Does the loop appear right after Morel's death? A series of questions flashed through his mind. What if the cause of the loop is not my death, and only I am aware of the previous loop? Soon after, the Turret quickly concluded that the main character was Morel, a boring story with a meaningless death. In some ways, these things could still be acceptable. The Turret began constructing the plot based on the same hypothesis. If the story about Morel became engaging, this loop could end. At that moment, the Turret decided to honestly admit he did not understand. Even while writing, he still did not know how to make it a reality. For now, he would just gather information. Soon after, the entire room fell into an unusual silence. Then suddenly Morel appeared beside him, asking, Are you writing a story, Dad? The Turret quickly rubbed his chest, saying, Morel, you startled me. He stared at the paper. He answered with difficulty, Yes, I am writing a new work, since I cannot go out to see the flowers today. Morel approached curiously, seeing something like a zombie but acting like a human. Torres tried to persuade her, Morel, I am busy. He tilted his head and asked quickly, What is a manan? Because it is a zombie but acts like a human. Hearing this, Morel excitedly declared, I will help you. Let us finish quickly and go see the flowers bloom. The Turret smiled and said, Alright, let us begin, father and daughter. What kind of main character would be good? He happily sketched out an idea. The main character has many friends, enemies wearing masks. The story is full of happiness. The Turret wrote the complete opposite of all that. The beauty of the story begins with misfortune, endless trials forcing the main character to overcome adversity. He himself wrote the misfortune for Morel. Manhwa was the journey of the main character to regain emotions after losing them due to some event. After completing the draft, the Turret researched the technique to turn the story into reality and discovered many truths. The appearance of zombies was inevitable, threatening Morel's life. Except for the outskirts of Busan as the main arena, everything else was gradually erased. This was a fixed setting. Orchids and transcendent power appeared. The Turret named the artificial ability the Manhwa situation. He had tried many times. Even though he discovered it late, resurrection was also a special ability of the Turret, activated when Morel died. For a lifelong writer like him, this research was not easy, but he had far too much time to do it. As the research progressed, the Turret began naturally finding characters in the story. In a world where Manhwa appeared, the supporting characters had to die. The main character remained alive and was scattered to many places. The entire Turret family except Morel were supporting characters. They died as soon as the zombies appeared. He turned them into villains. Though their death was unchanged, the Turret kept the boy by his side before he died. He gathered people with wounded hearts into the resin group. Their weakness created an interesting villain alliance. So the Turret had prepared everything. Now he decided to begin the story. The Turret left the family, creating an unfortunate environment for Morel. If the boy died, the story would end. To prevent that, he injected the immortality potion while Morel was sleeping. He involved everything related to Morel. Turret led the Red Legion into Busan, provided masks containing the power of the orchids, and gave them names and powers. Morel sought a power that could kill himself, chasing rumors about Rezan and heading to the outskirts of Busan. The Turret created a society for humans to survive, finding companions to guide Morel. He plotted to rise up as slaves, setting a date to meet the Turret. After having companions, he needed a shelter to deal with enemies. He created an underwater shelter for humans. The Turret's hundreds of years of research were found there. Everyone crafted weapons to fight the villains. Everything should have gone smoothly, but almost nothing went as desired. When the world restarted due to Morel's death, he did not meet his companion at the right time, facing many difficulties. Most of all, witnessing Morel's suffering caused the Turret immense pain. At those times, a letter from his master gave him strength. He was also aware of this world, though he opposed the Turret's solitary journey. Through forced sacrifice, the Turret could not change his beliefs. The master used spiritual power to help. The memory replayed. The voice of the undead rang out, telling her to help the plan but with conditions. She emphasized, no matter the circumstances, prioritize your own goal. I do not want to change the world. Awa appeared, affirming she would help because of her son who was crying alone. Hearing this, the turret agreed without hesitation. All right, as you wish. Finally, he smiled radiantly. The turret has finished the story brilliantly. Mirail met many people, sometimes like a family, more than his own family. He filled the void in his heart, something he could not do himself. The story reached its conclusion. He protected his important people with his own hands. Mirail found happiness after the father-son emotions disappeared. The turret was only a memory of the past. Thinking this, he reassured himself. It is fine. This was just the end between the turret and Mirail, because his story was now beginning. The line of words rang out like a bell. Mirail, I will definitely end this loop and save you. This is a story written by father and daughter together, to remember us, and a story to protect the child. Back to the present, Turret gently patted Mirail's shoulder as a consolation. He smiled and said they had finished. Across from him his eyes widened, his gaze showing clear astonishment. Witnessing that, Li Kang felt confused. What was going on? Rohan explained, it seemed the final chapter had ended. He hoped she understood everything he had told them. That man reminded Garam that it was time for Li Qiang to finish the story. Hearing this, Li Kang repeated in confusion, finish the story. Right after that, the system's voice rang out. Everyone is gathered here, perfect timing. It continued, so a story to protect the child. A young screamed, Dr. Q Ho, please come over here for a moment. When she saw the person approaching, the little girl said seriously that these wounds were very strange, not hitting any vital points. Q Ho examined them and also doubted why would they attack like that on purpose, not knowing what their motive was. Jizin behind them was attentively watching the conversation. Q Ho said sulkily he would report this to Captain Terim, and the little girl softly replied yes. She gently wiped the bloodstains on Jizin and said, isn't that child very admirable? Even though he had the answer, he asked again. She said, Ha Young. Jizin replied softly, the first time I saw her, I was very worried. A stream of memories about Ha Young's former appearance surged back. Jizin asked, Ha Young, she just appeared out of nowhere. Jizin replied, yes, one day she was in our room. Back then, Jizin sat down beside the little girl with a worried expression. She lost her memory, she didn't remember anything, not even her name, so I named her. I tried my best. But this world is too dangerous, so I couldn't rest easy. Saying this, she wiped away her tears, yet now that child treats everyone, developing excellently. I am so immensely proud. Hearing those words, a man as strong as Azushi cried even more violently, damn it, I am the one who contributed to creating that dangerous world. I'm sorry. I will try harder from now on. Seeing him cry, Jizin panicked. No, I didn't mean to say that about you. Stop crying, blood is spraying. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from beside them. Commander, Jizin curiously turned her head to look. Hu ran toward Nuri with a panicked expression. Couldn't find Captain Terim. She seemed not to believe it. What? He added that because he had something to report. He had run off to look but didn't find him. Nuri felt a bit uneasy in her heart. In such an important situation, there must be some scheme. But on the outside, she calmly ordered Hu, quickly run back to the defense line. She instructed the other members. They ran into the building, but before she could finish her sentence, a strong wind blew over. What the hell? A pair of black leather shoes stepped toward them along with a triumphant voice. Everyone gathered here is perfect timing indeed. Naria and Terim appeared before everyone's eyes, so let's just erase the bugs then. Naria ordered, remember that, Terim. Hearing this, that man replied lifelessly, yes. Meanwhile, the others were both on guard and confused. What is going on? Suddenly, something like a boulder flew over. It was reinforcement A. Before everyone could react, that man rushed forward with great speed, Captain Terim. Then with just one punch, Terim knocked everyone back. Those sent flying into the air could only scream miserably, ooh-wah. Naria saw that scene and laughed gleefully. So funny, look, it's no different from skewered meat. You know what, this is like Jerry's death, haha. Then, between its face and one shoulder, two muscular arms appeared. A pair of powerful arms merged together and shot straight up into the sky. It looked at the people stuck atop the towering rocks with delight. Now it's my turn to act. Witnessing that sight, Q was quite shocked. What? Naria? Both Rizuru and Juna couldn't believe their eyes either. What is that terrifying thing? Right, it's my first time seeing something scarier than you. Naria's excitement did not diminish, but grew stronger. Now stop reading comics and focus on doing what needs to be done. After all, it'll end pointlessly anyway. It continued in a whining tone. Terim, continue remembering that. Hearing this, that man still replied with an emotionless face, yes. Suddenly, something flew past, causing Terim's scarf to be cut in half. Nuri aimed her gun at Terim, her voice threatening. I didn't expect you would directly attack us. That's why you wanted to take the commander role. That man's eyes flickered slightly as he looked toward Nuri. Then he immediately rushed toward her. Do you think you can match me? The demon humans present uttered unclear sounds. Then many demon humans rushed over to surround Tarim amidst astonished voices. What? A whole bunch of demon humans converging on one spot. One demon human turned its head. Its gaze made Nuri involuntarily flinch. After receiving the order, many demon humans rushed over to tightly grab hold of Tarim, capture him. Nuri couldn't believe what was before her eyes. They are listening to me. What the hell is suddenly happening? She quickly calmed down. This wasn't disadvantageous to her. Now was not the time for discussion. Then she continued ordering the demon humans. Subdue him. Don't let him move. Tarim was subdued to the ground by the demon humans, his face cold, but in his heart he thought, it's either the troops turret left behind, or the demon humans sent toward humans. That man slowly pushed himself up with his hands and sneered, "Hey, an interesting idea." Tarim did not move his hands, but those demon humans were still lifted up by the rock spires. Even if there are hundreds of you, you are just ordinary demon humans. I will kill thousands of you to make slaves. Seeing that situation, Nuri gritted her teeth and continued aiming her gun at him. Damn, not an easy catch. A hand was placed on her shoulder in comfort. Don't push yourself too hard. Rizuru and Junya stepped forward one step at a time. A commander's job is to give orders. She was somewhat surprised, everyone. Although she felt quite pleased, Nuri still didn't forget to taunt. You are acting too fast. That guy has an earth-related ability, so be careful of your footing. Hearing that, they were not afraid but became more excited. Ha ha ha, that's right. You give the orders, leave the fighting to us. Tarim called out softly, Lord Neria. Hearing the impatient voice, Neria pretended to be cute and reached out to press the button. She said that if the procedure wasn't followed, the encoding would get corrupted, and she was only helping because he was special. After the mechanical sound, the image of Rizuru slowly faded along with the words quick delete. Juna looked at Rizuru in surprise. Another mechanical sound rang out, and Hemi suffered the same fate with the words quick delete. The voice rang out again, quick delete. Juna stared at his own body in disbelief. He exclaimed, what the hell is this? Before Nuri's eyes, everyone suddenly vanished without a trace. She couldn't believe her eyes. She asked, how could this be possible? Nuri screamed in anguish. Why would you dare to do this? What have you done to everyone? Then Nuri seemed to realize something. She wondered what was going on. She saw something disappear right before her eyes. She clutched her head trying to remember everything, not knowing who that person was. Before she could finish thinking, a mountain of stone suddenly attacked her. Nuri was sent flying far away in excruciating pain. Tarim looked down from above and explained, don't doubt it, we are the ones who erased them. Neither you nor I can remember them. It seems you didn't foresee this. Hearing his words, Nuri asked in fear, erase? What do you mean? How can you erase? A large number appeared in the space, 100%. Neria was thrilled when that number appeared. Finally, the deletion is complete at 100%. The demon soldiers gradually vanished without a trace. Images of Jizian and Azushi blurred and then dissipated. Kyuhu also faced a similar situation. The word delete filled the entire space along with Neria's excited voice ending. Seeing the word delete, Nuri couldn't believe it. She asked, what is happening? Why is this so? Seeing Nuri was still there, Tarim said, you weren't deleted. Just as Lady Neria said, your process encountered an error. Then Tarim reached out, preparing to finish her. He said, don't worry. He would send her off gently. That's the end for a loser. Nuri's eyed in fear. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the space. Stop. A figure appeared behind Tarim. He turned his head to look. A woman with a grim expression was looking at him. Li Kang unexpectedly shot forward from behind. She lifted that person up and quickly left. Tarim narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched from behind. Li Kang held the person in her arms at extreme speed. In her heart, she wondered, do you mean this world exists within someone else's story? Earlier, when facing Rohan, she had asked him if he really thought she would believe it. Turns out it was all true. Rohan frankly said this world was originally just a boring story from a technical standpoint, meant to be deleted long ago. Its survival until now is thanks to Turret's story. If Turret dies, the administrator will come to delete the world. He said he was a copy of Turret, created to keep things from deviating off course. Your character was designed precisely for this moment. Li Kang asked in surprise, what? Rohan continued, through previous versions, you never made it this far. For various reasons, you always had to die when the story was only halfway through. Now you are standing here. This is the first time Turret's story has played out fully. You must stop the administrator and the servants. That is the only way to free the world from their grip. That is also the only way for you to protect what matters most. Setting the person down, she said she guessed all of this was true. Nuri barely managed to speak. Li Kang, be careful. Tarim has arrived. He said, Li Kang, don't make things harder for yourself than necessary. She asked directly, so you are the servant. How long have you been following them? Tarim replied he wasn't sure himself either. At first, he fought to rebuild human society, but through the ability to read memories from objects, he thought learning the truth about this world was no accident. It was then that he discovered this world should have been deleted long ago. ego. He was just going with the natural flow. Actually, he was the one disappointed in you, Lee Kyung. He had hoped you would understand. That was why he gave you the squad emblem, the one that channeled his power. That was the only reason you came back to life. Neria saw that emblem and mistakenly thought you were another servant. He asked, why did you do it, Lee Kyung? You didn't even keep a single memory of your precious comrades. After all, at this moment, what exactly are you fighting to protect? Lee Kyung replied, whether this world exists in someone else's story or not doesn't matter. Maybe she no longer remembers her beloved comrades, but she still feels the rage of failing to protect them. She was their captain once, and she will be their captain forever. Tarim was stunned to see her charging forward. He quickly crossed his arms to block the attack. Lee Kyung's face darkened. She raised her fist. Is that all you've got? At this moment, Neria was very excited. She said, let's see. I think I've deleted almost all the characters. A red warning appeared, announcing the world is being deleted. 12%. It jumped up and cheered, time to delete this world. Suddenly a surge of power cut through, punching a hole in Neria's lower body. Neria stared blankly downward. What now? Mirail, covered in wounds, was still gathering her strength to activate her ability. That power defeated Neria. A scream rang out, impossible, you. Neria returned to her original form and mocked him. Did you really think it would be so easy, Mirail? My lovely child, I truly thank you. You dealt with a major headache and mistake named Turex. I suppose you are also a mistake, but it does not matter. Since you were created by Turret himself, you are easy to handle. His hand dropped. Neria was surprised. You tried to stop me again. Too bad, but it is useless. I have no physical form. But since you are getting in my way, I will make a game for you. Countless mini-robots shot out from its mouth. It introduced them as mini-robots named Krabia. They were tiny, cute with a crab-like shape and extremely adorable face. You stay here and play with them. Neria vanished. The swarm of mini-robots rushed toward Mirail. They formed a wall in front of him. The entire city was dyed a blazing red with a deafening sound, nearing zing zing. A red warning appeared, deleting the world 54%. Number kept rising to 75%. Mirail was surrounded by the mini-robots with no way to escape. His hand reached for the restitching. A voice rang out, I hope you have not forgotten me. The robots were immediately blasted off Mirail. A piece of cloth with a pattern fluttered in the wind. Jin's voice rang out, I told you I would help you one day. I am here to fulfill my promise, Mirail. Behind him, someone asked Jin to help him out, and he immediately agreed. The fingertips of Jin glowed. He accelerated and shot off instantly. The stronghold gradually appeared before him. A stream of energy beam descended. The ancient power pierced through the thick clouds. A colossal energy pillar surged high into the sky. Only then did Jian dare to breathe a sigh of relief. She reached out a hand. We came late, but we still turned the situation around. Jian's hand touched the lever of the control panel. Tors, I will never forget what you did for us. Then, a white electric current spread out, lit up an entire corner of the city. A black weapon was aimed down at Neria. It stared with wide eyes, its entire body pressed down by the force. Mirail looked up in shock. What just happened? As Neria's body turned gray, it screamed, why are we all so disgusting? Jian confidently said that Huarenji is an unchangeable plot setting. Filled with energy, I turned you into a character of this world. Truly a genius idea. She urged Mirail, your attack works now. Quickly take her down. Jin was dealing with the pile of mini-robots. You heard her, go now, leave these pests to me. Mirail immediately turned to look at it. He did not hesitate, accelerating as he ran toward the area below Neria. It angrily called out to Tarim, what the hell is he doing? Destroy them right now. Seeing him leap up to eye level, Neria panicked. Oh no! Mirail's hand reached out before him. It stammered in fear. Hey, wait, At that moment, white hair fluttered in the wind. A look of astonishment appeared in Mirail's eyes. Seeing the figure of the girl before him, he was shocked. What are you doing? Going back to the past, Lee Kyung was training with him. You should be careful. Tarim, why? You are full of openings like that. I have so many openings you could park a car in them. Tarim blocked the strike and remarked that he had improved a lot, even joking while fighting. Lee Kyung replied, what can I do? I have a good teacher. He threw a punch straight at Tarim's face. Be careful. I think it is about time I taught you, do you not think so? He looked at her with a proud gaze back then. But now Tarim was attacking Lee Kyung with all his might. Inside, I was very much looking forward to it. 5 punches transformed into solid stone fists, continuously striking out. As he concentrated energy into his fist, a powerful punch landed directly on Tarim's face. He was sent flying backwards. The force of the punch was so strong that Tarim's body crashed into the structures. Creating collisions, everything shattered into pieces. Tarim, covered in fresh blood, uttered a sentence, impressive. Her strength has far surpassed human limits. After saying that, he immediately threw a punch. That punch landed right next to her. Countless large boulders fell from above. Tarim knew you had honed your senses to the point predicting the future. You should have killed me long ago. Are you joking, Lee Kyung? She lowered her head, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Then, Lee Kyung immediately rushed towards Tarim. The punch sent him crashing hard onto the ground. Lee Kyung grabbed her opponent's collar. I once admired your integrity. What made you change? You were the one who showed me the way. It's not too late yet. Fight alongside me, Tarim. In response to that plea, he remained silent. A blow landed directly on his face. She staggered back. Covering her eyes, he stood up and said, I haven't changed. I always act according to my faith. Behind Li Kang, a boulder slammed heavily into her. He said, you were just admiring an idealized version of me. To me, you are nothing but a failure. His face was covered in blood. She remembered her past self who had once greatly admired, a Tarim who always guided her. Now Li Kang threw a punch at that teacher's face with her own hands. She tightened her grip on Tarim's neck. You lose. He was pinned to the ground. If you lose, it means you were wrong. That was your last chance. How are you still so confident? Tarim was stubborn. Even if I die, it doesn't mean losing. I only do what I believe is right. If everything in the world is artificial, then what do you believe in? I bet you have no faith at all. The loser is you, Li Kang. Hearing this, she went insane and screamed. Her two hands tightened around Tarim's neck. Finally, everything fell into silence. Only then did Li Kang stop. Her breathing became heavy. Li Kang stood up, refuting his words. No, she left Tarim as nothing but scattered fragments. You are wrong. Scene change. Yun saw what Naria had transformed and gaped. Is that Hayoung? Jin asked in surprise. Why is she here? The little girl's hand was raised high. Slam sent Muriel flying backwards. His entire body hit the ground and then bounced up. Seeing this, Naria was initially stunned. Then it laughed loudly. That's right, I almost forgot. To find the flaw, I implanted my precious robot into a human. Relying on that girl, I will complete the erasure of the world. Hayoung received the order and immediately dived down. Jian yelled worriedly, no, we have to stop her, Muriel, or else we won't be able to do anything. As Muriel dodged, Hayoung had already embedded her head into the ground. Little girl jumped up to confront. Muriel warned, stay back, I don't want to fight you. From Hayoung's mouth, a colossal surge of power was released. He had to shoot up high to dodge. Jin called out loudly, hang in there, Muriel, I'll help you. Naria angrily shouted, don't you dare get in my way again, you annoying wrinkled things. From its mouth, countless round mini robots shot out. You forced me to use my super powerful cannonballs. My super cute ones, I call them Naria balls. Now do your job as effective weapons. Everything exploded before his eyes. He stepped back in disbelief. What the hell is that? The erasure progress reached 84%. Jin exclaimed, oh no. They are counting solely on you, please, Muriel, while Hayoung was charging in. Muriel coldly stared at her opponent. Her eyes were vacant, gleaming with a cold green light. Memories of their time together came flooding back. They had once explored the beautiful scenery of the deep ocean floor together. Back then they were as close as shadows sharing a room. Muriel screamed out Hayoung's name. He struck Hayoung hard on the head, hoping she would wake up. Hayoung trembled as she propped herself up on her hands, and he was surprised she was unharmed. Naria laughed through her tears, saying she was just following her preset program. Hayoung asked if anything she did was useless, then looked toward Muriel. She weakly called out Muriel's name, causing him to freeze. Half-conscious, she called him Miria. Unexpectedly, she immediately attacked. Muriel took the full brunt of the blow and was sent flying backward, causing chaos. Jiho asked Jin how much power he had left. Jin replied that he could still hold on. Naria spat out a white orb, saying this was not the time for talking. Jin dodged the explosion. Jiho said it required a lot of power, and Jin asked Chojiho. Dian replied yes. Muriel crawled out from the wreckage, battered and bruised. Hayoung lunged at him again, catching him off guard, forcing Muriel to leap up. Muriel held his arm, looked down at her and made up his mind. He was going to kill her, but suddenly a voice called out Hayoung's name. Muriel froze as Jizin grabbed Hayoung firmly and scolded her. Muriel landed, vaguely feeling that something dangerous was about to happen. Jizin yelled into her hand, telling her to wake up. Muriel told himself it would be fine. Hayoung suddenly turned around and choked Jizin. Muriel was about to leap forward, but Jizin ordered him to stay still. Jizin grabbed Hayoung's hand and spoke gently. Jizin threw a memory tablet into the air, asking if that was what she wanted. Hayoung's eyes widened as a voice echoed in her head. Jizin praised her for knowing how to use the notebook and told her to just write it down. She said she was a kindergarten teacher who had met many children like Hayoung. She gently told her not to worry about who she was. Jizyan smiled warmly, telling her to only have happy memories from now on. She said she would always help, causing Hayoung to freeze. Hayoung lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Looking up with a tear-streaked face, Hayoung apologized to Aunt Jizin. Jizin called out loudly to Muriel, but when he turned around, a violent explosion suddenly occurred at that spot. Naria angrily scolded that she had woken up just from words. It spat out another orb of destruction and declared it would handle things itself. Muriel grabbed Jizin and leaped up, telling her to get away quickly. Muriel set her down and hurriedly turned away. Jizin called out to Muriel. Jizin covered her face as tears streamed down when Fu Truck reverted to her original form. Jiun sighed, troubled, wondering if doing that would affect Hayoung. Jane exclaimed that he thought he was dead, not expecting creating images from memories to be so difficult. Jiho explained that their power was not specialized in this ability, which was why it was so hard. Muriel reached out and tore open a spatial rift. Naria angrily asked Muriel if he dared to face her. Before Muriel could strike, a figure flew in and kicked the cannon away. The cannon rolled far away and exploded right next to Naria. Muriel scolded Li Qiang for arriving late, but she said she appeared just in time. Li Qiang urged him, telling Muriel to end it. Muriel replied. Both of them soared into the air at the same time. Naria panicked and cursed the bastards. It crushed the tablet and threatened to use its ultimate move. Jin threw an attack, asking where Naria had gone. Li Qiang charged straight into Naria's body, warning her not to ruin things. Mirail raised his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Li Qiang launched himself up so Mirail could land a finishing blow, quickly ending the fight. Naria's body shattered into countless fragments and fell. Mirail stared at the chaotic mess before her. Jin exclaimed joyfully, "Great, so it's over, right?" Suddenly a screen appeared behind her. Naria roared, "You idiots, delete it now. You have invaded the creator's authority. Doing this will make me be treated as malicious code too, and I will disappear. But just get lost, all of you." It was determined, even if everything got erased, it would be willing to accept it. Jin panicked and screamed for help. "Sister Jan, save me." Li Qiang on this side was also horrified because he was being erased, not understanding why. Before disappearing, Naria flashed a vicious smile. Jin called out, "Father, what are we supposed to do?" Iho answered more calmly, "It's useless, Jin. We are powerless now." Mirail just stood watching everything collapse. He asked in a daze, "Why is this happening?" Gradually, everything faded away. Space around Mirail slowly began to shrink. He opened his eyes wide, terrified to the extreme. Hayoung grabbed his hand and asked, "Do you know anything?" She asked softly, "If we were created by someone else, are these feelings also fake?" Mirail still looked at Hayoung in a daze. Hayoung smiled, "I don't think so. It seems I understand now, Master. There are flowers that bloom in spring, and some show their colors after autumn." Jiho said sternly, "For now, do what you can. Hayoung, the potential nurtured for so long, will soon emerge." He paused and said, "That moment of blossoming will come for you." Young looked forward to it. "I was confused because I didn't know when to use my power. Master is truly amazing." Jiho smiled and dismissed it. "I just look at the bigger picture. Maybe it's a selfish choice." He knew that training oneself and walking the path of trust would not be easy. Young smiled and asked, "This is that moment, isn't it?" She turned to Mirail, smiled, and said her final words, "I'm here now. I love you so much." Mirail shielded his eyes from the blinding light and asked, "What are you going to do?" Young's body shone brilliantly. Her silhouette faded away, only having time to say, "Thank you, Mirail." Unexpectedly, after Hayoung disappeared, this place gradually restored itself. Bit by bit, everything regenerated. Mirail lowered his head as the system reported restoration. Completely, Mirail stood frozen, not believing the system. Everyone behind him was also dazed. What just happened? Junha opened his eyes wide and looked down at his palm. Jian knelt on the ground, glancing around. He frowned, raising a hand to his head to sense. Mirail shook his head in confusion. How could that be? Suddenly, a voice rang out. "That girl infiltrated the system authority." Jiho explained. Hayoung had a connection to the management system. It had been restoring since before the world was erased. He was wide-eyed in surprise and asked, "So the one who did that was Hayoung?" He nodded to confirm for Hayoung. At that moment, in another place, Hayoung was pinned under a rock, screaming loudly, "Someone save me." He was crying, which confused Mirail. "I am stuck here, Mirail. I am going to die." Jiho laughed happily. Of course, everything returned to how it was. Because Hayoung was a part of the system. Jin asked, "Why did you create such a gloomy atmosphere?" He replied calmly, "Telling it straight would leave no fun." Hayoung, pinned under the rock, was also cheerful. "I already set up a parting atmosphere. Who knew it would turn back like this? But being alive is still better." Mirail scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Hayoung yelled, "What is that expression supposed to mean? Are you disappointed that I did not die?" Jizian and Rizuru on the other side wailed, "Master, are you alright? What is going on?" He ran over and clung to Mirail, crying, "The dark circles under your eyes are deeper." Jizian asked worriedly, "Are you injured anywhere?" No one noticed Hayoung buried under the rock. She shouted, "I am still stuck here." Jijin panicked. "Oh my, Hayoung." Jiho stood in a corner, smiling as he watched the scene before him. Nuri lay on the ground, startled to realize someone was standing in front of him. He smiled and reached out a hand to pull Nuri up to a sitting position. Scene change, a man ran out from the forest. He panted heavily as he looked at Dongho and Garam, who were sitting by the campfire. The man was terrified, drenched in sweat, pointing his finger at them. Both simultaneously panicked, raising their hands, eyes wide open. Scene changed back to Mirail, who was now stunned into silence. He turned and looked up at the sky, thinking everything was over. Not long after, two birds perched on a power line in the city. The flow of traffic began to resume again. A hand clutched a stack of papers, then spoke. Critical papers were scattered across the desk. Few remembered the Nizia War. Most only recalled the battle with Turret, and the truth that the world was a story that could cause chaos had to be kept secret from outsiders. The scene shifted to a large building, the headquarters of the assassin army 5 years later. Jizian sat before the desk with a dazed look and asked, "Is that right?" She flew into a rage. "This isn't my document. Why is the council handing it to me now?" The person before her replied, "It's because you haven't signed it yet." Jizian yelled, "I'm busy. Where would I find the time?" He grabbed her hair in frustration. I'll sign and send it today. I have a lot to do. Please tell them not to ask for anything else. The other person leisurely walked out. Yes, I understand. Before he could get far, he was called back. Wait. Jijin looked at the person turning away and asked if he wanted a cup of coffee. The woman was confused. Huh? When he turned his head and smiled. That would be nice. The two sat across from each other. Jijin said, time flies. It feels like the battle with Zidan was just yesterday. He silently drank his coffee. 5 years had passed and the world had changed a lot. He recalled the horrific scene. The restoration system revived not only humans, but also many types of zombies. Therefore, the assassin army continued fighting to expand territory and selected representatives for the liberated cities. They were forced to establish a national reconstruction council, with Nuri serving as chairman. I, the city commander, have been nominated as the national commander. Lee Kyung laughed helplessly. I never thought they'd send documents like this. Jin wondered, why do you still wear that old-fashioned helmet? Lee Kyung was taken aback. Oh, this? It's because we're preparing to invade Seoul. She continued, I had an appointment today, so I stopped by conveniently. Jin suddenly realized, has it already been that long? It's time for the return? Voices of conversation echoed in the room again. Must be busy, right? Haven't seen the members in a while, it's nice. Lee Kyung drove on the road, thinking about the past 5 years. The changes were not just social phenomena. Craven was excited. Those weaklings dare to break into a zombie city. A few years ago, I was a survivor in Chinhae. You know? As he spoke, a sudden wave of green energy struck him, making him scream. Garam coolly stepped on Craven. How long are you going? Keep saying those threatening lines. I think I've seen you somewhere. She was still the captain expanding the frontline zone. About Dong Ho, I wasn't too sure, but Dugun was hooking an arm around him, taunting. And you don't just stand there staring, okay? He awkwardly replied, father-in-law. Garam is much stronger than me. Their relationship had become like that. Hemi helplessly propped her chin watching Juna put on a show. To increase troop numbers, Juha and Hemi became teachers at the military academy. They said what they learned from Rizuru before was very useful. Rizuru was appointed as the academy's principal. Without work, he found life uninteresting, only being lazy and liking luxury brands. Sang and Jixin were educating the children to cultivate the next generation. Hey, you over there, Jiangan and Jiangsuk, focus. The bald guy said agriculture was quite successful, but just a little bit. This bald guy was just called Baldi. To study orchids and the power of the Ayusumi tribe, he was living on the island, trying to craft weapons. Kyuho became the hospital director but said he had no time to care for patients, because he had to select doctors to send everywhere. Ha-young became a talented doctor filling the void left by Kyuho. Except for close relatives, no one knew she was a robot, because 99% of her structure was identical to a human, and she could develop. She was called a character created by Zeneria. And that person's footsteps suddenly stopped. She looked at the person sitting before two graves. Enjoying the trip? Taking off her hat, she walked over and sat beside him. Came right on time, didn't I? When you said you wanted to see the world, I was very surprised, because it was the first time you had such strong willpower. Sitting before the two graves, Lee Kyung asked curiously, in those 5 years, what did you discover? The person beside him recalled, my child. Mireille knelt down to listen. Leave this space and begin the final war. Your current power can handle it. Tears streamed down his face. Woong. He was stunned, then burst into tears. The face was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Mireille leaned her head on his shoulder. Who was that? That person gently replied, the one who created this world with you. Then that person suddenly vanished, leaving Mireille alone. Returning to the present, a pair of hands brushed the hat off her head. His gaze remained just as calm, also to a certain degree. Lee Kyung glanced over and smiled. Wong, is that so? Then she launched a kick towards Mireille, but he dodged it. He laughed in praise. Oh ho, your strength hasn't dropped, huh? Looks like you really enjoyed your trip. Punches came flying. Mireille, I promised I would kill you. Lee Kyung kicked while asking, did you disregard everything to follow me? Mireille's gaze remained distant. The current me could kill you. Suddenly, an arm reached out with a sharp object in hand. So I want to ask. She pointed the knife's tip straight at Mireille. Do you still want to die? He moved his lips slightly, looking at the blue sky. There are more zombies than humans in the world. Kyung was surprised. Huh? He asked her. Has human society been rebuilt? Lee Kyung stammered. It's still far off. He raised his hand and pushed the knife down. Then I can't die yet. Mireille looked straight at her, because I couldn't keep a promise. Lee Kyung smiled in satisfaction. She put the knife away and walked forward. Did you register at the Academy of Theory A in the past 5 years? Since that's your intention, I won't stop you anymore. Mireille stood still and listened. It's going to be very busy, because the work you have to do is piling up like a mountain. You know, the current story ends here. Hung is still somewhere unseen by you, or in a moment not yet revealed before your eyes. He turned his head, smiled and called out, let us go, Mireille. He slightly pursed his lips, then responded with a sincere smile, yes. Two followed each other into the vast forest. Their story continues.